Chapter 1. Just breathe. One foot in front of the other. You can do this. Usually, I wouldn't be at the Saturday morning market. My friend Trish takes care of selling, and I just grow the produce. Today, however, she phoned me up with a last-minute special order for a very important customer. I repeat my mantra for the millionth time as I pull my truck into the bustling farmers market parking lot. It's a beautiful, warm spring day, and the people have come en masse. My heart starts to race as I scan the dense crowd. With a final deep breath, I put my pickup truck in park and get out. Instantly, the drone of the crowd engulfs me, vendors shouting their wares, customers calling out questions, and the general dim rumble that comes with any crowd. Already I'm feeling uneasy, so I stack the crates, hoping I can manage to make it all in one trip and get out fast. I flip my long brown braid back over my shoulder and grab the well-worn handles on the bottom crate. The crowd swallows me up as I make my way to the far side, where I know Trish would be set up. At a whopping 5 feet 3 inches tall, I'm easily lost in a crowd. Nearly everyone is taller than me. My heart starts to race as the sights, smells, and general energy overwhelm me. Someone bumps into me from behind, knocking my Jenga crate stack off balance. In slow motion, I watch as the top crate falls. My heart stops, fearing the worst, but it's caught before it hits the ground. "I'm so sorry," a lady says before she dashes off back to her waiting friends. Stunned, I turn back to the man who caught my top crate. His crystal blue eyes hold me captive before I break the spell and drop my gaze. Thanks," I stammer. "You can toss it back on top, and I'll be on my way." "Looks like you're heading my way," he says with a soft laugh. "I'll give you a hand." He has a kind smile and a grounded, even feel to his energy that's instantly calming. I spot the familiar vendor's lanyard hanging around his neck and realize he must be one of the new ones. "Thanks, I'm just heading over to Trish," I mumble and try to set off through the crowd. No one sees me, and it's slow going as I try to work my way through the masses. He sees my slow progress and takes the lead. The sea of people quickly parted for him, and why wouldn't they? He's easily over 6 feet tall, and his plain white t-shirt does nothing to hide his muscular physique. I fall in step behind him, and, before long, he's cut our path to Trish. "Sorry, got to go," he apologizes, sweeping his dirty blonde hair back off his forehead. With a quick nod to Trish, he takes off to a booth a few stalls away. "Thank God you made it in time," Trish says, wrapping me in a hug after I set my crates down. Unruly tendrils of her auburn hair slip free of her ponytail, warning how busy she's been. Her energy today is chaos contained but boiling over. She thrives in this atmosphere, chatting and laughing with strangers as if they were long-lost friends. Me, not so much. I'm more at home in the woods or garden, and I'm pretty sure I understand animals more than people. I know this isn't your thing, but this might just be what we need to seal the deal. Her blue-green eyes dance with excitement as she takes in my haul. She scans the parking lot and starts to reorganize her boxes. I aim to please. I flash her a small smile and hand her my produce to help her fill the order before her VIP customer arrives. I can't get over how big the market has gotten. She wipes the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand as she rushes to get everything perfect. Right? It's nearly doubled in size, with lots of new vendors. She takes a seat next to me and bumps my shoulder with hers. "Speaking of which, I see you already met Judius," she says, wiggling her eyebrows. "Trish," I groan, rolling my eyes as a blush creeps on my cheeks. "What Jessie?" She gives me a pointed look and arches her brow. "He's your age, new to the area, single, and damn that body." The woman is married with kids, but I swear she's salivating. "Trish," I chide. "You know my stance on dating. Just let it go, please." I know she means well, but she just doesn't get it. After 2 years, I'm finally starting to feel like myself again. The bruises are long gone, they healed fast, but the other stuff? That's taken considerably longer. "Fine, don't date," she relents, "but he's gonna be here every week, so it won't hurt you to be friendly with him." "Who knows?" She trails off with a smirk. I follow her gaze and study him. There's no doubt he's an attractive guy, but it's his feel that throws me off. You expect a guy that looks like that to have a certain sense, cocky, pompous or something. He's the opposite, though, humble, even, and grounded. I could use something to grill for dinner, I muse, meeting her halfway. Good. Go, I insist. I'm set for the day anyway. I'll swing by after and give you your cut and figure out next week's order. She flashes me an excited grin as she flicks her wrists towards Julius. Slowly, I make my way over to his booth, stopping to grab a few things on the way. He's busy helping another customer as I walk up, allowing me to get a better look. Trish wasn't kidding. His crystal blue eyes, pale skin, and dirty blonde hair give him that classic handsome look, and the man is built. He looks to be in his upper 20s, maybe just a smidge younger than I am. Oh, hey, he greets, turning his attention to me. I was hoping you'd stop by. His smile lights up his face and goes directly to his eyes. I blush and drop my gaze, smiling back, but I'm not a big fan of eye contact. Just wanted to say thanks for the help, and see about getting something to grill. I trail off, eager to shift his attention away from me. Fair is fair, he teases, gesturing to a box on his bench full of produce. When I walked by this morning, they smelled amazing. I couldn't help myself. Oh, I blurt out, complete with a nervous laugh. Smooth. He goes over the options, and I pick the first thing he offers, apparently steak. In no time, he has it wrapped and hands it over to me, smiling. He's enthusiastic, kind of like a puppy. With a final wave and thanks, I turn back towards the parking lot. Something feels quite unnerving about him, but I have no idea what in particular. One more look over my shoulder at him and a wave to Trish, and I'm on my way to my truck. I grunt as I bounce off of someone's hard chest, falling unceremoniously on my ass. My heart races as a brooding man hovers over me, glaring. Well, that was graceful. Shut it, peanut gallery. Watch where you're going, the rough man sneers. Where Julius has a wholesome feel to him, this guy is the polar opposite. What an ass. Big and muscular with short dark brown hair and brown eyes. He exudes cockiness and a general irritated vibe, complete with a permanent skull. His jaw is clenched, and his eyes seem to be darkening by the second as he stares me down. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I just didn't see you, I stammer, trying to diffuse the situation to no avail. Next time, open your fucking eyes. I can only look down and nod at this point, not trusting my voice as he scoffs and walks away. What a jerk. Are you okay? A concerned look is on Julius's face as he rushes over from his booth. Yeah, I don't even know what that was about. I start collecting my dropped purchases, willing my heart to stop racing. Julius quickly stoops down to help me scoop up my stuff, then holds out a hand to help me up. Thanks, man. Much appreciated. I give him a small smile, which he returns tenfold. Before anything else can happen, I quickly make it back to my truck to head home. Just as I hop in the driver's seat, an older, short lady with long gray hair gets out of an SUV with a younger guy with unruly golden brown hair and gray eyes. She locks eyes with me briefly before I feel his gaze. His stormy eyes twinkle with mischief as a smirk plays across his lips, instantly making me blush. I fumble with the keys, crank the ignition, and pull out. Why does everyone seem so intense today? Market days, eh? Home is a modest farm in no man's land. There's a city to the south and small towns to the west and east. North is all forest and some private reservation or something. No one's allowed up there. It's peaceful out here, and I love it. I'm home, working in the garden, when I hear a truck pull up. Hey Trish, back here. I stand up from the herb row, brushing my hands off on my jeans and stretching. It's a perfect day, the kind I love to be out in. You won us some serious brownie points today, girl. Grandmother was stoked about her order and has already doubled her order for next week. That's no problem, eh? She asks, looking at me with puppy dog eyes. Nah, it's all good. Everything's coming on great now, I reply as she starts wandering around the garden, seeing what's growing. I see you forgot sunscreen again, I chide. Whereas my skin has a natural sun-kissed hue, her pale, freckled complexion gets sunburned in the shade. Today, however, she's brighter than my tomatoes. Her nose could rival Rudolph's. It slipped my mind, she says with a shrug. Typical Trish. Right, I drawl, shifting my attention to the next row. Try this, I say, passing her a handful of cherry tomatoes, straight from the vine. "I don't know how you do this. I can't grow anything to save my life, and you have your own personal Eden here," she says as she pops a cherry tomato in her mouth. "So, what was with that guy on your way out?" "No idea," I reply. One second I was waving by, and the next I was on my ass getting yelled at. I mean, there was no one else around. He could have sidestepped me. It wasn't just you. He was a bit of an ass the entire time he was there. He demanded to get some of grandmother's order, and when I said no, he really became an ass. My frown deepens as she continues excitedly. "At any rate, Mrs. Glass was there within a couple of minutes. I thought he and Jace were gonna have it out on the spot." "Wait, who's Jace?" "And grandmother. I think she lost me somewhere." Not uncommon with story time a la Trish. Right? Jace came with Mrs. Glass, who apparently prefers to be called grandmother. If she likes you, don't fight it. She's stubborn. Jace is also very cute, by the way. You should try to be there next week. She said she'd like to meet you to discuss things. She taps her fingertips together before bringing them to her lips and locking her gaze on mine. Ugh, I groan in frustration. The whole point of having an extrovert partner is that you don't have to deal with people after all. Can't you just do it? I'm more the backroom help. Nope, she says, popping the P for added effect. She was adamant that she knows the people she does business with. I guess she buys for their community, and this could be really good for us. Please. Begging, good God, make it stop. Fine. Trish takes off before I can find a way to back out, leaving me to clean up before the last rays of sunlight disappear. Not even a quiet day in the garden could fully erase the tension from my run-in with the brute earlier on. I sigh and call it a night, praying next weekend will go smoother. Crack. My head whips back with enough force to make me see stars as I hit the cold, hard floor. I roll over, bracing my palms on the kitchen tile as I struggle to get my bearings. Who keeps calling you? The venom in his voice tells me it's going to be a stormy night. Fingers knot in my hair, ripping my face up to his. I asked you a question, he growls. It's just Trish, I whimper. Why is she calling you? Another slap sends me crashing back to the ground. What did you tell her? He's towering over me now. There's nothing I can say or do to stop this now. Nothing. I swear. I pull myself up to kneel at his feet. A small, cruel smile spreads across his face, sending a shudder through me. I jump straight out of bed, my heart racing as I search for a way out. I'm home. He's not here. It's not real. I repeat my mantra, grounding myself. It was just another dream. I groan as I sit back on my bed. Blankets kicked off, and I checked the time on my phone. It was 4 a.m. I won't be getting any more sleep today, so I drag myself up and head to the living room for some fresh air. It'll be a couple of hours before it's light outside, so I take a seat by the window and listen to the breeze. It's been 2 years since I broke his hold, yet my mind reminds me often. All I want is peace, freedom from it all. Is that too much to ask for? Chapter 2. The week is quiet and winds down fast, which is fine with me. Trish stops by today to stock up for tomorrow's market. I'll have to cut the flowers tomorrow morning before I head out. No matter what I tried, Trish wouldn't cave in about me skipping the meeting. What's one day, right? Don't turn those honey-brown puppy dog eyes on me. It won't work, she groans as we load her truck. It's just one little meeting and you'll be free in no time. I said I would, I grumble, hefting the final crate into the truck bed. Please don't make this a habit though, I beg, locking my gaze on hers. I won't, she relents. This is just a special case. It could be really good for us. She squeezes my shoulders and flashes a final smile before she jumps into her truck and heads home. I sigh in relief as she pulls out. All week she's been on me about how important this is for us. I mean, I get it, really, I do, but meetings with strangers freak me out. I wish it were easier for me to deal with people and crowds, but it stresses me out and is just flat out exhausting. Even though I'm done with today's work, the night's still young. I can't seem to settle down. I'm sure it's just my frazzled nerves about tomorrow. So I grab my bow and head out back to the archery target to let off some steam. I learned to shoot a bow at the local sportsman's club when I was 10. Even back then, archery was a great way to focus and block out the distractions of the world. Throughout the years, I've kept up with it, honing my skills further. I even help coach at the same club where I learned. I'm not usually kid-friendly. I swear too much and have a short fuse, but they are so eager to know that it's easy. I set up 20 yards from the target and set the quiver down on the grass. Bow in hand, I square up my stance and nock an arrow. Archery is a perfect way to come back to the center and release stress. I may not be the most confident person in the world, but put a bow in my hand and that changes. My motion is fluid. Draw, aim, breathe, release. My arrow hits with a resounding crack that echoes in the silent evening air. Thwack. I can't help but smirk, a smile that creeps onto my face. Next arrow. Thwack. Just like usual, my second shot buries deeply next to the first. Another 4 shots leave the bullseye looking like a porcupine. The last rays of the setting sun remind me that it's time to call it a night. Shooting has worked wonders on my frazzled nerves. The tension has left my neck and shoulders, and I'm feeling far more relaxed than I was when I started. All I need now is a decent night's sleep, and I may get through tomorrow's meeting. Market day again. Great. After a quick trip to the back garden to pick the sunflowers, I head out. Breakfast isn't required, as my stomach is already twisting and knotted. Trish says I only need to stay for the meeting, then I'm good to go. Not that I'm counting down the minutes. I pull up to the market and grab the 2 buckets of sunflowers from the back of my truck. They are just beginning to open and are already stunning. Vibrant colors cover the full spectrum, from classic sunflower yellow against the chestnut brown centers to exotic reds and flashy bicolors. Hey Trish, how goes? I ask, setting the flowers down. Wow, Jessie, those are beautiful, Trish says, fussing over the flowers. She picks a bouquet for herself and spreads the remainder out in an eye-catching display, the perfect backdrop to her booth. Grandmother said she'd be here early to not hold you up. Thank God for small favors. Hey there, ladies. Everything looks great, Julius says as he walks over. Last week's veggies were great. I wanted to make sure I got some this week before you sold out. He proceeds to pick out a nice selection, pays for them, and hesitates. His expression suggests he wants to say something, but he doesn't know where to start. Julius flashes a small, sad smile before he heads back to his stand. For being such a nice guy, he seems lonely. Movement catches my attention as a young boy weaves in and out of the crowd. He can't be much more than 10 years old, and his clothes are caked in dust. I scan his surroundings and frown, not seeing anyone with him. That's odd. Great. He stops at Rita's table, licking his lips as his golden eyes roam the rows of cookies. Carefully, he reaches out, eyes shifting between Ritz as she cashes out another customer and his prize as he goes to swipe a bag. Hey kid, where are your parents? I call out, freezing him in place as his eyes go wide. Well, fuck. Do you want a cookie or something? I ask, walking over. At his eager nod, I grab a couple of big chocolate chip cookies and pay Rita for them. She flashes me a grateful smile as she struggles to keep up with her customers and turns back to the one she was helping. The kid's feral eyes are locked on the cookies as I hold them out for him. He stares at me for a minute, cautiously shifting his attention from me to the cookies before snatching them and running off. There's gratitude for ya, I mumble, frowning. And people wonder why I don't like kids. About 10 minutes later, he shows back up at our booth, working his big golden eyes, looking sad. His brown hair is messy and hangs across his forehead, giving him a wild look. Welp, the pup sure knows how to work the sympathy vote. Not helpful. I look down at him and frown, remembering some rough times when I was younger. I grab a bag, toss in cherry tomatoes, baby cukes, and a couple of apples I've bought, and hand it to him. He stares at me with uncertainty swirling in his golden gaze for a minute before grabbing the bag, running off, and disappearing into the crowd. Right on cue, Mrs. Glass pulls up in that same dark SUV from last week, this time with 2 guys in tow. Mr. McSmirk is driving again, and a slightly shorter but thicker guy gets out from the back seat. He has a brawler's build, stocky and powerful, with short black hair and brown eyes so dark they looked nearly black. They take a moment to scan around before heading over. I can't help but notice how the 2 men stare at Julius, who quickly looks at the ground. As they make their way over, guy number 1, whom I can only assume from Trish's story is Jace, dons another smirk. He's cocky, I can tell, but better-natured than the cocky guy who knocked me down. There's a playful lightness that dances in his gray eyes. "Oh, Mrs. Glass, how good to see you again." Trish is, for once, looking a bit nervous. That's usually my job. "Good to see you too, dear, though we've been over this before. Call me grandmother like everyone else." I feel her attention shift to me, instantly causing my heart to race. "Now you must be the one who grew all of this wonderful food." She smiles in a way that lights up her whole face. I can't help but flash my own small smile and nod, relaxing a hair. She is an interesting woman. Short like me, long gray hair tied back in a braid, but it's her eyes that catch me. Bright and crystal blue, they are almost unnaturally bright. Her gaze is very sharp, too. There's nothing she misses. She radiates a powerful calmness that can't help but make me like her. The two guys grab the order while she pays for it. "This is Jace," she says as she gestures to Mr. McSmirk. "And this is Xavier," she says, indicating the brawler. I nod high, but both men reach out a hand. "Be nice, fine." I grit my teeth and shake their hands as I flash them a small smile. "Nice to meet you guys," I say as I catch movement behind them. Apparently, a third guy was in the SUV. He's distracted, animatedly talking on his cell, but my eyes widen at the sight of him. If Brawler and Playboy are big, then this guy is huge. "Oh, pay no mind to him. Christian is too busy to spend time with his dear old grandmother," she says, loud enough for him to hear. He sends a pointed look over to us as he turns back to his cell call. I can't help but study this guy Christian. He's exceedingly tall, over 6, I'd guess. When you're 5 feet 3 inches, everyone is taller than you, but this guy would dwarf me. The plain black t-shirt and jeans do nothing to hide his chiseled physique, powerful chest, broad shoulders, and more muscles than I've ever seen before. His powerful stubble-covered jaw is set in a frown. Sharp hazel eyes scan the area while he runs his hand through his short black hair. Where Jace has a leaner build and Playboy lightness to him, Christian is considerably bigger, more serious, and has a rugged appeal. He gives Jace a look and a sharp nod before turning back to the SUV. "That's our cue, time to go, grandmother. It was nice to meet you. Oh, and more of these next week, please." "They smell great. I don't think they'll make it home," Jace says, popping a strawberry in his mouth and flashing me one last grin before heading back to the SUV. He's going to be trouble. Yep, sure is, but I won't have to deal with him. After they head out, I see Trish doing a visible happy dance and snort. "Chill out, girl. You're the one telling me to be professional, I dig." "No, I tell you to be nice," she says with a triumphant grin. "You're always professional, but not very friendly at first." She's got you there. "Isn't anyone on my side today? So you'll be all set for midweek?" I raise my brow, having no idea what she's talking about. "You must have zoned out when we were talking about delivering an order to them midweek. Maybe you were too busy checking out Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome?" she asks, waggling her brows. "Trish, I was not. I just saw him get out of the car and wondered who he was, in case, he came for an order or something." I trail off. I don't know what to say, really, as a slight blush creeps onto my cheeks. Why is she like this? I groan. "Hey, I don't judge, he's hot, in a broody, don't meet him in a dark alley kind of way." "Actually, maybe you should," she says, laughing. I frown, throwing a punch, not softly, into her arm. "Ow, what's that for?" "Listen, all I'm saying is some time has passed. Maybe you should consider some new options." She trails off with a hopeful look. "I know you just want to see me happy, but I'm good right now, I promise. You're supposed to be the married one, not the pimp." I force a small laugh and straighten up what little is left of the flowers. I never talked about my ex much with her. I spared her the details and just said we broke up because he cheated on me, which he did, but I almost didn't care about that. I'm married, not dead, and lately there has been a lot of eye candy around. Julius sure keeps looking down here a lot. She nods in his direction, and sure enough, he waves. He's a nice guy, but I'm good, Trish. Can we just give it a break? I sigh. This isn't the first time, and most likely not the last time, she'll bring this up. For now, but all you do is work and stay home. Promise me you'll say yes to going out and being a smidge social again. Not even you can stay cooped up at home, alone all the time. Sadness laces her voice, the concern clear in her eyes. That's not typical of her. Fine, I'll make a small effort to make her happy. Fine, but my duty here is done today, so I'm out, have fun. I dash off to make my market rounds and head out before Trish tries more matchmaking. Judius's stall is my last stop. I was hoping you'd stop by. Here, I made these special. His blue eyes sparkle as he holds out a brown butcher paper-wrapped package, all ready to go. I tilt my head, my curiosity piqued, and take it from him. Thanks, what is it? I took some of the produce I got from you guys and made up some pork and veggie kebabs. It's a hit, and I have you to thank. He flashes another big smile, and I can't help but smile back. Well, thanks again. Feel free to grab some more. It was a productive week. Suddenly, I'm not feeling in such a rush to get home now. So how's the market treating you so far? Been good so far. Customers are nice, and I sell a fair amount. Even the other vendors are pretty nice, he says with a wink. Northern Market wasn't as hospitable, particularly for someone like me with no ties. Odd statement, but I've been up there before while visiting an aunt, and it was indeed a strange place. Tension hangs heavy in the air, and it feels like unwritten rules. Some stalls didn't sell to some people or even acknowledge their presence. Glad you like it here better. You seem to be a good fit. It's true enough. He's the first one to offer a hand setting up in the morning or packing up at the end. You'd think I'd given him a giant compliment, the way he beams at me. Got to run, lots to do yet. Thanks again for the kebabs. I wave and take off before he can say anything else. As I leave the market area and head to the parking lot, a cold shiver runs down my spine. I feel that stare again from last week. Sure enough, Mr. Ass has just shown up again. I'd love to wipe that look right off his face. Can it? That's not helping. So you can watch where you're going, eh? He sneers as his scowl deepens. Not dignifying that with a response, I try to brush past him and onto my truck, but am jerked back roughly. He tightens his grip on my arm and drags me towards him. Panic blooms inside me at the unwelcomed contact as my temper flares to life. What's your problem? I'm not one to snap back usually, but this guy is irritating every fiber of my being. His fingers dig into my arm as I grit my teeth to stifle a groan. He growls lowly, narrowing his gaze at me. I squirm in his grasp as my arm starts to throb. Is there a problem over here? We both snap our heads over to see Julius slowly but steadily walking over. He's exuding confidence and power that he usually doesn't, as he locks eyes with the brute. Leave it alone, mutt, the brute sneers. We're just having a conversation, which is none of your business. Julius isn't fazed and doesn't back down as he beelines for us. I look around, seeing more and more people staring. I reach up with my free hand, trying to pry his fingers off my arm, but his grip is too firm. A familiar panic wells in me, threatening to spill over as my heart races. I said leave her alone. Julius growls. He's so close now that I can feel the hostility rolling off of both of them. I don't know how a fight between the two men would end up, but I think I severely underestimated Julius. As if picking up my train of thought, Julius pushes the brute back. I take the element of surprise and wrench my arm away from him. In a fluid motion, Julius sweeps me behind him and takes a defensive stance. That's quite enough of that. Dan, the market manager, booms as he rushes over to us from his booth. I think it's time you leave, and after last week's stunt, I think it's best if you don't come back either. In all the years I've known him at the market, I've never seen him so pissed. The brute shifts his glare from Julius to Dan, but doesn't move. Much to my surprise, Dan doesn't back down either. Brute stands there with a scowl on his face. I swear I hear a low growl from him as he slowly turns around and heads back to the parking lot. Once he's back in his car and pulls out, Julius turns to me. Are you okay? His demeanor has completely changed back to his regular, happy-go-lucky calmness, but the worry is clear across his face. He tenderly slides up my sleeve to assess the damage. A hiss escapes my lips as his fingers lightly brush the newly forming bruise. Doesn't look like he broke the skin, but that'll be a hell of a bruise, he says with a sad smile. Thanks, Judius, I say as I carefully slide my sleeve down. I have no idea what his problem is with me. I've never met the guy before. I may have never met him before, but it's clear he is not fond of me at all. Think I'd better head home before any more excitement happens. With that, I wave and dash to my truck. Why do I get the feeling things are just beginning to get messy? Dinner time has me relaxing on the deck waiting for the barbecue to heat up. It's finally ready, so I toss the kebabs on the grill and close the lid. Movement catches my eye as a lone gray wolf comes up the edge of the field. Wolves are not ordinary out here. They stick to the more densely wooded areas up north. I grab my bow and knock an arrow just in case. As if the wolf understands my movements, he stops and stares. He's beautiful, with light silver gray hair and blue eyes. What a unique combination. I have no intention of doing anything to him as long as he keeps his distance. After a short while, I see him sniff the air and cocks his head to the side. Shit. The kebabs. I quickly set the bow down and checked the kebabs, flipping them to ensure even cooking. I feel his eyes locked on. I head back into the house. I'll have to watch out for the wolf. They aren't usually a problem, but are more than capable of hurting or even killing a person. Living on my own isn't without risks. I'll still take my chance with the wolf over people any day. Chapter 3. Midweek comes, and I'm on my way to the reservation with a top-up order for a party, apparently. I have never been to this reservation. No one has. It's not a public access one. After a solid 45 minutes of lead-foot driving, I see a sign saying private access only, turn back. Well, that looks friendly. I roll my eyes for the 100th time today. Get in, out, and back home. Though I can't lie, the scenery is lovely. Home is relatively flat and open, but the further I get, the more rolling the landscape becomes. The forests are thick and green, with a river nearby, visible off and on. I take one final turn, and the forest opens up to a large clearing. The main house is breathtaking and huge. I've never seen anything like it before in my life. Multi-story, made of wood and stone, the mansion looks like it was crafted from the very forest around it. There are people of all ages milling about, indicating that many people live here. As I drive up to the front door, I see Jace and Xavier exit the house with two women. Jace smiles and waves me over. Where are the strawberries? Don't tell me you forgot them. Jace whines like a brat as he digs through the back. I reach in the back seat, grab a basket, and hand it to him as he lights up. There you go, you big baby, I say, rolling my eyes as I laugh. His gray eyes shine in delight as a giant grin splits his face. Not so fast, says the first woman. She's in her late 20s, tall and willowy, with long dark brown hair and eyes. That's for dessert. Hand it over. She holds her hand out for the basket, and Jace breaks out into the most dramatic pout, big eyes and pouty lip as his eyes lock on hers. Give it up, Jace. Those big puppy dog eyes won't work on me. She turns her attention to me. Hi, I'm Claire, Xavier's mate. You could say I'm the head cook here. Oh, hey there, I say as I reach out and shake hers. She's not who I would expect to be with Xavier, far more outgoing and happy, but I guess opposites attract. What else did you bring me, Lil Elf? I hear Jace say from the back of the truck. He has the attention span and boundaries of a child as he searches through the crates. Just grandmother's order, take it up with her, I joke as I check the surroundings out. This place is amazing, I've never seen anything like it. The house is impressive from a distance, and up close it's fantastic. Massive doesn't even capture its scale. Some of the boulders used in the facade are as big as I am. The way the stonework and timbers come together gives it such an organic feel, like the mansion was grown, not built. You're just on the front lawn, you haven't seen anything yet, Lil Elf, he teases, waggling his brows. Elf? Really? I deadpan. Well, it's elf or pixie. Humans can't grow this good, he laughs, running a hand through his already messy golden brown hair. I can't help but roll my eyes and groan at his exuberance. What about Sprite? Oh, or Fairy. He's far more impressed with himself than he should be. Elf it is, I grumble in defeat, which earns me a hearty laugh from everyone. So, where would you like me to unload all of this? Oh, don't worry about that, Claire quickly cuts in. The boys can take it in. We're just preparing for a big dinner and everything's such a mess. Xavier starts to take out the crates and stacks a couple for Jace before grabbing a stack himself. Well, that didn't sound rushed at all. Movement out of the corner of my eye catches my attention as I see the boy from the market running from the house. So this is where you come from, I muse quietly to myself. Oh? Where did you meet Ethan? The second woman asks. She has been quietly staring me down since I arrived. I don't get a particularly hostile vibe from her, but her stiff posture suggests she's clearly uncomfortable with my presence. He's been at the market a couple of times, quite an appetite, I say, trying to brush it off. Her dark eyes narrowed, so clearly that wasn't the right thing to say. He didn't cause any problems, just has a sweet tooth, so I bought him a couple of cookies and gave him some cherry tomatoes. Success, she visibly relaxes. Soraya, where is everyone? Derwin will be here any minute. Mr. Tall, dark, and handsome from the market yells as he steps out the front door. Christian, was it? I don't even notice I'm staring until his hazel gaze meets mine. Panic snaps me out of my trance, and I quickly drop my gaze. He starts to make his way over, but someone intercepts him for a quick question. Suddenly feeling flustered, I take it as a hint to leave. Claire hands me an envelope with their payment. I thank them quickly, shut my tailgate, and head out. Looking in the rearview mirror, I see Christian staring as I drive off. There's something so intense about him, yet I can't explain it. Once I am past the first bend and out of sight, I feel like a weight is lifted off my shoulders. What the heck? Why am I so flustered, and why does he make me so uncomfortable? I thought I finally had my shit together, maybe not. I'm safely home by mid-afternoon. Since there's less work today, there's not too much left to do for the end of the day. My stomach is still churning from my earlier nerves, so I settle on some veggies and dip for dinner. I grab a plate and sit on the deck, watching the fireflies dance as dusk settles in. Nights like this remind me of just how much I love it out here. The peace and tranquility as I unwind at the end of a long day. I see the same gray wolf from the other day walking up the back laneway. He's cautious, sniffing the air regularly as his crystal blue eyes scan the area. I take the opportunity to study him. I would say wolves are rare here, but that makes it twice now in the same week I've seen him. His blue eyes settle on me as he relaxes under a nearby tree. I swear he's studying me as much as I am him. He's beautiful and bigger than I thought wolves were. Now that he's a bit closer, his size is undeniable. He looks about the size of a pony. Is that normal? My thoughts are cut short by a howl in the distance. The wolf snaps his head in that direction and sits up a little taller. A couple of minutes later, another howl sounds, but this one sounds a bit closer. An uneasy feeling seeps into the air, making me nervous. With dark settling in fast, I gather my dishes and head in. One last look shows the yard is once again empty. My wolf is on his way once more. I lock the back door and head to bed. I pause, standing up from the row of pepper plants I'm working on, and wipe the sweat off my forehead with the back of my arm. Even in a tank top and thin yoga pants, it's too hot, and it's only mid-morning. I'm clearly not getting any more done here today, so I decide to swing by the market. I pull up and catch a big grin from Julius as I head to the tailgate to grab the cooler I packed with cold drinks and freezes. As I head into the market area, he happily takes the cooler from me, insisting on carrying it the rest of the way. We head over to Trish, who is sitting, fanning herself, desperate for some relief. Her regularly pale skin is flushed red from the heat. Come to me, my beautiful, cold, sweet caffeine, she gushes as she eagerly takes the bottle of iced coffee I hold out to her. We both stare, as if she's finally cracked, but she ignores us as she gulps it down. What can I do for you, Julius? I ask, scanning the options. He cocks an eyebrow as a slow smirk creeps onto his lips. Instantly, my face flushes in response. What is going on? I'm blushing like a schoolgirl. I shake my head, trying to wash the feeling away. Drink-wise, I stammer. With a winning smile, he grabs a pup. I smile back as I cut open a blue freezy for myself. Ethan appears out of nowhere. I look around for grandmother or anyone else from the res, but it's just him. He's got his golden eyes locked on my freezy. Suppose you like freezes too? I ask. He quickly nods and turns the puppy dog eyes on me again. Thought you didn't like kids? It's just Ethan, cool it. I hand him a red one, which he takes, but he still looks at my blue one. Sorry, dude, there's only one blue. His shoulders slump in defeat as he stares at the red dramatically. Really? Fine. I hold out my blue, and he swaps them, taking off without a word. Whatever. Red's my second favorite. So you delivered and made it back in one piece, eh? No one seems to come in or out of that place, Julius states matter-of-factly. Yeah, super off the beaten path, but it's beautiful, definitely worth the drive. The main building is like the illegitimate love child between a castle, mansion, and log cabin. I've never seen anything like it. Julius crosses his arms and rolls his eyes, leaving me wondering what's eating him. Got a secret interest? Please, he scoffs. I made a wrong turn when I was new to the area and got the less hospitable side of it. Is he pouting? Jealous? Yeah, what's to be impressed about, eh? Mansion in the woods, privacy, peace, and quiet. Oh, and that landscape, such a torment, I say, rolling my eyes. He's full out sulking now, grumbling incoherently. Trish, seeing the conversation sour, quickly shifts the conversation in a different direction. So I was telling Julius about some of the good places to go around here. Got anything to add? Sorry, I've got zip, I don't really do anything. I wince as I finish saying that. I hate sounding so pathetic. You don't do anything, he drawls out, arching a brow. Shoot me now. Trish jumps on my silence to push even further. Poor thing spends too much time working, she says in a fake, sweet, concerned voice. I'm going to kill her, so I send her a glare to let her know I'm dead serious about knocking it off. She flashes me a grin, and I know I'm screwed, and she has less than zero interest in stopping anytime soon. She was just saying how she needs to get out and de-stress more. Fuck. His face lights up. What a coincidence, you need to get out more, and I need a tour guide, perfect, don't you think? Crap, gimme a sec, someone's at my booth. I'll be right back. Julius says before he sprints off. I turn and glare at Trish. The fuck, dude? I exclaim lowly, trying to point out how over the line she is. She's either oblivious or doesn't care. Her giant grin says it all, and I just groan, knowing full well she's not done yet with her matchmaking. Listen, you said you'd go out more. Julius is cute and nice, and you already know him. I'm not saying you have to date him or screw him or anything, though he looks like he'd be fun. She trails off as I blush again. K, first of all, I do not know him. I say hi in passing at the market. And second, I'm not looking for anything, I say, lowering my eyes. She puts a reassuring hand on my shoulder. It's well past time, but just go and have fun as friends. You guys seem to bring out the best in each other. At times like this, she feels more like a mother than a friend. She smiles down at me, waiting for me to get on the same page as her. Fine, I say quietly. Bubby's burger is pretty good, and it's been quite a long time since I've been. Her victory squeal splits my ears as she practically breaks out into a happy dance. Jesus, chill man, or so help me, I'll duck out, I warn. She throws her hands up in surrender and takes it down a notch by the time Julius returns. Sorry about that, Julius says, running his hand through his hair, looking a little nervous. No worries, Jessie was just saying she hasn't been to Bubby's Burger in a long time, you should start there. She grins and turns back to her booth, happy with her win. Sounds good to me, how about Wednesday? Julius asks, blue eyes locked on mine, shimmering with hope. You've got res delivery that day, don't forget. Trish chimes in from the peanut gallery. Thursday it is, Julius amends with a small laugh. I smile and nod. What else can I say? I'll pick you up at 6. Okay, I agree as I get up to head back out. Why do I feel like I just got played? Freaking Trish. Chapter 4. Wednesday means another res delivery. The sun is shining and there's a gentle breeze, making it the perfect day for a scenic drive. Everything else is done for the day, so for once, I just enjoy the drive and take in the scenery. Unfortunately, the closer I get, the tenser I feel as a sense of unease creeps over me. Soraya steps out the front door as I pull up, and I see her call back over her shoulder. I put my truck in park and make my way to the tailgate as Jace shows up. "Sup, lil elf?" he asks with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Nothing much now. You're my last stop, then I'm done for the day. Not even sure what to do with the rest of my afternoon. I don't get done this early very often," I laugh. He waves over a couple of young guys to grab the produce while he keeps chatting. "Well, if you aren't busy, I could show you around a little bit if you'd like." "We rarely allow visitors," he says with a goofy grin. "It's a rare chance, take it while you can." He can see my hesitation. Part of me wants to give them their order and be gone as fast as possible, but the other side of me wonders what he'll show me. After teasing me about just being on the front lawn last time, I can't turn him down. "I may have a bit of time to spare," I say, smiling. "Natural wonders or man-made marvels?" "Visitor's choice, I'm feeling gracious today," he says with a wink. "Dealer's choice." Not really sure what either means, so whatever he picks will be fine. Beautiful day, so natural it is. Jace grabs my hand and sets off through the east lawn. The moment he catches it, though, my heart starts to race. Instinct kicks in, and I pull away. I must look like a deer in the headlights, because the moment he turns around, his look of confusion is quickly replaced with regret. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you." I just keep my wrist clutched to my chest and look at him, willing my heartbeat to slow down. "Sorry, I just don't like people touching me." It freaks me out when I don't expect it. I trail off, dropping my gaze. I hate the look he's giving me. He means well, but it just makes my anxiety feel 10 times worse. "Come on, the tour's still on me," he says with a small smile. This time, he points in a direction instead of trying to lead me. I promise it's worth the trek. His kind gray eyes twinkle with sincerity, helping me to relax. Having regained my composure, I return his smile. "Lead the way, but if you get us lost in the woods, I'm gonna kick your butt," I warn with a small laugh. As we start down the path, there's an awkward silence. It's not totally uncomfortable for me, but I can tell by the way he keeps side-eyeing me that it's bugging Jace. "So where are we going?" "What, and ruin the surprise? Not likely." The mischievous glint is back in his gray eyes. "For real though, it's one of my favorite places. I think you're really gonna like it, just about a 20-minute walk up this path." "So, have you lived here all your life?" I ask, trying to put my freak out behind me. Small talk. I can do this. "Yep, my parents moved here as teens. They met, fell in love, had me, and the world has been a better place ever since." So humble. Before I can retort, he smirks. "What about you? What's your story?" Not my favorite topic. "Nothing much to me," I admit. "I was born and raised here. My adoptive parents have been great. Lost my mom 5 years ago, which has been so hard. My dad comes and goes. Her death hit him hard, so he travels a lot now. I think me and I remind him too much." I get it, I trail off, not really having anything else to add. Way to kill the convo. Screw it, I don't know what else to say. His eyes shift to a darker shade of gray. "Sorry to hear that. Family is everything. You may have noticed we are a tight-knit group here. After Christian's parents died, he spent a lot of time with me and my parents. He's like a brother to me." This serious, sentimental side is new. I've only ever seen the playful, carefree side of Jace. I guess that explains why he's so serious all the time, eh? I muse, more to myself. Christian's energy is so dominant and serious that I don't think I've seen him crack a single smile. He's actually a great guy, but sometimes he just needs to lighten up. He takes his job too seriously, so focused on the business side of things, he's missing out on the little joys. Like an afternoon hike with a lovely lady in the woods, he says with a wink. "Cheesy even for you, Jace," I say while rolling my eyes. Almost there. I can feel his excitement as the sound of running water reaches us now. "Do you trust me?" He comes to a stop in front of me and holds out his hand. I can't help but look at his hand like it's covered in mud. "No," I reply immediately as his face sinks. "Don't take it personally, trust isn't easy for me. Come on, think of this as a turning point. A little trust goes a long way. Just close your eyes, grab my arm, and I'll lead you to the clearing. It's for maximum effect. Trust me, it's worth it, he says, almost pleading while he sticks out his elbow. Fine, I grumble. I can always open my eyes if it's taking too long. So I grab his arm and close my eyes, following his lead. The smell of the woods begins to fade as the sound and scent of water get stronger. After what feels like 10 minutes, we finally come to a stop. Open your eyes, lil elf. I blink away at the brightness as my eyes adjust. We're on a rainbow-colored pebble shore bank that meets the crystal blue water of a small lake. The way the sun shimmers across the rippling surface makes it look like it's dusted in diamonds. A waterfall crashes off to the left, and a small stream snakes off into the far forest on the right. Wow! I can't take my eyes off the bright pink, yellow, and red stones peeking out of the water. I've been coming here since I was just a little kid, best swimming hole around. He waggles his brows as his classic playboy smirk plays across his lips. I blush and turn away, focusing on the water instead. I bet it looks nicer than any pool I've seen before. It's just so peaceful here, kinda makes me want to curl up for a nap, I muse. I can't remember the last good night's sleep I've had. The next thing I know, Jace is pulling off his shirt. Wow, what is with the guys here? Perfectly chiseled chest and a six-pack. Like what you see? He asks, grinning, having caught me looking at him. I quickly turn to hide my blush. Caught me off guard. I didn't expect you to be stripping. Hearing a splash, I turn back towards him. Moments later, he breaks through the surface, shakes out his golden brown hair, then runs a hand through it to slick it back. Come on in, the water is beautiful. I just stare at him as he laughs at me. He's crazy. Certifiable. Yeah, no, sorry, I left my bathing suit at home, I say. Live a little, the water is perfect. I won't let anything happen to you. I reach down and the water is perfect. See, would I lie to you? Now come in already. He splashes at me. I still don't have a suit. Strip, he teases. Bra and panties are like a bikini after all. I just glare at him. You can use my shirt. Come on, the water's fine. Besides, the best sight is behind the waterfall. Hurry up and change behind the bush. Haven't got all day. Chop, chop. I can't believe I'm doing this, but I quickly change. Thank God his shirt is so oversized. It's mid-thigh on me, which is still more leg than I'm comfortable with, but whatever. Don't look. Let me get into the water first. He laughs, but turns, and I quickly get into the water, so refreshing on this warm, sunny afternoon. Once I'm in, I swim over to him. He looks at me in disbelief. Have to admit, I didn't think you had it in you. I shove him in his shoulder, rolling my eyes. Come on, you'll need to hold onto my shoulder. It's easy to get lost behind the falls. I frown, so touchy-feely. We swim over to the front of the falls. Take a deep breath and hold on tight, okay? He asks. His gray eyes search mine, making sure I'm sure. I nod. On the count of 3, we swim. Once we pass the waterfall, it gets so dark, but he pushes us onward. I feel my chest getting tight, so I squeeze my hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, I see a faint blue glow, and we swim up and break the surface, leaving me gasping for air. Shit, man. You could have warned me it was so far. You would have bailed and missed all this, he says, spreading his arms wide. I look up and am floored. The top of the cave is clear blue, green, white, and teal crystal. You can see the shimmer of the water above, making the cave come to life with dancing light. I just tread water, looking at this beautiful galaxy, barely hearing him get out. Come on, he commands, holding out a hand. Too distracted by the beauty around me to care about his touch, I take his hand without hesitation, and he lifts me out like I'm nothing. This is amazing. I reach out and touch the cave wall, tracing the gem-like crystals with my fingertips. The smooth crystal is so intricately blended, the colors swirl like some celestial body brought to earth. Slowly, I notice he's staring at me. Suddenly, I'm feeling quite naked, standing there in just his t-shirt and my underwear. Sorry, you just look like a kid on Christmas. Just awestruck, it's cute. So, was it worth it? His triumphant grin tells me he already knows my answer. Absolutely, I say, turning away and continuing my inspection. What is this place? I've never seen anything like it. The way the light comes through the water and crystal, it looks alive. I trail off. I tuck a couple of loose curls back behind my ear as I continue to study my surroundings. We call it the heart of the lake. It's always been here. Growing up here, I always thought this was how all waterfalls were. I've swum behind everyone I've come across and never seen anything even remotely like this. He looks amused. It never gets old, you know. But it's days like this, when the sun is just right, that make it look perfect. It takes on a completely different feel on a full moon. You'd think it was a different cave. Thanks for showing me this, it really is incredible. I can't help but wonder what else is around here if you chose to lead with this. I laugh. Might sound dumb, but this place has some sort of energy, like I feel refreshed, energized, and at ease. The swim was nice, but not that nice. His grin widens. Right you are, I wasn't sure if you would pick that up or not. Our people come here to heal their spirits and relax their minds. Unfortunately, the sun is starting to drop, and it will be harder to see the way out, so we should go. We slip back into the water. I take hold of his shoulder, and on the count of 3, we take a deep breath and go back under. The journey out isn't as bad as the one in. We make our way to shore, where I change, then we set off back to the main house. Shit. Got to go, I was supposed to be on patrol like 20 minutes ago. Jace apologizes. He breaks off when we hit the central house clearing, so I wave and head back to my truck. I grab a towel, toss it on the driver's seat, and close the door as I fumble with my keys to head home. My eyes go impossibly wide as a man appears out of nowhere and blocks my way. Christian stands there, staring at me in a way that makes my heart race. Where have you been? His hazel eyes are locked on mine, flashing all sorts of emotions. Shock, surprise, confusion, and excitement are the ones I pick up on. I've been looking for you for so long, he trails off. Looking for me? Why was he looking for me? He inches closer with every moment and is towering above me now, staring down at me. I've never felt so small and uncomfortable in my life, and suddenly desperate for some space, I start backing up. Wait. He commands in a sharp tone, grabbing my wrist. I gasp at his touch and try to pull away, but his eyes narrow at me. Why do you smell like Jace? He asks as his grip tightens. Panic explodes in me as I try to free myself from his iron grip around my wrist. We went swimming, I was just leaving. Please let me go, I whimper. I didn't know you were waiting. I'm sorry. My voice wavers, sounding small and frantic, betraying me. You would run away? From me? His eyes turn complicated and unreadable, and my heart hammers as I struggle to find a way out and away from him. Fine. Go. Don't return until you know your place. He releases my wrist, and I fall against my truck as he turns around, storming off to the main house while grumbling something I can't make out. I don't waste a moment catching my breath, rubbing at the skin on my wrist, or calming my racing heart. I just jump in my truck and take off for home as fast as I can. His intense hazel eyes will haunt my sleep for sure. Chapter 5. A good night's sleep eludes me most nights. Last night was no exception. I can't even remember my dreams, only snippets. Swimming and laughing with Jace one minute, then the next it's Christian in his place, holding my wrist, keeping me from swimming away. No matter how hard I try to get away, he's always there, staring at me with those hard hazel eyes. Morning leaves me more exhausted than when I went to bed. The day goes smoothly enough, but by mid-afternoon, I'm fading fast. I take a seat on the back porch for a break and sometime later wake up to the sound of Judius's truck pulling up. I blink away the sleep in my eyes as he walks over, unable to remember falling asleep. Did you forget? He asks, the concern clear in his eyes as he takes me in. You okay? Shit. Sorry, Judius, I slept like crap last night and sat down for a break and must have nodded off. I'm really sorry. Relax, we don't have a reservation or anything, so no rush. Are you sure you're still up to going through? He purses his lips as he studies me, warning how rough I must look. Yeah, I'm fine, but I need a quick shower first. I pass him a beer and head into the shower. In record time, I get ready, throwing on dark skinny jeans and a blue, flowy tank top, minimal makeup, and putting my long brown hair in a side braid. I walk out and am greeted by a smiling Judius. He cleans up well. His dirty blonde hair is slicked back, and the dark button-up shirt makes his blue eyes pop. The sweater is form-fitting and shows off his muscular physique nicely, while his blue jeans add a casual touch. "You clean up well," I say, cocking a brow. "You don't look too bad yourself," he says, smiling. "So where to?" "Bubby's is on the west side. Does that work for you?" He nods as we walk to his black Dodge truck. I'm surprised when he opens the passenger door for me. I blush and get in as he carefully shuts the door before walking around to the driver's side and getting in. The truck roars to life, and he pulls out onto the main road, following my directions. Bubby's Burger has that classic burger joint meets roadhouse feel with deep booths lining the walls and tables in the middle. Crushed peanut shells litter the floor as people mill about, watching sports on TV while drinking with friends. We decide on a booth, place our order, and get a couple of drinks while we wait. Before long, the biggest bacon cheeseburger and a mountain of fries are set down in front of Julius, and a bacon, barbecue chicken burger and onion rings are set down for me. "Holy crap, you weren't kidding," he says, gawking at the mountain of food. "That's a normal burger. If you think that's big, don't get the big Bubba. That's like a fast breaker burger," I laugh. "Onion rings." I slide my plate over, letting him grab a couple as I grab a few fries. He picks up his burger with both hands and takes a messy bite. "So good," he groans in delight. "This may be my favorite new place." Yeah, I don't go out much, but when I do, this is my go-to. I toss a couple of fries in my mouth to keep from laughing at his enthusiasm. He nods in agreement as he chows down on his burger. "So, how was your delivery yesterday?" he asks between bites. I cringe, flashing back to yesterday's encounter, and he notices. "That good, eh?" "Well, it started off fine. The day went smoothly, so it was my last stop, and my day would be done by mid-afternoon. So Jace offered to show me around. We had a good afternoon, but when I was getting ready to leave, Christian came out of nowhere and was rude. I look up to see Julius furrowing his brows with a frown on his face. What did he do? Want me to talk to him? He smirks, but his eyes are dark and serious, and his gentle demeanor is nowhere to be seen. Nah, I don't even know what he was on about. Something about wasting his time, and I think he was mad I was spending time with Jace. I don't know, the guy is just so damn intense. I thought he would never let me go, I say as an involuntary shiver runs down my back. I swear I hear a low growl, and when I look up, Julius is staring at my wrist and the faint bruise I didn't even realize is there. "He did this to you?" he says lowly as his gaze hardens. Ever so slowly, his fingers carefully graze my wrist before pulling back. "Sorry," he mumbles. "Don't worry, it doesn't hurt." I don't think he even meant to do it. He grabbed my wrist, but I panicked and tried to pull away. It happened so quickly, then he let go. "Honestly, I'm fine. It's no big deal, besides, I won't be going back anytime soon," I trail off. "Oh, and why is that?" Julius asks, his frown deepening by the second. "Whatever I did to piss him off, he told me not to come back until I learned my place," I say with air quotes. "Whatever that means." He leans back in his seat, grumbling, so I change the subject. "Can we talk about something else?" "Like anything else, please. I've spent too much time thinking about this already." "Tell me about where you came from before here." "Was a different life," he sadly muses. "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want to, I apologize." "No, it's fine. It's just hard to explain. My family lived in a community similar to Christian and Jace's, though a fair bit smaller up about an hour from Northern Market. There were some problems. Violence, several people died, the community ended up disbanding, and we dispersed. With no one left to keep me up there, I decided to try down here and start afresh." "Julius, I'm so sorry, I had no idea." My heart goes out to him and his loss. I reach out for his hand and give it a reassuring squeeze. "It's okay. I miss them, but I'm building a good life down here on my own. Your community has been very welcoming. I really appreciate you and Trish being so nice to me. Honestly, I'm enjoying just doing normal things again, like grabbing dinner with a friend. That was the biggest change, going from being part of something bigger to being all alone. Well, you already know I live a very quiet life. If you get lonely, you can always swing by for dinner." It's nothing fancy, but it's an option. His blue eyes twinkle brighter as a grin splits his face. I may just have to take you up on that sometime. What about you? What's your story? Great, my favorite topic. Not much to me. I was born and raised here. I was adopted as a little kid, and my parents were great. Lost mom to cancer 5 years ago, dad took it hard and hasn't been around much since. Aren't we just two happy-go-lucky people, eh? I say with a forced laugh. He shrugs. Shit happens, but it's not necessarily who you are. What do you do in your downtime? What do you like? What makes you tick? He asks as he leans forward on the table. I don't have a lot of downtime. The farm takes up a lot of it. I'm pretty happy outdoors. I don't like to be cooped up. I'd rather be out in the woods or near water. I do teach archery to kids at the local club. Kind of ironic, as I'm not really big on kids, I say with a laugh. You sure about that? He asks, raising a brow. I see that kid around you at the market all the time. He doesn't seem to hang around anyone else. Ethan? He just likes me because I feed him, I laugh, waving him off. I don't know, I just don't have the patience for bratty kids. Also, have you met me? I swear way too much to be around kids. I can't stop the yawn that escapes. My lack of quality sleep is catching up fast. Well, princess, I think it's time to get you back before you turn into a pumpkin, he teases. Quickly, he grabs the check before I can and pays for dinner. I flash him a pointed look. You didn't need to do that, Judius. I could have gotten it. Chivalry isn't dead yet. He grins as we head for the truck. He opens the door and I slide in. Does he think this was a date? Oh geez. The ride back is quiet, just the sound of music playing in the background. Once home, he opens the door and walks me up to the deck, leaving me uneasy. Thanks again for dinner, it was nice to get out, I say as I smile awkwardly and avoid his gaze. Before I know what is happening, he pulls me in for a hug. I instantly tense up, and my heart feels like it will run away at any second. As quickly as it happened, he lets me go and holds me out at arm's length. The pleasure was all mine, he says, smiling. His expression turns more serious before he speaks again. Be careful around Christian and Jace. There's more to them than you know. Please let me know if he causes you any more trouble. You have my number, day or night, don't be afraid to call. His blue eyes bore into mine with such sincerity that all I could do is nod. He smiles once more, lets me go, wishes me good night, and drives off. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I had been holding and will myself to relax. Yawning yet again, I take the hint and get ready for bed. I turn off all the lights and kick off my yoga pants before I curl up in bed. I quickly fall asleep, but soon my dreams are filled with pieces of memories. When I first met Judius, it jumped to when Judius came to my aid when the brute grabbed me. Then flashbacks of Jace walking and joking with me at the heart of the lake. But when I turn around in the cave, Christian is there. He's standing there staring at me. The shimmering light from the cave makes his hazel eyes practically glow, mostly green. Water beads down his broad, muscular chest, drawing my gaze ever lower. Gulp, this wasn't how this happened at all. I feel my face heat up as the blush creeps on my cheeks. I hear a low growl, deep in his chest, as he slowly reaches for me, but I stumble back and fall into the water. I shoot up in my bed, wide awake, panting. What the heck was that? Pretty interesting dreams, haha. Oh, shut it. Well, so much for actual sleep. Once I calm down, I lie back down to try and get some more sleep, but as soon as I nod off, hazel eyes continue to haunt my dreams. Morning comes far too soon, and I groan, waking up yet feeling completely exhausted. What am I going to do? I can't keep up like this for long, I already feel like a zombie. So I get up and tackle the day's work, hoping to tire out and maybe get some decent sleep tonight. Chapter 6. TGIF? I think not. It seems like anything that can go wrong is going wrong. After the second night of next to no sleep, not that I can remember the last time I slept well, I'm a functioning zombie. Barely at that, and apparently, I'm irrationally grumpy too, as I'm currently taking out my frustrations on a water spigot that just won't stop leaking. A truck pulling in snaps me out of my meltdown over the defiant tap to see it's Trish. Oh no, I groan as I glance at my phone. It's now 4 in the afternoon, and I haven't got anything ready for her. Gravel crunches under Trish's feet as she walks over from her truck. I was thinking up a smartass thing to say the whole walk over here, but seeing as that tap has you on the verge of tears, I think I'll just hold on to that for later. She pauses at the barn door, pursing her lips as she looks around before settling back on me. Bad day? Ugh, the worst. It seems like everything I try to do is just doomed today. Everything from dropping the eggs when I made breakfast to the freaking tap that just won't stop leaking, I yell, kicking the tap for good measure. I'm exhausted and can't get anywhere near a decent night's sleep. I flop down next to the tap with my back against the wall while I bury my face in my hands. I can see that. Why can't you sleep? Trish asks, not hiding her concern. I keep jolting awake, and even when I'm asleep, I'm whirled around trying to make sense of scattered dreams. I wake up more tired than when I went to bed. I pinch the bridge of my nose as my irritation grows. Also, I lost track of time, and shit's not ready for you. I'm sorry. I'll drop it off at the market in the morning. Relax, you've got yourself all worked up. It's fine. Breathe, there's lots of time, she assures me. I take a deep breath and force myself to relax at the reminder. You sure you don't want a hand? I mean, I've got about an hour before I need to go home, she offers. I'm good. Think I'll just wrap up here and call it a night before something else can happen. Go on, I'll be fine. I'll set up in the morning, and when you get there, we'll pull the pre-orders, and you can take off. Trish pauses on her way out and squeezes my arm. Try to get some rest tonight, eh? Once she's gone, I stare at the defiant leaky spigot and say, forget it, opting to turn the water off at the front of the barn. I'm not capable of basic plumbing in this state. With the night winding down, I pack up for the market tomorrow, eat some leftovers, shower, and turn in before anything else can go wrong. After another restless night filled with fragmented dreams, I get cleaned up and head over to the market, half an hour late. Rough night, I hear Julius say as he makes his way over. I nod and grab the nearest stack of crates. Julius silently grabs the following stack and carries it over with me. Man, you look rough, Trish says as I glare at her. I take it you're still not sleeping? Coffee? Nope, same old. Also, hard pass, that stuff is gross. Not even my zombie state can make coffee sound appealing. She shrugs at my insult to her beloved coffee and starts to dig through the crates. Professional as always, she makes quick work of sorting the produce and flowers I brought. At that moment, just to mess with me a little more, the Reza's dark SUV pulls up. Ugh, for crying out loud, most of their order is still in the truck. I'll get it ASAP, I say to Trish, hoping she'll run interference. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit behind today, I huff out as I grab more crates. My tension mounts as I wait to see who is in the SUV. I can't help but breathe a sigh of relief when I see Christian isn't there. Jace walks over and asks what needs to go, so I point, and he grabs a stack. When we get to the booth, I turn to thank him, but stop dead in my tracks as I take in his battered state. What happened to you? A bit of rough training. No biggie, though I guess I should be focusing more on blocks. He dismisses my concerns with a laugh. His right eye has the faint shadow from a nearly healed black eye. His eyebrow is split, as is his lower lip, and there's a bruise on his left cheekbone. What does the other guy look like? I stammer, unable to look away. I got in some good return hits. Don't you worry about that, he replies with a wink. Xavier scoffs behind him. I must have missed it then, because Christian looked fine this morning at breakfast. All eyes snap to him, but he shrugs and goes back to lugging crates. Christian did this to you? I ask, reaching up and tracing his cheek with my fingertips. A low growl sounds behind me, drawing my attention to Julius, who stands there, arms crossed, glaring at him. Jace grabs my hand with his, brings it away from his face, and takes a step back. It's nothing, really. We've stepped up training a lot. There's been some border issues, so he's pushing everyone harder. It put him in a real mood, even for Christian. He frowns, lost in thought. Xavier grabs the first box from Trish to take to the SUV. You two really went at it last night. Thought one of you was gonna break something. I frown in confusion and flash back to what Christian last said to me. My eyes widen as the pieces fall into place. I'm sorry, I think this is my fault, I mumble, chewing on my lip. Jace isn't the only one to cock an eyebrow at that statement. What are you talking about? It's not your fault. He scrunches his nose in confusion. It's just Christian and his moody-ass self. The day you showed me around, I bumped into him at my truck right after you took off for patrol. He gave me grief for making him wait and seemed pissed I spent the afternoon with you. Xavier and Jace exchange confused looks, leaving me wondering if Christian hasn't mentioned any of this. I may have panicked a little when he grabbed my wrist as I tried to leave. I pissed him off clearly, must have overstepped or something. At any rate, I'm not allowed back. Maybe you weren't supposed to take me around. Absent-mindedly, I chew on my thumbnail as the scene replays in my mind for the millionth time. Well, that doesn't make any sense. Jace runs his hand through his hair as he considers my words. He knew that you were coming and that I was taking you to the lake. I cleared it all with him. It's just protocol. I'll talk with him and see what's up. Sorry about that. That's okay. No need to make it any worse than it already is. I'll just have to skip midweek delivery. I shrug, not minding the trip. He'll cool off soon enough. He's got a temper, but he doesn't hold senseless grudges, then things will go back to normal. Someone can swing by in the meantime and just pick up. Claire will have our asses if her supply is messed with, and I'm not telling grandmother. He swallows hard at that mental picture, and Xavier nods in agreement. Whatever works for you, just let me know, I say, and pass him a business card with my number. Trish finishes pulling their order, and Xavier takes the last box to the SUV. I'll touch base Wednesday. It would be nice to see what the elf's natural habitat is like anyway. He laughs as I groan and roll my eyes. Ladies. He bows after paying, and with a wave, he takes off. Christian sounds charming. Trish chimes in as we watch the black SUV leave. She turns and narrows her gaze at me. Why didn't you tell me he gave you a hard time on delivery? It wasn't that big of a deal. I panicked and made it worse. Honestly, it was like a 5-minute interaction. Nothing to worry about. Her look tells me she isn't persuaded at all by my dismissal. He left finger marks and bruises on your wrist, Jessie, Judius remarks. I give him the most blatant, shut up look I can muster, and he shrugs it off and takes a sip from a water bottle. I won't be seeing him anytime soon, so relax. Before they can press the matter further, I gather the empty crates to take home with me. They certainly don't need to know it's him haunting my dreams. To think, I told you to go out with him, Trish exclaims, causing Judius to choke on his water. I light up like a Christmas tree as the blush burns my cheeks. Just remember this the next time I shoot down your matchmaking, I retort. There's a reason I don't date. She frowns but has no comeback. The next few weeks pass smoothly as I settle into a new routine. I spend a chunk of the market day with Trish and Judius, and grandmother comes the following week and apologizes for her feral grandson, who she deems an idiot. Ethan doesn't miss a chance and gets a grab bag each weekend. He's started hanging around more, listening to us chat. He still doesn't talk, but occasionally nods or shakes his head in response to what's being said. Judius comes by once or twice a week for dinner. Sometimes we go out to eat, other times he brings something to grill. We just talk and hang out, and being around him is effortless now. The distraction seems to be working some, as I'm getting a bit of sleep now, even with messed up dreams off and on. Jace has taken to coming by on Wednesday nights to pick up their order. The first time was a fluke. He came over when I was making dinner, so I offered him some. Now he always comes at dinner time, so I make extra just for him. We talk about random things. He says training is going well, and he has fewer bruises, so that's good. Christian is still in a good mood, which makes me glad I don't have to deliver. A month into this new routine, I'm working in the yard and look up to see Ethan walking up the laneway from the forest. Ethan? What are you doing here? He looks tense, eyebrows furrowed as he stomps his way over with fists balled. The kid is fuming. I grab a bottle of water from the fridge and pass it to him. He takes it and drinks half of it in the first gulp. Does anyone know you're here? He just shrugs, clearly not concerned. Hungry. He nods enthusiastically. I grab some leftovers from the fridge and nuke them. He gladly takes them and immediately digs in. You stopped coming, I hear him whisper. My eyes snap to him, stunned. I've never heard him speak before, so I just respond, You stopped coming, he says a bit louder. And you didn't come to the market, he trails off. Sorry, little man. My neighbor needed help this past weekend, and I'm not allowed to deliver right now. He furrows his brow as he considers my answer. You look tired. You want me to call someone? Ethan shakes his head no, never raising his gaze to meet mine. Well, you should lie down then. He gives me a slight head shake no, then it's my turn to frown. You need to sleep. You can barely keep your eyes open. I take the empty dish, grab his hand, and lead him inside. He sits on the den couch to watch TV. I don't like what I see when I sleep, he whispers. I nod, understanding all too well. I get it. I've been having problems sleeping too. His eyes snap from the TV to me as he waits for more. Bad dreams, but I found a way to hold him off. He's now sitting on the edge of the couch, listening. I grab a rope moon necklace from my room and head back. A friend gave me this to ward off negative energy. Want to try it out? He carefully takes the necklace and starts to study it. The simple carved wooden moon has a milky white gem embedded in it. He slips it on and goes back to watching TV, but before long, he starts to nod, so I give him a blanket to curl up with and head out. I pull my cell out and call Jace. Hey, sorry to call out of the blue, but I thought you should know Ethan's here. I pause, waiting for his response, but there's only silence. Hello. Hey, sorry, was just wrapping things up. Is he okay? Something sounds off with Jace. Yeah, he looks exhausted, so I fed him and he passed out on my couch. I look back at the house to make sure everything's in order. I'll be there as soon as I can. No rush. He looks like he's down for the count. I'm gonna clean up and take a shower. I'll leave the door unlocked. See you soon, Jace says before hanging up. I clean up and jump in the shower. Before long, I hear the back door open and heavy footsteps echo towards the bathroom. He's down in the den, but is still out like a rock, I call. I hear a grunt in response. Grab a beer, I'm gonna turn on the grill once I get dressed. Dinner won't take long. I twist my hair up in clips, then slip on black yoga pants and a scoop neck light shirt, which falls off one shoulder. I head to the den, and Ethan's still fast asleep, so I go to the kitchen. He's standing with his back to me, staring out the window at the setting sun. A shiver runs down my spine, freezing me in my tracks. Something's off. The man turns around, and my heart drops as I'm met with that stern, hazel-eyed gaze that has been haunting my dreams for over a month. Christian, I whisper. Chapter 7. Christian, I whisper in shock. Shit, what's he doing here? His hard hazel eyes are locked on mine. Neither of us speaks or moves for what feels like an eternity, but is likely just a minute or two. He smirks, and I break first, dropping my gaze. He grunts in response. Sorry to disappoint you, but Jace had other, more pressing matters that required his attention. I can still feel him staring me down. No worries. Ethan is in the den. He's still out. I trail off as my heart threatens to break out of my chest. Kicking me out already, eh? Thought you said dinner was soon. He says with a raised brow. He's toying with me now, and it makes me bristle. Touché. Two can play this game. If he thinks he can intimidate me in my own home, he's sadly mistaken. You're welcome to stay, there's plenty. I just need to start the barbecue. I straighten up and force myself to focus. Why don't you grab a seat on the deck? I'll be out in a few minutes with the food. Christian tilts his head as he considers my change of heart. His hazel gaze bores into mine for what feels like an eternity, as if he's searching or debating something. Finally, he nods and heads out without a word. Hearing the back door close, I sigh, reach into the liquor cabinet, and grab the whiskey since it's going to be a long night. I pour myself a double-strength mixed drink, take a long sip, and top it up before tucking the bottle back away. I grab the veggies and dip, head out, and set them down in front of him. The sooner I cook dinner, the sooner he'll leave, so I turn my attention to lighting the barbecue and turn it on high. Christian sits there frowning at the veggies, so I ask, not a fan of veggies? He grunts again. Ugh, use your words, man. They're just vessels for dip. What kind of dip do you like? Something a little spicy. After a slight nod, I realize he must be related to Ethan. I head in, mix up some red pepper jelly and dip, and then head back out, pausing by the back fridge to grab him a beer. Once outside, I hold it out for him, but he doesn't seem to notice I'm there. He appears almost troubled as he gazes out over the gardens, not truly seeing them. I give his shoulder a gentle squeeze to draw him back and get him to take it. Christian snaps out of it, blinking at me for a moment before grabbing the beer and nodding thanks. After checking the barbecue, I take a seat across from him and dig in, though I stick to my safe Caesar dip. Christian sighs and picks up a piece of cucumber, dipping it in the spicy one and tossing it back like he's forcing cough medicine down his throat. His eyes widen a hair, and he arches a brow as he stares at the dip. He grabs a pepper and tries the dip once more, pulling a bit of a face. This is actually pretty good. What is it? Success. Red pepper jelly that Trish makes, mixed with ranch. Has too much kick for me, I say with a nervous laugh. He munches away. You should send a case of this with the next order. Xavier loves hot stuff, too. I nod, sipping my drink as I sit back and study him while he's busy eating. I feel an intimidating power radiating from him, which makes me feel uneasy around him. He is ruggedly handsome, I hate to admit, with sharp hazel eyes contrasting against his tan skin. His sharp jaw is strongly defined, even with the light stubble. He's got his own set of cuts, the faintest bruise on the side of his neck, and minor scars here and there. His nose has clearly been broken at least once, but has healed well and just adds to his manliness. A slight blush creeps on my cheeks, and I drop my gaze just in time as I see him look my way. So what's your secret? He asks. Sorry. I tilt my head, not following. Ethan. He's had a rough time since his parents died. Everyone has tried to help him, but he won't stay anywhere. He barely sleeps and doesn't talk. I don't know what else to do to help him anymore. He runs his hand through his short black hair. The despair and frustration lacing his tone tug at me. I don't know, honestly. Food, I guess. Christian tilts his head, pausing mid-sip. This is not the answer he's expecting. He raises his brow, needing more. When I first saw him at the market, he wanted cookies, but I don't think he had money, so I bought him a couple. He finally took no thanks or nothing, just ran off. He came back later, and I gave him cherry tomatoes, mini cukes, and apples. Christian shifts in his seat, resting his elbow on the armrest. His attention is squarely on me, as if I'm about to reveal the secret to world peace, rather than helping a kid unwind. I saw him each weekend at the market and gave him snacks. He started sitting with us, never says anything, just listens and eats. To be honest, I didn't think he could talk. He'd nod and shake his head occasionally, but that's it. I saw him at the res a couple of times and waved, but that's all. Christian sets his drink down and leans back in his seat, keeping his intense hazel gaze trained on me. I shrug, feeling the weight of his gaze. I was surprised when he showed up here this afternoon and shocked when he talked to me. Now that catches his attention. And what did he say? Not much. He noticed I wasn't delivering anymore, and I missed the last market. He frowns at this, but I can't read why. He looked exhausted. I told him to lie down after he ate, but he said he didn't want it because of bad dreams. I hesitate. I told him I've been having bad dreams and sleeping poorly too, so I gave him my necklace to help change his dreams. And he's been sleeping ever since. Like 4 hours now. He's quiet for a while, reflecting on what I said. I slip away to grab the steaks from the house and a fresh beer, as his is almost empty, and make my way back to the outside. Christian doesn't seem to notice as I set the cold beer next to him on my way to the grill, once again looking a million miles away. I'm only too happy to turn my focus from him to the steaks as they sizzle over the flames. Thank you. I hear over my shoulder and turn to see him looking at me for the first time with a softer expression. I tuck a renegade curl behind my ear and give a slight nod before turning back to the barbecue. I hear him open the new beer and walk over to me as he passes me my drink, which I take a big gulp of. His proximity is distracting as my heart starts to race again. Christian leans against the deck railing and pins me in place with his gaze. So what's haunting your dreams then? I take another sip before answering. I don't even remember most of it. I jolt awake and feel more tired than when I fell asleep. I refuse to mention his role in it. He nods as if this is common knowledge. Dreams can be a way to allow us to tackle things that overwhelm us in the waking world. Sometimes they try to tell us things. I scoff. What is my dream trying to tell me then? Something about him? What are you remembering? He asks. Nothing, I lie. He frowns, so I add, really, there are only little bits and flashes. What's your interest? I ask, feeling a bit annoyed. He swirls his beer and shifts his gaze back to me, arching a brow, waiting for my answer. There are flashes of memories, and then some memories are wrong. I purse my lips as I recall the chaotic dreams and try to make sense of them. The last thing I want to do is let too much slip and draw more attention to myself. Like it was something that happened then, it's twisted. The other person is someone different suddenly. A man grabs me, and I can't get away. I shudder, lost in that helpless feeling from last night. I swear I hear a low growl that draws me out of my thoughts, but I must be hearing things. Though Christian looks pissed again, somehow I know it's not at me. His ticking jaw leaves me uneasy, so I ask, can you go grab the plates from the counter? It's ready. As the screen door shuts behind him, I let out a shaky breath and lean on the table. Man, he's intense. He returns a moment later with 2 plates in hand. I dish up the steaks and double-baked potatoes, and we take a seat. Now I see why Jace is always over here, he murmurs after a few bites. I can't help my laugh, which earns a grumble. What's with that? I thought you guys were like brothers. He sits back and glares at me, but the intensity is lacking, and now he looks like he's sulking. We are like brothers. What else does he tell you on your dates? He practically spits out the last part. Now I'm thoroughly confused and mildly annoyed. What does it matter what we talk about? I snap. First of all, if we are dating or messing around or whatever, that's between me and him. His frown deepens into a scowl at my answer. Looks like I've hit a sore spot. Good. Second of all, we just shoot the shit like normal people, listen to music, and eat good food. It's once a week when he picks up the order, and he's here for like a couple of hours. He seems to relax a bit at that. And lastly, I'm not dating him. We are just friends. I don't date. Sorry, I just don't like thinking my best friend is keeping things from me. Now he's the one avoiding eye contact, but still, I see a flash of relief and embarrassment. Did you ask him? He shakes his head no, so I continue. Well, how can he tell you that something isn't even a thing when you don't even ask him? His response is going back to the grunts. The back door creaks open, and Ethan pops his head out. Hey, you hungry? I ask, and he nods. Grab a fork. He quickly ducks back in and returns a moment later with a fork in hand. I slide my plate over, leaving half of my steak and potatoes, which he happily digs into. How'd you sleep? I ask, trying to slow him down as he devours the food. Ethan looks up from his feast. His golden eyes have a new light to them, and he gives me a small smile. Better. Thanks, he says quietly before turning back to the plate. I'm happy he finally got some good sleep. Nearly 6 hours worth will make a difference. Sorry, Uncle Christian. Don't worry about it, buddy. I'm just glad you're feeling better. He sits there watching his nephew inhale my plate before sliding his own over. Once Ethan is done, I walk them to Christian's truck, where he tucks Ethan into the back seat. Ethan trails his fingers over the necklace and sighs. Keep it. I smile at him, and he grins, tightening his hand around the carved moon. Christian shuts the door and walks up to the driver's side door. Thank you. For everything, he trails off. Thank you for taking care of him and calling Jace to let us know where he was. And thanks for dinner, now I know why he's always wanting to head over here, he says with a slight chuckle. For the first time tonight, a genuine smile spreads across his face, and his stunning hazel eyes take on new light as the amusement dances in them. Holy shit, he can smile. And it's a thing of beauty. No problem, anytime, I say with a shy smile. I blush, realizing I've accidentally invited him for dinner again. Christian pauses and rubs the back of his neck before his gaze flickers to mine. In the spirit of honesty, Jace wasn't busy tonight. I was standing there when he got the call, and I wanted to see what he was rushing off for. So I told him to watch the place while I came instead, and I told him not to tell you I was coming. I frown, but at least he's being honest. Well, are you satisfied? I ask with a challenging look, to which he nods. I'm also sorry for the way I acted the last time you delivered. I nod. What else can I say? I step aside as he reaches for the truck door, distracted by movement out of the corner of my eye. I turn my head to see my silver-gray wolf is back. His sharp, crystal blue gaze is locked on us. I hear a low rumble from Christian as he hooks his arm around my waist and sweeps me behind him, eyes locked on the wolf. The sudden contact makes me gasp, yet the warmth radiating from his hand resting on my lower back is strangely comforting. Relax, Christian, I say, laying a hand on his shoulder and peeking past him. He's harmless. He doesn't break his stare down with the wolf. That's no pup, and he's certainly not harmless. The wolf, who has always been pretty chill, does not seem to like Christian at all. His hackles are raised, head held low with teeth bared as he stands his ground. Neither is backing down. I grab Christian's arm to get his attention. Don't worry about it, get Ethan home. I'm heading in for the night anyway. He just stops at the back there on his way through sometimes. He frowns but nods and waits until I head in before driving away. I take one last look at the wolf and smile at him before I turn in for the night. Christian may not like him, but I'm comfortable with him walking around. I don't need long to drift off to sleep, and for the first time in weeks, I sleep soundly straight through to the morning. Chapter 8. The sun is shining. It's warm with a gentle breeze, a perfect day for the market. I smile, walking up to Trish and Judius. Hey guys, how's it going so far? So good news. We'll be sold out soon. I'm just waiting for the rest to pick up, Trish says happily while Judius rolls his eyes. Oh, speaking of that, do you have extra red pepper jelly? Christian asked for a case to be sent with the rest of their order. Her face lights up as she makes herself busy, boxing up the new addition. So all buddy-buddy now? Judius asks. He leans back in his chair, crossing his arms over his chest as his frown turns into a scowl. I know he doesn't have warm, fuzzy feelings for them, but this is pretty openly hostile for him. I don't know about buddy-buddy, I say with air quotes, but not openly hostile. He came over to pick up Ethan on Wednesday night and stayed for dinner. He apologized for being an ass that day, thanked me for dinner, and taking care of Ethan. All I get in return is a curt nod as Judius scans the parking lot. He softens and looks at me with concern. Just be careful with him. He's not someone to mess with, okay? I nod. I don't plan to spend much, if any, time with him. The Rez's dark SUV pulls up with a full complement. Jace is driving with grandmother riding shotgun, leaving Xavier and Christian to step out of the back. As they make their way over, I can't help but notice the looks they're giving Judius. I expect that from Christian and Xavier, but even happy-go-lucky Jace is staring Judius down. Judius shifts uncomfortably, but stands his ground instead of going to his booth like usual. I raise a brow and frown, looking from the guys to Judius. Stop scowling at the boy like some junkyard dog, Christopher. Grandmother chirps, lightly backhanding Christian in the chest. All three guys grumble, but back off, knowing better than to upset her. I can't help the little giggle that slips out at the guys' defeat at the hands of the old lady a third their size. Grandmother checks her order and then heads over to another booth. Christian and Xavier head back to the SUV with their boxes, while Jace lags. Mischief dances in his stormy eyes as he watches me. Now I know your magic, he whispers. One dinner with you and he's chilled right back out. Jace nods towards Christian as he loads the SUV, looking completely at ease. What exactly did you guys get up to? He wiggles his brows with a knowing grin spreading on his lips. My face burns at his insinuation. Shut it. We just talked and had some food. The same thing I would have done with you, but you blindsided me. I glare at him, making his grin falter. Thanks for that, by the way. He rubs the back of his neck. Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't exactly go against him. He was standing right there when you called, and he looked pissed. I don't even know why he wanted to go, but magically, he comes back completely mellowed out. That annoying smirk is right back in place. The thought of even kissing such an intimidating man makes me shudder, and yet, I blush and bite my lip. I'm telling you, nothing happened. He actually thought you and I had something going on. Jace's grin grows impossibly wide. He's enjoying this far too much. I roll my eyes at his delight. Once I cleared that up, he seemed to chill out some. "You mean you don't love me?" he asks, eyes wide as he brings the back of his hand to his forehead. His theatrics are louder than I'd like, capturing Trish's full attention, as well as half the market. "So that time we went skinny dipping in the lake, you were just using me for my body. And to think I trusted you." Correction. The entire market is focused on us, as my cheeks burn hotter than the sun. He can't keep up the charade and busts out laughing. I struck him with my elbow in the ribs, but it didn't faze him. "You ass. You dragged me into the middle of the woods, no heads up. I needed a bathing suit until we got there. I wasn't naked, that t-shirt was like a dress." I hiss, "Man, I fucking hate being the center of attention." By now, Christian and Xavier are back and grinning along with everyone else there. "Shoot me now." I throw my hands up in surrender, and they bid me farewell before heading back towards the SUV. I sigh, but immediately freeze when I feel someone close behind me. "I guess that explains why you smelled like him," Christian whispers in my ear. "Next time, bring a suit." I let out a shaky breath. That simple phrase sends my heart racing, or is it because he was so close I could feel his breath on my neck and ear? I quickly grab my neck and try to sort myself out. "What else have you been hiding from me, Jessie?" Trish scoffs, planting her hands on her hips. "Skinny dipping with Playboy and dinner and secrets with Mr. Tall, dark, and handsome. I know I told you to get out and live a little, but I didn't mean all at once." I groan and hide my face in my hands. It wasn't like that at all, and I didn't skinny dip. Trish doesn't believe me one bit, and Judius looks to be judging me 10 ways to Sunday. That night, my sleep is restless, to say the least. Christian dominates my dreams, though I don't remember much. Much like before, there are just flashes, but unlike before, Jace and Judius aren't there. Only Christian. I spent months picking up the pieces my ex left behind. He was the worst kind of person, delighting in breaking me. I don't even know how he got so much power over me. I didn't even love him. But I swore I'd never let anyone have that kind of control and power over me again. For 2 years now, I've had no problems keeping my distance from everyone. I've stayed single and have zero interest in dating. I haven't thought of a man in that way for so long. Even when I was still with my ex, I didn't want him touching me and using me like he did. And now Christian is haunting my dreams, waking up something deep inside of me that I thought died long ago. I usually cringe when people touch me or get too close, but with him, my heart starts to race and I get a knot in the pit of my stomach. I don't want this. I finally have my shit together. I don't want to lose control again. After waking up for the 3rd night in a row from some close dream encounter with Christian, I'm exhausted. I need some distance. Maybe that will smooth things out. Later that day, when Jace texts to set up a pickup time, I say I'm not feeling good, so I'll have the order ready for them on the back deck, but I'll be lying down. He wishes me a quick recovery and says he'll be as quiet as possible. At 5, the dark SUV pulls up. I watch Jace and Christian get out, walk to the back door, then grab their order and pack up before leaving. Friday, Trish stops by to pick up for the Saturday morning market. I help her load up and tell her I'll be skipping because I haven't been feeling well. She looks at me skeptically, but accepts my lie and tells me to let her know if I need anything before taking off. Midweek again, and I'm still dodging Jace. He keeps trying to call me. I don't think he's buying my excuses. When they show up, he knocks on the back door, which I ignore until they leave. This is the 2nd week of putting Judius off, too. We've had dinner every Thursday night for nearly 2 months. Even though I tell him I'm sick and not up for dinner, he shows up anyway with chicken noodle soup. I take it, thank him, and head back inside. This would be a lot easier if they would stay away. I decide to skip the market again, at which point Trish calls my BS, but knows better than to push me. By midweek, there are several unread or short reply messages on my phone from Trish, Jace, Judius, and even Christian. The more I try to put them off, the more persistent they get. I bury my face in my hands, hoping they take the hint soon. Wednesday pickup, I hear a truck pull in and am surprised to see Judius. Like clockwork, the Reza's dark SUV pulls up shortly after, but there's only Christian this time. He never comes solo, and Jace said he'd be coming. My thoughts are cut short as I see Julius jump out of his truck, jaw clenched, fists balled, and eyes locked on Christian as both men beeline for each other. Oh shit. Before I have a chance to get outside, they collide in a flurry of fists. My eyes go wide as I take in the fight before me. Neither man is holding back. Julius lands a solid hit on Christian's jaw, sending him staggering back before he recovers, landing his powerful right hook. I yell for them to stop, but neither even notices me standing on the porch. Panic wells in me as I watch them brutally beat each other. Christian swings, landing a brutal uppercut that sends Julius stumbling back. Both men rush at each other, landing hits on both sides with vicious accuracy. My heart pounds in my chest as I scream at them to stop. They look like they're going to kill each other. Don't do it. Getting involved is only gonna get you hurt. If I don't do something, they're going to kill each other. I take a deep breath, pushing my nerves down as I carefully approach the battling men. When Christian knocks Julius down, I seize the opening and grab Christian's arm, stopping him from hitting Julius again. Stop, please. I beg. On instinct, Christian spins on me, knocking me to the ground. His eyes go wide. Shit. He freezes, pulling away from Julius, and reaches out to help me up. Julius, however, is beyond livid, having a front row seat to seeing me thrown to the ground. He takes the moment to get up and throws himself at Christian, tackling him away from me. Don't fucking touch her, he snarls as they hit the ground. So close, but no, they just won't fucking stop. With a frustrated sigh, I get up, brush myself off, and turn my blooming temper and attention back on the fighting men. Christian regains his footing and spins to face off with Julius again. His dark gaze is locked on with murderous intent. I'm gonna rip your fucking head off, Mutt, if you don't get the fuck out of here now. Julius is not backing down. You're welcome to try, but I told you to leave her alone, and I meant it. Enough. I yell, shaking in anger as I step between the battling men. What the fuck is going on? I look at both men and neither answers. Both look past me at their opponent, waiting to finish what they started. Seriously, you guys are going to just show up here and beat the shit out of each other and ignore me? I growl, glaring from Julius to Christian before palming my forehead. Christian speaks up first. He was just leaving, he nods, indicating Julius. The fuck I am. I'm not leaving with you here, Julius retorts, standing taller. I pinch the bridge of my nose, feeling a headache springing to life. Deck now. I drag two chairs far apart and point for them to sit. They keep glaring at each other, which fuels my temper. I wasn't asking, I say with a dangerous edge in my voice. Both men grumble but slowly make their way to the chairs, never taking their eyes off each other. Sit there and don't say a word to each other. Hell, don't even look at each other, I shout as I walk away into the house for ice and my medkit. Once I get what I need, I rush back outside, not wanting to leave them unsupervised any longer than necessary. A small sigh of relief passes my lips when I see them exactly where I left them. Christian grumbles as I hold out the ice pack. I'm fine. I glare at him until he takes it. Julius takes the ice pack I offer and puts it on his split right eyebrow. Eventually, Christian moves it to his left cheek. So what the hell was that all about? I ask again, letting my frustration lace my words. Nothing, both men mumble. Are you for real? I snap, looking directly at Julius. You came here and waited for Christian. Silence. And you, I say, switching my attention to Christian. Took one look at him and just went straight for the fight, and neither of you is leaving here until I know why. More silence. Assholes. Finally, Christian breaks the silence with, I overheard Trish talking to Julius at the market. She said something had to have happened because you were avoiding everyone again. I sigh and roll my eyes as I catch on. Leave it to Trish to cause more problems. I talked to Jace and he swore he didn't do anything, Christian trails off. I look at Julius, narrowing my gaze to prompt him for his excuse. I thought he did something to you again. So I came here to get him to back off, but before I could say anything, Christian started swinging, so I swung back. He replies with a shrug. So because Trish said she thought something might have happened, you both decided to beat the shit out of each other? I groan. She said that you've done this before when bad things happen. You just pull away and avoid everyone. Julius trails off. It's not like you would answer any of our texts or calls. He locks eyes with mine, calling me on my BS. I'm fine, I grumble. I've just been sick lately. Don't lie to me, Christian says lowly, standing up and taking a step towards me. I am not, I stutter. Yes, you are. Now, what's really going on? He stops right in front of me, pinning me in place with his stern hazel gaze. Suddenly, my throat is as dry as the Sahara. My mind reels, searching for a way to spin the truth, but coming up empty. Nothing. God, why are you guys being like this? I turn to Julius, who is also standing close to me now. Christian and Jace didn't do anything to me. I turn and face Christian, whose eyes have never left me. Julius hasn't done anything to me either. You guys just beat the crap out of each other for no reason. Both men grumble, but relax a bit. Now sit back down before you do something else stupid. They reluctantly comply as I return from washing my hands and getting a couple of wet cloths. I hand one to Christian as I go to check on Julius. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll clean up at home, Julius dismisses. I gently pull the ice pack away. The bleeding has stopped, but his brow is deeply split, and the shadow of a black eye is already forming. Hold still, I say as I wipe up the dried blood. I close the gash with a couple of steri strips after disinfecting it. I clean other cuts and scratches on his face and step away. I walk up to Christian and pull his ice pack off. As I survey the damage, I feel him staring at me. His proximity sends a shiver down my spine, and my heart flutters in my throat. His intense gaze follows my every move as I clean and mend the cut on his cheek with steri strips. I put a hand under his chin to tilt his head so I can get a better view, nearly jumping at the way his skin feels under my fingertips. The last cut is on his lip. Instantly, I swallow hard. This may sting, I whisper, bringing a disinfecting wipe to his lip. He smirks slightly as my thumb grazes his bottom lip. That should do it. I can't use the strips to close it because it's, your lip, I stammer as a blush creeps across my cheeks. I quickly step back, crossing my arms over my chest to slow my racing heartbeat as much as to get them to leave. If you guys are done beating the crap out of each other, I'd like to go to bed. Getting the point, they get up and go their separate ways. Julius hesitantly leaves as I help Christian load the last of their order. As I go to step away from the driver's door, Christian calls over his shoulder, "You could have just kissed it better." My mouth falls open, but I have no retort, earning a throaty chuckle. I stand there, my cheeks burning as he gets into his SUV and drives off. So much for getting some space. Chapter 9. I regret everything. Here I am, standing in front of the bathroom mirror, attempting to do something with my hair and failing miserably. I'm trying to get ready to go to a club that I don't even want to go to, and it's not going well. I was caught off guard at Saturday's market when Claire came to pick up Jace. I was tired as usual, and I was talking with Julius when, surprisingly, Jace gave him a quick nod when he said hi to me. Claire thought I looked stressed and invited me out to a club with them. Of course, I sidestepped the invitation, saying I already made plans with Julius, but she extended the invitation to him as well, and, as if the cosmos were out to get me, Jace quickly agreed. Julius had eyed me suspiciously when I said we had plans, and he got me back by agreeing to go to the club, as it sounded more interesting. I could throttle him. But it was my lie that tripped me up, so here I am preparing to pay the consequences. Before long, there's a knock at the door and Julius comes in. His dirty blonde hair is perfectly styled, and he has a dark blue button-up shirt on with black slacks, making his blue eyes glimmer. Wow, he cleans up nice. Damn Julius, I exclaim, eyes wide. I'm clearly underdressed. I look down, suddenly very self-conscious about my black skinny jeans and flowy scoop neck green top. Stop. You look great, and stop looking so nervous. Claire's right. You do need to loosen up and have some fun, he says with a wink. Julius looks more excited than I would expect, given his history with the Res members. I'm surprised you're so gung-ho. Usually, when the Res members are involved, you're less than happy. Julius locks his gaze on mine and arches a brow. Well, it's a chance to see you out of your element, and teach you a lesson for using me as a scapegoat. Busted. I panicked and you let me down. I try to guilt him, turning my honey brown eyes on his for added effect. Nice try, he chides. Relax. It's just a club with a group of people you already know. I promise not to throw the first punch tonight and behave, he laughs. Besides, there will be drinks and dancing. You won't even have to talk if you don't want to. I suck at dancing. I'll stick to drinking and talking. In fact, drinking sounds like the winner, I grumble as I give myself a once-over and touch up my makeup. No sooner do we make our way out the back door than two vehicles pull in, a dark SUV and a four-door red pickup. Jace steps out of the truck, looking polished in his gray button-up shirt and black slacks. You guys ready? His gray eyes twinkle with mischief. Absolutely, Judius exclaims as I give a slight nod. He sees my hesitation and practically drags me to the truck. Jace hops back into the driver's seat, while Judius opens the passenger seat for me and jumps in the back seat. I click my seatbelt on and we're off with Xavier, Claire, and Soraya in the SUV. In no time, we pull up to the Club Eclipse. The bass is booming even outside, and the line stretches around the corner. At least I will get to warm up in line before dealing with the masses. We'll drop you off at the doors, park, and meet you inside, Jace explains as he pulls up to the VIP drop-off zone. I furrow my brow, not following, and he continues with a wink, we're on the list, no lines. Connections have benefits. Judius and I walk over to Claire and Soraya, who are dressed to impress. Soraya has a short, tight red dress on, and Claire has black leggings and a royal blue off-the-shoulder blouse held up with a gem-studded necklace. Wow, you guys look amazing, I say, looking them over. I so underdressed, I mumble, feeling my cheeks heat. Claire flashes me a reassuring smile. Relax, girl, you look great. Showcases your curves quite nicely. She rakes her eyes over me, blatantly checking me out and wiggling her brows. I latch onto her kind words, trying to keep my nerves at bay. She grabs my hand, and I blush, taking off after Soraya. Judius falls into step behind us, coughing to suppress a laugh. Soraya walks purposefully up to the front of the line, past all of the jealous gawkers and straight up to the surly bouncers. Christian glass party. We have 3 more coming. 2 are parking. The 3rd will be a bit later, Soraya informs the bouncer as he lets us in. I stick to the middle of our small group as we make our way in, praying no one else can hear my racing heart over the loud music. The dimly lit club is full of people dancing and drinking as the rhythmic beat pounds away. Once we make our way past the dance floor, Claire leads us to a semi-secluded corner booth. Judius takes one look at me and tells me he'll be right back before bailing for the bar. This was such a bad idea. So what's his story? Soraya asks, nodding at Judius. Are you guys dating or? She trails off as he comes back with a tray of shots. I don't miss the way her eyes linger as she openly checks him out. No, we're not dating. I don't really date. She raises a brow at that, but nods and continues checking him out. I gladly take the shot offered to me, and once Xavier and Jace join us, 2 rounds quickly disappear. They take our orders and head back to the bar for refills. Who's coming later? I ask Soraya, suddenly remembering her conversation with the bouncers. Christian had some stuff to deal with. He said he'd be by later, she says matter-of-factly. Shit, does he know Judius is here? I blurt out, not wanting to see a repeat of the last time those 2 met up. She scoffs at my reaction. Relax, he knows. He always says he'll come later, but almost never does. Her words offer little comfort. Between the noise, crowds, and energy, I'm already feeling a bit overwhelmed. The last thing I need is Christian pushing me over the edge. The guys return with another round of shots, along with beer and mixed drinks. I happily take the whiskey and Pepsi Judius offers, drinking half of it in one gulp. He flashes me a crooked grin, but wisely says nothing. Oh, I love this song. Claire jumps up, her eyes locked on mine, pleading for me to go with her. Don't look at me. I throw my palms up and laugh. I'm far too sober to try and dance yet. She slides 2 shots my way and pouts. I throw them both back with a chaser and shrug. Nope, still fine. Go before you miss it. Claire frowns but caves and takes off with Soraya. Damn girl, you part sailor or something? Jace teases, sliding another shot in front of me. I've never had problems holding my booze, if that's what you mean. I shrug, but by this point, I've had 4 shots and a mixed drink, so that warm fuzzy feeling is creeping up fast. Think I should probably get a pop or water or something though, I laugh. Judius heads to the bar for me, and Xavier heads over to the girls on the dance floor. Thanks, Jace. I squeeze his hand, earning his signature grin. No problem, elf. Jace nods over to the bar where Judius waits for service. He actually seems like a pretty cool guy. He is. It's nice to see him out having fun. I can't help the smile that creeps across my face. His energy tonight has been entirely different. He's always well-natured, but tonight there's a resounding sense of joy and contentment coming off him in waves. Jace pauses, looking thoughtful at my words before adding, I don't know what happened or what was said at your place that night, but Christian said to give him a break. If I'm being honest, not many people fare that well in a fight with him. I shudder, remembering the savage fight. Hey there, get out of your head. I was just trying to say I don't think you have to worry about them anymore. He gives me a soft smile and lets go of my hand as Judius returns with the drinks. After a couple of songs, the girls come back with Xavier in tow for a rest. As the night wears on and the drinks steadily disappear, I start bobbing along with the music. Claire catches my movement, and before I know it, we're all on the dance floor. I'm not quite drunk enough for this, but I'm swaying along with the beat anyway. Judius moves up closer behind me as he dances and leans in. Don't overthink it. Just let your body move with the beat. Just relax, ignore everyone, and have fun. He grabs my hand, spins me, and I can't help but burst out laughing. We continue dancing for the rest of the song and the next one. Slowly, I feel all my tension melt away and throw myself into the beat. Claire shouts something, so I turn to see what she wants, but before I can see who she's looking at, I feel a familiar presence standing very close. I freeze and spin, staring straight into those hazel eyes that have haunted my dreams. Christian, I whisper as my heart flips in my throat. Hey! He smiles, eyes lingering on me before he greets his friends and even says hi to Judius. I turn away to hide my blush. Our group has gotten tighter to be able to hear each other, and he's so close I can feel the heat from his body. I turn to duck out of the group and head back to the booth, but Christian gently wraps his hand around my upper arm, stopping me in my tracks. Don't run away on my account, he whispers in my ear. That simple phrase throws me right off balance, leaving me struggling to remember my own name. I wasn't. I'm just not a very good dancer, so I was going to get another drink, I stammer. I'm thirsty. He smirks down at me and passes me his drink. Problem solved. Now you can get back to dancing. He turns me back to Claire and Soraya, who both give me a funny look but quickly go back to dancing. You know, dancing usually requires you to move. His proximity wipes my mind clean while my body has completely forgotten how to function. Dancing was easier with Judius. I frown at that realization, forcing myself to snap out of my trance and go back to swaying my hips. The song changes again, and I close my eyes, pushing everything else out but the music and start moving with the beat. Before long, he has taken charge of the dance, leading my hips with his hands as we move to the beat. With his chest pressed firmly against my back, I can feel every muscle flex as he snakes an arm around my waist. Christian's proximity and the alcohol are dizzying. I find myself leaning into him for support and comfort. He dips his head down to the crook of my neck and inhales deeply, sending shivers down my spine and tightening my core. Subconsciously, I tilt my head, giving him full access as I melt against him. I can feel his smirk against my skin as his lips graze my neck, sending stronger shivers down my spine. My legs feel like jello as he pulls me tighter against his chest. You smell so good, he whispers, nuzzling my neck and setting off goosebumps in his wake. I reach up to his neck, stilling him as I finally find my voice. I think I need to go sit down for a bit. Christian reluctantly releases me, keeping his hands loosely on my waist to regain my balance, then follows me back to the booth where everyone is already seated. I gladly take the drink. Claire slides over to me, downing half of it in a single gulp. I thought you said you didn't dance, she teases. Her knowing grin warns that she didn't miss a thing. My cheeks burn as I focus all of my attention on my drink. I don't normally. Not that I ever go to clubs or anything. All the drinking and dancing have caught up to me. I'm past warm and fuzzy and am a bit dizzy. I'm definitely drunk. Maybe you just needed the right partner, Jace teases from across the booth with a knowing smirk. I'm sure I could rival a tomato now. You okay? You look tired, Christian says from beside me, his hand resting on my shoulder. I look up, and his hazel eyes are soft as they search mine. I'm just a little tired. It's been a long day. I think it's caught up to me, is all, I mumble, and he nods. Claire stretches almost cartoon-like as Xavier gathers her in his arms. Actually, I was just saying to Xavier I'm ready to go, too. We could give you a ride. She practically melts the man with her mere presence. It's so cute, I can't help but smile. I see both Judius and Jace frown, clearly not ready to call it a night. Stay, enjoy yourselves. I'll catch a ride with Xavier, just try to stay out of trouble. I laugh at their relief. As I get up to follow Claire and Xavier, I stumble, feeling a bit lightheaded. Luckily, Christian is there to steady me before I fall. Once I regain my balance, he escorts me to the car, keeping a hand on my lower back for support. The entire way out, I can't tear my attention away from the heat spreading from his palm through my thin shirt and how easy this feels. Xavier opens the passenger seat for Claire while Christian puts me in the back seat, buckling me in before walking around and getting in himself. As soon as the car starts to move, I feel myself begin to drift off. Just go home, Zav, Christian instructs. No, drop me off first, I murmur, fighting my heavy eyelids. I'm fine. Shoo, Christian whispers, brushing my cheek with his thumb. My body instantly reacts by leaning into his caress before my mind has a chance to protest. You're drunk and I'm not leaving you home alone. Don't argue with me on this. I sigh but relax into his soothing contact, tucking perfectly into his side. Something about his presence puts me strangely at ease, and between him and the soft music, I quickly slip into an easy sleep. Strong arms scoop me up, startling me awake. Put me down, I gasp, fingers knotting into his shirt for dear life. Christian shakes his head and chuckles. Go back to sleep. We don't want to wake the whole house up, do we? I bury my head in his chest and nod. I'm too tired and feeling fuzzy to fight with him. He carries me into the house and up the stairs to the top floor, where we part ways with Xavier and Claire, who are wrapped lovingly around each other. He gently sets me down on the bed and rustles around in a dresser, fishing out a set of clothes. Do you need a hand changing, or are you good? A mischievous glint sparkles in his eyes as he watches me. I blush, grab the clothes, and take off to the bathroom. There's a t-shirt, a tank top, boxers, and sweatpants, covering all the bases. I settle on the tank top and sweats, though I look like a child in them. Even rolling the sweatpants waist several times leaves it pooling around my ankles while the tank top hangs mid-thigh. Cracking the bathroom door, I peer out and see that Christian is already changed and ready for bed. He's only wearing sleep pants that hang dangerously low, leaving his broad, muscular chest on full display. I swallow hard, taking in his godlike form. I've never been a forward woman, but I can't take my eyes off him. He smirks, catching me checking out his body, and leans back against the wall. See something you like? I can't help the giggle that comes out as I blush and look down. My heart races in anticipation as I hear him push off the wall and move closer. Christian stops so close that I can feel the heat radiating off of him. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, then tilts my chin up to look at him. I think I like drunk Jessie. You're less closed off, he says softly, hazel eyes locked on mine like he's looking at me for the first time. I'm the same person, I reply with a pout, which earns me a chuckle and a nod. You're less intimidating like this, too. He closes the gap and puts his other hand on my hip. His touch feels like fire on my skin. It frightens me how much I like it. Do I intimidate you? He whispers huskily, drawing my gaze and looking deep into my eyes. Sometimes, I whisper as my heart skips a beat. He lowers his head to the crook of my neck, breathing deeply before whispering, "What about the rest of the time?" I shiver under his attention, but push away, desperate for some space, and blink at him. Christian shakes his head and lets me go, reaching around to pull back the blankets for me to crawl in. He turns off the light and settles onto the couch. The sweatpants bunch up uncomfortably, so I slip them off and fall into a deep sleep. Just before I'm out, I hear him say, "Sweet dreams." Chapter 10. Christian POV. I stretch out on the couch with a stupid grin plastered on my face. What a difference a night can make. Before tonight, she had done nothing but run away and avoid me when she could, and now she's curled up in my bed. It would be better if I weren't on the couch, but I'll still take this as a win. Our mate is perfect. You made her run before, my wolf, Cyrus, chides. How was I supposed to know she wouldn't feel the mate bond? I think about the day I found her by her truck. I had followed the most delicious scent of cinnamon and cherry blossoms, but when I saw her, she tried to run away. I got so angry, thinking she was rejecting me, that I lost my temper and yelled at her. She ran from us. And you hurt her, Cyrus growls. I wasn't trying to hurt her. I didn't know how scared she was of people touching her. I frown, remembering her wide-eyed panic when I held her wrist. I could smell her fear, but also Jace all over her, and it just fed my anger. The following month was rough. Cyrus had stopped talking to me, and I used the current rogue threat as a distraction to keep me occupied. I pushed training harder and harder, and, unfortunately, Jace took the brunt of my frustrations. The day she called Jace to pick up Ethan, I was in a bear of a mood. Everyone walked on eggshells. So I jumped at the chance, and since I knew she didn't want to see me, I ordered Jace not to warn her. When I walked in and was surrounded by her scent, I almost lost my nerve, but my wolf pushed me on. She was showering, and I nearly went in. When she spoke so openly and friendly, it was completely different from the last time I had seen her, and Cyrus leapt in joy. But it was short-lived when I realized she was just doing that because she thought I was Jace. My mood darkened instantly. I was upset that my mate only found comfort with my best friend, so I started playing games with her. When she didn't take the bait, but instead made dinner as she promised, I was both surprised and confused. I didn't know much about her. All I had seen was that she was timid and flighty, not ideal characteristics for an alpha's mate. She is strong and fierce, Cyrus cuts in. That she is, I chuckle as I recall the fire in her eyes as she chewed me out for thinking that she was involved with Jace. The relief I felt when she admitted she was single was immense. I still don't understand her relationship with the rogue Judius, but apparently, it's not romantic, at least not on her end. She's hiding something from us, Cyrus points out. I know. I frown. I don't know what it is. She won't let anyone in, but I see it in her eyes sometimes. She spoke of troubled dreams and that panic when someone touches her, that doesn't just start the blue. But is it a current threat? Or something in her past? The night I fought with Judius was surprising, to say the least. I never expected him to be able to hold his own like that. But when she threw herself in the middle and took command, her eyes were like fire. I never expected to see that side of her. She was always so timid before. I told you she was strong. He's in his glory now. Yes, Cyrus, there's more to her than I first thought. I'll admit that. Although she may not have realized the mate bond, it's still affecting her. I can hear her heart race every time I get close, and she's no longer afraid of me. The way her body reacted when I whispered in her ear was unmistakable. I almost skipped the club. I've never been particularly fond of the crowded, loud atmosphere. I also wasn't looking forward to seeing Jace and Judius all up on my mate while she ignored me, but eventually, Cyrus won, and I made my way over. Even in that crowd, I picked up her scent instantly. I growled, seeing how close Judius was dancing with her. He must have heard as he turned to look at me and stepped back from her. I couldn't help myself when I saw her swaying to the music. I moved in closer than necessary, saying hi to the group. Wolves have excellent hearing, even in all that noise. They could hear me from 20 feet away. When she tried to run from me again, it hurt, but I had expected it to an extent. When I finally got her dancing again, I found it hard to control myself. All I wanted to do was grab her and claim her in every way, but I knew she'd run if I didn't take it slow. We danced for quite a while. At first, I was content just to hold her hips and move her to the beat, but it didn't last. I wanted more, so I pulled her tighter against me. Her scent was intoxicating. The contact set my skin on fire even through our clothes. I know she felt something, too, as she melted in my arms. We danced like that for what felt like forever while the rest of our group went back to the booth, leaving us alone. I couldn't help myself. I wrapped my arms around her and dropped my head to the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply and savoring her scent. Her body responded perfectly, melting against me and tilting her head, exposing her neck to me thoroughly. When my lips grazed the spot that would bear my mark when I claim her, Cyrus was howling in pure pleasure. I was disappointed when she said she needed to sit down, not wanting this to end, but I could see her exhaustion. She probably would have been fine at home, she wasn't that drunk, but I wanted her here with me. When I sat her on the bed and she looked up through those dark lashes with her honey-brown eyes, it was hard to resist crawling into bed with her. I know she wouldn't have appreciated waking up next to me, at least not yet. The look she gave me when she came out after changing almost made me change my mind. Drunk Jessie didn't have nearly as many walls. Her eyes were easier to read, and she was much more receptive. But it's sober Jessie I need to win over. Soft whimpers wake me up as Jessie tosses and turns in my bed. Sitting up, I furrow my brows, taking in the soft noises coming from her as she's deep in sleep. Is she having another nightmare? I frown and walk over to the side of the bed. The moonlight streaming in the window paints her in stunning soft light. I step on something and realize it's her sweatpants. She must have discarded them after crawling into bed. She has kicked the blankets mostly off, exposing one of her bare, creamy legs. She's now only wearing my black tank top and lacy black cheeky panties. My breath hitches, and my pants are feeling a bit snug now. Slowly, my eyes travel up her body. She's sleeping on her stomach, and her long brown hair cascades wildly around her. As I carefully brush the hair away from her face, she lets out a soft sigh and leans towards my touch. Her sleeping form is so smooth and relaxed. She looks so peaceful. Traveling back down, my eyes linger on the swell of her breast peeking out of the side of the tank top. My gaze continues down and stops on her voluptuous ass. In her tossing and turning, the shirt has ridden up slightly, exposing the delicate black lace of her underwear as it hugs the curves of her beautiful behind. Cyrus is pushing for more, but I resist instead, grabbing the blanket to cover her back up. Carefully, I slide the blanket back up, grazing my knuckles along her exposed skin. The feel of her skin on the back of her thigh ignites a fire in me. A soft moan escapes her lips as she rolls over. I finish tucking her in and catch the faint scent of her arousal. As I shift, the tightening in my pants becomes uncomfortable. My heart hammers as I take in her state. Her lips slightly part, letting another soft moan slip out, and she shifts in bed as I watch. My eyes are glued to her, taking in every detail. The way her breath hitches, how her brows furrow, and the way her luscious lips part as she moans in bliss. Not trusting my self-control, I take off for a run to burn off this extra energy. An hour later, I return after showering downstairs and am feeling more relaxed. She's sleeping peacefully, so I settle back onto the couch and am out in no time. Morning arrives, and the sun is streaming through the open window. Jessie sits up with a start, clutching the blanket to her chest as she looks around. "Morning, beautiful," I say, my voice husky from sleep. She locks eyes with me, blinking away her sleepiness as she gains her bearings. "Hi," she says sheepishly. "Where am I?" "In my room," I say, earning a blush. She's back to being shy and hiding from me. "I wanted to keep an eye on you and didn't want you making a mess somewhere else." She frowns as embarrassment takes hold. I get up, letting the blanket fall to the couch, exposing my bare chest. I don't miss how her eyes snap to it before she drops her gaze and bites her bottom lip. "Come on. You can shower before breakfast. I'll get you some fresh clothes." I hold out my hand for her. My heart leaps as she tentatively takes it, and sparks erupt at the contact. I smile as she slides out of bed, and I lead her to the bathroom. She looks around wide-eyed, taking in everything. While she's distracted, I admire how good she looks in my shirt. It hangs mid-thigh, exposing her smooth legs. I grab a fresh set of towels and a new toothbrush and put them on the counter for her. I'll set some clothes on the bed, just go to the bottom of the stairs, and to the left is the kitchen. I asked Claire earlier to bring me an assortment of clothes so she could pick something to wear. She's waiting at the door when I leave the room, so I take the stack and leave it on the bed and follow Claire downstairs. About half an hour later, Jessie comes down the stairs, dressed in a simple black tank top and black yoga pants. She smiles shyly as she walks in and says hello. "Someone's looking well-rested," Jace teases with a knowing smirk. Jessie tucks her hair behind her ear and looks at the ground. "I slept like a rock. I can't remember the last time I actually slept that well," she admits with a smile. I beam at that she's been struggling with sleep for a long time now. "Drinking and dancing till 2 a.m. can have that effect," Claire laughs. Jessie walks over and whispers something to Claire, who asks her to watch the bacon as she takes off. Claire returns a moment later with a hair tie and quickly braids her hair. Jessie thanks her, and she helps Claire carry plates over to the table. I feel Soraya's intense gaze, so I turn to see what she wants. "Something you want to tell us?" she mind links. I shake my head, close off the mind link, and give her my best drop-it look. She sits there glowering between Jessie and me. Cyrus is not impressed with Soraya's attitude. He desperately wants to declare his mate and put Soraya in her place, but now is not the time. We all dig in as everyone chats amongst themselves. Jessie is busy talking with Jace and Claire, her eyes sparkling as she throws her head back laughing. Soraya abruptly stands up. She has been trying to mind link me, but I'm blocking her. "This is a mistake," she growls out lowly, angry eyes locked on mine. "Stop it," I quietly warn, trying not to draw any more attention. Xavier is watching us quietly, but the other three are lost in their conversation, oblivious to the powder keg ready to explode. "This has gone on long enough," she growls. "You need to raid Dash," she starts. "Enough," I roar, letting my alpha command seep out. "Take a run, check the outer patrols, and cool off. I'll talk to you later," I practically snarl. Cyrus is snapping to be let out. How dare she even try to suggest we reject our mate? The moon goddess picked her special, just for us. Only a fool squanders the goddess's precious gift. Soraya stands defiant under my alpha order, fighting it for a moment. Now, she finally bows and bares her neck in submission before storming out. She's barely out the back door before she shifts, shredding her clothes just out of sight. I frown and sit back down. Everyone has stopped talking, and all eyes are on me. "Everything good?" Jace asks with a raised brow. "Yeah, Soraya just had some things to attend to," I dismiss. Jessie is staring at her plate, just picking at it now. "Sorry, it was just a small disagreement. Don't let her ruin breakfast." Everyone goes back to eating, but the lightness has left the table. I thought the pack would be happy to have their Luna finally. I didn't expect my head warrior to demand I reject her. Cyrus is still riled up, which doesn't help my emotions. Nothing is ever easy. "But she's worth it," Cyrus interjects. Deep down, I know he's right. Chapter 11. For the first time in a long time, I wake fully rested. Christian's house is fantastic. His bedroom is the size of my living room, with the biggest bed I've ever seen in the center. It's a living room with a full-sized couch on one side and a flat-screen TV on the other, as well as a desk. The walk-in closet must be huge since he changes in there, and then there's the bathroom. I could live there. Christian's bathroom has an earthy feel like the rest of the house. The floor is warm-colored water-worn stone, and the walls are a combination of stone and wood. The glass and granite shower alone takes up a large portion of one wall and is the size of my entire bathroom. I could have stayed in that shower all day if I didn't know there were likely people downstairs waiting for me. After getting cleaned up and dressed, I make my way out of his room, looking around the massive place. The scale of the house is incredible. Substantial, solid wood stairs lead down to the common area. To the right is presumably the living room with an army of couches, chairs, and a giant flat-screen TV. The room's enormous, with vaulted ceilings that only add to its impressive scale. To the left is the kitchen, where everyone is already waiting. There's a large live-edge table with a blue river-type detail down the center that everyone is sitting at. The kitchen itself is spacious and open, with a long granite island in the center. Claire is busy cooking on the far side while everyone else is lost in conversation. As soon as I walk in, I feel all eyes on me. Christian's hazel eyes are soft but unreadable. He looks lost in thought. Soraya, however, is glaring at me like I spilt a drink on her best dress, while Jace and Xavier are both soft and welcoming. I waste no time, take an open seat next to Jace, and get drawn into the conversation with Jace and Claire as he regales us with the details of his night after we left. Christian and Sarah stand, cutting our conversation short. One look shows them ready to come to blows as he yells at her to go. Soraya glares at me as she storms out the back door, assuring me that whatever they were arguing about has something to do with me. If she wasn't warm and fuzzy before, I'll have to watch my back around her even more now. Christian drops back into his chair with a sigh and frowns. Sorry about that. Soraya is well, Soraya. His frown deepens, but Jace just snorts back a laugh. The earlier lightness at the table is long gone, leaving me picking at my breakfast and wondering how to get home without making things more awkward. As if he senses my discomfort, Jace offers to drive me home. I practically jump out of my seat, eager to be back at my farm. My gaze finds Christian's, and my stomach twists, feeling guilty for rushing off after he's been so lovely. Something flashes in his eyes, but he shakes his head and gets up to leave. He pauses at the table and shifts his attention to Jace. Thanks, he mumbles, clapping his friend on the shoulder. I swallow hard as he turns to me, the frustration in his eyes slipping away. He gently takes my hand and runs his thumb over my knuckles. Christian leans in and whispers, "Thanks for the dance." My lips move, but words fail me, earning a parting grin as Christian slips away. I don't understand why he has such an effect on me. It's unnerving. The quick walk from the kitchen to the garage to Jace's truck feels like a daze. "You're pretty quiet this morning, little elf," Jace says, cutting into my self-reflection. "Yeah, just thinking, I guess." "About what?" He raises a brow, teasing me. His aggravating smirk warns he has an entire conversation mapped out in his head. "Nothing in particular," I lie. He's not buying it, so I deflect. "Your house is amazing." "You haven't seen much of it yet, but yeah, it's easy to forget first impressions, having lived there my whole life. Next time, I'll give you a tour of the whole thing." He smiles, and after a pause, picks up where he left off. "So that was some night, hmm?" I blush, flashing back to dancing with Christian. If you had asked me when I got to the club how my night would go, never in a million years would I have guessed the way it did. And yet I spent half the night with Christian dancing. There was something so close about it, and yet effortless. "Yeah, I think I may have had a bit too much to drink," I say, rubbing my neck. "Is that what you're going with?" Jace asks, raising a brow. He's clearly not buying my excuse and is not about to let it go. I groan, earning a laugh. "Relax, I'm not gonna pry. I'm just a little surprised and curious, is all." I don't know if I've ever seen Christian dance like that with anyone before. He trails off. Hell, he usually blows us off when we try to get him out, but magically, last night, he showed up. His gray eyes lock on mine as a knowing smirk hangs on his lips. Thankfully, he drops the subject, and the rest of the ride home is quiet. Once home, I hop out and nearly run to the house. Jace just laughs and says, "See you Wednesday," as he drives off. The rest of the day is quiet, with just a couple of quick texts from Judius and one from Christian, who makes sure I'm home okay. What am I going to do about him? He doesn't seem to respect any boundaries. I can't let someone like him anywhere near me. He'll break me in no time, and I can't go through that again. Jace is supposed to pick up today, but apparently, the res is having some issue requiring all hands on deck. He says it's nothing too major, but he can't make it out, so here I am on my way to deliver. This unexpected turn of events means I'm pulling onto the res lands late afternoon as the sun begins to sink behind the forest. From the moment I arrive, something feels off. Every other time I have been here, there were always people of all ages milling about and lively energy to the place. Not today. There isn't a single soul out there as I pull up to the main door. No sooner had I put my truck in park than Jace and Claire walked out the front door toward me. "Took you long enough?" Jace smirks, but his usual lightness feels forced. Well, I had to fit you into my busy schedule. No notice and all I drawl, side-eyeing him. Everything good? Of course, why wouldn't it be? Jace focuses on grabbing a stack of crates and takes them inside. Claire offers a small smile, holds a crate, and follows him in. I frown, but set to work unloading the rest. Slowly, things go back to normal as I help Claire sort through their order. We're mid-conversation when Jace bursts back in. He scans the room before his gaze pins me in place. Stay here, he commands. What is it? My stomach drops as the tension becomes palpable. He's not even pretending anymore. I can go home if this is a bad time. No, they say in unison. Jace locks his gaze on mine, pleading. Stay inside until someone comes back. We have to go deal with something. Just please stay inside. I nod as they dash out the back. Well, that's not unnerving at all. I've never seen this worried side of Jace. He's always been so carefree that it sets me on edge. I walk around the kitchen, putting everything away to keep my mind occupied. Before long, I ran out of things to do. As the sun begins to set, I settle on one of the living room couches. A sudden scream startles me awake, and I jump to my feet. I must have fallen asleep as the house is mostly dark and the full moon is high in the sky. Another short scream cuts through the still night air, and my heart begins to race. I hesitantly open the back door. Jace begged me to stay inside, but that scream is too much to ignore. Standing in the doorway, I hear it again, much clearer. My heart drops. It's a child, and they're terrified. Before I realize what I'm doing, I'm already jogging my way across the back lawn to the forest edge. Fortunately, the full moon casts enough light to show me the way. Another shout sends me down a path to the left. Branches claw at me, trying to slow my progress as I blindly follow my ears. Snarling ahead tells me I'm nearly there. My heart's hammering as I get closer, only to realize I'm empty-handed. Clearly, I haven't thought this through. I push through the bushes into the small clearing and am met with a terrifying sight. A large brown wolf, the size of a pony, is dragging Ethan out of his hiding spot. He kicks and screams while two other wolves of equal stature stalk nearby, snapping impatiently. I swallow hard, pushing my fear aside as I run at them, having grabbed a bat-sized branch and swing it with all my might, connecting with the brown wolf's head. The wolf collapses, releasing Ethan. The boy's eyes are impossibly wide as he scrambles away. My heart stops as the remaining two wolves realize they're no longer alone with the kid and turn their glares on me. Newly recovered from their shock, they attack. The dirty gray wolf lunges at the fleeing child as the dark one comes towards me. I take the first wolf with a brutal hit to its side, buying Ethan some time and sending it stumbling with barely enough time to turn and face my attacker. The dark wolf crashes into me, throwing me hard onto the forest floor. The impact from the fall slams me into the branch and rock-covered ground as I bash my head off something hard enough to make me see stars. Dazed and desperate, I look around for anything to save me. Instinctively, I bring the branch up where the wolf's massive jaws snap at it, inches from my face. Panic wells in me as my mind reels, searching for my next move before this thing overwhelms me. Howls erupt in the surrounding forest as a sense of dread washes over me. The dark wolf's weight makes it harder to breathe as he takes a final snap, breaking the branch and tossing it aside. I throw my arm up in a last-ditch effort to protect my face as his teeth clamp down on my forearm. I gasp in pain, clenching my jaw to keep from screaming. I'm no match for him. He lets go of my arm, pulling back to strike again when more wolves break into the clearing. My heart hammers as I weigh the odds. The dirty gray wolf is now back on his feet, lunging to join the attack, but gets tackled by a larger, sandy wolf. I close my eyes as the dark wolf moves down at me, but suddenly I feel his weight ripped off of me. My head spins, and I'm on the verge of blacking out as I open my eyes to see Christian standing over me, throwing the wolf aside. The moonlight illuminates his chest, and his eyes are wide as he bends down. I look to the left, where the sandy wolf was, but I only see Jace. His gaze connects with mine, mirroring my own shock. Shit, he curses as he reaches down to me. What? But how? Their lips move, but I can't hear anything over my heartbeat pounding in my ears. With the last of my strength, I raise my arms to protect myself as the blackness takes me. I'm desperately fighting against the blackness, but I can't wake up. I hear snarling and growls near me. More wolves are fighting, and I feel like I'm floating. No, I'm being carried. Why can't I get my eyes to open, and why is it so cold now? Go. Get her out of here. That sounds like Jace. A deep growl from the chest I'm against drowns everything else out. Pain consumes me as he jars me when he takes off running. If my body would obey me, I would have cried out. Once again, the blackness wins, and I'm out. My consciousness snaps awake first as my mind reels with images of the dark wolf attacking. Panic threatens to suffocate me as my body won't respond. My eyes finally open, and I see a dark figure towering over me. Instinct takes over, and I bring my knees up to my chest, kicking the dark figure as hard as I can with both feet. The shadowy man flies backwards, crashing into a cart, sending its contents clattering to the floor. Blinking to try and clear my eyes, I try to get up, but my legs won't hold me. I hit the tile hard and brace myself against the side of the bed on my hands and knees. Wait. Tile? Sheets? Slowly, my senses come back to me, but my mind is sluggish. My head feels like it's splitting in half. I slip my hand behind my head, gently probing my hair before my fingers find a long stitched gash. I hiss, wincing at the wound. Noise to my right brings my attention back to my attacker, who is slowly getting up from where he landed. Jessie. Jessie, it's me, Jace. He crouches where he landed and holds his palms up in surrender, trying to calm me down. You're safe, calm down. No one's going to hurt you. Before I can wrap my head around this, the door smashes open as more people rush in. Panic threatens to consume me as I try to make sense of it all. My heart hammers as my head throbs while stars dance on the edge of my vision. Stay back, I scream, fighting the pain and dizziness. I'm on the verge of blacking out again. I feel someone touch my shoulder, startling me. All I can do is scoot back away from him as I struggle to gain my bearings. Christian looks down at me, his face full of concern. His eyes don't hide the hurt as I push away from him. Alpha, she needs space. A guy wearing a white lab coat pleads with Christian. He doesn't even seem to care that the guy is talking to him. He just keeps his hazel gaze locked on me. Please, Alpha, she's in fight or flight mode. She's going to hurt herself. Christian sighs and reluctantly stands back up. Xavier and Soraya urge him from the room, and he follows, never taking his eyes off of me. I'm Dr. Phillips, the man says in a soft voice. Jace, can you join them in the hall, please? Jace frowns, but nods and gets up from the floor, slowly making his way to the hall. As the door shuts, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding and slump against the end of the bed. I know this is overwhelming, but I need to check your injuries, Doc says, the concern clear in his voice. My head feels like it's splitting in two, I pant. So dizzy. The last thing I see is the doctor running forward to catch me as the floor rushes up to meet me, and the blackness takes me. Why isn't she waking up? I hear Christian demands. He sounds upset. Great, I'm back to being half awake, unable to move. She will wake up soon, Alpha. That was a nasty gash on the back of her head. She has a concussion, plus the pain and nausea medications are keeping her out. Her body needs to rest, Dr. Phillips reassures him. I've redressed her other wounds. There's no major damage. I can feel him pacing at the end of my bed as the steady beep of the monitor lulls me back to sleep. At the last part, he seems to settle some, walking to the side of the bed and sitting down with a sigh, and I'm out. Chapter 12. Sunlight streams through the open window as I blink, trying to focus my eyes. The steady beeping of a monitor reminds me of where I am. I stiffen as I notice the rhythmic, light breathing of someone sleeping. Having learned my lesson last time, I slowly sit up and get my bearings. Christian lies slumped over the side of the bed, sleeping lightly, his head tilted to the side. There's a small bruise on his temple. I reach out, lightly brushing his hair away to get a better look. At the contact, he shoots straight up, eyes wide. He doesn't even blink for a minute while his gaze searches mine. Are you okay? He reaches out for me, but I flinch away. Hurt flashes through his eyes before they harden, and his anger flares to life. What were you thinking? They could have seriously hurt you. He balls his fists, his knuckles turning white. I want to be anywhere but here. The door opens wide, admitting Dr. Phillips and Jace. Christian grabs me by my shoulders. His eyes lock on mine as they swirl with more emotions than I can process. The sudden contact causes me to gasp as my panic spikes. I'm frozen, unable to look away for fear of what's coming next. Christian. Jace grabs Christian by the shoulders, trying to guide him back. Come on, man. She's been through enough already. Christian lets go of me and sinks back into his chair. Why, he whispers. Why did you leave the house? You almost didn't make it. If we had been a moment later, his voice drips with sorrow as he trails off. My heart starts to race as last night's events begin to flash back. I look from Jace to Doc and back again, fisting the blanket on my lap. Ethan. Where is he? Is he okay? I remember the terrified boy in danger. His screams will no doubt haunt my dreams. Shit, he's safe too, thanks to you, Jace assures me. I slump back, relief flooding through me. It was worth it. He's safe. A small smile creeps on my face as I take solace in that. Dread creeps over me as the rest of the night starts to replay. The attack unfolds in my mind, and I remember Christian and Jace fighting wolves with their bare hands. A wolf was crushing me under his weight, and Christian pulled it off like it was nothing. I look at Christian and Jace, who are staring back like they can see my thought process. Fear creeps up my spine as it all sinks in. What are you? I whisper, unable to look away. What do you mean? The guilt and surprise are apparent in Christian's eyes. He never expected me to come right out and say it. I can see the wheels spinning as he looks for a way to dodge my question. I bristle, knowing he's trying to say anything but the truth. Don't toy with me. I trusted them and they've kept me in the dark. Even now, he won't be honest with me. Jessie, Jace starts, desperation lacing his voice, but I know he's stalling. His gray eyes lock on me, begging. I feel my face flush as my temper blooms at his evasiveness. Get away from me. How can I ever trust these people again? I need some space. I look directly at Christian, and his shoulders slump. Hesitantly, both men slowly get up and head back out to the hallway. I sigh, hiding my face in my hands. What is even going on? My head is pounding again. I can't think straight. Dr. Phillips clears his throat to get my attention, reminding me he is still in the room. Here, this will help your headache. He hands me a glass of water and 2 pills. At this point, I don't even care. I take them and drink the water. I'd like to keep you overnight for observation, he trails off. No, just the thought of staying here has my heart racing. He shifts uncomfortably. I understand your concern, but he won't want to release you before we are sure you're okay. Too bad. Thanks for patching me up, but I'm fine now. I check my pockets, making sure my phone and keys are still there. Jessie, dear, you are not fine. You have a severe concussion and several smaller wounds that need treatment, he protests as he flips through my chart. I've had worse. I look away, hating the pity in his eyes. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Doc opens the door to the hall where both Christian and Jace are waiting and takes one last look at me. He whispers something to Christian that makes him scowl. Absolutely not. Jace braces his shoulder against Christian as he yells, holding him back. I cover my ears and curl tighter into a ball as my heart threatens to burst out of my chest. Perhaps we should talk more in my office? Dr. Phillips gestures for them to head down the hall. Christian hesitates, tightening his grip on the door frame and scowling. With a sigh, he lets go and reluctantly walks away. Carefully, I get up and check the hall. No one in sight. I head towards the brighter end of the hall, hoping for an exit. A surge of hope runs through me as I spot the twin glass doors leading outside. Success! I beeline for the exit, not risking being caught. Once outside, the sun blinds me, leaving me standing there as I blink my surroundings into focus. Things are back to normal, with people out and about. I realize I'm on the far end of the main house and make my way to my truck as fast as I can without drawing too much attention. Movement in a window catches my attention. Claire looks out at me with concern in her eyes as she realizes what is happening. I sprint the remaining stretch to my truck, jump in, and take off as she bursts through the front door with Soraya beside her. My cell phone goes off, cutting my relief short. Seeing Christian's number makes me shudder. Hard no there, bud. He continues to call, as does Jace, in between texts. As the first message pops on the screen, I can practically hear Christian yelling through the words. Christian, get back here now. You are in no shape to drive. What are you thinking? Seriously, turn back now. I'm not asking. An involuntary shudder runs through me. No doubt he's a dangerous man, but I have no intentions of going back. Me, I'm going home. Seriously, stay away, all of you, I need some space. My phone continues to ring, so I turn it off. What have I gotten myself into? I frown and continue on home, leaving the res in my rearview mirror as fast as I can. The relief I feel pulling into my winding driveway is short-lived as I see Soraya leaning against my back door. She waits with her arms crossed over her chest as she stares at me like I'm a loaded bomb. How did she even get here so fast? We stay there, staring for a moment before she finally speaks. You gonna rat us out? She narrows her gaze, like she's waiting for a wild animal to turn on her. You need to leave. I told Christian not to send anyone. You aren't welcome here, I reply, trying to keep my voice level. Answer my question and I'll go. She locks her dark eyes on me. I frown and consider her question. Am I going to tell someone about them? Who would even believe me? I sigh. Exposing them never even crossed my mind. I just wanted out and away. No, I whisper, feeling defeated. I just needed some space. I feel like I'm going crazy. She nods, satisfied. A look of pity briefly crosses her eyes, followed by disgust. From document. She shows me a bag before setting it on the table. And Christian doesn't know I'm here, she says as she walks away, heading down the laneway. I walk up and cautiously check the bag, 2 bottles of pills and a note. Antibiotics are to be taken 3 times daily. The others are as needed for intense headache/nausea/dizziness. Call me at the first sign of fever or if you need any more medication. Plenty of rest and fluids. Dr. Phillips. I take the medication before showering to wash away all the grime. I freeze, catching my reflection in the mirror. My back is covered in bruises from hitting the ground, and flakes of dried blood still linger, presumably from the hidden head wound. I decide to wrap my bandaged forearm to keep it dry. I don't feel up to tackling that yet. After standing in the shower till the hot water ran out, I finally got out, dried up, and got ready for bed. Brushing my hair was nearly impossible. It's so painful that I gave up halfway through and fell fast into a deep sleep. The following day, everything catches up to me. Everything hurts, places I didn't even know I hit. I secretly thank Soraya for bringing me the meds. I would have been in worse shape without them. Tomorrow is market day. I won't stay long, but I have to see Judius. He's been strangely quiet, and I fear I know why. I look up to see my lone wolf, who looks restless as he paces by the laneway. My jaw clenches as my suspicions grow. You're not a normal wolf, are you? He drops his head. A small whimper reaches my ears. Get? I'm done playing games. I said I wanted space, and I meant it. He reluctantly leaves. Nothing feels simple anymore. Market day and Judius is sitting away from Trish as I head over to drop a box off to her. Jessie, what happened? She gawks at my forearm. Wasn't watching what I was doing and cut it open on a broken window. My lie comes out far too easily, leaving a knot in my stomach. Teach me not to pay attention, eh? She lets a small nervous laugh out, but lets it go. Something's up with Judius. He's acting strange. Can you see what's up? I nod. Talking to him face to face is why I came today. I walk over to his stand when no one else is around. He won't even look at me, which just upsets me more. Are you one too? He refuses to look up. Judius. Look at me. I practically hiss. His sad blue eyes lock with mine, and I know I'm right. Why didn't you trust me to tell me? I expected that from them, but not you. I let all of my hurt and betrayal seep into my words. Please, he begs. It's not like that. I can hear the desperation in his voice, but the betrayal hurts more. Don't. You had your chance and plenty of time. Now give me mine. He nods, sinking back down in defeat as I turn and leave. Saturday night, I saw a wolf walking up the back laneway. I've never seen this one before. Its coat changes color with the wind. His inner coat is silver, with the outer coat being pitch black, and he has deep brown eyes. I yell at the gigantic wolf to go. It stops and stares defiantly before taking another step. That's enough. I'm done playing this game. I grab my bow from behind the door, knock an arrow, and draw. The wolf stands tall in challenge and continues to walk. I aim and release the arrow, burying it in the fence post less than a foot from the wolf's head. He freezes as the realization of what happened sinks in, and his shock quickly turns to anger. A deep growl cuts through the quiet evening air, but he doesn't come closer. Wednesday morning comes, and a cloud of dread hangs over me. I've already told him not to come, but Jace has never been good at following orders. I'm healing well. The stitches have started to itch. I can remove the ones from my arm, but I'm unsure how to deal with the ones in the back of my head. Even the headaches are far less frequent and severe. Mid-afternoon comes, and still no visitors, so I start to relax. The Rez's dark SUV slowly pulls, freezing me mid-wrap-up. Dr. Phillips and grandmother are the last two people I expected to see, but they get out and we study each other for a moment. Doc looks very nervous, shifting and scanning the area while grandmother, as always, is calm and keen, as though nothing has happened. You shouldn't be here, I state matter-of-factly. Grandmother scoffs and dismisses me with a wave, as if I were a child. And you wonder why we don't tell people about us. She flashes me a pointed look and frowns. We have a long-standing order, and I've come to collect, as apparently everyone else has been barred from your place. I'm stunned by her total disregard for my boundaries. I'm sorry, but I wasn't expecting anyone, so nothing's picked or packed, I say, feeling a bit guilty. I've got nothing but time, child. Show me the way, and I'll even give you a hand. She's clearly not giving up, so I grab a stack of crates and head to the garden. I've always wanted to see where the magic happens anyway, she muses. As I collect her order, she walks around, admiring my personal Eden. She spends a lot of time smelling the variety of flowers and herbs. They're beautiful, dear. I had no idea you were so gifted. I'm not sure how much of a gift it is to grow plants, but yeah, I've always had a green thumb. I trail off with a small smile. She takes my hand in hers and looks at me with those sharp, crystal blue eyes. How are you, child? Chewing on my lip, I shrug. I'm healing well. I'll be back to normal soon. That's not what I mean, and you know it. She squeezes my hand to drive the point home. Honestly? I don't know. Sighing, I bite my lower lip and consider her question. I don't know what to think or feel. I'm just confused and numb. She looks at me with a sad, knowing smile. It's okay not to have it all figured out. Though you have friends and people who care about you who are desperate to talk to you, you've shut them all out. I think I'm afraid, I whisper, embarrassed. Her eyes widen, and she takes a step back. Of what? We would never hurt you, she scoffs. No, I don't think they are out to hurt me. It's complicated. I focus on the dirt under my nails. Anything to take my mind off of this. Hump, things are as complicated or as easy as you want them to be, she chides. It's not that easy, grandmother. It never is. My past is messy, to say the least, and it has twisted up how my mind processes things. My voice is barely a whisper as I finish. No one needs to hear the hot mess of my past. And you think you are processing things properly, hiding here on your farm alone? She asks skeptically, knowing she's right. Come now, let Doc take a look at you before we go. Feeling well scolded with a lot to think about, we head back to the deck. He checks my sutures and deems them fit to remove, which he does thankfully. After checking everything else out, he's pleased with my rate of recovery and says to keep up the good work before returning his bag to the SUV. Set 2 extra places for dinner tomorrow. You're going to have guests to help you sort things out. I open my mouth to protest, but am cut off. Do try not to skewer these ones. The last one you nearly shot has been a bear ever since. The amused twinkle in her eyes doesn't match her stern tone. It was only a warning shot. My aim is better than that. I glower, which she just laughs at as they head out. So much for my boundaries. Chapter 13. The night's restless and the following day pointless. I'm not ready to deal with the attack or whatever the res people are up to yet. Not knowing who grandmother is only makes it worse. I decide to make a fancier dinner than I should have, only to keep myself busy and distracted. I do all the prep work on the double-baked loaded potatoes and stuffed mushrooms and set the steak to marinate. Even a long, hot shower fails to quell my nerves. I opt for comfortable clothes, flowy yoga pants with a green scoop neck top, while keeping my hair simple with an off-the-shoulder braid. A vehicle pulling into the driveway brings me out of my thoughts, and I head out to see who's here. My chest tightens as Xavier exits the driver's seat of the red Charger, but immediately, I relax as he circles to the passenger side to open the door for Claire. She smiles at him, taking his hand as she gets out. He handles and looks at her like she is the most precious thing in the world to him. I realize the only times I've really ever seen any emotion from him are in her presence. The rest of the time, he plays the strong, silent type. His eyes land on me, and he steps in front of Claire. Relax, dear. You're not going to hurt me, are you, Jessie? Her warm gaze lingers on me for a moment before shifting to him. She snakes her arm around him and slides against his side, like two puzzle pieces, fitting together perfectly. I nod, feeling my cheeks heat. He wraps his big arm around her shoulders, drawing her tightly to his side, and resting his face against her for a moment. That simple action instantly calms him before he returns his attention to me. I turn and head to the patio set, taking a seat on the far side. They take a seat, side by side, across from me, and the silence is awkward even for me. I wasn't sure who she would send. Claire laughs and tucks her hair behind her ear. Yeah, I was a bit surprised when she approached us, but given the circumstances, it made sense. Xavier keeps a close eye on me, clearly not trusting me. You have some questions, I imagine. Understatement of the century. We'll answer any we can, he trails off, rubbing his chin. Actually, I have a few for you afterwards. That earns him a jab from Claire and a pointed look. I let out a nervous laugh and shift my gaze to the house before focusing on him. Beer? I feel like I'm gonna need a drink or two by the time we are done. He nods. I turn to Claire, waiting for her choice. I'll have whatever you're having. Her smile manages to take the edge off a hair as I head to the house. I return a moment later with a beer for him and a couple of whiskey-mixed drinks for us. I also set out some veggies and dip, putting the spicy one in front of Xavier. I don't even know how to start, I admit. How about at the beginning? Claire suggests, eyes soft, locked on mine. I nod sheepishly. Just keep in mind, what we are doesn't change who we are. She pauses, letting her words sink in. Claire takes a sip and settles into her seat, turning her full attention to me. We are normal people with an extraordinary gift, our wolves. I feel a little like a child listening to a bedtime story. I won't overwhelm you with all the history, but I will tell you all I can about our pack. I subconsciously scrunch my face at the last part. You and the rest of the outside world look at our community as a private reservation, but it's actually a large stretch of territory owned and protected by our pack. There are many throughout the world. Some border populated areas like ours, but most prefer more remote locations. Suddenly, a question pops into my mind. Am I going to turn? I feel silly asking, but I raise my forearm to show the bite. It's Xavier's turn to chuckle. That's not how any of this works. Try not to believe everything you see in the movies. We don't lose control on the full moon and turn into mindless monsters. We don't hunt humans or feed on them. Claire makes a face at that. Stop, you're going to make things worse, you ox, she scolds. You're either a werewolf or not, there's no turning, and it's not like the movies. We all have a wolf spirit with us. As a child, it's your first friend and your biggest confidant. I nod for her to continue. This all sounds like something out of a movie, but it's hard to dispute what you've seen with your own eyes. Every child is raised among wolves. They see their parents' wolves early on, all to prepare them for meeting their own. Claire watches me closely, making sure she doesn't lose me. I frown, not understanding that last part. Wait, the wolves are separate, and you meet them later on? No, they're always there, but some make themselves known sooner than others. One day, when they are ready, they just start talking to us, she says as she taps her temple. So it's like split personality? Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? I ask, furrowing my brow in disbelief. No, Xavier groans, palming his forehead and looking annoyed. It's more like your brother. It's not known if the goddess pairs like-minded wolves and people together, or if it's because we grow up together and we just blend as one. He shrugs. Claire rolls her eyes and takes over once more. The moon goddess is our ruling spiritual mother. We pray to her and she takes care of us. She pairs people with their wolves and takes care of mates. Sometimes she visits us in dreams to help us through the darkest times in our lives, or to offer guidance. She speaks with such love and reverence that it's clear how vital this goddess is to her. Have you seen her? I can't help but ask. The idea of a higher power that actually responds is intriguing. She nods, smiling to herself. Only once when I was a child. I truly felt blessed. She looks deep in thought but doesn't elaborate, and I don't push further. Generally speaking, we are very similar to humans. The same rules and principles apply. I think there were a couple of things that stood out to you, but you were too polite to comment, she teases. But our wild side, our wolves, crave a certain social structure. That's one of the main reasons we live in the communities like we do. Packs have a structure that satisfies our wild side. The strongest, the Alpha and Luna, lead us. Their job is the health and well-being of the pack. A good alpha can mean prosperity, and a bad one can bring ruin to even the strongest of packs. If he fails in his duty, the pack can revolt and overthrow him, or he can be challenged and his position taken. She pauses to take a sip of her drink and lets her words sink in. The second in command is the beta. If something happens to the alpha, he will fill in, and in dire situations, he will assume the alpha's mantle. She watches me to gauge my reaction, not wanting to overwhelm me. I nod for her to continue. The Gamma is the third in command, so to speak, but in addition to his pack position, he is the Luna's champion. Goddess forbids something happens between the Alpha couple, but the Gamma will go against his Alpha to save his Luna if need be. What kind of world do they live in where she would need her own champion? The rest of the pack is broken into various classes. Warrior class is all of our defenders, regular class are your everyday wolves, the old and young, hospital staff, etc., or those unable to fight. The lowest class is the Omegas. Each pack deals with them differently, but they are usually the grunt labor and domestics. Some are just born that way and serve to help their pack in exchange for protection and inclusion, since they are the weakest wolves. Others are made Omegas as a punishment for a crime, sometimes temporarily, other times permanently. Wait, crimes. Punishments. Serious crimes usually result in exile. Being kicked out of your pack is one of the most severe punishments a wolf can face. They're social creatures and crave the structure and love of a pack. Rogues can be ruthless and dangerous creatures, but not all rogues are criminals. Some have run away from their packs for whatever reason, others have no pack to go back to. If packs are that important, and they have no one to call their own, it must be so lonely. Xavier takes over. It was a rogue attack that happened that night. We had the odd rogue crossing the border for the past several weeks, but one here and there is no big deal. The day you came, a small group had crossed the northern border. It would have been nothing, and you would have never seen anything. But shortly after sending the Alpha and Third, as well as a squad to reinforce the northern patrol, 2 more groups breached the western and eastern borders. That's when we got word to join in, Claire pipes up. We split the remaining warriors and took off to meet the new rogues. But the Alpha wasn't getting back as fast as we thought he would. There were more than we expected, and they were drawing back, toying with us. It was a diversion, Xavier grumbles. The real goal was striking into the heart of our territory, where they stumbled across Ethan. That's where you came in. A ghost of a smirk tugs at the stoic man's lips. I must admit a human against 3 adult rogues is poor odds. Well, I didn't exactly do well. He was going to finish me off, I scoff. The memory makes me shudder as I try to push it away. You're kidding, right? Claire asks incredulously. You killed one, incapacitated another, and held off the third until reinforcements arrived. 3 against 1 gives our trained junior warriors trouble. Even Xavier reluctantly nods. They were too busy with Ethan to notice me. I hit the first one with all I could. I didn't think I would get a second chance, I shrug. The rest was just reaction-based instinct. That was my first and only fight with wolves. Suddenly, I remember the hospital incident. Wait, who attacked me in the hospital? They exchanged looks, confused. There was a man hovering over me when I first woke up. I kicked him before I fell onto the floor. Xavier burst out laughing. That was Jace. He was watching you while everyone was talking in the hall. He thought he heard you wake up, so he got up to check, and before he could say anything, you kicked him across the room. My cheeks burn, instantly feeling guilty. I could vaguely remember him telling me to calm down and that I was safe. Dr. Phillips called Christian Alpha, so he's your leader? I ask. Both nod yes. Is he a good alpha? Very. He puts his people's needs before his, always. He is the first to run into danger, and even the lowest Omega can come to him with a concern, and he always addresses it. The pride is evident in his voice as he speaks about Christian. From what I had seen of him, he seemed very focused on everything and on making sure things ran smoothly. Jace had even mentioned on multiple occasions that Christian works too hard and needs to relax. You didn't think he was? Claire asks, earning me a glare from Xavier. No, I don't know him at all, if I'm being honest. Most of my interactions were with you or Jace. I find him intimidating and temperamental. To that, she laughs and Xavier relaxes. That's an alpha for you. I frown at Claire's words. They are the strongest among us and have a lot of responsibility. Their wolves are stronger too. Our wolves basically demand it, as the survival of the pack depends on a strong alpha. She sighs before continuing. Alphas are naturally intense people, but it doesn't make him a bad person. She frowns as she pauses, thinking about how to explain. Everything is more for an alpha. It drives him to be better. They are more protective and want to keep and guard what is theirs, be it their pack, its members, their territory, or their mate. Mates, you've said that before. Xavier is your mate, right? I ask, looking between them. She nods, and he smiles at her, then kisses her hand. Mates are the most precious things to wolves. The moon goddess pairs each person's wolf with its perfect other half. But what if they don't like who the goddess picks? I question. They laugh. It's not unheard of, but it's very uncommon. At any rate, the mate bond can be a hard thing to fight. People do it sometimes, but eventually, their wolves usually win. Curiosity gets the best of me. So who's your Luna? We don't have one. Alpha Christian hasn't met his mate yet. The smallest part of me is relieved to hear this. It's time for a new subject. So, who are the Beta and Gamma and all the other key wolves? Jace is the Beta and Xavier is the third, she says. Not the Gamma? Because of the relationship with the Luna, only she can appoint him as Gamma. If not, he will become the Delta, she finishes with a smile. He would get demoted? That doesn't seem fair, I complain, frowning. It's complicated, he laughs. When our Luna is declared, I may not have the proper bond to be able to perform the Gamma duties properly. He swirls his beer and takes a long swig. Delta is still a respectable position. I'd rather that than be a faulty Gamma. I nod, considering all the information they've given me. I don't know about you, but I could use a refill, Claire says, shaking her glass and flashing me a big smile. Sorry, I'm a crappy host. We should take a break for dinner before it's completely dark. I quickly turn on the barbecue and go to refill our drinks. Before long, dinner is ready, and we are digging in, chatting about everyday things. Xavier studies the last piece of his double-baked, loaded potato and lifts his gaze to me. I see why Jace always wants to come to eat here. How much does he talk? You're the third one to say this. I shake my head, considering giving him food poisoning next time. Who is number 2? Claire teases. I rub the back of my neck. Christian, I say quietly, earning a raised brow. And when was our alpha here? Xavier asks. Clearly, I just spilt some secret. When Ethan took off, I called Jace to pick him up, but Christian showed up instead. I shrug. It was a week or two before we all went to the club. They look at each other, expressions unreadable to me. So I've got a question, Xavier finally speaks. You said you find him intimidating. What else do you think of our alpha? He sits back, suddenly very interested in my answer. I take a big gulp of my drink as my mind races. Shit. Chapter 14. What did I think of their alpha? I've been trying to figure that out for weeks, and I'm no closer to an answer now than I was then. I don't know, I reply honestly. You sure about that? Xavier asks as he leans back and watches me, clearly not buying my answer. Honestly, I don't. I'm not used to people like him. I've always been pretty good at reading people and whatnot, I mumble, more to myself. He's like hitting a wall, or trying to listen to the TV on quiet with his stereo blaring in the background. The more I try to figure him out, the less I know. But he's frustrating, I complain. I never know what he's thinking. He's an emotional roller coaster. I get whiplash trying to keep up. Claire laughs at this. That's an alpha for you. I can't speak for all alphas, but Christian is a good man, with a good heart, even if he's bad at showing it. I tilt my head as I narrow my gaze at her. Why are you telling me this? Have you ever thought maybe there's a reason he's been around more? She leads. I bite my lip, thinking back to the night we went to the club. He spent the entire night paying me undivided attention, then insisted on taking care of me. Oh no. I shake my head. No. I know where you're going with this, but you're mistaken. Claire squints as she purses her lips. She doesn't look convinced at all. Every time I was around him, he ignored me. The first time I talked to him, he chewed me out for wasting his time and hanging out with Jace. He kicked me out and told me not to come back. She frowns, exchanging looks with Xavier. I'm not saying anything for sure, but the way you guys were dancing, the way he's been acting around you. She pauses, then adds hesitantly. We were all a little surprised. That was my fault. I think I had too much to drink and lost control a little, I deflect. I can see he wants to say something more, but Claire elbows him, cutting him off. Thankfully, they let the topic go, and we finished dinner with casual conversation about nothing in particular. Well, thanks for a delicious dinner and leaving the bow in the house, Xavier jests. I can't help but laugh at the softer side of him. Anytime. Thanks for taking the time to explain things to me. It's really helped put it into perspective. Xavier nods, while Claire scoops me into a big hug. Next meal's on us. Just let me know when you're up for it, and I'll clear it with Christian. She beams excitedly. Does he even know you're here? I ask. Relax and yes, Xavier says with a mischievous glint in his eyes, clearly finding my panic funny. Pact travel all passes through him. Although grandmother sent us, he approved it. I do distinctly remember a warning about becoming a shish kebab if we weren't careful, he teases, making me frown. How upset is he at me for giving him the slip at the hospital and turning down his texts? I cringe, waiting for the answer. He was really upset. Doc's office never stood a chance. When he read your text, I think he turned purple. Xavier looks lost in thought as he rubs his neck. Fortunately, he's had some time to cool off since, though he was a bit cranky there after his near miss. You have nothing to worry about with him. I disagree, but that's for another day. Saturday night, come on out. We'll have a nice little barbecue. I know Ethan and Jace are eager to see you. Don't say no now, just think about it, she pleads. I nod, and he leads her around to the passenger's side, making sure she is safely secured before slipping into the driver's seat. With a final wave, they take off, leaving me alone with my thoughts. That was far easier and more therapeutic than I expected. Claire has always been easy to talk to, but this is the most Xavier has ever said to me. Suddenly, I think about Judius and how I had left things with him, and start feeling guilty. So, I pick up my phone and send him a quick text, saying to call or text me whenever he has free time, because we need to talk. Not half an hour later, there's a knock at the back door. I open it to see a soaked Judius. The late evening rain caught him, leaving him looking like a drowned cat. His crystal blue eyes are full of sadness, with a hint of desperation. He looks terrible. Judius, what are you doing here? It's getting late. I thought he might text me tomorrow or something, not show up in the middle of the night. I got your text. I figured you were up, so I swung by. He trails off with a shrug. Come in, you're soaked through. I grab a towel and toss it at him while I look for something for him to change into. I come back with a pair of my dad's sweatpants and a plaid button-up work shirt. Sorry, I don't have much anywhere near your size, I say with a nervous laugh. He takes them and heads to the bathroom, returning a moment later, changed. I stutter, not quite sure how to begin. He quickly closes the gap, stopping less than a foot away with his blue eyes searching mine for any reaction. All it takes is a slight nod, and he scoops me up into a giant hug, lifting me clear off the floor. I'm so sorry. I never meant to lie to you like that. I was going to tell you I just couldn't figure out how, he blurts out. Relax, Judius, I cut in. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I wasn't fair to you at all. He gently sets me down, holding me out at arm's length. I got caught up in a rogue attack and everything just spiraled out of control. Claire and Xavier came by tonight and explained everything to me, and now I'm feeling guilty and embarrassed about how I've acted. He turns stock still as I talk. When I stop, he lets go and steps back, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. What did they tell you about me? He asks quietly, looking down. Nothing. They just told me about werewolves in general, and talked about their pack. Though now my curiosity is piqued. What's he scared of? I take a seat next to him, waiting for him to talk. Do you remember when they first started coming by the market, the tension between us? His whole demeanor changes, stiffening like he's bracing for a blow. I nod. There was no veil to their open hostility to Judius from day one. Wolves have an excellent sense of smell, and pack wolves have a certain smell to them. It's something lone wolves lack. He pauses and waits for any questions before continuing. They could tell the moment they got there that I was a rogue. My eyes go wide, but I resist the urge to get up. I know rogues attacked you. Jace called me after it happened and kept me in the loop. He pauses, waiting to see my reaction, then continues. When you came to the market, I could see it all in your eyes. My heart hurts for him as he looks at the floor, but the elephant in the room has to be addressed. Why? His eyes snap to me as I whisper, so I clarify, why are you a rogue? The pack I belonged to was considerably smaller than Christian's. Our alpha was old with no heir. He pauses, collecting his thoughts. I was only a young teen. One day, a large group of rogues attacked us. They destroyed my pack. Less than a third were left alive. I take his hand in mine, giving him a squeeze for support. I lost my entire family, my newfound mate, my best friends, everything I held dear, gone like that. When my alpha stepped down and told us to find a new pack, I rebelled. I was an angry, hot-headed teenager. Even though he made sure we would all have packs to join, I refused. I swore I'd never be at the mercy of another alpha. It felt good to be in control of every aspect of my life at first. I was young and stubborn, but eventually I missed being in a pack. After many years of mourning, I've moved on, he says with a sad smile. I spent the last several years looking for a new pack. I was checking out the two near Northland, but neither was a good fit, even with past pack members in both. Once I realized it was pointless up there, I came south and approached Alpha Christian, but that didn't go well. Most packs aren't keen to pick up long-term rogues, and having not been in a pack for quite some time, my manners weren't quite what they should be. When I met you at the market, there was just something about you, he reflects. The shift in topic to me makes my skin crawl. Judius laughs, reading my reaction. Relax. I'm not planning on kidnapping you anytime soon. Soon, I question, raising a brow at his lame joke. You were so nice and genuine to me, which may not sound like much, but when you've been an outsider as long as I have, it's remarkable. I couldn't really associate with a pack, and I never took up with rogues, so I've just been alone. I remember when I first met him, how lonely he felt. That was half of what drew me to him. It helped that he was genuinely a nice guy too. I don't even know when it happened, but you won me over. I just wanted to be there for you. At first, I thought it was romantic, but the more time we spent together, the more it felt like. He pauses, looking for the right word. Family. I let out a sigh of relief, and he fakes being hurt. Geez, I'm not that bad, am I? No, it's not that. I blush. I'm just not looking for anything romantic, but then again, I wasn't looking for a friend either, and yet here you are, I say with a laugh. Looking for it or not, it's going to find you if it hasn't already, he says as I frown. So, do you forgive me? There's nothing to forgive. I acted like an ass, I admit. The whole situation on top of life just overwhelmed me. I just handled it poorly. Why didn't you tell me you were struggling? Maybe I could have helped. He asks, blue eyes locked on mine and full of concern. You were part of the problem, I trail off. You didn't do anything. It's completely my issue. Something happened a few years ago. It affected me more than I realized, and as I worked on fixing myself, I just kind of walled myself away. Things got easier. I started to feel better, and I realized the safest thing I could do was keep people at a distance. He sits there, staring. What happened? He whispers. I shake my head. I'm not going over that. Despite my best efforts, after a couple of years, someone started chipping away at my walls. You. I give him a small smile. Before long, others followed your lead. First Jace, then Claire, even Ethan. Before I knew it, there were multiple people making me question my resolve. Then Christian came and started swinging like a wrecking ball, I say, barely above a whisper. After a slight pause, he asks, now what? I shake my head. I don't know, but I don't think I can put my walls back up, I say, frowning. Maybe it's time to give the walls a break. Not everyone is out to get you. Judius gives my hand a squeeze to drive his point home. The problem with walls is they keep the good out with the bad. When did you get so wise, Judius? He wraps his arm around me, hugging me tightly. I've always been wise. You were just too stubborn to see it. I elbow him in the side, and he bursts out laughing. Way to ruin the moment, I pout. So are we good? Absolutely, he says with a big smile, back to looking like he usually does. I smile and breathe a sigh of relief at having my friend back again. Chapter 15. As unexpected as it was, Judius's visit lifted a weight off my shoulders I didn't even realize was there. After dinner with Claire and Xavier, I felt a lot more relaxed. Part of me is still trying to come to terms with werewolves being real, but the other part of me has already accepted reality. It's hard to argue with something you see with your own eyes, and Claire had an answer for every question I had. All at once, the day seems to catch up to me, so I call it a night. Once more, my mind drifts back to dinner with Claire and Xavier, thinking back on everything they talked about. The pride and respect they had when they talked about Christian is the last thing on my mind as deep sleep finally claimed me. As market day comes around, I have come to terms with most things. I sit chatting with Judius, and everything feels normal again. As we talk about maybe doing dinner tonight, I pause, remembering Claire's invitation. I had never agreed, so I told Judius lest he sell me out again, but made plans to have him over for a quiet dinner. Just as I'm getting up to go, the Pact's SUV pulls up. Xavier and Claire are here for their order. Hey, just the person I wanted to see, Claire declares, walking over with determination, but smiles. Hey, Judius. Hey, looks like you found me. I laugh and rub the back of my neck. Jace wants to know chicken or ribs? Claire pins me in place as Xavier proceeds to load their order. He's back to being the strong, silent type. Oh, sorry, I kind of already locked her in for dinner plans, Judius says, coming to the rescue. Finally, he can be taught. Enough. You're invited too, Judius. Nice try, but good effort, she teases, flashing him a mischievous grin. Judius just gives me his best, I tried look and shrugs, leaving the ball in my court. Are you sure it's not a problem? I can just come another day, I ask, trailing off. Bite the bullet and get it over with. You're getting worried over nothing, she reassures me, to which I nod. Great. So, what will it be? Dealer's choice? What can I bring? I ask. Judius, that's all. Just show up and have a good time. She beams, waving as she takes off before I can protest. Don't be late. Judius just starts laughing like a madman. Sell out. So, what time do you want me to pick you up? He asks when he finally regains his composure. I can't help but frown. I'm feeling like I got played. Clearly, Trish is rubbing off on him too. For PM it is, he says before another fit of laughter takes him. I flip him the bird as I head back to my truck. At 3:45, Judius rolls in, a goofy grin plastered on his face. Ready to go yet? Almost. I frown as I pack up some appetizers and whiskey. Judius grabs the bottle and cocks a brow. Liquid courage? I snatch the bottle and drop it back in the box. Shush. Thought we were heading out, I say disapprovingly. He laughs as he opens the door for me and loads the box in the back seat before slipping into the driver's seat and heading out. Would you stop with this? Julius says, tapping my temple. He gives me a sad smile, then says, you're your own worst enemy sometimes, you know? I look away, focusing on the rural landscape as it whizzes by. Well aware, I grumble. I can't help the images that spring to mind as we get closer to the pack lands. This is my first time back since the attack, and I didn't leave on the best of terms. Based on Xavier's description, Christian was beyond pissed. Livid didn't even sound like a strong enough description. I shudder at the thought. I'm not sure how I will face him today. As we pull up, Claire exits the front door and walks toward us. Thanks, Julius. I knew if anyone could get her here, you could, she teases. He rubs the back of his neck as he flashes her a sheepish smile. She leads us around the side where Jace is playing with fire, literally. He stops the moment he sees us and quickly makes his way over, pausing an arm's length away. He just stares at me, waiting for me to make the first move. I can't think of anything to say, so I just give him a bashful smile. Faster than I can blink, he sweeps me up in a big bear hug. Oh my God. I wheeze, can't breathe, and tap out. He carefully sets me back down, just staring at me with his signature stupid grin. Welcome back, my little elf. He beams. His energy is over the top as his joy washes over me in waves. I can't help but grin at his infectious exuberance. I miss this. Hey, Julius. He shakes Julius's hand with a nod. It warms my heart to see Julius being accepted. Oh, what did you bring me? He asks, taking the box. Xavier offers up beer, which Julius graciously accepts, while Claire grabs the whiskey and makes us a couple of mixed drinks. Before long, we are talking and laughing like old times. The evening's entertainment is watching Jace tend the fire while trying not to catch himself on fire. Eventually, Xavier and Julius come to the rescue and help him set up the grill and coal bed. A new round of laughter breaks out when Jace pulls out a Kiss the Cook apron. Wow! I can't even keep a straight face for that. I spot Ethan by the woods and head over. He's sitting on a log, kicking his foot on a stump as he frowns. I take a seat next to him, but he doesn't say anything or even acknowledge I exist, so I go to what I know. Food. Jace is making chicken and ribs. You hungry? We're supposed to give you some space and not bug you, he grumbles, kicking the stump harder. Says who? I challenge, drawing his golden gaze to mine. Alpha. Well, someone distinctly promised me that you were one of the guests at my welcome back dinner, and yet you are here, and the party is there. I nod over to the fire pit. His face brightens as a smile creeps across his face. But Alpha said dash. I cut him off before he could continue. It's my party, after all. I think we've been through enough together to get you on the guest list, I say with a wink. He gets up, smiling, and heads back to the party with me. Ethan pauses mid-step and looks up at me with such emotion swimming in his eyes. Thank you. Don't thank me, kid. Jace is cooking tonight, I deflect. He shakes his head and frowns. No. Thanks for coming for me. I thought they were going to get me this time. He trails off as his breath hitches. I guide him the rest of the way and smile. Kid, I will always help you. When I saw them dragging you out, I couldn't help but try to help. I'm just glad it all worked out in the end. But come on, this is a happy dinner. No more about that. I pass him a pop and an appetizer, feeling my own chest tighten. Julius comes to the rescue and starts chatting away with him. You're really good with him, you know, Claire states. It's odd. I usually avoid kids like the plague, but he's all right, I say, smiling to myself and chuckling. He's easy though, just feed him, and he's happy. Doesn't that apply to all males? Claire questions with a mischievous glint in her eyes. The guys grumble, but don't deny it. So, no Soraya either, eh? I ask, scanning around for my number one fan. She's on patrol with Christian. I stiffen when Claire says his name. She gives me a reassuring smile and pats my shoulder. I know she says not to worry, but it's hardwired into me. They'll be by closer to dinner. Before long, Jace is in his glory, grilling a feast and joking with Julius. An invisible dark cloud comes over us, and I see Soraya walking over. I casually look around for Christian, but he's nowhere in sight. He went to shower up, Soraya says, no doubt picking up my interest. Who? I fake ignorance, which she meets with a smirk. Christian, I assume that's who you were looking for, as everyone else is already here, she replies, narrowing her gaze. Soraya doesn't even try to hide the disdain in her voice. I hear Xavier growl, but Soraya doesn't seem to take notice. I never had a chance to say thanks for bringing me those meds, I say, tossing out an olive branch. She eyes me up and flashes a predatory grin. Well, if you died, it would have made for some inconvenient questions, seeing as you were too stubborn to stay here. I see she took your olive branch. Yeah, and set it on fire. She's definitely got it out for me. Enough. Xavier booms. Keep it up, and you'll be running Northern Border Patrol for the next 2 months. She scowls but drops it, opting for a drink and better company as she heads over to Judius and Claire. Okay, large and in charge, Xavier is a little scarier than I expected, but apparently quite effective. Making friends again, I see, Judius teases. I flash him my biggest and most fake smile as he walks over, leaving Soraya and Claire. What can I say? I just have that effect on some people. She has barely tolerated me at best since day one, and after the club, she's flat out hostile, I mumble with a shrug. Don't worry about her, Xavier states as he walks over. She's always been a bit rough around the edges. If she weren't as good as she is, she wouldn't have her position. When it comes down to it, she will always follow orders. Somehow, that last part feels directed more at her than me. Except the ones she doesn't. He raises a brow when I say that. When I left the hospital, she beat me home with a doggy bag from the dock. She is excellent at loopholes. Keeping you alive trumped giving you space. He frowns. Overall, she isn't bad. She's very loyal to the pack, just blunt. What is her position? I ask, my curiosity piqued, realizing they didn't mention it at the last dinner. Head warrior, Soraya chimes in, clearly having eavesdropped. Uncommon for a female to hold, and yet I want it fair and square. I do not miss the subtle warning. I knew she was dangerous. I just didn't realize how dangerous it was. She turns back to her conversation while Xavier goes back to help Jace. I turn to Judius. I was feeling better about this and things were going smoothly, but after her, I don't know if I can handle Christian tonight. Soraya's open hostility has shaken my resolve. Here I thought she was just being nice in her own way, bringing me the meds. Meanwhile, it was only to prevent the inconvenience of my death. Relax, she's one person. Jace, Xavier, Claire, Ethan, and I are all happy you are here, Judius says as he squeezes my hand. They sure have a way of sucking all the fun out of it with their mere presence. I trail off with a nervous laugh. A low growl snaps me out of my conversation. Xavier stands ahead of me offering a beer, but before I can say anything, I look behind me to see Christian's back as he heads for the woods. Smooth, you're on a roll tonight. Oh my god, cut me some slack, will you? Christian, wait, I call, to no avail. I grab the beer from Xavier and jog off in the direction Christian went. Where are you going? I keep shouting at him, but he keeps walking away, just out of sight. Christian, stop. I'm going to get lost, I pout, trying to reason with him. I'm too busy watching where my feet are going, trying to navigate the difficult path Christian has picked, to notice he stopped. In my haste, I slam into his back hard, falling on my ass and spilling my drink. Ugh, I practically growl out. I sit there, defeated, on the ground, glaring at my feet as my own temper flares up dangerously. What do you want? His hazel eyes are hard as he glares down at me. Has anyone ever told you that you're a hot-headed, temperamental ass? I challenge with a glare of my own. You trying to die tonight? Nope, I've had enough of trusting Claire. In a flash, he grabs my shoulders, lifting me before roughly pushing my back against a tree. I hiss at the contact. It's rough enough to mean business, but not meant to hurt me. Care to repeat that? He asks slowly. I swallow hard. He's moved in very close, and the proximity is clouding my ability to think straight. I snap my eyes to his, holding the challenge, and reply, you heard me. Ever think you bring that side of me out? His words hit with an unexpected force that I can't help but flinch at. I drop my gaze, trying to hide the effect he has on me, but my cheeks still heat. I struggled to get free for a moment before I felt his hips against mine, pinning me tighter against the tree. I gasp at the sudden contact. "What's the matter?" He growls. "Cat got your tongue?" His face is inches away from mine, so close that I can see his hazel eyes flashing to brown. Chapter 16. Christian POV. Halfway through patrol, Jace links, letting me know they are here. Cyrus nearly takes over control to turn back, but I push him on. Another half hour and we're back. Nothing's out of place, and all regular patrols are beefed up. There's no excuse for what happened last time Jessie was here, and there will not be a repeat, least of all tonight. As we close in on the pack house, I hear her laugh, drawing my attention. Her brown hair shines in the sun as she throws her head back in laughter. The entire group is laughing at something Jace said or did. She looks so open and carefree. She's never like that around me. "You go ahead," I say, stalling. "I'm gonna grab a quick shower." Soraya flashes me a skeptical look as she turns to head out. "Don't have a repeat of breakfast," I warn. "You will remember your place, warrior." I let the threat hang in the air. She may be hot-headed and have strong opinions on the matter, but she will not challenge her alpha over his mate again tonight. She considers my words before nodding sharply and leaving. A short time later, I shower, change, and make my way out. I have no idea what I'm going to say to her. Lord knows our last words were not on the best of terms. "You threatened her again," Cyrus interjects. "She is stronger than you give her credit for. She won't just bow down every time you demand it. She pushes every button in my being. I just can't seem to control myself," I complain. Sometimes I can see it in her eyes when she's doing it on purpose. She gets her back up for no reason and will refuse even the most common-sense requests. "And what have you asked of her?" he chides. I clearly remember demands and orders, but that won't work with her. Clearly, I grumble. "You should just let me handle our mate. You just keep messing up," Cyrus challenges. "Right," I scoff. "You'll just mark and claim her before she knows what's going on." He fills my mind with flashes of images to prove his point, starting with the night at the club when my lips were on the sweet spot of her neck, her scent intoxicating. He shows me a glimpse of our fangs biting deep. I stagger, no longer able to keep up my pace, feeling this distracted. Pleased with the results of his effort, he steps it up a notch. The next flash is when she was lying in my bed. The blankets were kicked off, exposing her black lace underwear. I groan at the effect of the imagery, a tightening pulling low in my gut. I shake my head, trying to clear my mind, but Cyrus isn't done yet. His final flash is of her stretched out in my bed, curves highlighted in the moonlight. I can't help the involuntary breath I suck in through clenched teeth. Enough. In just 5 minutes, he managed to shatter the little progress I had made in reeling in my emotions by running patrols. Cyrus is quite pleased with himself and is howling in victory. The animal is so stupid that it sees only black and white. He thinks he needs to declare our mate and claim her, and she will submit to us. Clearly, he hasn't paid close enough attention to the times I have tried to make my intentions known to her. They all have one thing in common. They all run away. I need to get through to her, but I'm not sure how. Her body responds perfectly, so I know she feels the bond, but something's standing in the way. Is it her heart or head? How do you find out when she won't let anyone in? Having regained some control and space back in my chest, I continue over to the barbecue where Xavier already has a beer out for me. They sure have a way of sucking all the fun out of it with their mere presence, Jessie whispers to Judius. I stop dead, staring at them, jaw clenched and fists balled, turning white. I know she's more comfortable with them, but to hear my mate openly admit how she feels sends me over the edge. The anger, hurt, and frustration are threatening to boil over, so I turn around and take off towards the comfort of the woods. "Christian, wait," Jessie calls behind me. "Where are you going?" I hear her coming behind me, so I veer left, taking an overgrown path that will no doubt slow her down. "Christian, stop. I'm going to get lost." "Fuck," I freeze. If I get her lost in the woods regardless of how I feel right now, I'd never forgive myself. She grunts as she walks hard into my back, staggering back and falling on her ass. "Damn it," she hisses. "What do you want?" I glare down at her, desperately trying to contain my emotional turmoil. She stares up at me from the forest floor, her honey-brown eyes on fire again. Has anyone ever told you that you're a hot-headed, temperamental ass? She practically snarls. Mate or not, Cyrus is dangerously close to the surface. I grab her by the shoulders, pinning her arms to her side, and lift her from the ground, pushing her against a nearby tree. Her hiss tells me I pushed her harder than I meant to, but she's playing with fire. Care to repeat that? I ask lowly, closing the distance further. Her eyes lock on mine and burn in challenge. You heard me. Ever think you bring that side of me out? The words escape my mouth before I have time to think about them. The hurt that flashes in her eyes makes me instantly regret them. Her energy shifts. The fire has been extinguished, and she begins to struggle in my grasp. No doubt she will run if I let her go. I pin her to the tree with my hips, closing the distance even more. My face is just inches from hers. She gasps and freezes at the contact. The bond is affecting her. I can hear her heart race, and her breathing is shallow. Her dark-lashed eyes are back to honey brown and locked on mine. She can no doubt see Cyrus in my gaze. He's dangerously close to the surface. But this new position and proximity have him forgetting all about the challenge. His interests have shifted to other ideas, pinned under us. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue. I whisper, inches from her ear. Her scent surrounds me, intoxicating me. The fight has left me also. My attention focuses on her soft, parted lips. Why did you storm off like that? She questions, having partially recovered, though her breathing is still uneven. I scoff at her question like she didn't know. Her eyes search mine, waiting for an answer. Fine. I didn't want to suck all the fun out of your barbecue, I sneer, making air quotes for her words. Her eyes open wide in shock as the realization hits her, but is instantly replaced by annoyance. She smacks me hard in the chest. You idiot. Her eyes are fire again as she yells at me, leaving me stunned. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You hot-headed, temperamental. She says, poking my chest for emphasis as I cut her off. Watch it, little one, I growl out. Cyrus is getting worked up again. Did you ever think it's not all about you? She asks. I lean back and frown, trying to make sense of what she's saying. We were talking about Soraya, who got there before you, sucking the fun out of things. She throws my air quotes back at me and rolls her eyes. Jessie pushes against my chest, trying to push me off. I grumble but release her. Much to Cyrus's dismay, I walk a few steps away and take a seat on a log. Less than a moment later, she sits down next to me and passes me the beer. I frown, but I take it, twist the cap off, and then take a long drink. I look over. She's staring at the ground ahead, chewing on her bottom lip. It's very distracting. I wouldn't mind a taste, Cyrus says suggestively. I let out a low growl, pulling her out of her thoughts. What did she do? I ask, going back to Soraya. Jessie shakes her head dismissively. She just doesn't like me, she says matter-of-factly. Don't try to sidestep like that. She grabs my beer, taking a long sip before handing it back. I take a sip, savoring the taste of her that lingers on the bottle while Cyrus purrs in approval. Why do you treat me differently from Jace or even Judius? I can't help the sneer in disgust as I ask. Her face scrunches up in confusion. What do you mean? She asks. Cyrus doesn't like her answer, and neither do I. You know what I mean, I say lowly, but she doesn't respond. You like spending time with them, joking around and talking, I trail off sadly. Embarrassment floods her face as she drops her gaze again and starts chewing on her lip. We're talking now, aren't we? She practically whispers. I left them and followed you out here, didn't I? She's got you there, Cyrus chides. Spending time with them is easy, she continues, earning her another low growl. She frowns before continuing. I know where I stand with them. I can read them like an open book. They're safe. The last part was a whisper more to herself. Are you afraid of me? I ask, trying to hide the hurt in my voice. I feel her hand on my arm, setting off sparks with the contact as she shakes her head no. I turn to face her, but she won't look at me. Slowly, I bring my hand to her cheek, turning her to face me. Her eyes close as she leans into my touch. She catches herself, straightens, and looks at me. What is it then? I search her eyes for answers. I don't know, she admits, trying to look away, but I bring her face back to me. You do intimidate me sometimes, she starts. Your emotions are so volatile, and you're hard to read. All I can do is nod at the truth laid out. You confuse me one minute, then make me feel safe and protected the next, she trails off. I don't understand any of this. How you can stand out so much and break every boundary, and yet it's so easy to be around you sometimes. It's barely a whisper, but we hear every word. She looks up through her lashes with such vulnerability in her eyes. There's pain and worry there, too. Without thought, I slowly bring my lips to hers, carefully sliding my hand from her cheek to the back of her neck. The moment our lips brush, sparks erupt. Jessie gasps in surprise as I bring my lips back down on hers, savoring the contact. She sits there frozen for a moment before returning my kiss. My heart leaps as her lips move in sync with mine. The kiss starts so light and delicate, lips barely brushing, but once she returns it, I take the opportunity to deepen it. Her hand slips up my chest, earning a low growl of approval. Jessie's touch has me eager for more, setting my skin on fire. Cyrus is howling in pleasure, pushing for more, and I'm right there with him, but I know I'm on stolen ground already. I reluctantly pull back with one last chaste kiss, my eyes searching hers for any clue of how she feels. Snap. The sound of a twig breaking rips me out of this perfect moment. I jump up, pulling Jessie up with me, and tuck her tightly behind me as I turn to face the unknown threat. Chapter 17. Are you afraid of me? Christian asks, his voice laced with pain. He's not even looking at me, probably afraid of my answer. Am I afraid of him? No. He may intimidate me sometimes, but not scare me. I place my hand softly on his arm to prove I'm not afraid as I shake my head no. I feel him shift towards me on the log, but I just keep looking into the woods. His hand lands gently on my cheek, and I subconsciously lean into his caress before catching myself. He turns me to look at him, his hazel eyes searching mine as he asks, "What is it then?" I don't know, I admit, trying to drop my gaze. I had no idea my actions had left him feeling like this. The guilt gnaws at me. He turns me back, clearly wanting more. You do intimidate me sometimes, I admit. Your emotions are so volatile, and you're hard to read. I struggle to put my feelings into words. I haven't even figured this out for myself yet. You confuse me one minute, then make me feel safe and protected the next, I trail off. I don't understand any of this. How you can stand out so much and break every boundary, and yet it's so easy to be around you sometimes. I say more to myself in barely a whisper. It's frustrating the effect he has on me, and that's what scares me, not the man himself. The realization is shocking. I feel my walls crumbling under his intense gaze. I didn't want this, did I? After what happened to me, I swore I'd never let a man have that kind of power over me again. Yet here he is, making his way in, and I'm letting him. Why? Caught up in my own world, I don't notice him closing the gap and bringing his lips to brush mine. The sudden contact is startling, and I gasp, frozen in place. Before I can process what he's done, his lips find mine again. Soft yet firm, his kiss is surprisingly gentle. I sit there unmoving for a moment before my lips meet his, returning the kiss so naturally. His hand moves from my cheek to the back of my neck, deepening the kiss once I return it. My hand slips up his chest, and he lets out a low rumble of approval that vibrates through me. As quickly as he started, Christian pulled back with a final light kiss, leaving me breathless and my heart racing. He looks down at me, eyes flickering between their regular hazel and a deeper brown. Snap. The sound of a twig breaking barely has time to register before Christian shoots up, taking me with him. In one fluid motion, he sweeps me behind him as he faces the direction of the sound. I hook a hand on his side to steady myself as I gain my bearings. I feel his low warning growl through my fingertips before it reaches my ears. Hey, Christian. I don't suppose you've seen a little elf roaming these woods, have you? I seem to have misplaced mine. Another growl leaves Christian as he picks up the empty beer bottle and chucks it at Jace's head. He ducks, but Judius, who's right behind him, catches it. His eyebrow raises with a look of concern on his face. I slowly step out from behind Christian. There you are, little elf. Jace flashes me a knowing smile as his eyes zero in on my hand on Christian's side. Blush burns my face, and I drop my gaze and step away from Christian. You of all people should know better than to sneak up on an alpha, Christian snarls. Jace is completely unfazed. In all fairness, I tried to give you a heads up, but I couldn't get through, he says, tapping his temple and grinning. Now I see why. What do you want? Christian asks, the annoyance clear in his voice. Well, dinner is ready and we are missing our guest of honor, Jace teases, mischief dancing in his gray eyes. Not wanting to prolong this awkward exchange any longer, I head towards them. Lead the way, I say to Judius, hoping to move past the questions I see in their eyes. Judius looks at me a moment, his eyes asking if I'm okay. I just give him a quick smile and nod. Thankfully, he turns to lead us back to the barbecue. Before we even make it out of the woods, the aroma hits, causing my mouth to water. The walk back is quiet, but I can feel Christian's eyes on me the whole way as I walk with Judius. Xavier has beers waiting for the guys by the time we get to the table. Claire gives me a suspicious look as she takes my empty cup to refill it. I can't help but blush under her scrutiny, which apparently answers her question as she breaks out in a triumphant smile. I gladly take the drink, downing half of it right off the bat and earning a hearty laugh from her. Hoping my blush will be gone by the time everyone takes a seat, I beeline for an empty seat in the middle of the table. A moment later, the guys bring platters piled high with ribs, chicken wings, potato skins, and a variety of other dishes. The spread's impressive, fit for royalty. Judius and Jace walk up behind me, setting their drinks down on either side. Before they can sit, a barely audible rumble sounds. Jace slides his drink across and sits down on the opposite side of the table as Christian takes the seat next to me, while Judius sits on my right. As Xavier and Claire come with the last dishes, they look from Christian to the empty head of the table, landing back on me in question. Take a seat, Zav. It's not a formal dinner, Christian says. Xavier takes the head seat with Claire at his side. You've outdone yourselves, Christian says approvingly. We might need to have company more often, he finishes with a chuckle as everyone digs in. With that, dinner commences and a lightness settles on the table as easy conversations and laughs sound often. Ethan's in his glory, gnawing on a large rib bone like some feral pup. I can't help but laugh as he snaps at Judius's hand when he tries to grab it. I look around, seeing everyone in a new light. There's no longer the formal barrier required with secrecy. I hadn't even realized it was there before, but now that it is gone, I don't know how I didn't see it sooner. So, what made you cook an entire butcher shop tonight, Jace? I mean, it's great, don't get me wrong, but there's so much food. I say. He beams at my compliment. There's no such thing as too much food here. Whatever's left over afterwards will go back to the pack house kitchen and won't last long. He winks at me. My barbecue is always in demand. I frown, thinking about what he means. Why don't they just come and grab it while it's hot then? It's always best right off the grill, I reason. They didn't want to overwhelm you with too many people at once, Soraya chimes in with a smirk. I appreciate that, but I don't mind at all, I reply, earning a skeptical look from Soraya. Really, I'd rather everyone enjoy it while it's hot. I've got nothing to worry about, right? I shrug, but that last part is more to myself. My heart nearly leaps out of my chest as I feel Christian's large hand on my thigh, snapping my attention to him instantly. You have absolutely nothing to worry about from anyone here, Christian promises me, giving my leg a squeeze for emphasis. You sure you don't mind more company? Suddenly, I'm painfully aware of just how close he is now. I nod, not trusting my voice, and give a small smile before turning back to my plate. I catch the trace of a smirk on his face. He knows exactly the effect he's having on me. I throw back the rest of my drink and go to get up for a refill, but Christian chuckles, shaking his head as he takes my glass to refill it. Before long, others start to arrive. Doc was the first to arrive. Apparently, his first name is Marty. He introduces me to his mate Lily, who also works at the Pack Hospital as a nurse. Slowly, more people file in. Some say hi, others give just a quick smile and nod. The last group to arrive is apparently a group of warriors who join Soraya. The influx of people put Jace back to work on the grill. Xavier and Claire also help to feed the expanding group. Christian is off talking on his cell phone while Julius and Ethan are in a larger group of people. I frown. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. The fact that they're wolves has nothing to do with my discomfort. I'm not fond of large gatherings. I can manage them okay by relying on others, but everyone's busy. A familiar presence brings me out of reflection. You look pretty far away there, Christian says, then raises a brow. Everything okay? Yeah, just thinking. I trail off. If there are too many people, I can send some away, he suggests. I put a hand on his arm and, with a sad smile, shake my head no. He turns to me. What's wrong then? Nothing, it's just a moment. He keeps watching me, clearly wanting more of an explanation. You know, I never used to be this bad around people. I used to be pretty comfortable at BBQs and bonfires. He frowns at my words. I just don't want you to think that you or anyone else has done something all the time. Sometimes it's just my own issues. What changed? He asks, hazel eyes full of concern. I shake my head and head back towards the group, noticing the crowd around Julius and Ethan has cleared out. I grab Christian's wrist to drag him along so he doesn't think I'm running away. Sorry, you don't have to tell me, he apologizes. Just don't want to get into it now, I dismiss. Come on, let's make s'mores or something. I look at Jace, who's making a funny face. What? You guys don't eat s'mores here. I scan the group. Everyone is giving me the same confused look. Really? I furrow my brows and scoff. Toasted marshmallow, chocolate, and graham crackers? Not ringing a bell at all? How? By this point, my face contorts in disbelief. Like, how do they not know what s'mores are? Julius is the first to crack, followed by everyone else. I smack Jace in the ribs as he bursts out laughing. A moment later, Claire returns with a tray of marshmallows, chocolate bars, and graham crackers. Yes, we know what s'mores are. Your face was priceless, though. Dorks. I roll my eyes and drag a smiling Ethan over to the fire to roast marshmallows. Before long, we're laughing over stupid things. Julius knocks Jace's marshmallow into the fire. Jace then sets Julius's on fire. I'm pretty sure Xavier and Claire are the only adults left making proper s'mores. I lift my marshmallow out of the fire to check how evenly toasted it is. Happy with its golden brown goodness, I reach up, only to be robbed. Christian towers over my sitting form and snatches his prize with a smirk. My jaw drops, but before I can protest, his cell rings and he walks away. I can't hear what he's saying, but it's clear it isn't a happy conversation. He paces just out of earshot, talking animatedly before hanging up and turning off his cell. Christian looks like he's carrying the weight of the world as he sinks on a bench. That good, eh? I sit down next to him and pass him a couple of s'mores I managed to rescue from Jace. I hear toasted marshmallow, chocolatey goodness improves any situation. I nudge him with my shoulder, trying to crack a smile. Nothing to worry about. It was just a neighboring pack. They've been having rogue issues as well. He runs his hand through his already messed up hair. It's always something, he mumbles. Come on, let's go back. He stands up and holds out his hand for me, helping me up before leading me back to the dwindling group. So, when's challenge this year? Soraya asks casually. First strings are itching for a whooping. She laughs, a mischievous glint in her eyes. This year we've got you guys, the tall red-headed warrior chirps. Not so fast, Nat. The challenge hasn't even been named yet, let alone teams picked, Jace chimes in. I'm thoroughly lost at this point. What's challenge? Challenge is a pack sport. It changes from game to game, but the basics are that a challenging team takes on the past winner. Captains are always the same, but teams change. It's partially to break up the routine of training, and partially to showcase individual ability and teamwork. Finishes with a pretty good party, usually some bets placed as well, Xavier explains. My interest is piqued. Who are the captains? And what does the challenging team have to do? Seems like a pretty good rivalry. Alpha and head warrior, Jace replies, so, Christian versus Soraya. That would be interesting. The challenge is different each time. Sometimes it's something like protect and defend, other times more like capture the flag. There may be restrictions like wild form only. He trails off with a shrug. Could you be ready for next weekend? Christian asks. Soraya nods enthusiastically, a fire in her eyes. Teams. I want Judius as my second, Soraya says, not missing a beat. She eyes Judius up and down. I want to see what he's capable of. No, Christian scowls while Judius looks mortified. As a challenger, I get first dibs. He put in for a transfer. What better way to see if he's a good fit? What's it gonna hurt to test him a bit? Apparently, that's her selling point, knowing his grudge with Julius. Sorry, Christian, I had no idea she was gonna bring that up. Judius tries to backpedal. Don't think you can handle it? There's a dangerous look in Christian's eye. I can't tell if it's a challenge or if he feels insulted. Judius stalls, clearly seeing the trap but not seeing the safe way out. He gives me a desperate look. I don't want to intrude. Besides, I know that I'm only here because of Jessie. I wouldn't feel right playing without her. My eyebrow shoots up. It's the safest play, but I didn't like being put out as a shield. Only Judius can get away with that. Christian leans back in his chair, mulling over his response. Apparently, Judius picked the best exit after all. She can play too, he replies with an unreadable expression. Soraya shoots up. Clearly, this wasn't part of her plan. How can she possibly play? She can't even shift. She snarls in disgust. Unfazed, he shrugs. So this year will be a human form only challenge. 2 years ago, it was only the wild form. Same rules as always. Submit or outlast, sparing rules. She looks ready to explode as she eyes me. You thought she didn't like you to begin with? Oh no, I've clearly just made it to the top of her list. Fine, she snarls, then sneers. If you want to be stuck babysitting her, be my guest. Christian lets out a harsh laugh. Oh no, she's on your team. You want to see what Judius is capable of? He'll be on my team. We'll do men versus women, human-only form. At this point, we are all just watching, slack-jawed, waiting to see what craziness comes next. So you'll have Jace, Xavier, and Judius. I get saddled with a handicap and get only 3 warriors? The outrage is clear in her voice and the challenge. We'll play double roster, make your team of 10 as the challenger. I'll take a handicap too. He nods at Ethan, who is bursting with excitement at being chosen. Fine, she agrees. Oh shit, what just happened? I look at Judius, who's barely containing his excitement. Well, at least one of us is excited. I can suffer through it if that gives him a chance. Chapter 18. The week passes in a bit of a blur as Judius tries to prepare me for the challenge. Soraya has flat out refused to train me or include me in strategies. Apparently, I'm just fodder. Even though it could probably be considered aiding the enemy, he refuses to let me go into it completely unprepared. I'm on my ass on the ground for the umpteenth time today. Judius, on the other hand, is every bit the composed, competent warrior. He stands there, sun glistening off his chiseled chest, barely a sheen of sweat on him, wearing nothing but sweatpants and completely barefoot. His blue eyes shine with excitement. I can't say I share his sentiment. We've been working daily on dodges and blocks. Shockingly, I'm not tall enough, strong enough, or fast enough to fend off any attacks. So the game plan is to run, hide, and dodge when someone catches up. I'm so screwed. He teaches me how wolves patrol, hunting techniques, attack strategies, and how to avoid being the first one taken down. By Friday, I've managed to flip a couple of his attacks to my advantage, but we both know the deck is stacked against me. You'll be fine. You're stronger than you know, he reassures me. Oh, I'm gonna get my ass kicked, but at least I won't spend all day running in the woods, I laugh. What about you? You ready? I swear, you look like you're bulking up in front of my eyes. I pat his massive bicep to prove my point. It's true, in the last 2 months he's bulked up considerably. He went from a lean, muscular build, a little smaller than Jace, to bulkier than him now, just a bit smaller than Christian. I'm actually super stoked, he admits with a lopsided grin. I'm kind of glad I don't have to help Soraya, but I'd prefer us to be on the same team. Don't worry about me, you hurt her. I'm just fodder. Maybe this can help you get in, just show them what you've got. You already seem to get along well there, I say, nudging him with my shoulder. Christian hasn't changed his stance, he says sadly. It was the best move. humble Soraya by making her responsible for you, but he didn't want me on the same team as you. That's the only reason I'm on his team, not because he wanted me. Prove him wrong. Show him you're worth a spot in their pack. Jace thinks highly of you. Look for a chance to work with him. Make them see, I say, eyes locked on his. I will if you do, he says, arching a brow. One of the ways to win is to outlast. You don't even have to take anyone out. You just need to avoid them. Show her she's underestimated you. All I can do is nod. It would be nice to make it to the end, but even not being the first person out would be a win for me. Saturday morning puts us at the Pack House for an early breakfast as the ground rules are laid out. The game starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 5 p.m. or earlier if necessary. If any challenger team members are left standing by the 5th round, then they win. With cloudy skies, they decided that if it rains, the game would pause with whoever was still in play. Shortly after breakfast, the teams break into last-minute strategic meetings before heading to the forest edge. Already, the clearing starts to fill with spectators. They have size, we have numbers. We will use that to our advantage, Soraya coaches. She proceeds to pair the women up, herself and Claire, as her second will be the hammer. Natalie and Alexi, Elisa and Lynn, while Chelsea, Sydney, and Kara will round out the groups. As fodder, I don't feel worthy of a partner. It's for Judius. I keep repeating as she continues to ignore me. The meeting breaks up and everyone heads to the starting point. I catch Soraya before she leaves. I know you're not happy to have me, but is there anything I should do? Stay out of the way, stay and play to buy us time if you can, and try not to die, she says. I don't know why Christian even agreed to this. You don't stand a chance. It's not really fair to me or you. Frustration and pity swirl in her eyes as her frown deepens. I can't help but roll my eyes at her, but there's no way to change her mind once it's made up. We meet up with everyone at the starting line, where she joins Claire, leaving me alone. This may be the first time that the thought of you running sounds like fun, Christian says quietly. A shiver runs down my spine, and my heart starts to race. His hazel eyes dance with excitement. Get all your bets placed? B-bets? My body seems to have forgotten how to function in his presence. I didn't think to make any, but Soraya and Claire made a few. I barely have any idea how this game works, let alone trying to win bets on it. How about some action? He grins, moving closer. My mouth drops at his suggestive tone, earning a laugh. If we win dash, he starts. I cut him off with a wave of my hand, knowing there were already plenty of those types of bets made. They've already got win or lose covered. Let's pick a pony, I counter, to which he raises a brow. I'm picking Judius to make it to the final 4 on your team. Clearly, based on his surprised expression, this is not the direction he wants this to take, but he recovers quickly. And if he doesn't? What do I win? He's already counting Judius out, which irritates me to no end. What do I get when he does? I counter. Amusement dances in his hazel eyes as he takes in my challenge. A smirk slowly tugs at his lips as the wheels turn. Whatever you want, within reason, of course. He smiles and holds out a hand. Do we have a deal? I shake and nod. Please, Judius, don't let me down. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he pulls me close. Run, little one, let the chase begin, he whispers. His husky voice causes a tightening in the pit of my stomach. Challengers hit the forest first and have a 20-minute grace period before the defenders come. Having been left on my own with no direction, I pause jogging for 10 minutes. I'm no athlete. I'm certainly not outrunning anyone. I spot a couple of good pines on the edge of a small clearing. Wonder how well they climb? I start up the first tree and get halfway up before I realize there's a gap I can't get past. A buzz on the smartwatch tells me the defenders have entered the forest. I quickly switch trees, getting out of sight just before I hear someone approach. Come on out, I hear Xavier call. I hold my breath as he slowly comes towards me, sniffing the air. I know you're here, Jessie. He walks around the area, trying to pinpoint my location. He doesn't know where I am, just that I'm around. Maybe you have a chance after all. He slowly comes to a stop at the base of the twin trees. Or not. Come down, I know you're up there, he calls. Clearly annoyed by my silence, he starts climbing. My heart jumps for joy when I realize he's in the wrong one. Really, Jessie? You're going to make me drag you out of a tree, he complains as he reaches the spot I couldn't get past. He scans around, confused, dark eyes darting from branch to branch. My watch buzzes, alerting me that Roger is the first victim taken out by Elisa and Lynn, letting him know exactly where I am. Gotcha. He grins in triumph. Technically, it's I see you. You haven't got me yet. You picked the wrong tree, I tease. Xavier scrunches his face in frustration, and I can't help but giggle at his reaction. Really, he grumbles. Can't you just face me on the ground? No? Fine, I'll come drag you out. As he hits the ground, his sole focus on my position in the tree blinds him to the incoming attack, which lands him face down on the ground. Within a minute, Soraya and Claire have him pinned, and he submits. Sorry, my love, Claire apologizes, kissing him tenderly. We'll see who gets pinned tonight, he growls suggestively, patting her, but as he takes off back to the starting point. Not bad. This could work, Soraya trails off, rubbing her chin. I can practically see the wheels spinning in her mind as she shifts gears. Bait. Keep doing what you're doing. It may buy us some time yet. What, no insult? Well, being called bait isn't exactly a compliment. I roll my eyes, but nod as I head deeper into the forest. My best bet is to keep moving and to look for a new place to hide. My heart skips a beat as the following alert goes off. Buzz. Xavier eliminated by Soraya and Claire. 2 down, 6 to go. I wasn't the first to go. Yay me. Buzz. Chelsea eliminated by Jace. Shit. 9 to 6. Still good. I find a rocky outcropping at the base of a cliff with boulders ranging in size from knee-high to cars. I can hide in some of these crevices that the guy's broad shoulders won't fit. Buzz. Sydney and Kara eliminated by Jace and Judius. Hot damn, he's on the board. A giant grin takes over my face. I shouldn't be happy about losing 2 more teammates, but Judius scored and is working with Jace. Shit, that brings us 7 to 6. Those are not great odds. I barely hear the crunch of gravel as a man rushes me. I have just enough time to duck under the boulder and shimmy towards the other side before I'm abruptly dragged back by a hand on my ankle. Fuck. I kick out with the other foot, landing a couple of hits before I'm released. I crawl the last couple of feet as a calloused hand reaches in towards me. Crap, there must be 2. There's no way he could have got around that fast. Give it up, girl, the ankle grabber calls. No, I think I quite like it here, I call, looking for an alternative exit. Seriously, the other calls. I think his name is Liam. You're going to make me go in and get you? I hear the ankle grabber digging and shifting rocks on his end. Hear that? Nate's got your way out blocked. There's nowhere to go. Nate groans as he's hit with a sneak attack. It's pretty nice in here. Why don't you join me? I call out to Liam, hoping to keep him distracted. I catch a glimpse of red hair as Natalie sails through the air. Come on, where's your sense of adventure? Fuck, Nate shouts, followed by the announcement. Buzz. Nathan eliminated by Natalie and Alexi. I climb back out the way I came in to see a slightly banged-up Natalie and Alexi grinning like mad women. This could work, you know? There are still 7 of us and only 5 of them. I smile and nod. With a flash of my own grin, we break off and head in opposite directions. This area looks familiar. Before long, I find myself looking down at the falls Jace brought me to. The hair stands up on the back of my neck in warning as I look around for the threat. Well. I knew you'd come here, my little elf, Jace teases. Shit. I look over the edge. It's a pretty good drop, but I know from swimming that there are no rocks. If you wanted to go swimming again, all you had to do was ask, Jace teases. I inch closer to the edge as my heart races. It's not that far. I can make the jump and try to swim away. Chances are that Jace will just jump in after me and catch me anyway. Are we doing this the easy or hard way? He asks, raising a brow. The mischievous glint in his eye says he hopes the hard way. Jace lunges at me, and my excitement explodes. Judius has trained me for just such an attack. I drop my shoulder, rolling onto my back, and use his momentum to flip him off the edge. I rush to the edge, panicking that I just killed my friend. Oh, it's on now, little elf, he yells when he breaks the water's surface. Better start running, your ass is mine, he booms. Fuck, now what? The rocks are my best bet. He can't fit in there, so I backtrack to the outcropping where I left Liam. Buzz, Alexei eliminated by Liam. Shit, where's Natalie? Did they stay there? Or did he chase after them? I don't know where to go. Buzz, Natalie eliminated by Christian. Christian. My heart skipped a beat. Fuck, now what? I can't risk the rock pile, and the falls have a very pissed-off wet Jace. I veer down a path to the left, away from both, but I have no idea where it goes. For hours of running and hiding have taken a toll. My legs and lungs are burning, and my whole body aches. Buzz, Ethan eliminated by Elisa and Lynn. He did so well. In all honesty, I expected Ethan and me to be the first two out of the game. Middle of the pack is something to be proud of. Liam tackles me hard, knocking the air out of me. The hit came out of nowhere and crumples me as we tumble across the forest floor. I scramble to my feet, trying to catch my breath and increase the space between us. Alexei apparently went down swinging based on his shiner. He lunges at me as I sidestep behind a tree. I try to pull myself up, but he catches my ankle, freaking again. We struggle for a minute before he manages to drag me down. We both fall hard to the ground. I use our falling momentum to drive my elbow into his ribs as I land on top and roll off. He growls and makes his way back onto his feet, lunging at me again, only to be tackled by Soraya and Claire. They fight like a well-oiled machine, synchronizing moves for maximum effect with minimal energy wasted. Soraya focuses her more powerful blows high while Claire goes low, working on cutting the man down to size. He doesn't go easy on them, landing strikes on both women, but they manage to twist and deflect most. Before long, the women have him on his knees, and Soraya latches on with an iron chokehold. He struggles against Claire, manages to get back to his feet, and backs into a tree, trying to smash Soraya off. It's already too late. The hold has done its work, and he falls to his knees before baring his neck in submission. You guys are incredible, I practically gush as everyone separates. With a quick check and a nod, Soraya sends Liam on his way. 2.5 hours to go, only 3 of them and 5 of us. Soraya's eyes twinkle. We've actually got a chance here, ladies. We lost Christian over there, she points behind her. I nod thanks, and we go to split up once again. Jace nearly caught me by the falls, I say, so that leaves Judius. Buzz, Lynn eliminated by Judius. He does not disappoint. Soraya calls over her shoulder as they take off in the opposite direction. The skies are getting darker as we approach the final 2 hours. The air is thick and smells like rain. Buzz, Elisa and Claire were eliminated by Jace and Judius. Shit. That leaves me and Soraya. I can't hold up her flank. Now what? Buzz, Judius eliminated by Soraya. I didn't even have time to reflect on Judius's elimination as a low growl cuts through the air. I can't see him, but the excitement I feel at that sound tells me exactly who it is. My heart races as I scan the dark woods, looking for him. Christian slowly emerges, hazel eyes locked on mine. I'm out of moves. I can't outrun him, and he can overpower me easily. That doesn't stop me from slowly backing up as he stalks towards me like a hungry predator. Suddenly, my back's against a tree, and he's inches away, eyes locked as the skies open up. Realizing the rain has robbed him of his victory, I can't help but smirk. There's always tomorrow, I tease. Chapter 19. Christian POV. This past week has been a hurricane. Ever since I agreed to let Judius and Jessie play, Cyrus has been out of control. He's furious that I've put her in danger. While challenge is not a blood sport, it is rough, and broken bones are not uncommon. Soraya still treads on dangerous ground, demanding Judius play and, as her second, no less. This is not the first time she has brought him up since he first approached and asked to join our pack. If I'm being honest, I probably would have given him a shot if it wasn't for how he is with Jessie. The day we fought at her house, I was more than a little surprised by how well he held his ground. Hell, he landed as many hits as he took. I think he'd give my beta a run for his title. If he had been any other request, He would have had to go through a set of tests to see what he's made of and how well he can work as part of the pack. Challenge is actually perfect for testing his abilities, strength, teamwork, and ability to follow commands. So far, his performance would have guaranteed him a spot in the pack and first-class warrior rank. Early in the game, my job is more to observe how teams work together, to evaluate each player as both an individual and part of a unit. Of course, I fully intend to win, but there's plenty of time for that. Day 1 is enjoyable, to say the least. Soraya and Claire have made a ruthless team. They split their squad into effective fighting pairs. She's sure living up to her title, though I'm less than impressed to see that she has left my mate to fend for herself. She needs to learn her place, Cyrus interjects. That's the whole point of putting Jessie on her team. She was supposed to work with her and protect her. When we claim her, she will, after all, be her Luna. I can't have a warrior who will not protect their own Luna. Trying to reason with him is beyond difficult sometimes. Soraya is an incredible warrior. I'm trying to get her to come around, as I would hate to lose her. That being said, I will choose my mate over her in a heartbeat. Cyrus, however, was ready to strip her of her title at breakfast when she tried to get me to reject Jessie. As the game wears on, fewer players remain, causing each match to be more brutal. The final one has Soraya, Claire, and Elisa take on Judius. For a while, Judius managed the attacks well, but the 3-on-1 situation after a busy game was taking its toll. Just before he faltered, Jace showed up. Judius managed to take out Elisa while Jace took on Claire. Soraya took the opportunity to take Judius out before he could recover. I lost sight of Soraya and Jace as they took off back under the cover of the dense woods. Then her scent caught me. Cherry blossom and cinnamon, the strongest it had been all day. Cyrus was leaping with excitement as I took off to find my prey. There she was alone, scanning the woods. She knew I was there, which brought a grin to my face. My eyes lock onto hers as I stalk out of the shadows, wanting to savor this moment. Her eyes dance with excitement, and I can see her working through her next move, but she knows I have her. As I slowly close the gap, she breaks out in a grin as the skies open up, stealing my win. There's always tomorrow, she teases with more confidence than I'd ever seen from her. God, she's driving me wild. We couldn't be prouder of how she's done. The thrill of the chase has me all worked up in ways she can't realize. The rain runs down, causing her clothes to cling tightly to her, hugging all of her curves. I growl lowly as she tries to step away, causing her to freeze instantly. The excitement still dances in her eyes. I'm not done with her yet. I hook an arm around her waist, pulling her the last little bit to me as she gasps at the sparks where we connect. Her honey brown eyes mesmerize as she looks up through her thick lashes. The way she's biting her lower lip has all of my attention, drawing me closer as I lower my head to the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply. I had you, I whisper in her ear. The intensity in my voice sends shivers through her. Almost, she breathes out as she trails her hands up my chest. I rumble at the pleasure her touch brings me and brush my lips along her neck. She responds instantly, melting into me and exposing her neck to me thoroughly. Slowly and deliberately, I plant kisses along her neck, grazing lightly with my teeth. The urge to mark her is so strong. Her legs give out, and my arms holding her tightly to me are the only thing keeping her up. I shift my attention to her soft, luscious lips, taking them firmly with my own. Where our first kiss was soft and gentle, this one is more demanding and passionate. There's no hesitation this time either. She returns it right away. The pounding of my heart and her soft sounds drown out the din of the rain as I lose myself in her embrace. I nip at her bottom lip, asking for access. By the second bite, she lets me in, and our tongues dart eagerly for a taste. Slowly, I become aware that Jace is trying to link me. The man's timing is becoming a real problem. Groaning, I hesitantly pull back. What? I demand. You guys ever planning on coming out of the rain? People are talking about coming out to find you, worried they can't get through to you, that something might have happened. He trails off, but his amusement is evident. Tell them we were far out and are making our way back. Clear the spectators. We'll do the wrap-up party tomorrow, I dismiss. As much as I'm enjoying this, We need to get you out of the rain, I say, slowly releasing her once she regains her footing. A slight sigh was all I needed to know she wasn't ready for this to end yet, either. I take her hand and lead her back in the direction of the pack house. Halfway back, the chilly rain has Jessie shivering, so I wrap an arm around her, drawing her tight to my warm side. Xavier, Soraya, and Judius are all that remain to greet us at the starting point. I catch Soraya's attention, eager to get Jessie back to the house and warmed up. Restart at 10 a.m. tomorrow? She nods and turns to the pack house too. A moment later, Jessie is gone, wrapped up in a big hug from Judius. I see her whisper something to him that makes him grin. My jaw clenches. Every fiber of my being wants to rip him away from her, but I resist, knowing it will just upset her. When they pull apart, I reach for her. Come on, let's get you cleaned up and into some warm, dry clothes. She flashes me a sheepish smile, dropping her gaze as she takes my hand and follows me back to my room. Before long, she's in the shower. I set out some clothes for her and head next door for a quick shower as well. By the time I get back, she's already changed and curled up on the couch, fast asleep. When I bend down to scoop her up and take her to bed, her eyes flutter open. Hey, she whispers, half asleep. Sorry, I didn't realize how tired I was until I sat down. Jessie lets out a soft laugh and wipes the sleep out of her eyes. It's okay, baby, go back to sleep. You've earned it, I say with a smile as I caress her cheek. She leans into my touch, and I can't help but smile. Can we go down for dinner? I'm actually a bit hungry, she says as a blush creeps across her cheeks. Of course. Whatever you want. I hold out a hand to help her up, and she takes it without hesitation, making me grin at our progress. As we make our way downstairs, the laughter and shouting from the kitchen echoes off the walls. She's like a freaking pit bull, Liam shouts, pointing at Soraya. I bashed her off a tree, and she wouldn't budge. The room breaks out in another round of laughter as he groans while Soraya basks in the moment. Jace smirks, his gray eyes locked on me as he side-eyes me. Oh, look who it is. If it's not the wee, evil picks herself. Thought I was an elf? Jessie teases, batting her lashes innocently. Please. Elves are benevolent little things. You, however, are nothing but trouble, he scoffs. All eyes are on his theatrics, waiting to see what caused the sudden change. This innocent-looking pix threw me off a freaking cliff, he says, clearly still worked up. All eyes snap to Jessie, who is blushing wildly. Technically, you threw yourself, she says to a slack-jawed Jace. It was all your momentum. I just changed the direction a smidge, she giggles. Cyrus is beaming with pride for our mate. She's perfect. I could not agree more. You and your technicalities, Xavier grumbles. She used the same line on me when I tried to get her out of a tree. In all fairness, you were in the wrong tree, she pouts, earning laughs all around. Dinner consists of more jokes and stories from today, along with some smack talk about tomorrow. Before long, I notice she's quiet and fighting to keep her fluttering lashes open. Come on, I whisper. You're gonna fall down if you sit here much longer. She immediately gets up, waves goodnight, and follows me back upstairs. Worn-out Jessie is even easier to handle than drunk Jessie. I laugh to myself at this realization. She heads wordlessly to the bathroom as I take a seat on the bed, sitting up against the headboard. A moment later, she emerges and sleepily flops down, face first beside me. I reach over and pull the blankets up to cover her, and her breathing starts to drop into a regular rhythm as she quickly drifts off. Do I get up and let her sleep, or will she mind me next to her? I frown, not wanting to leave. She did see me sitting here when she lay down, after all. Between the kiss and how relaxed she's been with me, I can't help but think she's finally letting me in. I've wanted this for so long, wanted her. So I pull my t-shirt off and crawl carefully under the covers beside her, trying not to shift the bed too much. She sighs in her sleep and rolls to face me. The day has been hard on her. Dark circles shadow her eyes, numerous scratches litter her arms, and several faint bruises mar her skin. Tomorrow will not be any easier. Jace, Soraya, and I are highly competitive. The remaining matches will be intense and violent. With less than 2 hours to take both women out, we will have to be fast and ruthless. I don't like the idea of Jace taking Jessie on. He's still riled up about going for a cliff dive swim. It would be all too easy for him to get caught up in the moment and hurt her. It's safer to have him take care of Soraya. Hopefully, when I catch Jessie tomorrow, we can pick back up where we left off. With that in mind, I drift off into a deep, dream-filled sleep. Chapter 20. I wake up to Christian's hand on my shoulder, gently shaking me. Time to get up, little one. What I wouldn't do for 2 more hours in bed. My body aches. He, on the other hand, looks well-rested and is already showered, dressed, and ready to go. Once I begrudgingly sit up, he heads for the door. I'll meet you downstairs for breakfast. Don't take too long. I get up, stretching my sore muscles, my legs being the worst. I frown, realizing that I won't be able to run or climb much today. Once I clean up and change, I make my way downstairs. The kitchen is already abuzz, so I slip past the mass of people and move towards the food. My stomach is reminding me how little I've eaten in the last 24 hours. Right as I grab a plate to load up, Soraya and Claire spot me and sweep me away into another room. Time to socialize later, Soraya chirps with a determined look that makes me frown. Eat up. We have a lot to go over and not much time. I guess she's serious now, I think to myself. I don't know how we can make a go of this, I say, pausing to take the plate that Nat passes me, filled with bacon, eggs, and fruit, which makes my mouth water. I can't support you like Claire did, and my body is exhausted. Pretty sure climbing and running aren't in my future. That is why I'm the captain, she chides, not hiding the annoyance in her voice. Yesterday worked out better than I could have ever expected. You, as bait, were the perfect distraction, allowing the teams to work. Today, however, we need to switch from offense to defense. The game plan will be to outlast. I can see the wheels turning as she works out the finer points of the strategy, her dark eyes ablaze with determination. After yesterday's cliff stunt, nicely done. By the way, Christian isn't about to let Jace take you down. Claire beams as she continues, so he will send Jace after Soraya and go after you himself. The door opens to Elisa carrying a pile of clothes. Got them, she declares triumphantly. The stench hits me as they drop the clothes beside me. Your scent will be our secret weapon. We'll help disguise it with these, Soraya says as she grabs the dirty laundry. I'll be wearing some of your clothes, too. Hopefully, we can confuse them enough to buy us some time. She steps back for a minute, her gaze raking over me as if looking at me for the first time in a new light. How well can you swim? A short time later, we are making our way to the starting point. The goal is to keep the guys away from me and Soraya. Judging from the looks Christian gives me, it's working. His expression is somewhere between a hungry predator eyeing a steak and a petulant child watching another kid play with his toy. The game starts, and we take off running. Once out of sight, we put the plan in motion, swapping shirts before splitting up. She takes the easier path towards the rocks I hid in yesterday, while she sends me down a more difficult route that will come out at the river. BZZ, defenders have entered the woods. Shit, I need more time. I race down the path as fast as I can. Just under 2 hours doesn't seem like a long time, but knowing 2 highly skilled, super sense wolves are hunting me down, it might as well be 2 days. Relief washes over me as the sound of water reaches me. Jace emerges behind me with a surprised look on his face. Well played. Shit, now what? An angry roar sounds in the distance, grabbing all of my attention. I guess that means Christian caught up to Soraya, Jace says as he stalks towards me, an amused but dangerous edge to his voice as he takes off towards the roar. I suggest you run now. I let out the breath I was holding, putting the second part of the plan into motion. After peeling off the layers of clothes and sending them downriver on a log, I take off towards the falls. 1 more hour, I can do this. The falls break into view. Clear blue water cascading over the low cliff is breathtaking as ever. Carefully, I wade into the water and quickly swim behind the falls, following the blue glow to the heart of the lake. The shimmering light is just as captivating as before, but I don't have time to savor it now. I'm backed into a corner and need to find a place to hide or something. To the left, I spot a boulder big enough to hide behind in the shadows. It will still give me a view of the water, so Christian can't sneak up on me. BZZZ, Soraya has been eliminated by Christian and Jace. Crap, still a half hour to go. Time passes painfully slowly as I check my watch, seeing minutes stretching out. She should be as far away from here as possible if she were able to stick to the plan. With 15 minutes left in play, the water starts to move as someone swims in. Christian. He emerges from the water, looking like a Greek god. I'm not sure if he's moving that slowly, or if my mind slowed it down to savor every moment. The aquamarine light dances across his broad chest as he stalks out of the water, scanning the cave. My heart races in excitement as I take in the glorious view from the safety of the shadows. He pauses on land, sniffing the air as his muscles flex, craning around, trying to pinpoint my location. His hazel eyes glow green in this light, piercing the shadows to my hiding spot. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he spots me. "Come on out, kitten," he teases. "I can smell you." My heart hammers as his intense gaze locks on me. The power and desire in his voice have my breathing shallow as I glance at my watch. 7 minutes left. Stall. Slowly, I get up from my hiding spot, fully aware of his intense scrutiny. I pause, slicking my wet tresses away from my face, carefully tucking them behind my ears with my eyes locked on his the entire time. He stands there, staring at me like I'm a feast waiting for him to devour. "Come here." His voice is low, his command clear. The rumble sets a fire inside me, causing my already tired legs to feel even weaker. My body moves of its own accord, inching around the far side of the boulder towards him as my heart does flips in my throat. I stop an arm's length from him, chewing on my lower lip, unsure of what happens next. The thin leggings and tight, spaghetti-strapped shirt leave me feeling exposed under his hungry gaze. His resolve crumbles as he closes the distance in the blink of an eye. "That wasn't playing very nicely," he growls, lowering his face to the crook of my neck and inhaling deeply. "You're mine now," he smirks against my skin. "BZZZ, time's up." My heart hammers as I watch his reaction. He pulls back, staring at me, realizing that he has taken too long and lost. Confusion and anger take over his eyes as his jaw clenches and a low growl sounds. Excitement dances in me as I close the gap once again, placing my hands on his chest. "Consolation prize?" I ask, raising a brow, knowing full well I'm on dangerous ground. I look up through my lashes, trying to gauge his reaction, only seeing the flexing of his jaw as he stares down at me. In an instant, he hoists me up against him, wrapping my legs around his waist. My arms twine around his neck, tangling my fingers in his hair. His lips are on my neck, sending shivers down my spine. "Christian," I whisper, my breath hitching. Pleased with his results, he playfully spanks my ass. The move shocks me back into focus as I push off his chest, looking at him. The sensation shoots straight to the tightening in my core. He crashes his lips down on mine, firm and demanding. There's no hesitation this time either. She returns it right away. Chapter 21. The short 20-minute walk back to the starting point in awkward silence feels like an eternity. Tension replaces the usual harmonious atmosphere between Jace and Christian, making me uneasy. Silence leaves me alone with my thoughts, which is rarely a good thing. The situation with Christian is intense, to say the least. A month ago, I wouldn't have thought there was anything there. Yet now he has such control over my emotions, it scares me. I'm afraid that if he says jump, I'll ask how high. The thought of going back to a life where I have no control, just following orders like before, terrifies me. I shudder at the past. I've managed to keep the memories away lately. I hug myself tightly, as if desperate to hold myself together. Once they start, it's like a mental dam breaks and the memories uncontrollably flood my mind. I'm frozen, remembering every time he raised his voice or made me feel small. The sickening feeling I got when he was angry sends cold shivers down my spine. All I can see is that look on his face, such malice in his eyes, warning me just how bad it's going to get. My heart races and my chest tightens as the panic bubbles up, threatening to suffocate me. A hand landing on my shoulder sends me over the edge. I twist, desperate to get away, and lash out wildly, striking and scratching anything to get some space. "Jessie. Jessie, baby, you have to calm down." Strong arms encircle me, pulling my back against a chest, but in my state, It just fuels my terror and desperation to break free. Jessie, snap out of it. It's me, Jace. You have to calm down. Christian has you, but you've got to stop fighting. My eyes start to clear, only to reveal Jace, his eyes full of concern. That's it, breathe. We got you. Nothing's going to happen. You're safe. The tightening in my chest starts to relent as I try to steady my breathing with Jace, following his rhythm. Blinking away the unshed tears in my eyes, I look around, trying to ground myself. That's it, baby. Just breathe. Christian whispers encouragement into my ear and loosens his grip. His voice and presence are reassuring and help to calm me. I'm going to let go now. Just please don't run, okay? I give a slight nod to let him know I understand. Slowly, he unwraps his arms, and I pull away, falling to my hands and knees. I stay there panting, fingers digging into the leaves and soil, grounding myself. It's not real. He's not here. You're safe. I repeat my mantra as I always do, willing myself to believe. After some time, my heartbeat and breathing are back to normal. I can feel both men standing there staring at me, but thankfully, they say nothing. Eventually, I sit back, eyes closed, listening to the gentle sway of the breeze as I finish gathering myself. I hear them sit down, and Christian reaches a tentative hand towards me, but at my flinch, he withdraws. Jace speaks first. What was that, Jessie? His voice is gentle and laced with concern. I shake my head. Don't do that. That wasn't nothing. It was just a moment. The quivering in my voice confirms his suspicion. Don't look at me like that. I'll be fine. I just need a second. Please talk to us. We just want to help you, Jace pleads. Christian has been quiet, and I risk looking over at him. He's staring ahead at the ground, jaw clenching as he focuses on his own thoughts. I can't help but feel embarrassed by my outburst. I want to run so badly, but that will just upset him further. There's nothing to talk about. It was just a moment, I practically whisper. It's over now, nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about? Christian finally speaks, barely able to contain his fury. You were terrified. I shake my head, not trusting my voice. Don't lie to me. I could smell your fear. I start to wilt under his intense stare, and my eyes begin to water, threatening to spill over. Jace takes notice and intervenes. Christian, come on, man. Jace nods towards me. My deteriorating state is enough to end it for now. We should get back. People will wonder where we are. With that, we get up, brushing ourselves off to look presentable. I have enough time to secure my composure before we reach the starting point. Sounds of the party and crowd let us know the celebration is well underway before it even comes into view. On instinct, I move closer to Christian. Christian pauses and takes my hand to draw my attention. We can skip it? Or head back to the pack house first, if that's better. His nervous energy isn't helping my composure. Really, I'm fine. Please, can we just forget it? I'm not above begging. It's bad enough they saw me like this. I don't want everyone to know. He looks at me skeptically, but eventually nods. I'm not going to forget. I hope you'll tell me when you're ready. But tonight is about celebrating and you've earned it, he says, smiling down at me, lifting my chin. Before long, the crowd comes into view. As soon as they spot us, the players rush in. A slightly battered Soraya grabs my shoulders, eyes boring into mine. Well, she looks desperate as she hangs, waiting for the verdict. Who won? At my lack of answer, she snaps her attention to Christian and his unreadable expression. Congratulations, head warrior. It seems your strategy worked. I just didn't get there fast enough. Christian's solemn demeanor gives nothing away. He reaches out to shake her hand, which frees me. The crowd breaks out into wild cheers as the women go nuts, squealing, jumping, and hugging each other. I'm swept up in the celebration as everyone congratulates me for outlasting both the alpha and beta. Before long, the celebration is in full swing. People are busy setting up tables as grills are set up to prepare the celebratory feast. Judius breaks through the crowd and sweeps me up in a big hug, lifting me clear off the ground and spinning us. A wild laugh escapes me at his exuberance. Put me down, you oaf. You did it. His blue eyes twinkle as if he won himself. I told you that you're stronger than you know, and look at that. You won. He's absolutely beaming. His energy is contagious, and I feel my mood lift instantly. Me? What about you? Top 3, I'm so proud of you. I give him another hug. Bashful Judius is back and blushing at my praise. Claire breaks in, passing me a drink, which I happily take and down half right away. Girl, you've earned it. There's about an hour before things really kick off. Go clean up and change. A shower sounds fantastic right about now. I make my way to Christian's room, who's nowhere to be seen, so I head to the shower. Peeling the dirty clothes off, I step into the steamy water and sigh as the water hits my skin. There's something about a hot shower that always makes everything feel better. Stress melts away as the water washes the day away. I've noticed a new shampoo and conditioner that I don't recall from before. Their wild black cherry smell is delicious and calms me further. It takes some time to work through my tangled tresses. By the time I'm done, I feel refreshed and relaxed. I exit the bathroom wrapped in a towel, thankful for the clothes Claire must have left out. I put on the dark skinny jeans and a light blue, flowy scoop neck blouse and do my hair in a loose side braid before heading down to the party. You look beautiful, Christian says from behind me. I blush, dropping my gaze. He offers his arm with a big grin. Shall we? I nod and take his arm as he leads us to the party. He's dressed casually in blue jeans and a dark V-neck shirt that sets his hazel eyes off nicely. His energy has evened out back to normal, much to my relief. Sorry, Alpha, we need to steal her for a while, Claire says as she and Alexei drag me off, passing me another drink. Oh boy, now what? Before long, we are all seated at the head table with Soraya in the center. Claire is to her right, and, surprisingly enough, she insists I sit to her left. One of the bets placed involves the winners being served by the losers. As if on cue, the guys carry plates over to start the feast. The first course is appetizers, loaded potato skins, stuffed mushrooms, and cheesy garlic bread. This is so good. Save me some of those skins. I need another drink, I say. Claire lays a hand on my arm, pausing me, and winks. Oh, garçon, Claire calls, shaking the empty glass. She grins as Xavier walks over with a smirk to refill the glass. Enjoying yourself, are you? His tone is clearly playful, but there's an edge of challenge to it. Just remember, it's only for tonight, he scoffs, heading back to the rest of his team. He says that now, but I can't remember the last time he's let me get my own drink, she giggles. Next comes the main course. Christian sets the steak down in front of Soraya and me, his gaze focused on me the whole time. I can't help but blush and bite my lower lip as I smile back at him. Before long, they join us and everyone starts to dig in. As dinner progresses and the drinks flow, the party gets louder and more riled up. Now that the food has wrapped up, apparently, it's time to settle debts. Pay up! Natalie shouts at a red-faced Liam. We won and I fully intend to collect. She cackles as he rolls his eyes, savoring his discomfort. Fine, he concedes. Rolling up his sleeves, he gets up and moves behind her. He starts to massage her shoulders as hoots and hollers break out. If his face was red before, it's scarlet now. Make sure you get the knot out on the left side, she instructs with a triumphant grin. Alexei is the next to collect. Apparently, she owes Nate a foot massage. Slowly, debts settle. Some are money, but it looks like most are favors, so to speak. The music starts to play, and the drinks have everyone in the mood to dance. They remove the tables to make more room for dancing, and a bonfire's lit. The party is in full swing. I don't know how many people live here, but if this is any indication, there are a lot. So what will it be? Christian asks as he walks up next to me as I watch the fire. I arch my brow, not sure of what he means. I've come to pay up, he says with a teasing tone that makes my stomach flutter. The way the firelight dances across his features only makes him look more attractive as he smiles at me. It's okay. I didn't really have anything in mind, I dismiss, tucking imaginary strands of hair behind my ear. Really? Because if I won, I fully intended to collect, he says teasingly. My eyes snap up to as if the promise in his words. Amusement and desire swirl in his hazel eyes as the rest of the party fades away, leaving just us. Come on, name it. Christian has closed the gap, leaving me hyper-aware of our proximity. I shrug as my heart flutters in my throat. I really can't think of anything other than how close we are. There has to be something you want? He whispers, cupping my cheek to look at him. Judius. It's thanks to him that I won, after all. Hell, it was for him that I agreed to do this crazy thing. Judius, I whisper. His eyes instantly harden, losing their playful light. No, he scowls. But why? He did great in the challenge. He worked well with Dash, I reason, furrowing my brow as he cuts me off. I said no. Pick something else, he growls, loud enough to gain attention from the nearby crowd. I don't understand? He's done everything you could want, and gets along well with everyone. He's strong and loyal, Dash. Enough. His voice booms, effectively freezing the party as all eyes snap to us. My heart starts to pound as his anger mounts. You're right, you don't understand. Pack business is my business. Ask for anything else. Hell, you want a new truck? I'll get it for you, but not that. I stand my ground as I begin to tremble in anger. You said anything I wanted. That's the only thing I want. Judius, Jace, and Xavier make their way to the edge of the crowd, trying to make sense of what's going on. The confusion is evident on their faces as they look between us. What is the problem? I snap, eyes locked on his. He is the problem, Christian growls as he steps closer, towering over me. I can feel the anger rolling off of him, but I'm too fired up to back down. The way he looks at you. There is nothing going on between us. We are just friends, I try to reason with him. His angry gaze tells me he doesn't believe a word I say. You may think he's just a friend, but I see how he looks at you. He's visibly shaking at this point as my resolve wavers. I will not have anyone around who wants what is mine. I take a step back. I've never seen this domineering side of him, and it's frightening. He steps closer, looming over me again, his face inches from mine. You are mine, he seethes. His hazel eyes are darkening by the second, turning a deep brown. I am no one's, I counter as my heart races. I'm going home. I turn to leave, but he grabs my arm to pull me back. I gasp in shock at the rough contact. Christian, let me go. He doesn't budge, so I beg, please. Desperately, I try to pry his fingers off, to no avail. My plea is all that Judius needs to spring into action. Get your hands off her, he snarls as he lunges at Christian, shoving Christian back. I'm unable to break his iron grip and stumble back with him. Get out of here, Mutt, if you want to keep your life. This doesn't concern you. Christian's voice does nothing to hide the lethal threat. The only reason you're still breathing is thanks to her. I'm not leaving without her, Judius growls as he stands ready for a fight. Panic threatens to overtake me for the second time today. My eyes are wide, heart racing, and chest tight as the tension escalates around me. Christian throws the first punch, which Judius dodges. He throws his own, landing a stunning hit on Christian's jaw. Judius takes the moment to break Christian's grip and pulls me free. Christian's furious roar drops me to my knees as I cover my ears, unable to catch my breath. In an instant, Judius is over me like a shield as Christian attacks him. Jace and Xavier jump in, soon joined by Nate and Liam. It takes all four men to pull the battling men apart. In the end, it's a brutal hit from Jace, breaking Christian's nose, that snaps him out of his rage. The calm only lasts a second before his murderous fury turns to Jace. Jace screams at him, "Look at her. She's terrified." His gray eyes swirl with anger and concern as he looks between me and Christian. Christian's eyes flicker between hazel and dark brown as he looks at me. I cower beneath Judius's protection, my eyes burning with unshed tears that threaten to fall at any moment. I'm a mess, unable to control my breathing or my trembling lip. He growls and tries to get to me, only to be pushed back by Judius. Jace and Xavier both step in to hold Christian back. "Take her home," Jace commands. "No," Christian booms as he tries to shake off Jace and Xavier. Not needing to be told twice, Judius scoops me up and takes off for the truck. Christian roars again, and I bury my head in Judius's chest. Moments later, he tucks me into the passenger seat and we peel out of the driveway, heading for home. I sit there numb, watching the trees pass as the forest opens up, signaling the end of pack territory. I can't even look at Judius. My stupidity has ruined any chance he had to join their pack. My heart breaks knowing how much this meant to him. I'm so sorry, Judius, I dash. He cuts me off, wrapping an arm around my shoulders, pulling me close. Shuh, you didn't do anything. Everything's going to be fine. I'll have you home soon. He gives me a quick squeeze and kisses the top of my head. As we draw closer to home, my anxiety flares to new levels. After how things went down tonight, the thought of being alone leaves me uneasy. I chew my lip and look over at him. Judius? Can I stay with you tonight? I whisper. Chapter 22. Judius doesn't hesitate or say anything after I ask to stay at his place. He changes course and heads in for his place. I'd never been to his house before, but after what happened tonight, I didn't want to be alone. Lord knows I couldn't risk Christian showing up at my house and finding Judius there. I shudder at the memory of him attacking Judius. I would never forgive myself if he seriously hurt Judius. In such a short time, he has become very dear to me, and I've caused him nothing but problems. Realizing how much of a burden I've become to him makes me frown. That's enough of that, he cuts in, as if sensing my train of thought. Judius pulls up to a quaint lakeside cabin and parks the truck. Listen to me. You know I will never lie to you. He pauses as his eyes search mine, willing me to understand. None of what happened was your fault. Christian had made up his mind long ago. It had nothing to do with you. You know, no matter what, I will always be there for you, right? The sincerity and promise are evident in his voice. Not trusting my voice, I wrap him in a lingering hug. He rubs my back, waiting for me to calm back down. Come on, it's late. Let's get you to bed, he says, leading me into the cabin. It's not much, but it's home. He shrugs as he rubs the back of his neck. I look around the cabin, noting that the living room and kitchen occupy most of the space, while the back holds a small bedroom and bathroom. It may be small, but it has a warm feeling to it, and the living room is cozy, carrying just a couch, chair, and TV. It's great, Judius, really. I just don't want to be home alone tonight, I trail off. He leads me to the back, where his bedroom is. He takes out some shorts and a t-shirt for me to change into and grabs sleep pants and a tank for himself. You're always welcome here, you know that. He flashes me a reassuring smile and turns to leave. Sleep well. If you need anything, I'll be in the living room. Poor guy was in a fight, and I'm stealing his bed. Judius, wait. Why don't you take the bed? I'm happy on the couch. Nice try, but that's not gonna happen, he laughs. I'm gonna watch a bit of TV anyway. He steps to me and places a soft kiss on my forehead. Stop fighting and go to bed. You need to rest. I nod, and he leaves, closing the door behind him. I change and crawl into bed, but sleep won't take me. As I toss and turn, memories of him fill my mind, coming at me, or I see Christian and Judius fighting. After a while, I give up and head out to the living room. Sorry, I cannot turn it down. He asks, looking at me concerned. I shake my head. What's wrong, Jessie? Sitting down next to him, I shake my head again. The past is a bitch. I just can't seem to shake it. My frown deepens and I sigh. I'm just so tired. Judius is torn between wanting answers and wanting me to rest. The latter wins. He grabs the throw from the back of the couch and wraps me up in it. Come on, try to sleep some. He drapes an arm around my shoulders and pulls me to him, settling my head on his chest. The rhythmic beat of his heart, combined with his calming presence, works its magic. Before long, I feel myself nodding off, so I curl up with my back to the TV and my ear on his chest, listening to his heart. He softly strokes my hair as I drift off. I must have fallen asleep because I'm woken up by him tensing as someone opens the door. I stayed frozen in place, listening, but not wanting to deal with anyone. Shoo, I finally got her to sleep. Don't wake her up. His tone is warning but not upset, as his body relaxes. I didn't come here to fight, Jay says as he sits across from us. Listen, man, I'm sorry that happened. You should have been golden. My heart sinks, realizing how much I've ruined his chances. Even Jace thought he was a shoo-in before I messed things up. Don't worry about it. Was fun while it lasted, though. The barely hidden sorrow is evident in his voice. I have to ask, man, Jace hesitates. Is he right? I'm not one to judge, but you guys look a certain way, curled up like that. No, Judius replies. After what happened, she didn't want to be alone tonight, so I brought her here. She went to lie down in my room, but she had nightmares. So she came out here to watch TV but nodded off. Are you sure that no part of you is in love with her? Clearly, Jace is not convinced. After a moment of reflection, Judius finally replies. I'm not in love with her, but I do love her. He trails off. It's hard to explain. It's not romantic love. I care about her happiness more than my own. I feel compelled to make sure she's safe and taken care of. He pauses and sighs. It's like she's my little sister, and I just want to protect her from everything. Jace muses, his chair creaks as he leans back. Does she know? Yeah, we had the same awkward conversation after the rogue attack. Judius chuckles. Her look was priceless. She was practically running for the door, saying she doesn't date. Kind of sad to see her relief when she realized my intentions weren't romantic. Do you know anything about her past? I know something bad happened to her, but she won't tell me about it at all. I can't help but hold my breath as Jace asks. My panic starts to build at this line of questioning. I've avoided discussing any aspect of my past whenever anyone asked. I've never told anyone what happened. There's no way they know anything. I wish I did, Judius replies sadly. She flat out refuses to talk about it. Even Trish doesn't know. She thinks something bad happened with her ex, but she won't talk to her about it either. At this exact moment, I hate how perceptive Trish is. What does she think happened? Jace asks, digging deeper. Apparently, Jessie dated some guy who acted like the perfect gentleman, but slowly Trish saw less and less of Jessie. She thinks he was keeping her isolated. I guess there was nearly a year gap where Trish couldn't get a hold of her before Jessie resurfaced. She says Jessie was a shell of her former self, so jumpy and withdrawn, but she wouldn't tell her what happened. Eventually, Jessie said the guy cheated on her, so she left, but Trish didn't buy it. Remind me to have words with Trish about shutting her goddamn mouth. It's scary how accurate she is, though. She saw through his act before I did. By the time I caught on, the damage was done, and I was trapped. That would certainly explain a lot, Jace reflects. She had a panic attack earlier today. Man, she was terrified. When I looked in her eyes, she wasn't there with us anymore. It's like she was trapped somewhere else. Her eyes were open, but she couldn't see me. Christian had her, but she just kept hitting and scratching him like she didn't recognize him. Oh my God, Jace. Why did you tell him that? Judius already spends far too much energy worrying about me. I don't want him to treat me differently. I can't handle that, not from him. I know you guys don't see eye to eye, but you have to know how much she means to him. He's struggling to control himself around her. It doesn't help that I think she's fighting the bond. Jace pauses before his next question. Does she know? How much do I mean to whom? What bond? Do I know what? The urge to sit up and ask questions is tempered only by the need to know what else they know. Judius shakes his head. I don't think so. She's definitely fighting it, but her body recognizes it, even if her heart refuses to. I've seen how she reacts to his touch, leaning in subconsciously where she would recoil from others. He pauses, choosing his words carefully. I think that's what scares her. She's spent so long building her walls. He's smashing through them like butter, and that vulnerability is terrifying to her. Maybe if she knew, then she could make sense of her feelings? Jace sounds hopeful. I really wish she'd open up to someone, anyone. I hate seeing her suffering like this. I hate that they feel this way, but there's nothing positive to be gained from discussing my past. It will just change how they see me. They think I'm a good person, strong even. They'll never look at me the same when they find out how weak, pathetic, and dirty I really am. She just needs time, Judius says, running a hand over my hair. Christian isn't going to win this with brute strength, you know. The more he flashes his commanding authority, the more she'll pull away. Even he knows that, but you know what mates are like. His wolf has been driving him crazy to mark and claim her. You, as an unmated wolf, being so close, just pushes that urgency. Jace chuckles before adding, you and I both know alphas are wound a bit tight. I'm sorry, what? What about mates? And this mark and claim nonsense? Sighing, Jace gets up to leave. I just wanted to make sure you guys were okay. I'll talk to Christian, get him to give her some space. Nothing I can do will get him to leave her alone, though. I think she cares for him, too. She's struggling with that. Can you talk to her about the mate bond? Maybe help her sort through her feelings and understand why she feels like this. Do I care for him? I'd be lying to myself if I said no. As much as I've tried to keep my distance and boundaries, I have caught feelings for Christian. Fuck. Wait, a mate bond is to blame? I'm not guaranteeing anything, but I'll talk with her. If she doesn't want anything to do with him, I won't force her, and I sure as hell am not letting anyone else either. The threat is apparent in Judius's voice. Jace lets out a cynical laugh. Ever think you're meant for more, Judius? There's a guarded edge to his tone, like he suspects something. I'm fine where I'm at. I don't need more, Judius mumbles, brushing my hair back. Need or not, there are bigger plans for you, I think, Jace trails off cryptically. I don't understand, Judius grumbles. You will, Jace says with a soft laugh. The chair creaks as he gets up before making his way to the front door. The soft click of the door as he closes it behind him lifts a weight off of me, releasing a tension I hadn't realized was there. Sleep takes me shortly after he leaves, and fortunately, it's a deep, dreamless night. Sun streams through the open window, waking me from a deep slumber. At first, I freeze, not knowing where I am. As the fogginess leaves me, I remember and relax. Judius's sleeping form is wrapped up beneath me. I blush at the contact, but it feels so different from when I'm with Christian, making me frown. If Christian saw us right now, he'd try to kill Judius for sure. Slowly, I push myself up, trying to untangle from him without waking Judius up. Morning, Judius says, his voice husky from sleep. How'd you sleep? I can't help but blush as I jump up. He stretches and stands. Better than I thought possible, I admit. Same, he says, sounding surprised as he heads to the kitchen, focused on coffee. Before long, he sets a plate of scrambled eggs and bacon in front of me, and then sits to eat his own. Jace came by last night, he starts. Judius rubs the back of his neck, stalling as he searches for how to continue. I think there are some things we need to go over. I sit back and stare. I don't even know where to begin with this conversation, so I play dumb. Is he mad? No, Judius laughs. He's just trying to make sense of everything like we are. Mostly, he just came by to make sure you were okay. Is that how you're going to play it, Judius? That was nice of him, was that all? I shift my attention from my plate to him, waiting to see if he will let the cat out of the bag. No, he sighs. Jace brought up some other things we should talk about, but I don't even know how to start. A sense of relief hits me as I realize he wasn't going to hide anything from me. I trail off. Judius furrows his brows at me, tilting his head. I heard you guys talking. I woke up, but I didn't want to deal with anyone, so I pretended to sleep. His look of embarrassment makes me feel guilty. How much did you hear? All of it, I mumble. He nods, his tight-lipped expression unreadable. I'm gonna guess you have questions. His blue eyes lock on mine as he leans back, studying me for any reaction to how I feel. You think? Chapter 23. Sure, I have questions, but I have no idea where to start. Lots, but I can't remember them all. I think it would be better if you just started talking, and I'll ask them as they come to mind, I say, wanting to see where he takes the conversation. Judius nods and takes another sip of his coffee before he turns those keen blue eyes to me. What happened to you, Jessie? My heart stops as the question leaves his lips. Wow, the direct approach. I thought my past would come up later. I don't want to talk about it, I whisper, dropping my gaze to keep him from seeing my shame. He grabs my hand for reassurance, drawing my attention back to his kind eyes. I know you don't want to, but you need to. I look away as my chest tightens with long repressed emotions I don't want to deal with right now. I refuse to talk about this. Jessie, something, anything, it's important. He presses on, squeezing my hand. I can feel his gaze boring into me, waiting for something. Trish was right, I mumble in defeat. As my admission registers, his usual soft blue eyes turn hard as he ticks his jaw. What did he do to you? He asks softly, his grip tightening on his coffee mug. Isn't it enough to know that it happened? Do you really need every detail? I say lowly, unable to control my voice. As the memories flood back, I'm overwhelmed by guilt, shame, disgust, and fear, which in turn just feed my anger. Something happened, more than just him cheating on you to cause this kind of damage, Judia's reasons. He's like a dog with a bone. He's never going to drop it until I give him something. Just assume you're right and he wasn't perfect. Let it go, or this conversation is over now, I snap. There's already too much on my plate to be digging around in the past. My threat hangs in the air a moment before he relents. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to upset you, Judius says as his face falls. I hate seeing you suffer, and understanding what has happened would help me to explain the next part. Judius finally moves on when he realizes I'm not budging. What do you know about mates? Just what Claire and Xavier told me. I pause, trying to remember it all. Something about wolves being paired up by the moon goddess. Like marriage, I guess. I can't help but scrunch up my face at the foreign concept. He sighs as he leans back in his chair. There's a lot more to it than that. The moon goddess does make the matches. She sees into their souls to make sure they are the perfect fit, two halves of a whole that bring out the best in each other. You only get one mate in a lifetime. That's why they're so precious. A sadness falls in his eyes as he no doubt remembers his own lost mate. On rare occasions, she may bless high-rank wolves with a second-chance mate, but it's rare. A pack is nothing without its alpha, so the goddess may bless him again if his mate were to die or reject him. Why would mates reject each other if they are supposed to be perfect for each other? I ask, furrowing my brow. Rejection is rare. I don't know why someone would ever reject such a precious gift. He looks confused and disgusted as he reflects on that point before moving on. The goddess forms a bond between the two that lets them know when they've found each other. His attention wavers once more. That's the mate bond Jace was talking about last night? I ask with a frown. The one you guys say I'm fighting? He looks more than a little uncomfortable. The mate bond is a sacred thing. It connects two people as one. Through it, mates can recognize each other. Their touch sets off sparks on your skin. Their scent is like a drug that you can't get enough of, and just being near them can settle your emotions. Does any of this ring a bell? His eyes search mine for any signs of recognition. I give a slight nod. So I have no free choice in any of this? I'm just supposed to, what? Fold to his will. I snap, trembling. I've moved right past denial and sailed right into anger. Do you feel nothing for him? Judius asks. The shock is apparent on his face, with sadness in his voice. It isn't real, I mumble. I'm just some puppet on a string. My heart feels heavy as I realize that the feelings growing in me for him aren't real. It's all some celestial joke, and I'm the punchline. But they feel so real. Is that how you think it works? Judius scoffs. Jessie, he sighs, rubbing the bridge of his nose in frustration. The goddess doesn't force anything. The mate bond doesn't automatically make people fall in love. It's like a beacon from one soul to another. It may make you look and take notice of someone you might have otherwise overlooked, but it can't force you to fall in love. I sit there digesting what he's saying, trying to keep my own assumptions at bay. Do I love Christian? I don't know. What I do know is I have stronger feelings for him than I've ever had for anyone else. It freaks me out, the effect he has on me, I practically whisper. I've never been around anyone before who consumes me like he does. The effect he has on me shakes me to my core. I'm terrified of ending up like I did before, a shadow of my former self. It may be hard to believe, but you have the same effect on him, Judius says with a soft laugh. I scoff at that notion. Christian has always been in control of the situation whenever he's around me, whereas I'm a windswept feather. Why me? I don't want this, any of this. I had a plan. I was fine alone, I trail off. He eyes me skeptically. How much of that do you actually believe? I can only grumble. Less and less every day. I can't be what he wants me to be. I'm not even a wolf. How the hell will I be a Luna on top of a mate? I drop my face into my hands to hide my shame. If he knew the truth about me, then he'd never want me. Nothing I can do will ever be good enough. And what has he asked of you? Judius asks with a brow raised. Touché. He hasn't really said anything about any of this, to be honest, I admit with a blush. You guys are the first to talk about being mates or anything. He's just always there whenever I'm around. That's just a difference of cultures, I guess, he laughs. Wolves are brought up with bedtime stories about mates, much like humans are with Prince Charming. It's introduced early and is something we grow up looking forward to. We look for the signs and aren't scared when it happens. Our wolves often sense our mates before we even set eyes on them. Now what? I ask, feeling defeated. You know, finding your mate is one of the biggest gifts in life. It's not a death sentence, he chides, giving me a small reassuring smile. You could do worse than Christian. Since when are you on Team Christian anyway? I cross my arms on my chest, feeling a bit betrayed. Relax, he laughs. I'll always be on your team, and as much as I hate to admit it, he makes you happy. I scowl at that. Lots of people make me happy. Christian frustrates the heck out of me half the time. You may not see it, but we do. Every time he's around, you visibly relax and melt into his touch. The way you blush when dash. Okay, Romeo, that's enough out of you. I cut him off, but blush as if to prove his point. So, what happens? What do you mean? Judius replies, cocking a brow. You guys said something about marking and claiming. Blush further burns my cheeks as I trail off. He's not faring much better, as he now flushes scarlet. That's more a conversation between you two, he stammers. I sigh and drop my head in my hands. Talking isn't Christian's strong suit. Marking is very intimate. A wolf bites into his mate's neck here. He gestures to the point where the neck and shoulder meet. I know it probably sounds barbaric, but it's actually quite beautiful. Judius looks lost in thought as a smile creeps onto his face. My heart flutters as my fingers brush the spot he's talking about. Oh, he's already done that, I whisper. Memories play back as I remember the intense sensation it brought me when he bit down in the caves. Judius's shocked eyes lock with mine as he searches my neck. Not sure what he did, but you'll know when he marks you. His fangs will break the skin, leaving a mark, his mark. It's a warning for other wolves to steer clear and also solidifies the bond. It establishes a link between you that is more intense than a regular pack bond. You'll feel each other's emotions in addition to being able to link. Judius waggles his pointer finger at me, gesturing to the spot. You're not marked yet. His matter-of-fact attitude leaves me confused and embarrassed. I guess not, but when he bit me there, the feeling was like nothing I ever experienced before. My cheeks burn and my core tightens as my mind wanders back to the cave. Marking is like that, but tenfold. In all honesty, this is all stuff you guys should talk about. He rubs the back of his neck, clearly uncomfortable. This feels like having a sex talk with teens. I don't know how I'm going to talk to him about all of this. There's just so much to process. It's all new to me. It must frustrate him to no end that I'm not a proper mate and acting accordingly. Stop it. There is no right way, every couple is different. Some meet and fall in love right away. Others take time, maybe years even. He reflects before speaking again. Just try to give him a chance. Happiness is worth everything. Why is everything so complicated? Midweek means a visit and, sure enough, Jace texts to give me a heads up. Like clockwork, he pulls up in their dark SUV an hour later. Sup, lil elf, he greets warmly, his gray eyes dancing with mischief. Oh, I'm no longer an evil pix then? I challenge, raising a brow. You'll always be my little elf, he teases. Somehow I doubt Christian will appreciate you saying that, I say with a frown. He shrugs, scooping me up in a big hug. Forget him. My eyes go wide at his words, earning a hearty laugh. All male wolves are possessive. Maybe I'm reading you wrong, but you don't strike me as the shrinking violet type. He can puff his chest out all he wants, but you actually hold all the power. If you want Judius or any other male in your life, he can't stop it. His statement brings me a bit of peace since I have no intention of cutting Judius out of my life. That being said, the tension between them is stressing me out. Are you even allowed to say that about your alpha? I question, raising a brow. You may have noticed we have a different dynamic, he laughs. He's like a brother to me. We can beat the hell out of each other and go for beers an hour later. I can't help but laugh at that. I have noticed they can go from fist fights to friends in 10 seconds flat. They all seem to have short fuses, but for the most part, they get over their disagreements quickly. So, what are your plans this weekend? Jace asks as he shuts the back of the SUV. Judius is taking me to the carnival Saturday night. I shrug. Good, we'll see you there. He smirks. I freeze and stare at him. What? I stammer. I was going to invite you to come with us, but we'll just meet you guys there. That troublesome glint is back in his eyes. I don't want a repeat of last weekend, I say, trying to get out of it. Relax, Christian has had time to cool off, and we've had a couple of long talks. Really, it was more me talking and him grunting, but whatever. He may not understand or like it, but he's coming to terms with the fact that Judius isn't going anywhere, Jace says with a triumphant wink. Speaking of talking, you sure do talk a lot, I say lowly. He gives me a quizzical look. You shouldn't have told Judius about my panic attack. It wasn't your place. Jace grimaces and drops his gaze. I'm not sure what Judius told you, but I dash. He didn't have to say anything. I heard you talking that night, I say, cutting off his redirect before he has a chance to spin it. The realization dawns on him as a look of guilt settles on his face. Jessie, he starts before I cut him off again. Jace, stop. It's my life. It's my business and past. You have no right to dig around in it. If I don't want to talk about it, or let anyone know about what happened, why can't you respect that? Because you're hurting. It's slowly killing you, but you just keep burying it. You need to get rid of it, Jessie. It's toxic. The fullness of concern in his eyes shows he means every word. You are a good person, and you deserve every bit of happiness that life can give you. But by burying it, it's staying with you and getting in the way. You don't know anything about me, I say, practically a warning. I don't know what happened, but I know you, he says, poking my chest. I know you're brave and selfless. That you're humble and loving, that your loyalty to your friends is unwavering. You'd sacrifice your own happiness and even your life for them, he trails off. The sincerity in his words catches me off guard and sucks the life out of my fire. I don't need to know anything else about you to know that I want you in my life, Jace says with a soft smile. I stand there stunned. His kindness blows me away. He spoke with such conviction that it makes it impossible to dispute. I don't even try to talk. I just give him a hug that he returns tenfold. So we'll see you guys at 6 Saturday night. The band is supposed to be good, he says as he heads out. Great, a carnival and drinking with Christian and Judius. Big crowds and lots of noise. What could go wrong? Chapter 24. The summer carnival is the most significant event around here all year. People flood in from all the surrounding towns and cities, swelling our village to the point of bursting. Daytime is more for the kids, while evenings are for the adults. The scene essentially transforms into a giant party, complete with drinking, live music, and entertainment in the form of games, rides, and shopping. Typically, I skip the carnival since it's far too crowded for my taste, but Judius begged me to go. He sure seems to be able to talk me into going and doing a lot of things I would have avoided otherwise. Speaking of which, he'll be here at 5 to pick me up, so I'd better focus on getting ready. The day is hot, so I dress in a thin black lace-up tank top and blue skinny jeans. I'd bought this top on a whim, instantly drawn to the lacework tied across the back and chest, with delicate silver feather designs, but I have yet to wear it. As much as I liked the shirt, when I got it home, my ex, Matt, made sure to point out how inappropriate it would make me look, and no one needed to see that. I still remember the disgust in his voice. It was one of the first incidents that should have sent me running. What man would be disappointed to see his woman dressed up for him? So it stayed buried in the back of my closet with the tag still on it. I frown, studying my reflection in the mirror one last time. I have my hair in a simple braided updo, trying to stay cool while containing my frizz and curls. Scanning my reflection, tracing the lace cutout and the barely visible swell of my chest, I can't help but wonder if he was right. Does this top look too much? The cutout on the chest is laced shut, much like the back, so that nothing can be seen. It just hints at skin and adds to the airflow. Screw it, I'll change. Wow, Judius exclaims. He leans casually in the doorway, checking me out from head to toe. That looks dash, he pauses, looking for the right word, but changes direction. Nice to see you coming out of your shell. I'm changing. Give me a minute. I head for the closet, but he reaches past me, shutting it. No, it's perfect. Stop overthinking it. His smile sets my nerves back a step. I know he wouldn't lie to me. Let's go. I want to check things out a bit before we meet up with everyone, Judius says as the excitement dances in his blue eyes. His happiness is infectious, but I can't quite smother this nagging feeling in the pit of my stomach. Why do I feel like something's going to happen tonight? Before long, we're parked and making our way to the midway. Already, the place is packed. By the second time someone bumps into me, I'm seriously regretting this. My anxiety has been on the rise all afternoon, and getting bumped and crowded by strangers is not helping. Come on, Judius says, wrapping a protective arm around me. We can go somewhere less crowded. Don't worry, I'm fine, I say, giving him a small smile. What do you want to do first? Shopping? Games? Food? We should probably wait for the others for food. Let's just check out the booths on the way to the grandstand. He sets us off in a direction, his arms still in place. His size and presence are enough to keep the crowd at bay, thank God. You never know what you'll find at carnival booths. It's part flea market, part thrift store, and knick-knack central. The current booth has all kinds of weird jewelry, crazy hats, and tie-dye everything. Judius has a particularly hideous hat on, reducing me to tears as I bend over, holding my sides from laughing so hard. There you guys are, Jace says as he steps out of the crowd. Damn, Judius, that's totally you. You should buy it. He breaks out in infectious laughter that has me back in tears. Looks more your style than mine, Judius counters with a smirk. He offers it to Jace, who acts like it's infectious, backing away and turning his attention to me. Well, don't you just look beautiful, lil elf, Jace says as his gaze lands on me. My face flushes scarlet when his eyes linger longer than I expected. You're so cute when you blush, he teases. Really? I groan, smacking him in the gut. Let's go, he says with a chuckle. I left everyone at the pavilion to get dinner. They should have it by the time we get there. Jace looks far away and pauses a moment, like he's lost in thought. I tilt my head as I study him. All the Still Waters members get that funny look from time to time, like they're not fully here. Claire's asking for a proper drink. He clarifies to my quizzical look. We make our way towards the pavilion, stopping at the lemonade hut to pick up 3 fishbowl-looking lemonade drinks with enough booze to drop a grown man. The ladies' eyes light up as we set the giant drinks down, while the guys frown, looking at the small bottles of beer. I can't help but laugh. Soraya snatches up the pink lemonade, and Claire goes for the blue raspberry, which leaves me the black cherry. I can see these not lasting long. Claire giggles as she drinks deeply. Pace yourself, dude, we got the super strength ones. I laugh while they just shrug. You got somewhere to be? Claire asks, flashing me a grin. I fully intend to let loose and have a great night. Cheers, I say as we clink cups and drink. The guys are looking a bit concerned. Rock music booms into existence behind us as the band starts on the main stage. I look around and shift my attention to Claire. Where's Christian? He went to check out the grandstand area while we waited for everyone and the food to get here. She nods to the left side, where the grassy hill is. I was gonna link him when the food arrived, but maybe you could go grab him? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I take one last gulp from my drink before setting it down and heading off in the direction Claire pointed. The crowd is dense, and my short height makes looking for someone next to impossible. I just kept walking, letting my feet pick their own way. Before long, I can feel him near, but I still can't see him. I press on and see him sitting on the edge of the hill. He's facing the stage, but looks a million miles away. Christian is dressed in a simple black button-up shirt that's open at the chest and dark jeans. He's handsome as ever, even when he frowns. Wordlessly, I sit down, nudging him with my shoulder. He freezes at the contact before relaxing, keeping his hazel gaze on the stage. You smell like him, Christian says quietly, his voice a mixture of sadness and annoyance. Is that what we're doing? Fighting tonight? Christopher, I'm not in the mood to fight tonight, I bite out. He slowly turns to me, scrunching up his face. Did you just Christopher me? Suppose I did, I giggle. But seriously, Christian, you need to let this thing with you and Judius go. I promise there is nothing going on between us, and there will be nothing either. He's like a brother to me. Christian only grumbles in response as I continue. He will always be in my life, but I want you in it too. What did you say? Christian whispers as his eyes lock with mine. I don't want you guys fighting anymore, I dash. He cuts me off, hazel eyes boring into mine. Not that, the other part. Chewing on my lip, I suddenly feel very self-conscious and lower my gaze. I don't understand all this mate bond stuff, but I can't pretend you aren't important to me. I'm not promising anything, but I'm going to try to stop running. It's practically a whisper, but he hears everything. Christian gently lifts my chin to look at him, relief in his eyes. Thank you. I don't think you know what this means to me. I'll try to keep my temper in check with Judius, but he provokes my wolf, he admits with a frown. I guess all we can do is try, right? I say, and he nods. His hazel eyes gloss over for a moment as he wears a faraway look. Claire says the food's there. Let's go eat. Christian stands, holds out a hand for me, and smiles. Once I'm up, he wraps me up in his big arms, pulling me tight to his chest. My body melts into him. I hadn't realized just how much I missed his embrace. He drops his nose to my neck and breathes deeply while his lips graze my sweet spot, sending delightful shivers down my spine. Christian, I whisper breathlessly. I feel his lips smirk against my neck as he kisses it before pulling back. Stop distracting me. Everyone's waiting and I'm starving, Christian teases. I open my mouth to protest, and he just chuckles. Now you smell better, he says with a triumphant grin. I grab my shirt, sniffing it, confused. I smell like you, I reply, scrunching up my nose in confusion. Exactly. His tone is deep and seductive, causing a tightening in my core. I smack his chest and head back to the pavilion. I don't get more than 2 steps before he wraps an arm around me, drawing me tight to his side. The table is roaring with laughter by the time we get there. My face falls when I see my empty drink. Really, guys? I was looking forward to that, I whine, only to be met with more laughter. Relax, we sent the guys to get more, Soraya pipes up. Also blame Jace. He killed yours. As if on cue, Judius and Jace show up with several drinks. I guess the beers aren't cutting it. I gladly take the drink Judius offers, guarding it this time. Judius, Christian greets with a nod. Judius returns the nod and smiles. Listen, I dash. Don't worry, I get it. He cuts Christian off. With a final nod, they drop it. Men are so weird. Wolves are just ridiculous. The rest of dinner goes by lightly. Everyone's laughing and stuffing their faces. I'm sure the spiked lemonade helped. The music is good, though loud enough that we decide to stay at the pavilion. After a couple of hours of this, the guys decided it was time for games. Claire and Soraya drag me off to the booths to shop. They're on the far side, fawning over shoes and purses, while I look aimlessly through the table of tops. I feel a familiar presence behind me that causes my heart to flutter in excitement. Did I mention you look beautiful tonight? Christian asks, placing a kiss on my back at the cutout on my shirt. The contact sets off sparks, sending shivers down my spine. His hands slide onto my hips, pulling me tightly to him. My heart races in excitement when his hands tighten on my hips. Thanks, you clean up nice yourself, I say breathlessly as I keep myself occupied with the clothes. My skin dances under his touch, setting goosebumps off in its wake. His lips land on my neck, and instinctively, I bare my neck to him. Pleased with my reaction, he wraps his arms around my chest, brushing lightly. Christian, I gasp as I scan the tent to see if anyone is looking. I'm sure I rival a tomato right now. I feel him chuckle as he presses me against the table. Let them look, he says in a husky voice. I'm just enjoying what's mine. Christian, my voice comes out shaky. I'm not Dash. He silences my protest with a light kiss to my sweet spot. My mind empties as waves of pleasure cause my knees to buckle. His attention feeds the flames, heating my core. I bite down on my lip to stifle a moan as he continues kissing. Christian, I mumble as I fight to clear my mind. I reach up and run a hand over the back of his neck, tangling my fingers in his hair. He growls deeply in approval. I'm not keen to give anyone a show, I complain. He chuckles against my neck, but slowly releases me. What can I say? You drive me wild. I just can't get enough of you. If you were off playing games with the guys, I wouldn't be driving you nuts, I tease. Christian scoffs. Baby, you're on my mind even when you aren't with me. Claire cuts in and shoos him off. Go play some games and distract yourself. We're having girl time. He throws his arms up in surrender and heads off towards the guys. I swear they'd lock us up in the bedroom and never leave if they could. She laughs as I blush. After a couple more booths, I'm over shopping and tell the girls I'm heading over to the games. I wave and split before they can guilt me into staying. The fairgrounds are even more packed than earlier. The flashing lights and noise from games, rides, and the crowd are disorienting. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck rise. I scan my surroundings, trying to find the source of this unease. Someone's watching. I know, I feel their eyes on me, but I don't see anyone. Get back to Christian. He'll take care of it. Can't argue with sound logic. I pick up my pace and look for any of the guys. I come to the end of the aisle and still no guys, but that just means they have to be in the next one. My heart hammers with every step, pushing me to go faster. Hurry up, it's getting closer. I'm trying. I can't find them. Suddenly, a familiar dark cloud blocks the way, sending my panic into overdrive. Shit. Chapter 25. Shit. What's he doing here? I'm frozen in place, and my heart threatens to burst through my chest as the man blocks my way. They'll let anyone in, Brute sneers, eyes cold and full of malice. He takes a step towards me, fists balled, making me shudder. I step back, eyes on him as movement to the left catches my attention. A second man closes in on me with the same intense, hostile look. Panic wells in me faster than I can deal with it. Get out of there. Where? There's nowhere to run. What, no friends this time? What's the hurry? Stay a while, Brute says, reaching for me as I pull away. Leave me alone. I have to get back. They're waiting for me. I turn to leave, but a third man appears. The third man looks bored, but is no less intimidating. His black eyes are trained on me, watching for any sign I'll try to run. Right. Brute chuckles darkly as he grabs my arm and drags me behind the carnival game alley. His touch sends me over the edge. Panic explodes inside me, and I start flailing in his grip. I claw at his fingers, twisting in his grip as my heart races. Eventually, I break his grip, falling to the ground and scooting back, desperately trying to put any amount of distance between us. He laughs, sending shivers down my spine. Gotten a little feisty since I last saw ya, Brute grins down at me, causing me to shudder. You wanna play? Then let's play. Once again, he reaches for me as his cronies close in. Back off, Judius's voice cuts through the night air. My heart jumps in relief. Back again, Mutt? Brute challenges. No one to save you this time. I get up and try to sprint to Judius, but the bored crony sees me as I get to my feet. He easily grabs me and flings me back to the ground. I wince in pain as my hip hits the ground hard. Judius roars as he launches himself at the bored crony, catching him with a powerful uppercut, snapping his head back. The crony staggers a step or two before falling. Judius barely has enough time to spin around and block the hits from the second crony. Brute pushes in, landing a cheap shot on Judius's ribs as he grapples with the other attacker. In the blink of an eye, the second crony is pulled back and thrown, freeing Judius. Even more relief floods through me as I see Jace, Christian, and Xavier. What's going on? Christian snarls. Jace moves in, blocking Judius, while Xavier holds the second crony down. Christian is now towering his full height, face to face with Brute. Even at this distance, I can feel the rage rolling off of him in waves. Start talking, he growls. Strange company you keep these days, Christian, Brute starts. Wait, what? He knows Christian. My company is my own business, Rob, Christian snaps. What are you doing here? Is that any way to talk to your allies? Rob acts unfazed, but clearly didn't count on Christian showing up. After what you guys just pulled, your lucky talking is all we're doing, Christian growls. We just trailed this guy, and the girl got caught up in it. Rob trails off, shrugging. Liar, I shout, pushing towards him. The poor thing's hysterical, Rob drawls. Try to contain your pet's outbursts, won't you? Like a switch flips, Christian loses it, shaking in anger as he slams Rob against the wall. Watch it, he snarls, inches from Rob's face. Funny how when rogue tensions are at an all-time high, you're entertaining one in your inner circle, Rob digs, side-eyeing Judius. This seems to strike a bit of a nerve as Christian loosens his grip and takes a small step back. He's not part of the problem, Christian deflects. These two are off limits, understood? His eyes darken by the moment as his threat hangs heavy in the air. Brute straightens up, giving me an intense, knowing look and smirks. Have you finally decided to live a little and have some fun, Christian? Crack. Christian's fist connects with Rob's jaw, cutting him off before he can finish. It lands with such force that he staggers back before throwing his hands up. Okay. I went too far, Rob pants out as he rubs his jaw. He seems satisfied with pushing Christian over the edge. You win. Think it's time you guys head out, Christian warns, balling his fists. His eyes never leave Rob's as his gaze darkens. Rob arches his brow and deliberately scans the area. We're on neutral ground, or did you forget? There is no mistaking the challenge in his voice. If you value our alliance, you will get lost before I really lose my patience, Christian growls as he takes a threatening step forward. Fortunately, I value our friendship far too much to let a little disagreement cause any unnecessary problems. Have fun, Christian. Rob's eyes linger on me, making me feel uneasy. Jace growls as the two cronies fall into step behind him. Make sure they leave Xavier, Christian orders, finally starting to relax as he turns his attention to me. You okay? He opens his arms, calling for me. Without hesitation, I go to him, sheltering in his safety. He wraps me up, burying his head in my neck as I hide my face in his chest, listening to his steady breathing. Christian strokes my hair, waiting for me to calm down. What was all that? Soraya chimes in, having just arrived with Claire as the men leave. Jace waves her off. Christian pulls back and lifts my chin, his hazel eyes searching mine. What happened? I hesitate, unsure of what to say to avoid making things worse. He cornered Jessie, and they dragged her back here. That's when I caught up to them, Judius growls, rubbing his knuckles. Judius to the rescue, thank God. This isn't the first time either. He's gone after her twice at the market, too. There's no mistaking the anger in Judius's voice, nor the hate for Rob. Christian skulls and balls his fist. I'll take care of him, allies or not. Why are you friends with him? I ask, confused. I wouldn't call him a friend, Christian spits. His father and my father were allies. After we took over as alphas, we just upheld the treaty. Having regained my composure, I let Christian go and turned to Judius. Fortunately, he has no visible damage from the fight. Thanks, Judius, I dash. He cuts me off with a wave. You know I've got you covered, he smiles, blue eyes twinkling. Christian wraps a protective arm around me and gives Judius an appreciative nod. Come on, let's get out of here. No, I say, shaking my head. Everyone turns to me. We were having a good time. He's not going to chase me home and ruin it, I say, clenching my jaw. You sure? Jace questions, gray eyes full of concern. Yep, I'm tired of running all the time. I pinch the bridge of my nose in frustration. Besides, I haven't had any funnel cake yet, I deflect. Claire takes charge and leads the way. You had me at funnel cakes. With that, we head over to the food area to find some. No one can agree on flavors, so we literally get one of each. I've only ever had it topped with cinnamon, apple, and icing sugar. Jace insists on strawberries, Claire fudge, Soraya Nutella, while Judius goes with classic cinnamon sugar. I split mine with Christian and tried a small piece from Jace and Judius's. It's so unfair how much food they can put back and still look like gods. Before long, the dark cloud from earlier has dissipated, and we're back to laughing and having fun. Christian refuses to leave my side, always with a hand on me or his arm wrapped around me. I don't mind. His proximity keeps me relaxed. I doubt anyone can get to me now if they try. With fresh drinks in hand, we head back to the games. Jace and Judius are cleaning house and darts. The gimmick is that they underinflate the balloons, allowing the darts to bounce off, unless thrown with wolf strength. Care to show us what you've got? Jace teases, mischief swimming in his gray eyes. I'm afraid I'm no good at these, I dismiss, scanning the booths. Think the only game I've ever done okay at is the plinking one. Game on, let's go. Jace has that look in his eyes. Trouble's brewing. Care for a bet? Guys versus girls again. I want a rematch, he laughs. You, Soraya, and Claire against me, Christian, and Xavier. The ladies are bristling with the thought of whooping the guys again. Sure. I shrug. But losers go first, I tease, getting a rise out of him. Soraya goes to cut in, but I stop her with a shake of my head. The guys pay for the game and set up. I don't know how to play this, Claire whispers to me. It's easy. You just have to watch how the person shoots the gun before you. The sights are always off. It's designed to waste half of the player's time getting it zeroed in, I explain quietly to them as the guys take their spots. Realization flashes in Soraya's eyes. So that's why you wanted them to go first. Sly, I'm actually impressed. Yup. I'll take Christian's gun, you take Jace's. The first couple shots will tell you which way it's off. I can feel the excitement flashing in my eyes. When it's our turn, we'll split the board up so we don't double shoot the targets. Bats are worth the most, so Soraya will take those while you take the cats, I say to Claire. I'll go for the ghosts. They aren't worth as much, but there's more of them. The music starts up as the board springs to life. Targets move on the tracks as the bell rings, signaling to start. Ping, ping, ping. The guys start shooting and, as expected, the first few shots are off. Bingo, Christian's gun shoots high. Examining Xavier's shots, I see they are low. Jace has adjusted by the time I get to him. Now all of them are shooting down targets, but often aiming at the same high-value ones. I feel a smirk creep on my face at their mistake. Xavier's gun shoots low by just a bit. Aim at the top of the cat. That should be good. Claire nods at my assessment, while Soraya is basically chomping at the bit to go. The bell tolls to signal the end of the round. Jace flashes a triumphant grin and nods. Ladies, he says, gesturing to the counter. I take a seat, pick up the pellet gun, and study the board, looking for all my targets. The music winds to life, followed by the warning buzzer as the targets start to move. When the bell rings, I start picking off the ghosts. Ping, ping, ping. The bottom patch is gone. I hear a bonus alarm as Soraya hits the last bat, signaling a reset. I pick off the complete line of ghosts before starting to work on the last patch. The buzzer sounds just as I'm about to get the previous two. Damn it. The girl crushed me in a group hug, squealing and laughing. Our plan worked, and we more than doubled the score the guys got. I turn and face them, shock clearly written across all of their faces. Jace recovers first. The heck, Annie Oakley? I can't help the laugh that bends me over. You know I'm an archer. This isn't much of a stretch, I reason. After playing a few more games and walking around for a bit more, we decide to head out. Everything is winding down, but I frown, starting to feel uneasy. I purposely slow down to get some space from the leading group, who are busy chatting and laughing. My cheeks flush as I struggle to put my thoughts into words. Christian. I mumble as I bite my lip. He responds, locking his hazel gaze on me. Can I stay with you tonight? I dash. He wraps me in a tight hug. Of course, baby, anytime you want. He kisses the top of my head before leading us back to the group. Judius, I'll catch up with you later, okay? He looks at me, confused for a moment, before I blush and he catches on. With a final goodbye, we part ways, and Christian happily guides me back to the SUV. Back in Christian's room, I've showered and changed into one of his tank tops. I tie my hair back as I head out of the bathroom, getting ready for bed. Christian is already in bed, sitting up against the headboard, playing with his phone. His bare chest is on full display in the low light, the soft lamp casting shadows, emphasizing his chiseled physique. He raises a brow and smirks, catching me checking him out. My cheeks burn instantly. Keep looking at me like that, kitten, and we won't be getting much sleep tonight. His seductive voice sets fire to my soul. You need sleep, and I have an early meeting I can't miss. The disappointment is evident in his voice. Come on. I crawl into bed, lying on my side. It's only a moment before Christian drapes an arm around me, sliding my back against his chest. I feel him nuzzle my neck, sending delightful shivers down my spine. Sleep well, little one. The following morning, I wake up alone. I can't help my frown as I reach over to his side of the bed. It's long gone cold. That was a surprisingly good night's sleep, considering the day's events. I feel totally refreshed as I check my phone. Christian, morning, beautiful. Make sure you get some breakfast before you take off. Jace can take you home, or you can take anything in the garage. Have a good day. I'll talk to you after my meetings. A smile spreads across my face as I reread the text for the third time. Mr. Big Bad Alpha has a sweet side after all. Only when it comes to you. Shut it, peanut gallery. Once ready, I head down to the kitchen. Claire and Soraya are chatting as they finish eating. Hey there, you hungry? Claire asks. I smile and nod, and she passes me a plate. What time did Christian leave? I didn't even hear him get up. I take a bite of bacon, savoring its smoky, salty goodness. Early. He has a long day ahead of him, Soraya grumbles as she glares at me. Oh, so we're back to this. Yeah, he mentioned meetings last night. I try to deflect her hostility and focus on my breakfast, not wanting to take the bait and give her any satisfaction today. Soraya narrows her gaze at me and sets her coffee mug down hard. Well, he has added work, cleaning up your little mess now too. Soraya. Stop that dash, Claire yells before being cut off. What? It's the truth. Soraya snaps. She's back to being openly hostile. This has been a mistake from day one. I shoot out of my seat. What's your problem with me? I shout, unable to keep my temper in check. Her laugh is short and forced. Please, it's nothing personal. The goddess made a mistake pairing you with a man like Christian. She gets up and walks over to face me. Soraya. Cut it out. You have no right, dash. Claire desperately tries to interject, but is cut off again. I have every right. The safety of this pack is my responsibility, and she's the biggest liability around. Soraya is shaking with anger, as if my mere presence is an insult to her. Her words sting, mainly because they are true. I have nothing to offer to the pack. I'm just a distraction for Christian. Nothing to say? You know I'm right. Soraya's voice has taken on a dangerous edge. If you really cared about this pack, you'd go far away from it and never come back. She takes a pause before she drives the knife deeper. If Christian means anything to you at all. Crack. My fist connects squarely to her face, knocking her back. I didn't even realize I had thrown the punch until I stared back at her shocked gaze as she staggered back. The anger is evident as she recovers, and she moves toward me. Recovering from her initial shock, she lunges at me, only to be tackled by Xavier. She delivers a savage hit that momentarily stuns him as she breaks for me again. This time, Jace catches her. Enough, he booms. Unfazed, she continues to lash out. I leave her with the guys and take off to the garage. There are so many vehicles to choose from, but my eyes land on a motorcycle near the door. The keys are in it, so I put on the helmet, kick it into gear, and take off. The last thing I see is Claire and Jace leaving the front door, with Xavier dragging out a subdued Soraya. It doesn't matter how nice I am or what I do. I'll just never be good enough. Chapter 26. Christian POV. I couldn't have been less interested in work today. My mind is still with my mate. It took every ounce of willpower to get up and leave her this morning. Waking up with her wrapped around me felt perfect, with her head on my chest, her arm wrapped around me, and her legs tangled with mine. I need to stop thinking about this before this guy thinks I'm happy to see him. A representative from the Crimson Dawn Pack is petitioning for a meeting on behalf of their alpha for treaty talks. I reluctantly agree to hear them out in a couple of weeks before dismissing him. Success has a price, and this is a prime example. Everyone either wants what you have or wants your protection, offering nothing in return. Stillwater's pack was started by my great-great-great-great-grandfather when the pack he was in splintered due to a change in direction. He had bought a large tract of land here, and when things became unstable, he left and moved his young family here. Several other like-minded members followed him, hoping for a better future. It's a daunting task to take a chunk of land and a group of frightened people and turn them into a pack. Most new packs fail within the first few years, either unable to sustain themselves or picked off by larger packs or rogues. It wasn't easy in the early years, but with sacrifice and determination, they managed to take root. Over the years, their hard work paid off. The pack grew in both members and resources, and he was able to buy up the surrounding land. With the birth of a son, his heir, our bloodline was cemented into the books. This promise of a future spawned additional growth. My father brought a new level of prosperity to our pack, building on all the frameworks laid by his forefathers. His expansion included upgrading the undersized pack house and eventually creating the larger one we currently reside in. Our pack worked hard and was rewarded for its efforts. We have a state-of-the-art pack hospital, all the amenities anyone could want in a movie theater, game rooms, pools, and more. He expected a lot from his people, but in turn, he showered them. They wanted for nothing. Prosperity brings more people, good or bad. It encourages people to transfer in from other, less prosperous packs. Even rogues may petition. As the alpha, it's my job to sort through these people and only take in the ones that will benefit the pack. Sometimes the answer is clear, other times it's a gamble. Jace's parents were transfers from distant packs. By chance, they met here and turned out to be mates. Soraya was also taken in. She and her mother were rogues. Her mother refused to join, but on her deathbed, she begged my father to take in Soraya. Taking in a rogue child is a small gamble. We knew there was some history that kept her mother on the run, but with her passing, the threat died too. Aside from her attitude, she turned into an ideal pack member. Soraya was fierce and determined. In training, she had to be bumped up in several classes because she consistently outperformed her classmates. I'd put her fighting ability up against any. In combat situations, she's always on point, a calculated captain, but she has always struggled to follow orders. Even when given a direct alpha order, she can exploit any loophole or gray area. There is nothing she wouldn't do for this pack. Socially, well, she's not afraid to tell you what she thinks, regardless of whether you asked or not. She finally seems to be coming around with Jessie. Ever since the challenge, she has been considerably less hostile. I can only hope she has finally accepted Jessie as my mate and her Luna. A knock at the door brings me out of my thoughts. The door opens to reveal Rob. I pinch the bridge of my nose in frustration. Take a seat, Rob. Want anything to drink? Sometimes being alpha means playing nice when you really want to punch someone. Diplomacy seems to take up more and more of my time lately. Running a pack of this size and strength means many applications for alliances, treaties, and transfers. You look stressed, my friend, Rob says. He sits down and kicks his feet up on my desk. A growl prompts him to remove them a moment later. He lacks all of the respect and decorum his father embodied. I've turned a blind eye to it for far too long, hoping that with his old man gone, he would shape up. Apparently, that's too much to hope for. Now that you have a pet, I thought you'd finally loosen up a bit, he frowns. Off limits, I warn. That means don't look, don't touch, and don't even talk about her. Rob throws his arms up in surrender. Fine, you win. Why are you here, Rob? The frustration is evident in my voice. I don't want to waste my time on this today. My gamma is still pissed about that rogue's cheap shot, and my beta isn't impressed that Xavier pinned him. Rob is treading on dangerous ground, and he knows it. That the pathetic crybabies are griping about losing so easily is telling in and of itself. What's his angle? I think I'll let him play this out. I lean back before answering, well, it's a good thing New Moon's alpha has them well under control. He's nowhere near the alpha his father was, but sometimes you just have to deal with idiots. Flattery will get you everywhere, Christian. Rob grins. What's the deal with the rogue? You've never associated with them before. Not that it's your business, but he put in a transfer request before the rogue situation started. I've just been taking my time to see if he's a good fit or not. It's not technically a lie. As much as I don't want him around Jessie, the more I push, the tighter they get. I was thankful he went off to find her and intervened when he saw Rob drag her off. I was more than pissed to hear Rob has taken a special interest in Jessie. I may not get along with Judius, but I fully believe his version of events. Whatever you say, Christian, he smirks. We still need to do something about the rogue situation. They're getting bolder and attacking more frequently. I nod. Stillwater's size alone is usually enough to keep most threats away. The proportion of warriors is higher than most packs on average, and basic defense training is mandatory for all. Have you found anything to act on? So far, we have only found traces, no home base to hit. There are far too many around to be true nomads, and the latest attack was too coordinated to be random, I reason. No, but perhaps a joint sweep will flush them out. Cooperation is expected between allies, but I'm not pulling my forces hours away on a blind goose chase, leaving my pack undefended. When you find something to act upon, we'll be there, but we aren't going on a fishing expedition, I say with finality. His face hardens as he realizes it's not the answer he wanted. I can feel Jace trying to link me, so I stand, signaling an end to the meeting. Of course, I'll keep you updated, he says, taking off. What? We may have a problem. The hesitation is evident in his voice. I'm in no mood, Jace. Out with it. Just what I need, more problems. Soraya went after Jessie again this morning, said some things you're not going to like. They got into a fight, which is when Xavier got there. I arrived a minute later. Took both of us to pin Soraya, and by the time we got it under control, Jessie was gone. Jace isn't done. He's holding back. I can feel it. What else? I grayed out. She took your bike, and we don't know where she went. I called Judius. He hasn't seen her, and Xavier is at her place, no sign that she's been home yet. My jaw locks as my temper explodes. What the fuck, Jace? You were supposed to watch her and take her home. Is she hurt? God damn it, man, one thing. I asked for one fucking thing. I'm beyond furious as my body trembles in anger. At some point, my desk went flying. Great, now I need a new fucking desk too. I think she's fine. I didn't see Soraya land a hit, but she might have hurt her hand breaking Soraya's nose, he laughs. Get Soraya downstairs before dash. Already done. She'll be under lock and key until you say otherwise, and we have trackers out everywhere looking for Jessie, Jace assures me. It is barely enough to pacify Cyrus. He's itching to take over. He needs to know that Jessie is safe, and I'm right there with him. Where would she have gone, and why won't she answer her phone? BZZZ. Jessie borrowed a bike and took off to catch up on work 2 towns over. We'll be home later on tonight. Thanks again for everything. Heading back on the road. Shitty cell service here. Don't work too hard. Smiley face. So sure, she texts me like nothing is out of the ordinary. I call and get no answer. Straight to voicemail. She's probably in a dead zone. Fuck. Texting it is. Me. Call me as soon as you get this. She's going to ignore that for sure. God, I need to mark her so I can link her already. This is fucking ridiculous. I fill in Jace. She texted me that she's taking care of something out east in a dead cell zone. Send patrols past the border east to keep an eye out for rogues. She's gonna be the death of me yet. Got it. Jace sounds as relieved as I am. A knock on the door has my teeth grinding. Come back later. I'm booked full today. Someone has a death wish as the door opens anyway. Completely unbothered, Derwin walks in, scans the ruins of my office, and smirks at me. Bad day, brother? Leave it to my brother to show up unannounced, weeks ahead of schedule. Just what I need right now, more stress. What are you doing here? You're like 2 weeks early, I grumble. Is that any way to talk to your big brother? Alpha or not, I'll still whoop you, he says with a big grin. I groan as I take in my trashed office. In my fit, I flipped my large oak desk, crushing the chairs and reducing everything to firewood. I liked that desk. Sit. I gesture to the only intact furniture left in my office. 2 small couches sit off to the side by the window, with an oak coffee table between them. So, what's got you riled up so much? He smirks. Just one of those days, I say, running my hand through my hair. Pack dynamics have been off a bit. I'm having issues with my head warrior. What's Soraya done now? He laughs. Same thing she always does, whatever the fuck she wants. She's gone too far this time. Cyrus wants her out. Calm, brother, you guys have a long history. Don't make such a final decision in anger, he cautions, dark eyes locked on mine. History or not, Cyrus will not tolerate his mate being disrespected, and I can't disagree with him. Derwin has always been the voice of reason for me, though a hothead when it comes to his own life. I nod, considering his words. She'll stay locked up for a few days before I make a final decision. Derwin leans back on the couch, throwing his arm across the back as he eyes me suspiciously. What's different? What do you mean? I deflect, trying to sound unaffected. He can't possibly know about my mate. Just the same old, dealing with more rogues who are working together. And that idiot Alpha from New Moon is expecting me to use all my resources to do their dirty work. Technically, not a lie, but it doesn't have the same effect on me as Jessie does. That's actually why I'm here, he says with a smirk. You've come to assassinate New Moon's Alpha? I tease, raising a brow. I can't say I'd be sad to see him go. Next best thing, help you dig to the bottom of the rogue situation. You'll have to settle for the consolation prize, he jokes as a dark grin takes over his face. It's no secret how he feels about rogues, though there's a good reason for it. The last consolation prize I received was quite enjoyable. The thought is enough to draw a grin on my face. It was perfect till Jace showed up. God, his timing is ridiculous. Spill it. I know, solving all your problems is great and all, but it doesn't get that kind of smile. He grins triumphantly, leaning back, waiting for my answer. Things with Jessie are tenuous at best. The last thing I need is him messing things up. Later, brother, let me take care of some business first. Chapter 27. The wind on my face is a welcome feeling after losing my cool with Soraya. She's going to be really mad at me the next time she sees me. I wasn't even upset when she said I was nothing but a liability and the moon goddess made a mistake. But when she brought up my feelings for Christian, I snapped. I don't even remember throwing the punch, but the look on her face when her nose crumpled was well worth the pain I feel now. I didn't really want to go home yet. There's no doubt someone is waiting to give me grief, so I pull off the road just outside of their territory to check my phone while I decide where to go. Great. 6 new text messages, 3 missed calls. Jace, the heck, Jessie? Answer your phone. Jace, seriously, tell me where you are. Claire, please come back, or at least tell us you're okay. Judius, everything good? Jace called, looking for you. Jace, please just call me. For heaven's sake, he saw me take off on the bike. If I were heading home, I wouldn't have gotten there for another 20 minutes. Curtis, hey, if you're not too busy, I could use a hand for hay. Sold. Harvesting hay sucks, but he usually just has me drive the tractor, so that's easy enough. To Curtis, I'm just leaving a friend's. I can be there in less than an hour. See you then. Great, now I should text Christian something so he doesn't freak out. To Christian, borrowed a bike and took off to catch up on work 2 towns over, will be home later on tonight. Thanks again for everything, heading back on the road, terrible cell service here, don't work too hard, smiley face. Not suspicious at all. I put my phone away and head off to their farm. This will be a good distraction, and with no cell service, no one can give me grief. Curtis's farm is like my second home. With just 2 sons, they always needed help at harvest time, so our relationship just grew from there. I spent so much time there growing up, they gave me my own room. I spend most of the day there. The weather's perfect, so we manage all 3 hay fields. Curtis hired the local kids to pick up the hay. He just needed me to drive one of the tractors. It's hot, dirty, and heavy work, the kind of thing you want lots of help with to get done as soon as possible. I grab a quick dinner before I head out. The thought of a long, hot shower sounds fantastic right about now, but unfortunately, it will be an hour and a half or more before I get home. I don't know whose bike I borrowed, but they have nice taste. It's a cruising-style Indian motorcycle, built for a smooth ride with lots of power. It has a lot of snort, too. The throttle just begs to go wide open. I have to take it easy, though. It's been a few years since I've ridden, and even though I'm feeling a little rusty, I'm warming up fast. By the time I pull back into my driveway, the sun's already dropping in the sky. I park the bike and try to check my phone, but apparently it is dead. Once I see no one is waiting for me, I head inside and straight for the shower. The hot water has me feeling totally refreshed, and even the ache in my hand is nearly gone. I pick up my phone from the charger and turn it back on. Christian, call me as soon as you get this. Busted. I dial his number, but get no answer. Hey there, just got your message. My phone died. Give me a call later. No sooner do I hang up than I hear something outside. He did not just show up. Reluctantly, I make my way to the back door and fling it open, prepared to face the music. Snaps, snarls, and shouts in the distance meet me instead. My body tenses as I try to make sense of what I'm hearing. Instinctively, I grab the bow and quiver that I keep at the back door and head out. Even with the setting sun, there's still enough light to see around. Movement draws my eyes to them before the sound does. Ethan is running from 3 wolves and a man. Shit. I take off running towards them as I pick up on Ethan's screams. My heart's racing as I see the one wolf biting and dragging him back by his shirt as the big man drags him forward by his arm. Ethan looks equally terrified of everyone. I draw an arrow and yell, "Let him go." No sooner do I say that than the second wolf leaps for Ethan's face, teeth bared. Thwack. The arrow flies true, burying itself in the attacking wolf's eye, and drops it. From this distance, I can easily hit a dime. The man roars, and the fight intensifies. I don't recognize anyone but Ethan. The sheer terrified look in his eyes isn't giving any indication of whether any of them are on his side. Fuck. My heart's pounding as I hesitate. The third wolf snaps at both. I draw another arrow aiming for a back leg to get him to back off, but not kill him. The big guy scoops up the flailing Ethan, who screams frantically. The first wolf turns his attack on him instantly. "Drop him," I shout. The man's eyes flash to me a moment before he goes back to the wolf, keeping Ethan tucked under his arm. I draw another arrow, aiming at his heart, but doubt fills me. I raise it a few inches, and the arrow buries deep into his shoulder. He snarls, dropping Ethan, and turns to me, his face contorted in rage. In the blink of an eye, he rips the arrow out and snaps it in half. His eyes are ablaze with murderous intentions. "Run!" I scream at Ethan. I draw another arrow and aim. Wolf number 3, who already took a hit in the back leg, lunges for Ethan and earns his spot in my crosshairs. Thwack. The arrow takes him in the chest, causing him to crumple. Something's not adding up. I'm down to my last shot, so it needs to count. I clear my mind and try to calm my racing heart, desperate to get a feel for the last wolf and man. The man is imposing, power radiates off him, as does strength and rage. The wolf is harder to read. Anger and a twisted hunger are all I get from him. He feels wrong, like his essence is covered in oil. I lose the last arrow at his chest, and it buries deep. The wolf turns to it and snaps at it. The man takes this moment of distraction and literally rips the animal's throat out with his bare hands. The savage act shocks me with its sheer gruesome nature. My quiet backyard has been transformed into a war zone. Blood coats the grass, and even from this distance, I can't escape its overwhelming stench. My heart races again as he catches a terrified Ethan. I'm out of arrows, but still holding the metal composite bow. I rush him, swinging it like a bat. The first hit is solid across the back of his ribs, causing him to release Ethan. Snarling, he turns on me, lunging as I swing again. He half catches or deflects it, but the force clips his head. My stomach drops as he grabs the bow with both hands, snapping it like a twig. Shit! I yell for Ethan to run again as he stalks towards me. My eyes are wide as my heart pounds. My mind reels as I desperately search for the next move, but my luck has run out, and I'm not fast enough. He grabs my shoulder quickly, his claw-like fingers digging deep into my skin. The searing pain has me hiss as the air is sucked out of my lungs. He lifts me off the ground, claws digging deeper into my flesh. In desperation, I scratch at him with my weak fingers, having no effect. In a last-ditch effort, I bite his wrist as hard as I can, drawing blood. Success comes in how he drops me, and I scoot back in the garden, desperate for more distance. I feel the sticky hot drip as blood runs free from my shoulder. In an instant, he's on me again. A mighty hand wraps around my throat as he drags me off the ground. His brown eyes are locked on mine, full of rage. My eyes desperately search for anything to defend myself with and land on a nearby hoe. I reach for it, swinging it with the last of my strength, burying it deep in his ribs. He stumbles back, snarling at me, tightening his grip as everything starts to go black. A weak howl sounds as a silver-gray wolf pup latches onto his arm. In the distance, more howls sound. The man flings my limp body to the ground as he shakes the pup off. The pup rebounds and gets between my crumpled form and the growling man as everything goes black. My body feels so heavy as I try to wake up. I'm somewhere soft and warm, with a smell that reminds me of Christian. Bed? Was this all a dream? I struggle to open my eyes, but as I blink them into focus, I see I am indeed in his room. I groan as I try to sit up, only to have my body protest loudly. "Baby, relax," Christian whispers. My eyes snap to his. They are full of concern and worry. I reach a hand to cup his cheek. "What's wrong?" I squeak out, barely recognizing my scratchy voice. He kisses my palm and smiles, caressing my cheek. "I should be asking you that." "Nothing's wrong now." He passes me a bottle of water. I gingerly sip it, but my parched throat wants it all at once. Every swallow is a torturous mix of pain and relief, forcing me to slow down more than I'd like. He just watches me as I down the whole thing. "Want another?" I nod. "Actually, can we go to the kitchen or something? I need to move, my back is sore." My voice is still scratchy and squeaky, even after I drank a bottle of water. He frowns, clearly wanting me to rest. "Maybe some soup?" he asks. I nod enthusiastically. He just chuckles and holds a hand out to help me up. Cautiously, I stand up, holding his hand. Both legs feel fine, but my left shoulder burns. I can see bandages, so that's no shock. The only other thing I notice is my aching throat. He wraps an arm around me, careful of my shoulder, and escorts me to the kitchen. Christian motions for me to sit while he grabs me a bowl of soup. I wave at Jace and Claire, who are soon joined by Xavier. Christian sets a steaming bowl of chicken noodle soup down for me. The first sip is like magic, melting the scratchy feeling away. "Thanks," I whisper. He kisses my head before heading back to the counter. I hear someone walk up, but I can feel it's not Christian. The man from the fight is glaring at me. I gasp and fall off my stool, landing hard on the floor. The impact jars my shoulder, causing a burning sensation. I hiss in pain as I stare wide-eyed at him. "Damn it, Derwin, what the fuck did I say?" Christian snarls, pulling the man back. "Go sit down, you jackass." "Sorry, baby, I meant to tell you about him before he showed up," Christian says as he crouches down to help me up. "What the fuck's going on?" I whisper angrily, eyes locked on the threatening man across from me. "You shot me," Derwin growls. Anger and aggravation roll off him as he glares at me. "You punched holes in me, too," I snap back, glaring back and holding my ground. "You broke my rib with that rusty-ass hoe," he retorts. His eyes darken as he leans forward on the table, inching closer. "You nearly killed me." I growl back, trembling in anger. Is he seriously mad at me for not letting him kill me? He grins darkly, eyes locked on mine, "And yet you live." "Knock it off, Derwin," Christian warns, eyes locked in challenge. After a tense moment, Derwin relents and leans back in his chair, grumbling. Christian turns his attention to me, eyes softening as he sighs, then explains. "He's Ethan's uncle," he explains. My eyes snap to Derwin. Sure enough, the resemblance is there, same eyes, though his are deep brown where Christian's are hazel. They share the same nose before they were broken, and have similar height, build, and the same jawline. "He's your brother?" I question, shifting my gaze between them. "Yeah." Christian rubs the back of his neck. Not the kind of introduction I was hoping for. Why was he attacking Ethan? I wasn't. He was panicking. "I was afraid I'd lose him again," Derwin says defensively. Embarrassment floods through me as I realize I nearly killed him. Thank God something told me to pull up at the last minute. Sorry, I mumble. Yeah, sorry too. He forces a laugh. Do over? He holds a hand out. Hi, I'm Derwin, Christian's brother. I tentatively shake. Hi, I'm Jessie, I say as my voice cracks. My nerves have settled some, but I'm nowhere near calm. His energy doesn't match his actions. He's very skeptical and still mad. I can't help but frown as I notice someone's missing. Where's Soraya? I ask as I scan the area. She may hate me, but that doesn't usually keep her away. Don't worry about it, Christian says dismissively. Where is she? Thanks to my injured throat, my words come out as a low growl. Taken care of, he replies with a scowl. Chapter 28. Taken care of, Christian replies to my question about Soraya's whereabouts, his expression immediately darkening. What does that mean? I ask, my voice rising with frustration. What did you do, Christian? I whisper. Shock replaces my anger as a cold shiver runs down my spine. Did he hurt her? Or worse? Relax, I haven't done anything like that. She's just locked up, Christian says casually, but the way he says it makes me uneasy. He reaches for me, but I pull away, keeping my distance. You locked up your own friend? I can't believe the words coming out of my mouth. I locked up a pack member who disobeyed a direct order and attacked my mate. His voice is cold, and there's a layer of anger in it. Take a walk, you two. This isn't going to end well, Derwin warns. Christian growls, throwing his dish into the sink and storms out the back door, heading into the woods. Let's go, Derwin says, standing up. You tried to kill me last time I was alone with you, I say, eyeing Derwin warily. He raises an eyebrow, clearly unfazed. I want to see Soraya, I demand. I'm guessing you need a guide unless you know where the cells are, Derwin says, nonchalantly. I don't think. Keep thinking, pretty boy. Derwin interrupts, his gaze unwavering as he locks eyes with Jace, warning him to drop it. Jace growls in frustration but remains silent. Shall we? Derwin gestures toward the kitchen door. I follow him reluctantly as we make our way through the house, stopping in front of a staircase I've never noticed before. Two men stand at the top, their expressions serious. Guardian, they greet Derwin in unison and nod at me as I walk past. Before I can ask any questions, Derwin speaks. Are we doing this the easy or hard way, lads? The tone in his voice suggests he means it. Alpha's orders, Guardian, sorry, one of the men says, visibly paling. Are you questioning my authority? Derwin's voice grows colder as his presence looms over them. Oh, of course not, Guardian, the man stammers. He steps aside, and Derwin leads the way up the stairs. The hallway is dimly lit, and the air feels heavy with tension. Concrete walls and bars line the path, and not a single window lets in any natural light. I tense up, feeling trapped by the sterile, oppressive environment. Relax, Derwin says, noticing my discomfort. Sorry, this is my first time seeing a prison, I snap, irritated by his calm attitude. This is a jail. Dungeons are elsewhere. He responds with a dry laugh. My thoughts spiral as we continue, trying to ignore the guilt and confusion churning inside me. I hear voices up ahead, and as we approach, I spot Soraya sitting on a bench. Her nose has started to heal, though the bruises are still visible, and she looks tired and worn. Her usual sharp spirit is muted, wounded, even. You look like shit, she says, her voice flat. I met Derwin, I say, trying to sound nonchalant. He did this to you? Soraya sounds almost concerned. In all fairness, I shot him first, I mumble, awkwardly avoiding eye contact. Soraya laughs bitterly, the sound echoing in the small room. So, what now? She asks, still not looking at me. I don't know how to answer. I'm not sure, I say quietly. She scoffs at my indecision. I thought you came to gloat. What, now you're here to pity me? Her words sting, but there's truth in them. You have a funny way of saying thank you, I retort, grinding my teeth in frustration. You letting me out doesn't change anything, she says, voice low and sad. I sealed my fate when I opened my mouth. I knew what would happen, but I wouldn't take it back. Nothing is set in stone, I try to reason, but I can hear the uncertainty in my own voice. Christian won't even talk to me. He's blocked my link, she says, sadness creeping into her tone. Her regret about upsetting him is evident. I don't know what to say to him either. I glance at the open door. I shouldn't have to be locked up for speaking my mind. You've learned that the hard way, Soraya says with a bitter smile. Derwin steps forward and eyes me with a raised brow. Let's go. I think we've done enough here. I walk away, not looking back at Soraya as she stays behind, sitting in the quiet cell. Best behavior, right? Jace mutters, eyes narrowed as he watches her. I don't think she's done being angry, I reply dryly, my thoughts consumed by the situation. Suddenly, the back door slams open with force. Christian stands in the doorway, his face twisted in anger, his eyes scanning the room before landing on Soraya. What is she doing up here? He snarls, the fury in his voice unmistakable. Christian, this wasn't right, I say, trying to calm him down. Right? He shakes his head, his voice rising. She attacked my mate. That makes you her Luna, he snaps. I move closer, tentatively placing a hand on his arm, trying to defuse the situation. His anger feels suffocating, but my touch seems to help, as he slowly relaxes. We argued, I begin, hesitating. I threw the first punch. She never hit me. Christian doesn't buy it. It would have ended differently if Xavier and Jace hadn't shown up, he says, his tone gruff. Possibly, I admit. But the fact is, I lost my temper. Soraya was in control. She just spoke her mind. Christian sighs, his anger not completely gone. What did she say? That I was a liability, I whisper. She's not wrong, Christian. She doesn't know anything about you. She never tried to understand you. His voice grows sharper, but there's something else, regret? I put her on your team to show me she could care for you, but she left you unprotected. I'm stunned. Why didn't you tell me? The shock in my voice is unmistakable. A bitter laugh escapes him. You run from me half the time. Why would I tell you more? Because I have a right to know. My voice shakes with hurt, the words slipping out before I can stop them. Christian's expression hardens. Like you've been honest about your past? His words cut deep, and I flinch, my chest tightening in pain. I take a step back, wrapping my arms around myself. Yes, I did. Christian realizes his mistake too late. Jessie, I didn't mean it like that, he says, his voice softer now. He reaches out, but I keep my distance. I shake my head. You never stop pushing. It's always your way or nothing. Because I'm the alpha and you're mine, he growls. His presence is overwhelming, but I stand firm. I just want to protect what's mine. I glare at him, my voice barely above a whisper. Because she's right. Christian stops in his tracks, his eyes widening with shock. What do you mean? She said the moon goddess made a mistake pairing me with you, I say, the words feeling heavy in my chest. She's right. You deserve a strong Luna, not a broken person like me. He lifts my chin gently, his eyes soft. You're mine. I don't want anyone else, Jessie. I only need you. I shake my head, my heart aching. The mate bond makes you feel that way. You could easily find someone else. I'm not rejecting you. Not now, not ever, he says fiercely. No one can take you from me. I stare at him, my voice trembling. If you won't, then I will for your own good. His face drops as my words hit him. Silence fills the room as he falls to his knees, his head bowed in disbelief. The weight of the moment hangs heavy in the air. Chapter 29. I stare down at Christian's kneeling form in shock. He has always dominated every encounter we have ever had, but here he is, neck bared and eyes on the ground. Christian, I whisper as my heart races. What are you doing? I submit, he whispers, voice laced with pain. Please don't. My heart breaks at the pain in his voice. My body drops in front of his. I can't breathe for the tightness in my chest. Christian, don't, I plead, cupping his cheeks in my hands, trying to make him look at me. Please don't leave me, he whispers. I'll do anything, whatever you want, just name it. I can't lose you. He finally looks up at me, his eyes holding so much pain and desperation that it breaks my heart. That's not what this is about, I whisper. My eyes are burning as tears threaten to fall at any moment. Then what? What will it take for me to show you how much I need you and only you? I shrink under his intensity. I'd rather face all of his wrath and fury than this pain I've caused him. Don't pull away and shut me out, please, Jessie. I'm begging you. Don't leave. I can't handle it anymore. My fire has left me a crumpled, burned-out shell on the floor, staring down. His hands land gently on my cheeks, lifting my face to his. You yelled at me in the forest that day about how I was a hot-headed, temperamental ass. Do you remember? I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat as I hang on every word. You were right. His voice is soft, hazel eyes vulnerable. I've had to fight for everything my entire life. It's all I know. You get mad because you think I make all the decisions for you. But you would make the biggest decisions of my life for me. The pain and sorrow are back in his eyes. You would rob me of my happiness and use the excuse that it's for my own good. He spat the last part out like it was poison. Christian, I dash. If you think that little of me, that's one thing, but do not pretend it's for my benefit. That's not it at all, Christian. Please, you have to understand, dash. I understand more than you think. It's you who doesn't understand. He tenderly caresses my cheek as he continues. You are so busy focusing on the one reason you don't think you deserve this, that you overlook the other 100 reasons why you do. The goddess has a plan for us. If you don't trust me, trust in her, please, baby. I don't want anyone but you. You are perfect for me just how you are. His voice holds such sincerity that it cuts through my wavering resolve like tissue paper. Sensing the shift, he reaches for me and pulls me to him in a gentle embrace. Stay with me, please. I melt into his embrace like it's my lifeline. I could never reject him. I buckled at the first mention. As his arms wrap tightly around me, the knot in my chest disappears. Never have I felt more loved and safe. I'm sorry, I dash. Christian cuts me off. Shut later, baby. He just holds me curled up in his arms for what feels like forever. Christopher, go for a run, dear, grandmother cuts in. He begins to protest, but she waves him off. Cyrus needs you. She'll be here when you get back, won't you, dear? I nod, not trusting my voice as I realize just how many sets of eyes are on us. Go. She sends him off with a gentle pat on his cheek. I think the rest of you have somewhere else to be also. Her voice is normal, but the room clears as if it's an order from Christian, leaving me sitting on the living room floor alone. Do you think we can sit on the couch? My old bones might not let me back up off the floor. Her eyes are soft and sympathetic. I get up to join her on the couch, and my body feels so numb. A long, mournful howl cuts through the air, renewing the ache in my heart. I did that. This is all my fault. Oh, my dear, grandmother says sadly, wrapping me up in her embrace. You two are hurting so much. He can help heal your heart if you would just let him. My shoulders slump. But grandmother, I don't want to be a burden to him. Oh, hush, who says you're a burden? Her eyes have turned fierce. Soraya dash. You are no fool, stop acting like one. Her tone has done a complete U-turn, and I feel like a kid caught with their hand in a cookie jar. I don't know how to be what he needs me to be. I can't even shift. How will I ever be able to fight or help anyone? The frustration is making my tone harsher than I meant it to be. Dear, you have done nothing but fight since you got here, she laughs. You fought Christian at every turn, butted heads with Soraya, rushed headlong into a pack of rogues, oh, and my personal favorite, knocked my guardian grandson down a peg with a garden hoe. There's absolutely nothing wrong with your fighting spirit. I groan, that's not what I mean. I drop my head in my hands as my shoulders slump in defeat. Does Christian strike you as weak? She asks, fierce blue eyes locked on mine. What? No. I gasp. Ignoring that he's built like a Greek god, there's always been a powerful, commanding presence to him. Oh, so it's Jace, Xavier, and Soraya that are the weak links then, she teases, as mischief twinkles in her eyes. What are you talking about? I never said that, I groan. At this rate, she's going to dig my pit to China. So, what part of the pack seems weak to you? She asks, leaning forward, eyes locked as she waits for my answer. This is a trap, I'm not taking the bait. I'm waiting, she chides, raising her brow. I just shake my head and sigh in defeat. Stillwater's strength is solid. We are not invincible, but one member won't bring us to ruin. Christian is stronger than his father ever was, one of the strongest alphas around. The pack has prospered under his guidance, but he gives too much of himself to the job. I frown. He is always working. Meetings, phone calls, emails, training, patrols, there's always something on his plate. What he needs isn't another warrior. He needs you. I have seen more joy in him since he found you than I can ever remember. You have brought him back to his people. He's always been there in an official capacity, but you bring him out to his people. Her crystal blue eyes shine with joy as she smiles at me. I scoff. Social isn't my strong suit. And yet you got him to the club, BBQs, parties, and the carnival. He would follow you to the ends of the earth and be happy about it as long as he was with you. I do remember them saying he always blows them off at the club. And Jace has said more than once that Christian works too hard. His people do love him and flock to him whenever I've seen. Everything she has said has the ring of truth. Who's Cyrus? I ask, suddenly remembering what she said. You haven't met Christian's wild side yet? She asks, not hiding her surprise. I haven't really met anyone's wolves yet. I don't really know anything about that side of things. My ignorance is actually embarrassing. Don't you think you ought to meet your mate's other half? She chides, raising a brow. Okay, now I feel like a complete idiot, thanks, grandmother. I just nod. Good, because he's out back in the garden. Keep in mind that Cyrus is in control right now. He's suppressing Christian. Maybe you can calm him and get him to give Christian back control. She nods to the back door. Go on, dear. Before long, I'm on the trail leading to the back gardens. It's park-like in nature, featuring flowers throughout and numerous benches. In the center, there's a grand wolf fountain. I wander aimlessly before stopping by the fountain. It isn't long before I feel eyes on me. From the forest's edge, Cyrus is watching me. I stare as he stalks out of the forest towards me, head low and wary. His ebony-tipped coat glistens in the setting sunlight while his chocolatey eyes seem to glow. They're unreadable though, so I slow my breathing and focus on his feel. He radiates the same power that Christian does, though there's a dangerous edge to him. He's being very guarded as he approaches. Hurt and anger flash in his eyes briefly. Do I pet him like a puppy? Or will that make things worse? Grandmother really could have prepared me a bit better for this. I nibble on my lip to steady my nerves as I opt for the safer option of just holding my hand out for him. Let him show me what he wants from me. His low growl is a warning, but I don't know of what. Back off or don't run. If I thought Christian was hard to read, Cyrus is a pissed-off enigma. You pissed him off, don't blame him. Fuck dude, I'm trying here, everything just went to shit. In an instant, he brings his muzzle to my hand. The same sparks I feel with Christian still dance through our contact. He is Christian, genius. His fur is softer than I expected, like crushed velvet on his muzzle. He leans into my touch, so I bring my other hand to his face. You're beautiful, I murmur. He lets out a wolfish snort, almost as if I've insulted him. I couldn't help but giggle, which in turn caused him to relax too. He rubs against me, pushing me back to the bench. My fingers skim through his lush black coat, admiring the shimmer as the silver undercoat dances in the wind. He basks in the contact, leaning into my touch as my hands move across his body. Seated, he's an even more imposing figure. He stands at eye level with me, larger than my visiting gray wolf. So soft, I murmur, again met with a snort. Your fur, geez. So Cyrus is just as twitchy as Christian. It's nice to meet you, I say finally. He steps back and cocks his head to the side. Clearly not the correct answer. I flash back to when I needed space, but he wouldn't stay away, so I fired a warning shot inches from his head. Shit, right, sorry about that, I was having a bit of a rough patch. He drops his big head in my lap, so I gently stroke his fur. Apparently, that's the right move, as he's practically melting and purring. His energy has shifted dramatically since he first appeared. A relaxed state is seeping through him. I guess Judius was right about proximity calming mates down. I'm sorry, I never meant to hurt Dash. I'm cut off by his low growl as he flattens his ears. This is dangerous territory. Cyrus, I begin as he instantly relaxes at the use of his name. There is so much I don't know and have to learn, I sigh. I have no idea what I'm doing. The frustration is evident in my voice as I bury my face in my hands. He shifts, bringing his snout to my neck, and I freeze. He inhales deeply, taking my scent in. His tongue runs across my sweet spot, causing a shiver. Cyrus, don't, my voice wavers. He growls, pushing in closer. My hands tangle in his neck fur, trying for more space. I push harder, falling onto the ground as he towers over me. His jaw opens as I turn away, tensing for the impact. You would forcibly mark your mate, brother? Cyrus freezes at Derwin's challenge, but doesn't let go. I hadn't even seen him come, but I was thankful for his presence. Don't mark her in anger, you will regret it. Cyrus growls, but slowly releases me and takes a step back. His eyes flash green for a moment as he takes me in, crumpled on the ground, and whimpers. I go to him, cupping his face in my hands. I know he's angry and hurt over what happened. I caused that pain, and I don't want him to think I'm afraid of him, also. Go for a run, I'll take her home. Cyrus growls a low warning and takes a step towards him. Don't fucking take that tone with me, brother. His aura is pushing hard again, willing Cyrus to relent. Her presence isn't doing you and Christian any good. The pack needs their alpha back and under control. Now go. Cyrus gives me one last look before taking off for the woods once more. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding in. Come on, I'll take you home. He holds out a hand. Thank you for Dash. Don't thank me, he spits. I did it for him. He would never forgive himself for marking you out of anger and against your will. He looks at me with cold eyes. You're playing a dangerous game with him. If you think I'm going to stand aside while you rip Dash. It's not like that at all. I plead. I never meant to hurt him like this. I just wanted him to find someone better. I drop my gaze, feeling crushed. Good luck with that, he says, turning back to the house. Let's go. The tone is commanding, but the edge has left his voice. I obey and follow him back to go home. Chapter 30. It has been a whole week since Derwin dropped me off at my doorstep. Christian has been distant, basically non-existent. I've seen Cyrus twice, running at the back. He's not interested in being around me right now either. Claire and Xavier came midweek for their order, but even they were distant. Jace has sent me the odd text, but everything is just so strained. Why is it every time I try to help, I just make things worse? Judius was livid when I saw him on Thursday as he took in the bandages and bruises. Thankfully, they were well on their way to healing by this point. He didn't seem much relieved as I explained the whole series of events. The only time his scowl broke was when I went over the part about breaking Soraya's nose. I told him everything, including what happened with Christian. The look of shock when I talked about trying to reject him was unmistakable. What's worse was the look of disappointment that followed. You said you'd give him a chance. There was no masking the sadness in his voice. I know I messed up, I just dash. He cut me off, tapping my head. This got in the way again. Soraya said dash. Don't blame this on Soraya, you're smarter than that, he grumbled. Jessie, do you realize how big a decision that was? That wasn't the right way to handle it at all. I dropped my head in my hands, I can see that now. I just don't know what to do. Everyone's acting weird with me, and Christian won't even talk to me. I just don't know how to fix it. Even Cyrus wants nothing to do with me. He scoffs at that. Cyrus will always want something to do with you. I raise a brow at that. What makes you say that? He shrugs. Why else would he swing by here every night? My jaw drops. Every night? I've only seen him twice. Wait, how would you know he's been here? I swing by on my nightly runs just to make sure everything's okay. He shrugs like it's no big deal. I feel like I should be mad about the intrusion, but a part of me is relieved. You're the Grey, aren't you? He nods, giving me a wolfish grin, his eyes sparkling a brighter shade of blue just for a moment. That explains a lot, I laugh. What's your wolf's name? Asher. I smile. Asher, I mumble. I'd like to meet him properly one day. He beams at the request. Be's easy. Jace, your package is in. I frown. What is it? Judius asks. Jace says I have a package? I didn't order anything and I sure wouldn't ship it there. Hell, I don't even know the address, I laugh. To Jace. Must be a mistake. I didn't order anything? Jace, it's addressed to you. Why don't you grab it tomorrow night? Come for dinner. I frown reading that. To Jace, I don't know if I should. Everyone's being weird. Jace, no, they're not. To Jace, whatever. Jace, sorry, see you at 6? To Jace, fine. If you scull anymore, you might crack the screen, Judius teases. I just got talked into dinner, I reply. Wow. What a horrible situation, he deadpans. I just glare at him. Well, nothing's going to fix itself with you here and Christian there. You don't have to be right all the time, you know, Judius. And yet, he trails off with a grin. It's Friday, and I'm nearly at the pack house. I'm a bundle of nerves as I mull over things to say to Christian. I feel like there's nothing I can say to fix the pain I've caused. Before long, I'm parking by the front door, still unsure of what to say, but I can't hide in my truck all night. As I get to the door, Jace opens it with a smile. Hello, little elf, he said, smiling, but his tone was sad. He gives me a small hug before gesturing for me to go in. Just before we get to the kitchen, he turns, opening a door to a private dining room. Oh, I'm a secret again, I realize, dropping my shoulders. Relax, just figured the privacy was better here. Your package is on the table. I'll be right back. Jace heads out of sight, but leaves the door open. I walk over to the large box. The plain brown cardboard does nothing to explain its origins. There are only 2 things on it. A label addressed to me, care of Guardian Glass, and an intricate circular crust. My fingers trace the raised ridges of the design. It looks familiar, but I can't place it. Are you going to stand there all day petting it? Or are you going to open it already? Derwin asks from the doorway. There must be some kind of mistake. I didn't order anything, I trail off as he walks in. And yet, here it is addressed to you. Open it. I was surprised to see Soraya follow Claire in. Shortly, everyone except Christian was here. I, for one, am curious to know what the Guardians have sent you, Soraya says. I frown, but take the knife Jace offers and slice the tape open. I feel Christian slip in, but he goes to the far side, so I respect his space and focus on the package. The box opens to reveal a plain black hard case. There's no note, so I carefully remove the case and set it on the table, discarding the box. There is the same circular crest embossed in the case as was on the box. I spin it so the latches are facing me and carefully pop them. When I open the case, I can't help but gasp at the beauty of its contents. Inside was the most beautiful bow I've ever seen, pitch black with silver scroll work. The detail and intricacy were incredible. Are you going to pick it up or just pet it too? Derwin teases. Carefully, I lift it out of the case. It feels fantastic in my hand, lighter than my previous bow. It's incredible, I whisper. I figured I owed you a bow for breaking your last one. He trails off with a shrug. You didn't have to do that. This bow must have cost a fortune. I can't accept this, I say sadly, setting the bow down. Too late, it's yours. I sent in what was left of your old bow so Mackenzie could fit it properly. It's made for you, useless for anyone else. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. You've helped Ethan twice now, consider this my thank you. Also, the arrows are silver, they'll be more effective than those matchsticks you shot me with, he laughs. I pick up an arrow, sure enough. They are silver, but they aren't heavy, so it must be plating. They are just as ornate as the bow. There are also a few black arrows that look like carbon fiber, probably for target practice with. I spot another wrapped bundle at the bottom of the case. I take it out, unrolling it to see 6 silver knives. The handles are bound in leather for grip, but each one is ornately carved with the crest stamped in. Do you know how to throw a knife? I shake my head no. Well, you seem to have a propensity for danger, so these daggers should come in handy. I raise a brow. Don't give me that look, you can learn, he laughs. No, Christian finally speaks from the far side of the room. She gets into enough trouble as is. She's not going to be trained to run into it on purpose. My head sinks, he's right. Lately, trouble seems to follow me no matter where I go. Care to test it out? Derwin asks, ignoring Christian. I pick the bow back up and test the string, but I don't get it drawn back halfway before my shoulder protests. Maybe in a few days, I say sadly. He nods. The atmosphere feels awkward again. Dinners are almost ready, Claire says, cutting through the silence. I start to pack up the case. I should go, I mumble. I dash. Stay. Christian cuts in with authority. I freeze, eyes locked onto his unreadable hazel ones. Please, he says softly. I nod. Everyone takes their seats as two ladies come in and set the table. Moments later, they return with the food and drinks. The only seat left was next to Christian, who sat at the head of the table. I sat down and busied myself fussing with the napkin. Derwin sat next to me, and Soraya was beside him. The other side of the table had Jace, Xavier, and Claire. I felt like there was a deliberate layout here, but there had never been before. Thankfully, the food kept everyone occupied as the awkward silence stretched on. Oh my God, this is uncomfortable even for me. So say something, anything at this point. I took a sip of my water, trying to think of something to say, when Derwin beat me to it. So how's the nose, Soraya? I choke instantly on my water. Everything is this tense, so he thinks asking Soraya will help. For fuck's sake. The table bursts out in the first genuine laugh of the night as I die of embarrassment. Healed nicely, she replies coolly. She raises a brow before continuing, hell of a right you've got there. Holy shit, did Soraya just compliment you? Yup, I think hell froze over. Thanks. I'm not really sure how to respond to that. A bit of training may do some good, she muses. I said no, Christian growls. Yes, Alpha, she instantly submits. Dinner continues with a bit of small talk, dominated mainly by Derwin, Jace, and Xavier talking about the rogue situation. I was happy just to listen and pick at my food. Have you seen any wolves around? Derwin's attention is entirely on me, drawing me back into the conversation. Nothing out of the ordinary, I mumble. Derwin raises a brow at that, clearly looking for an explanation. Only Cyrus and Asher. Who's Asher? Derwin asks. Judius's wolf. The infamous Judius I've heard about. Took you all this time to meet Cyrus, but you know Judius's wolf. Derwin is heading for dangerous waters. I can feel Christian getting riled up. Meeting Cyrus reminded me how little I know about your world, I deflected. I haven't actually met Asher like I have Cyrus. I just asked Judius his name when he admitted to checking up on me. I've seen his wolf at a distance a bunch of times, never up close. At this, Christian visibly relaxed. That night you showed up at my house with the 3 wolves, I struggled to know who to hit. I almost shot you in the heart. Something made me pull up at the last minute. When I thought about it later, I realized I've never met any of your wolves. Maybe sometime I can, so I know who's who and don't risk an accident one day. Jace is the first to jump up, grinning, absolutely. Cool it, pretty boy, there's lots of time for that yet. You're too eager to strip, Derwin grumbles. I can't help but giggle at Jace's skull. So how do you know which was which if you don't know anyone's wolves? Derwin's focus on me is unnerving. I doubt a shrug will put him off. I sigh, leaning back in my chair. I watched Ethan. Everyone is just staring at me for more. He looked equally terrified of you all. I couldn't tell if the wolf was pulling him away from you or vice versa. But when the second wolf lunged at his face, that was a clear shot. The third wolf was hard to tell, as it was equally after you, so I took a winging shot to hopefully break it up. When it was down to you and the last wolf, I didn't know what to make of Ethan, who was terrified of both of you. You felt like an intimidating ass, but he felt, I struggle for the word, wrong. I look up and everyone is just staring at me. Derwin, however, is leaning forward as if I've just told the most interesting story ever. How often do you get these feelings? Derwin's scrutiny is really beginning to make me uncomfortable. I shrug, I don't know, just comes and goes. Don't read into it, it's just a gut feeling, Lord knows I've messed up on that before. Christian abruptly stands. Excellent dinner as always, Claire. If you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to. After his tight-lipped speech, he turned and left. He thinks you mean him. I was talking about my ex. He had me snowed. I frown, looking at the doorway Christian left through. We aren't done talking about this, Derwin says softly. Go. He nods after Christian. I sigh and get up, making my way through the door towards Christian. I didn't even know where he was, so I just followed my feet. This house is a giant maze, but after a short while, I'm standing in front of a large wooden door. I don't know how, but I know he's in there. I knock, but there's no answer. I try the doorknob, and it's not locked. The door swings open easily. Christian sits behind a large wooden desk, surrounded by papers and a drink. "Close the door behind you," he says, not looking up from his paperwork. I slip inside, closing the door as quietly as I can. He's still focused on his papers, only pausing to take a drink occasionally. I inch forward, suddenly feeling unsure as to what I thought I could accomplish here. I take a moment to look around. It's a study with wall-to-wall books. His large wooden desk dominates the space, but there are a couple of couches to the side. I can't get a read on him, and it's feeding my nerves. He sighs and leans back, setting his paper down. "Drink?" he asks without looking at me. I shake my head no. He throws back what was left in his glass and heads to the sidebar to refill. Instead of sitting back down in his chair, he comes to the front of the desk, sitting against it, and looks at me. His eyes are hard, but emotions swirl in them. Anger, pain, and fear are all I can see. "Why are you here?" His voice sounds strained. "Jace invited me for dinner. When I picked up the package," I state weakly. "That's not what I meant, and you know it," he growls. "I came for you," I whisper. "You're a monster." He scoffs. Chapter 31. Christian POV. "You're a monster," I scoff, my voice dripping with bitterness. I can feel the tension in the room as I watch Jessie stand in front of me, like a girl brought to the principal's office. Things have been strained ever since last week's near disaster. It took 2 full days before Cyrus finally relinquished control. It's not the first time he's taken over, but it's by far the longest. Cyrus was inconsolable after she nearly rejected us. The pain was unbearable, like a crushing weight pressing against my chest. It felt like I couldn't breathe, and trying to concentrate through his anguished howls in my mind was nearly impossible. His pain mirrored mine, but I never thought it would take such a toll on me. I have never submitted to anyone since becoming alpha, not even to Derwin. Yet, with just a few words, she brought me to my knees in front of my pack. Part of me resents her for it, but the larger part doesn't care. The only thing that mattered was that it stopped her rejection. Things had shifted after that, but by the end of it all, I thought we were making progress. I know she's just scared. When I gave control to Cyrus, I thought he would just run off some energy. But instead, he blamed me for not doing more. Maybe he was right. Every time I thought things were going well, something would happen, and we'd end up right back where we started. I was furious when he almost marked her. To forcibly mark a mate against her will is wrong on so many levels. It's supposed to be an act of love and trust. Fortunately, Derwin was there in time to intervene. Cyrus just wanted to cement the bond before she could change her mind, but I wouldn't trap her like that. Between that and locking Soraya up, it's no surprise she thinks of me as a monster. Jessie steps closer to me, locking her honey brown eyes on mine. I take another sip of whiskey, trying to temper the turmoil in my soul. She takes my glass and sets it down, looking back at me with determination. Back to jumping to conclusions again, I see. Her voice holds an edge, and I can feel my teeth clench. When I said my gut let me down, I was talking about my ex. He hid his darkness well. Fuck, the thought of him makes my blood boil. I want to find this guy, find out who he is, and make sure he never comes near her again. She sighs and softens, her hand finding its way to the back of my neck, fingers twisting in my hair. The instant her touch lands, I relax, leaning into it. God, how I've missed this. Her touch has always had a calming effect on me, and in this moment, I need it more than ever. "I'm so sorry, Christian. I never meant for any of this," she whispers, looking deep into my eyes. I stiffen at the sincerity in her voice. Has she changed her mind? I never meant to cause all of this pain. If I could take it all back, I would. My heart aches for the sorrow in her voice. She's not rejecting us. She regrets it. Cyrus is practically jumping for joy in my head. Hell, I'm right there with him. She is my moon and stars. Her lips brush mine, and I freeze at the contact. She's never kissed me first before. She always waits for me to make the move. This is new. Her kiss is soft, tentative, like she's afraid I'll pull away. But before I can process the thought, I kiss her back. What starts as a gentle, tender kiss quickly builds into something much more intense. All the pain, the sorrow, and the love I've been holding back flood into that kiss. My hands roam over her body, drawing her closer. The need between us grows, but I force myself to slow down, remembering that we need to take this one step at a time. Pulling back, I try to steady my breath, but it's hard with the storm of emotions between us. I look into her eyes, searching for some sign of hesitation. All I see is trust. "Christian," she whispers, breaking the silence, her voice trembling. "I'm here," I say, gently brushing her cheek with my fingers. "I'm sorry." "I never meant to hurt you," she says, her voice so soft, filled with regret. "You didn't hurt me," I assure her, but even I'm not sure I believe it. "But we need to take things slow. We have time to work this out, to get it right." Her eyes shine with a mix of sadness and relief. "I just wanted to be honest with you." "You don't need to apologize for that," I say, pressing my forehead against hers. "We both have our scars, Jessie. But I want to face them with you. Together." She gives me a soft, unsure smile. "So, what now?" I take a deep breath, my emotions still raw but finally beginning to settle. "Now we work through this, day by day. There's no rush, Jessie. We've got time." Suddenly, her grandmother's voice breaks the moment. "Christian, go for a run, dear," she calls from the other room. I open my mouth to protest, but she waves me off. "Cyrus needs you. She'll be here when you get back, won't you, dear?" I nod, not trusting my voice as I realize the eyes of everyone in the room are on us. I stand up and walk to the door, turning back to look at Jessie one last time. "Go," her grandmother says softly, giving me a small pat on my cheek. I don't want to leave her, but I know she needs space, and so do I. I need to run, to clear my head. Christian POV. It's been a few hours since my run. I didn't expect much, but the cool night air and the steady rhythm of my feet hitting the ground have a calming effect. I needed that time to think, to reflect on everything that happened and what comes next. When I return to the house, Jessie is sitting in the same spot, still and quiet. The tension between us is still there, but it feels different now. The walls we've both been building are starting to crumble. I walk toward her, my footsteps measured. The last thing I want to do is rush in and make everything worse. "Hey," I say softly as I approach her. She looks up at me, her eyes a little tired but filled with warmth. "Hey," she whispers back. I sit beside her, taking her hand in mine. "I know things have been hard. But I don't want to lose you, Jessie. I want to get this right." She nods, her gaze unwavering. "I don't want to lose you either, Christian. I'm just scared." "I know," I say gently. "I am too. But we can face this together." She smiles softly, the weight of her fear still evident but lessening. "Together," she repeats. And that's the truth. Together. Chapter 32. I wake up slowly with the sun streaming in and a gentle breeze dancing on my skin. Christian is still sleeping deeply beneath me, smiling even in his sleep. "You took away his pain." I think we took away each other's pain. The morning after has never been my thing. I usually startle awake, not knowing where I am, and wondering why I'm in an unfamiliar place, which only adds to the confusion until I remember. All I want after reality sets in is to go home and shower as soon as possible. But not this time. For the first time, I feel complete and content. This is a feeling I've never experienced before. I'm content just to lie here wrapped in his arms, feeling the sparks dance between our skin. My fingers aimlessly travel over his chest, tracing the various scars that crisscross it. He mentioned that he's had to fight for everything his whole life, so I shouldn't be surprised by how many there are. He breathes in deeply as his hazel eyes flutter open. "That is an excellent way to wake up," he says, grinning at me as I blush. His sleepy eyes still swirl with affection, and I realize just how close I am to him. I clutch the blanket tighter, trying to cover myself, but he pulls me back closer. "Don't," he whispers. "Stay with me." His deep voice relaxes me instantly as I sink back down against his chest. He kisses the top of my head as he brushes a few strands of hair away from my face. After a while, he asks, "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing," I murmur. He laughs nervously. "I know that mind of yours is always running." He pauses before whispering, "Do you regret it?" My head snaps up in shock, and my eyes lock onto his. "No. Why do you?" There's an edge of panic I wish wasn't there. Fuck no. He wraps me tighter against his chest. Why would you ever think that? I don't know, I say, dropping my gaze. He lifts my chin, making me look at him before speaking again. Baby, I know exactly how I feel about you. You are mine as I am yours. I don't want anyone but you, and I want you in every way, as my lover, my friend, and my mate. I don't want you to ever doubt yourself in my eyes, okay? I nod, but he pulls me in for a kiss, as if to seal the deal. Are you hungry? My stomach rumbles in response. Yeah, what time is it? Nearly 10, he replies. I shoot up, taking the blanket with me as Christian just laughs. Got a hot date, he jokes. No, I mean, what? He's caught me off guard with that one. I had to visit Curtis's farm today, but I don't want him to be jealous of someone else. Don't you have meetings or something? You're usually gone first thing. I try to shift the attention, but only get a questioning look instead. Are you kicking me out of bed already? He teases, mischief dancing in his eyes. No, I groan. Relax, there's nothing pressing, he trails off, but there's a flash of guilt. But, I prompt. But nothing, Jace took over training this morning for me. He shrugs, hoping I'll let it go. You don't have to change your schedule for me, I say softly. But thank you. He smiles at me, for you, I'd do anything. Besides, waking up with you wrapped around me was worth it, he says with a devilish grin, causing me to blush. A knock at the door startles me. It's just breakfast, he says, climbing out of bed to answer the door. Christian. I can't help but watch as he strides over to the door. The way his muscles flex beneath his skin has all of my attention. Now, that's a hell of a morning view. Oh my God, shut it. He opens the door, stands behind it, and takes the tray before saying thanks and shutting it. He grins at me as he turns back, catching me staring. I quickly drop my gaze as my cheeks begin to burn. He laughs as he walks up to me. I'm all yours to look at and to touch, whenever you want. His tone is so playful that it leaves me melting without so much as a touch. Taking a seat, he covers his lap with the blanket and sets the tray down. Before long, breakfast is done, and he takes off to shower. I grab my phone and check the texts. Judius, just checking in to see how it went. Good God, not going over that, I blush. To Judius, everything's good, all patched up, heading to Curtis. No service, so I'll text you later, smiley face. Curtis, hey Jessie, we are down a couple of people. Do you think you can be here closer to noon? Shit, 2 hours isn't very much time to clean up and get there. To Curtis, I'll get there as soon as possible. I look around for my clothes, but the first thing I see is Christian's shirt, so I slip it on while I look. Oh, there's my bra, oh jeans, nope, those are his. The next piece I see is the black lace of my panties. I frown, looking at their shredded state. I really liked these. A throaty chuckle brings me out of my thoughts as I hide them behind my back. Christian stands in the doorway from the bathroom in a pair of sweatpants. His expression changes from amusement to hunger as he takes me in, wearing only his shirt. Sorry, I couldn't find mine, I blush. Don't be, I think it looks better on you, he grins. He reaches behind me, grabbing my ripped panties, and smiles. Sorry about that, I'll buy you new ones. You don't have to, I just need to start bringing clothes with me or something. I can't always be living in yours. He laughs, tucking them in his pocket. Why not? My eyes go wide. Because it's not proper is a weak argument. Because they don't fit, I look like a child swimming in your clothes, I laugh nervously. Check the right side of the closet, you should be able to find something in there. Confused, I walk into the closet. His clothes are all organized on the left, whereas the right is mostly empty save for a few items. Assorted tank tops, t-shirts, yoga pants, and jeans are available, along with a selection of bras and panties. I furrow my brows and turn to him. He rubs the back of his neck nervously before speaking. I asked Claire to watch what you liked at the carnival and pick you up some clothes so you would have something here. She did some other shopping to pick up other essentials. You bought me clothes? I gape. Wow, Captain Obvious. Shut it. I mean, thanks, but really, you shouldn't waste your money like that, I trail off, dumbfounded. He laughs. It's mine to waste, and spending it on you is never a waste. but it must have cost dash. Baby, don't worry about money. We have more than enough to buy you some clothes. It may surprise you, but I'm actually a pretty shrewd businessman. He winks, telling me to drop it. Changing the subject, I bring up work. I have to go back to Curtis's farm, shitty cell service. I'll probably be there all afternoon. He frowns but nods. I guess I'll head to training and let you get ready. He pauses as he walks by, giving me a lingering kiss as my body instantly melts. I feel like my body responds even more to him now. Great. I walk into the bathroom after he leaves to shower, freezing instantly when I catch my reflection. The left side of my neck has a clear purple mark with a couple of faint bruises. What are we, teenagers? I sigh, brushing my fingertips against the mark and expecting it to be tender. I wasn't prepared for the pleasant sensation that shot through my body instead. Once recovered, I step into the shower and clean up. I guess today will be a hoodie day. I dress and make my way out front, managing not to run into anyone. My truck's gone. I turn around and take off for the training field. I've never had a chance to watch training, but the sight in front of me is impressive to say the least. Powerful pairs spar with each other, performing moves so fast and coordinated that it looks like a dance. Christian is walking alongside Soraya as they evaluate the pairs. They pause here and there, offering corrections or compliments to the sparring partners. I just stand there watching him in his element. He exudes confidence and power, his keen eyes missing nothing. His warriors hang on every word, swelling with pride at his praise or fierce determination at his correction. Jace and Xavier walk the far side, and although you can see the respect, they don't get the same level as Christian. Christian pauses, sniffing the air before his eyes find mine. A smile takes over his face as he makes his way towards me. I thought you had somewhere to be, he teases. I do, but my truck's gone, I say, furrowing my brow. He frowns with a faraway look in his eyes. Looks like a couple of Omegas borrowed it to go to town. Sorry, they're on their way back, but it'll be about half an hour or so out. I frown. Just grab something from the garage. We'll drop your truck off later, he smiles. A commotion from one of the nearest pairs grabs his attention for a moment as an argument over a cheap shot breaks out. Soraya and Xavier are there in an instant, sorting things as Jace comes over. Sup, lil elf, he greets. He starts to study me with a knowing grin spreading across his face. I glare, trying to make him cut it out, causing his grin to grow further. I give him one more warning glare, which he ignores. A troublesome glint flashes in his eyes as he goes to speak. Stop staring at my ass, Jace, I chirp, cutting him off as I turn back to Christian. Christian spins instantly, taking in Jace as he now stares at my back. He pales instantly, giving Christian an apologetic look. Christian, I wasn't dash, he stammers. Beta Jace just volunteered to test all of you to see your progress with the takedown we've been practicing today, Christian commands. Try to stay out of trouble, he grumbled in my ear, kissing me before heading back to training. Well played, Jace grumbles, heading off. The look he gives me tells me he's gonna get me back, but I can't help but grin. I make my way back to the garage, not even looking at the other options, and head straight for the bike I borrowed last time. It purrs to life under me as I kick off, heading down the road. I make it there in record time, pulling in at 11:45 a.m. Curtis is running around ragged, trying to set up 3 crews. He practically jumps for joy seeing me pull up. Have I ever mentioned that you're a godsend? His face splits into a giant grin as he claps my shoulder. You may have mentioned it once or twice, I say, smiling. I need you on the main crew. The harvester is temperamental, and I don't want Toby trying to handle the uneven field. I nod. The harvester is a cumbersome, inefficient piece of machinery that 8 people operate. Add to that the uneven nature of the field and deep drainage ditches, and it's not an easy task. After a busy day fighting with the harvester as Curtis did the job of 2, running between the wagon and truck, the job finally comes to an end. Toby, his youngest, held his own shuttling loads from the field to the farm, and with a few more years, he would be able to do anything. I hate to ask, but do you have a bit of time to help me fix the grain wagon? Tim got held up at college, and I need it soon. He looked a bit embarrassed to have to ask me for more help. I waved off his concerns instantly. Sure, but Tim's better than me, I laugh. Mostly I need your size, I'd never fit in there to weld, and it's gonna take 2 people to get the belt back on. I nod, and we head to the pole barn. I change into Tim's welding coveralls, which have a neck shield, thankfully, covering my bruised neck. I have to crawl under and remove a piece before I can weld the repair. Currently, I'm fighting with a bent bolt and wrench, making very little progress. Suddenly, the wrench slips, sending the back of my fist into a metal corner. The string of expletives that comes out of my mouth is enough to make a trucker blush. What happened? Curtis calls from the side. Wrench slipped and I punched the side of the frame, I hiss, holding my throbbing hand. You okay? I grumble, yes. Geez, Jessie, your language is more colorful than ever, he teases. I sigh, flexing my fist. That's gonna be a hell of a bruise. I wrap the cut in a rag, putting the wrench back on, opting for my shoulder to push it the rest of the way. In the span of an hour, I finish the weld, and Curtis slides the rebuilt part to me to bolt back on. As I tighten the last bolt, I hear a car pull up. A quick check of my phone shows it's 11 p.m. That's odd. Can I help you, sir? Curtis sounds a bit taken aback. I'm looking for Jessie, I hear Xavier's all-business tone. What are you doing here, Xavier? I question, climbing out from under the wagon. We couldn't get a hold of you, he states, as if it will clear everything up. There's no cell service here, Curtis reasons. I know, he snaps, annoyed like Curtis is bothering him. Xavier. The fuck, man? Don't be rude, I cut into him. He grumbles, but nods. Get your stuff, Jessie, we need to go. He nods towards the SUV where Liam and Nate are waiting. What's going on? Christian knows I'm here, I counter. His tone is really pissing me off. Jessie, I don't have time for your shit tonight. Go change and get in the car, he growls. His words sting. I've never seen this side of him, and I don't like it one bit. He pinches the bridge of his nose in frustration. Please. Even he knows he's gone too far. Curtis looks at me, confused, ready to say something, but I wave him off. I rip the neck guard off and shrug out of the coveralls, not caring that the tank top would hide nothing. Everyone zeroes in on my neck before I can slip the hoodie back on. Xavier holds the back door open for me, but I walk past him towards the bike. Leave it, Liam will take it back, he orders. What happened to your hand? He asks, suddenly concerned. Don't worry about it, I don't want to waste your time with my shit, I snap bitterly as his scowl deepens. You can't ride with your hand like that, he says through gritted teeth. I walk over to the bike anyway, and Liam is already on it. Liam will drive. I can hang on just fine with one hand. Besides, my other hand isn't that bad. Take it or leave it, Xavier, I'm not getting in that car with you. He just growls and glares at me. Straight there, he says before getting in and slamming the door. Liam passes me the jacket and helmet before we take off. Once back to the pack house, I'm surprised when we sail past the house and garage, instead pulling up to the pack hospital. I look confused at Liam, who nods towards the entrance. A concerned-looking Claire and Soraya stand nervously waiting for me, and my heart drops. Oh shit. Chapter 33. What happened? I ask with a profound sense of dread creeping over me. There was an attack, Liam says. Where's Christian? The panic blooming inside me is apparent in my voice. Resting in there, Xavier states flatly, his dark eyes locked on me. My blood starts to boil as I spin on him, shoving him in the chest. He wasn't prepared for the force of my anger as he stumbled back a step before regaining his footing. You had no right. I yell as my body begins to tremble. He shrugs, as if he didn't think he had done anything wrong. I feel something snap as his reaction rubs me the wrong way. You show up in the middle of the night and treat me like some runaway in front of my friend. You should have told me instead of making me think I did something wrong. I'm furious, hurt, and more importantly, worried about Christian. Before I can explode further, I turn my attention back to the hospital entrance, to where Christian is. I leave Xavier standing there and head straight for the doors, where the women are waiting. Soraya is unreadable as usual, and Claire looks upset. I'm far too worked up to apologize. Her anger isn't directed at me, though I realize as she wraps an arm around me. I'll take you to him, honey. I'm so sorry. He's going to be fine. He's just resting. I silently follow her direction as we walk to a quiet wing and she opens the door. I freeze at the sight in front of me. Christian is unconscious on the bed. His bare chest has 2 large, dressed wounds. A sheen of sweat glistens across him. His regular warm tanned complexion looks pale and gray, and his eyes are sunken and shadowed. "It's not as bad as it looks, Luna," Dr. Phillips says behind me, breaking me out of my trance. He gestures for us to go in. I cautiously make my way to his bedside. The only sound is my drumming heart and the steady beep of his heart monitor. And 4-Pole has 2 bags feeding into Christian's arm. "What happened?" I whisper, unable to take my eyes off him. "They were ambushed on patrol," Soraya speaks up. "Patrol linked that they thought they had a rogue and were investigating. Christian took off to help. The rogue pulled back and led them into an ambush." She trails off angrily, clenching her fists. "There's more," I reason. "The shoulder wounds don't look bad enough to explain his state." She nods. Even outnumbered, with the Alpha's help, the patrol had little problems holding back the attack, but Christian was hit with silver before reinforcements arrived. "He's going to be fine," Doc assures me. "The 4 is to break down the silver trace and flush it. It just takes time, then he will heal like usual. We had to sedate him to let the medicine work. He won't wake up for several hours yet." I put a hand on his clammy skin. The sparks still fly, giving me a small reassurance. He stirs, and the heart monitor makes an unhappy sound as he fights the sedatives. I take a step back as Claire's hand lands on my shoulder. "Why don't you get cleaned up and get something to eat?" "It'll be a while before he's up," she says with a sad smile. Before I can protest, Doc agrees. "It will give the medicine more time to work. I promise he will look better when you come back." He smiles kindly at me as he gestures to the door. I reluctantly agree and make my way back to the pack house, heading upstairs to Christian's room. I didn't need a shower since, between working in a hoodie, welding, and crawling around in a garage, I feel disgusting. After my shower, I grab some fresh clothes to wear and put on one of his hoodies on my way out. I'm lost in thought as I make my way to the kitchen. Ever since I've known him, Christian has always seemed larger than life, invincible even. So to see him lying there so vulnerable scares me. No matter how hard I fought, he made it into my heart, and I can't imagine losing him. The very thought rocks me to my core. "He's had worse," Derwin says, setting a plate down in front of me. I just stare at him. Was that supposed to make me feel better? Werewolves live in a different world. It isn't easy and often violent and dangerous, particularly for alphas. That's why they are so strong, genetically designed to heal faster, and able to withstand a lot of damage. He wraps an arm around me for reassurance. "You'll see he'll be back to normal by morning," he says with a sympathetic smile. "I'm afraid I'm not very hungry," I say, picking at the plate. "Just try and eat something, and we'll go see him," Derwin bargains. Turns out Derwin is as bad at small talk as I am. He tries to start a couple of times before giving up. Finally relenting after I pick at my plate for a half hour, we head back to the pack hospital. I've always struggled with hospitals since my mother passed. They send my anxiety into overdrive. They are for goodbyes. Not always. Christian is strong. He'll be fine. God, I hope so. The only saving grace is that this hospital is quiet. Earlier, there were a couple of men getting minor treatment in the open ward, but now there's no one left, just staff. I pause outside of his room, afraid of what I'll see. Derwin reaches around me, opens the door, and herds me in. Jace is sitting next to his bed and looks up when we enter. His hair is a mess from running his hand through it too much, and his brow looks to have a permanent worry crease. He looks haggard. Derwin walks over, giving his shoulder a reassuring squeeze before checking on his brother. Jace stands and walks over to me, wrapping me up in a hug. "Oh, little elf, don't worry, he's going to be fine." I bury my face in his chest and feel the tears pricking my eyes, but I refuse to cry. He just holds me for a moment, rubbing my back while I gather myself. Eventually, I pull away and make my way to Christian. He does look better than before. His color is back, his skin no longer feels clammy, and the sparks from our contact are stronger. "Can I stay?" I mumble, not taking my eyes off of Christian. Of course, Luna, Doc says. I didn't even hear him come in. He has responded well and should be released by the morning. Thanks, Doc, Derwin says, closing the door after Doc leaves. I just stand there, looking at him as I skim my fingertips down his arm. He shifts like he's trying to come to. His hazel eyes flutter open and find mine as he gives me a small smile. Hey, I say, cupping his face, dropping my forehead to his. A small sigh of relief passes my lips as it feels like a weight is lifted, seeing him awake. Don't worry, baby, I'm fine. It'll take more than a ragtag pack of mutts and silver to keep me away from you. He caresses my cheek, reassuring me as I struggle to keep my composure. I kiss him softly, as a throat clearing reminds me we are not alone. I swear to God, Jace, Christian growls. Doc needs to check you. But he wasn't about to interrupt, he teases, but the relief is clear in his voice. At least one of you has common sense, Christian grumbles. I kiss him once more before stepping back. Let him check you, I'm gonna go find something to drink, and I'll be right back, okay? He nods, and I step out, then Derwin and Jace follow. Jace leads us to a lunchroom cafe and asks me what I want. Apparently, whiskey isn't an option, so he sets a pop down as we take a seat. I thought you would relax more once he woke up, Derwin says as he locks his gaze on me. I feel a lot better seeing him awake, I admit. His raised brow tells me he wants more. Hospitals haven't been my happy place the last few years, I mumble. Who'd you lose? Derwin asks. My mom had a multi-year battle with cancer, followed by my grandmother a few months later. Then 2 close friends the following year, I trail off. Sorry, Jessie, I had no idea, Jace says, wrapping an arm around my shoulders and giving a reassuring squeeze. Thanks. It's just one of those things. People die, that's just part of life. It was just a lot all at once. It's hard to watch people you love slip away like that. I nervously fiddle with the pop can, focusing on my fingers. Next topic, please. Doc's done, you guys can go back, Jace says with a sad smile. I've got to get back to work anyway. Don't worry about it. I'll take care here, you just focus on the pack. If you need anything, you know where I am, Derwin says with a nod as Jace nods back and heads out. We make it back, and Christian is lying back, eyes closed, but he looks at us as we enter. What happened to your hand? I had forgotten entirely about my smashed knuckles in all of this. It's nothing really, I bumped my knuckle working on a wagon. I trail off, embarrassed. Doc rushes in a moment later on alert. Christian dash. Jessie, please, he cuts me off. I unwrapped it to show him it's not bad, but that had the exact opposite effect. His eyes zero in on my swollen, bruised hand and split knuckles with dried blood. Okay, it didn't look pretty. I'll take care of her hand, Alpha. You need to rest, Doc bargains. He nods, and I sigh, but follow Doc and get cleaned up. As I said, nothing's broken, just soft tissue damage, but the clean professional binding does give me relief. By the time I get back, Christian has nodded off, but Derwin is sitting waiting. You should try to sleep, he says matter-of-factly. I sigh, my mind's way too wired for that. What do you normally do when this happens? He asks. Shoot, but my shoulder is still hurt. He stares at me a moment before shifting and grabbing something from behind his back. He hands me a dagger hilt first. Take it. But Christian said dash. You don't have a tendency to follow orders. He cuts me off. And I don't report to him, I've always done my own thing. Besides, it's a good distraction. The dagger is similar to the ones he has given me, but not made of silver and larger. It feels awkward in my hand. It's not going to bite you, he says, sounding disappointed. Just don't drop it. Hold it like you mean to. No, not like a kitchen knife, he groans, palming his forehead. He spends the next hour or so going over different grips, finding the balance of a blade and switching from one grip to another. Fortunately, the rest went more smoothly than it started. He grunts in approval as he watches me switch from a defense hold to a throwing grip even. Maybe I'm not a lost cause after all. Knife practice does the trick as my yawn signals the end of my first training session. I move the chair right against Christian's bed, curl up, and fall asleep in no time. I wake up the following morning to Christian stroking my hair. He smiles down at me as I wipe the sleep out of my eyes. Come on, let's go get some breakfast. Doc says I'm good to go, he says with a smile. We get up and head back to the pack house. You okay? He asks. Yeah, I'm just a bit tired, I guess, I trail off with a shrug. On the way to the kitchen, I notice everyone is going out of their way to nod respectfully to Christian, and it feels odd. Everyone is happy to see him when we come in. I hang back, letting them have their moment, eventually opting to fix myself a plate away from the commotion. I set a plate down for Christian and start to dig in, barely paying attention to the conversation around me. Christian heads to the kitchen for something, and Jace moves over. What's up, lil elf? He's eyeing me suspiciously. Nothing, I say, going back to my plate. I can keep bugging you till you tell me, or you can just spill it now. You know how annoying I can be, he says with a mischievous grin. Nothing, I'm just tired. It's making me twitchy, I think, I grumble. He just stares, clearly expecting more. I just feel like everyone is staring at me or something, I don't know, it just feels off. I know I'm being paranoid, and it's just because Christian is back in. I look up to see them all staring at me with a weird look. What? I know I'm crazy, you don't need to remind me, I say with a frown. Jace rubs the back of his neck nervously, searching for the right words. You are crazy, but not this time, he tries to joke, but I just glare. Everyone is relieved their alpha is recovered, but what? Christian cuts in, taking a seat. You officially exist now, not that you didn't before to us, but there are unspoken rules in a pack. Until you are declared, none of the regular pack members can really say anything. I mean, it's not unheard of for an alpha to date in case he doesn't find his mate, but Christian cuts him off with a growl. Smooth. Derwin cuts in. You were considered a special friend before, but when Christian declared you as mate, that made things official, so to speak. I bury my face in my hands as I try to wrap my head around this. I so didn't need things to get any more complicated right now. I'm sorry, I wanted to talk to you about it before this, but everything just kinda got out of control. He gently grabs my wrists to see my face. I know you don't like the attention, but really, it's a good thing. The pack is happy I've found you. They were giving up hope of ever having a Luna. Embarrassment over how it happened floods me, followed by regret. The whole thing is completely overwhelming, and the timing is total shit. We are just starting to grow a relationship, and the hospital leaves me feeling shaky and anxious. Baby, please say something, Christian whispers, grabbing my hand. His hazel eyes are full of concern as they search mine. It's okay, it's my fault for forcing your hand. I'll figure it out, I mumble. Between my fallout with Xavier, an anxious night in the hospital seeing Christian like that, and now my relationship being pack gossip central, it's all too much. I've moved right past panic and am left feeling numb as I shut down. I'm gonna go lie down, I didn't sleep very well at the hospital. I stand, feeling everyone staring at me, and I look down. Jessie, Christian starts. He gives my hand a gentle, reassuring squeeze, drawing my attention back to him. I'm fine, just tired. I just want to go to sleep, please, I whisper, dropping my gaze once more. Okay, I'll be up in a bit. He trails off as he kisses my hand before I head out. For fuck's sake. Chapter 34. Christian POV. I watch sadly as my mate pulls away from me. I make sure to hear her close my door before addressing the others at the table. Why on earth, after my hospital stay, would they think now is a good time to tell her that the entire pack now views her as their Luna? Really? You had to go over that now. I seethe as I start to tremble. She kinda knew, man, Jace tries to defend. She saw it and asked what was going on. Don't you think now is maybe a bad time? Can't you see she already had enough on her plate? What's wrong with you? I could explode right now. Brother, she asked flat out, you would have us lie? Derwin asks, raising a brow. No, but did you have to lay it out like that? I pinch the bridge of my nose. She was already upset. This will just make her panic more. With the rogue situation, I can't have her on her own, and I don't want her thinking I'm trying to force her into anything or trap her because she'll run. She's stronger than you think, brother. Just be honest with her, Derwin reasons, giving me a knowing look. Right, I scoff. Hey, baby, I need to keep you here so I can protect you because something's going on. I don't know what, but I think you're a target. Yeah, that'll go over well. Maybe don't rush it and fix your tone, but I think he's right, Jace chimes in. You're right though, if you handle this wrong, she'll run, and it'll be harder to protect her. Thanks for the vote of confidence, I say, glaring at him. I get up and head upstairs to my room. Jessie is curled up in bed, sweater still on. She's struggling, I can feel it. I carefully crawl in behind her, draping an arm around her, pulling her flush against my chest. She's tenser than she should be, with her knees pulled up to her chest. Just her contact has me falling asleep in record time. A few hours later, her stirring wakes me up. Sorry, she murmurs. Go back to sleep. I stretch and sit up, looking at her. She seems so far away. What is it, baby? I know she won't tell me, but I have to try. She shakes her head. You know you can tell me anything, right? I say, lifting her chin. It's just been a lot the last little bit, you know? I'll be fine, just feel worn out, she trails off. I smile at her honesty. It's okay, just go back to sleep. I can't, I already tried. After a long pause, I finally muster up the courage to broach the next topic. I need to talk to you about something. I start as her concerned eyes snap to mine. It's not bad. I'm just worried it'll upset you. She frowns, looking away. Please don't. This is important, I say, taking her hands in mine. I'm gonna be totally honest here and hope you understand it from my side. That got her attention. The other day, Ethan didn't run to your house when he was attacked. He ran into those rogues by your house. I waited for that to sink in. The rogues were already there. Between that and the other attacks, we know that they're after something, we just don't know what. But I thought rogues were solo, that they don't work as a pack. The confusion is evident as she adds it all up. They don't normally, but these ones are too numerous and coordinated to be typical nomadic rogues. What are you saying? She asks, training her honey brown eyes on me suspiciously. That I need you here, where I can protect you, so I can focus on getting to the bottom of this. She looks down, chewing on the inside of her lip, thinking about what I said. Okay, she says quietly after what feels like forever. I scoop her up in a hug. Thank you. I do need to go home, though, a couple of times to do a bit of work, she says with a skeptical look. Of course, I don't want you to feel like a prisoner, but I'd like to send someone to keep an eye on the area while you're there. They clearly already know where she lives and will likely try something again if given the chance. She shrugs, guess that makes sense. I need to go for a few hours today, she half asks, half states. Just say when, and Xavier will go with, I say with a smile. She instantly tenses. Can Jace or Liam come instead? There's a guarded look in her eyes, but after how understanding she's been, I'm not about to push it. Sure, whoever you want, I say, giving her hand a reassuring squeeze. She smiles and sighs in relief. The rest of the week goes by similarly. She went home a couple of times to keep up on work and meet Trish to set her up for the market. Jace and Liam accompanied her each time. But the rift that started the day I ended up in the hospital only grew. We sleep in the same bed, but she feels so far away. She talks less and less. It feels like the more I reach out, the more I'm losing her. She keeps saying she's fine, but we all know she isn't. Jace is at a loss for what to do. Even Derwin and Claire have nothing to offer. I hate seeing her so withdrawn and subdued. I've come to love her laugh and that fire in her eyes, and it's been at least a week now since I've seen either. I'm just starting the mountain of paperwork on my desk, looking at her curled up on the couch, reading, when it hits me. I reach for my cell without hesitation. Hello? How soon can you get here? I pause for the answer. Okay, see you then, in my study. She doesn't even show any interest in that. A half hour later, patrol links indicate that he has entered our territory and is heading to the pack house. I hope I've made the right move here, but at this point, I'm feeling a bit desperate. The moment of truth as he walks up to the door and knocks. Again, she doesn't even look. Come in, I say, walking towards the door. Gideus, I say, shaking his hand. Her head snaps up in shock. I smile and nod over at her. In an instant, she's up and wrapped in his arms. I can't help the pang of jealousy as I watch them. Hey, I missed you too, he says, smiling. He catches my look and slowly releases her. Baby, why don't you and Judius go grab some lunch and go for a walk or something? I say. She turns to me, wrapping her arms around my neck, and kisses me on my cheek before whispering, "Thank you," in my ear. Her smile is enforced for the first time in a week. I would have called him sooner if I realized that you missed him this much, I say with a reassuring smile. He's your friend. If you want him over, he's more than welcome. She beams at that. God, I live for that smile. I wish it were for me. Go, I'll catch up with you guys later. Judius nods as he turns and follows Jessie. He doesn't need a link to know that I called him here for her. The rest of the afternoon goes smoothly, and my mountain of paperwork starts to go down quickly now that I can put my full attention on it. Jace keeps me in the loop. Jessie went down with Judius for lunch, and now they are out in the back garden just talking. I finish up just before dinner and clean up before heading down. Jessie walks in, followed by Judius, with an added lightness. She walks straight over to me, wrapping her arms around my waist, setting her head on my chest. I kiss her head as I wrap my arms around her. I look up, smiling at Judius, but his regular, relaxed attitude is replaced by a brooding silence. Even when we've come to blows, he's taken it well, but right now he looks ready to start a fight. Makes me wonder what she said about me to get him this upset. Food's up, Claire announces, breaking up the room as people grab dishes to take to the table. Jessie sits next to me with Judius on her side, who still won't look or talk to anyone. The heck did they get up to? I link Jace. No idea. He was fine at lunch and mid-afternoon when I saw him. This must have happened in the last hour or so. Clearly, Jace has also picked up on the brooding hostility. So Judius, how did you and Jessie meet? Derwin pipes up. I swear he chooses the most awkward topics to break the silence with. Judius snaps out of his funk momentarily. We met at the market. She has a way of making an impression. He laughs as the light dances in his blue eyes. He smiles as he clearly remembers good times. Sure does. Did she shoot you too? Derwin asks with a raised brow. What? No. He's thoroughly confused. Then he turns to Jessie. You shot him. She crosses her arms and pouts. I winged him. He broke my bow and pierced my shoulder. Judius's jaw tightens as he turns to glare at Derwin while the table laughs. Relax, she says, laying a hand on his arm. We've apologized. It's all good now. He even replaced my bow with one 10 times better. It's fine, I promise. He visibly relaxes at that, and dinner resumes. Jace, Xavier, and Derwin start talking about the rogue problem, and Judius starts to get upset again. No need to talk business at dinner, guys. I, for one, could use a distraction. I cut in. Jessie is holding onto his arm, whispering something to him, but it's clearly not working. He abruptly stands up, and she's grabbing and pulling on his arm now. Judius, please don't. She begs, let's just go outside, come on, please. What's going on? I ask, trying to keep my tone level. My gaze shifts between the angry man and my upset mate, and I feel my own temper rising. Her eyes snap to mine, the worry barely hidden. Nothing, we're just going outside for a bit, aren't we, Judius? She says pointedly. He grumbles, clenching his jaw, but reluctantly lets her drag him out the back door. I look around, and no one is speaking up. Jace gives me a confused shrug. I get up and follow them out back. I find them in the middle of the back lawn, arguing. How am I supposed to just sit there like nothing happened, Jessie? Judius fumes. Please just let it go. You wanted to know, I told you, and now you're turning it into a big deal. Her frustration is evident. It is a big deal. He can't just treat you like that, Dash. I'm trying to protect her, Judius, I cut in. I'm not trying to hurt her, I just can't risk anything happening to her. I'm barely containing my anger. How dare he question how I take care of my mate? Not you, he snarls. Him, he says, nodding at someone behind me. You may want to reconsider who you trust your mate's well-being to. His tone is low and dangerous, and his words hit hard as the realization sinks in. I spin to see who dares to upset her, my blood boiling as our eyes lock. Start talking, I growl dangerously. Chapter 35. Not you, him. Judius's accusation hangs heavy in the air. You may want to reconsider who you trust your mate's well-being to. His tone is low and dangerous, and Christian's eyes go wide as the realization hits him. His features hardened with frustration as he turned to face where Judius indicated. "Start talking," he growls, his voice full of tension. The scene unfolding before me feels out of control, and I know I can't stop it now. I should have kept my mouth shut, but now Judius is fired up and he's pulling Christian into it. When Christian called Judius over, I never expected this to happen. He has a way of making me open up, and once we talked, things escalated quickly. He said he would try to keep it quiet, but it seems he didn't try hard enough. The moment the room filled with everyone, he lost it. I shift my focus to Christian, stepping between him and Xavier, trying to defuse the situation. I lock my eyes with his, bringing my hands to his chest, pleading with him. "Please, Christian, it's nothing really. Just relax," I say, my voice soft but firm. He glares past me, jaw clenched, but his energy starts to settle, though he's still tense. "Nothing." Judius cuts in. His blue eyes are locked on Xavier, filled with frustration. "Please, Judius, not helping." "He's supposed to protect you, not hurt you," Judius snaps. And just like that, Christian steps forward, getting close to Xavier. "What did you do?" he asks, his voice full of barely controlled anger, inches from Xavier, who stands still, as though he's ready to face whatever comes next. "I lost my temper. There's no excuse. It came out wrong," Xavier says, pausing before continuing. "I didn't mean it like that, Jessie." In a moment of fury, Christian grabs Xavier by the collar, pulling him away from me, his rage still palpable. I try to pull him back, but I have no effect. Derwin and Jay step in, their voices calm but firm. "Brother, listen to your mate. She doesn't want this," Derwin says. Christian doesn't let go, his body still shaking, but he's starting to listen. "Christian, please," I say, cupping his face, gently guiding his gaze back to mine. His eyes soften from the hard edge of fury as he takes me in. Slowly, he releases Xavier, pulling me into his arms, breathing deeply, trying to regain his composure. "I'm sorry, baby, why didn't you tell me?" he whispers, his voice full of regret. "It wasn't that big of a deal," I reply. "It was just bad timing with everything else." I shouldn't have acted like that," Xavier says with a sigh. Christian glares at him as his body starts to calm. I wrap my arms around Christian's waist, holding him close. "What happened?" he asks, his voice strained but softer now. "After the attack, before you were sedated, you were asking for Jessie. I promised you I'd get her and you relaxed. When I found her, she was upset, thinking I just showed up like that without an explanation. I just wanted to get her back to you and focus on figuring out who's behind this." He hesitates, choosing his words carefully. "She wouldn't come with me, so I told her to grab her things and get in the car, no questions asked." I lost my patience and raised my voice. "I told her to get in again, and I shouldn't have." There's a heavy silence as everyone absorbs his words. "I'm sorry, Jessie," Xavier says, looking at me with sincerity. "I just wanted to get you back to Christian quickly. If you'd just told me there had been an attack or something, I would have gone without any trouble," I say softly. "But you came in ordering me around like I was a child. You were rude to my friend, who was nothing but respectful to you. I thought you were upset because I was out too late or something else. I just didn't understand." The frustration rises in me again. "It wasn't about that," Xavier says, his voice apologetic. "I was still worked up from the attack and wanted to get back to work." "I know," I respond, trying to soften. "But the way you handled it just made everything worse." "Maybe I'm not the right person to be her gamma, Christian," Xavier offers quietly. "Maybe Liam or—" "We'll talk about this later," Christian interrupts, his voice firm. The tension in the air begins to ease, and Derwin suggests we head back inside. "Judius, a word," Christian calls. I freeze, my body tense. "Relax, baby, I just need to talk to him." He tucks a loose strand of hair behind my ear, offering me a small smile. "I didn't get a chance to talk to him properly when he first arrived," he teases. "Go on, we'll be right there." I look at Judius, confused, but he nods and gestures for me to go inside. I make my way in, casting a glance back at them before I enter. I'm not entirely comfortable with them talking alone, but I try to trust them. Derwin sits beside me as I wait for Christian and Judius. He's not what I expected, he says, breaking the silence. I raise an eyebrow. And what did you expect? I ask, my voice defensive. Not this, Derwin laughs. Keep your opinions to yourself. Judius is a good man, I snap, feeling defensive again. Actually, that's what I meant, Derwin continues. Christian is worked up over nothing, isn't he? I'm caught off guard by his words, but after a moment I nod. I guess, I murmur, unsure of what to say next. The back door opens just then, and Christian and Judius walk in. I look at them both for any signs of what happened during their conversation, but they remain unreadable. Neither seems to have been hurt, and there's no tension left between them. Christian grumbles as I assess him, and Judius laughs softly. After a bit of small talk, Xavier and Claire leave, and Judius heads to the guest wing once again. I hesitate at the stairs, then turn to Christian. I'll catch up with you in a minute, I say, looking back at him. I just have something to take care of first. He gives me a slight frown but nods and heads to bed. I make my way to Judius's room. He's already changed into sleep pants and a t-shirt, preparing for bed. Got a minute? I ask tentatively. Sure, what's up? Judius responds, locking his blue eyes on mine. What did Christian want? I pause, unsure if I should ask, but I need to know. You don't have to tell me, I just don't want him to. God, you're worked up. He cuts me off gently. He asked me to spend time with you. He's worried about you, honestly. They all are. He looks at me with sadness. I'm sorry I made a big deal out of things, but what he did isn't right. Christian needed to know the truth. Even Xavier understood that. I feel like I mess everything up, I murmur. Stop listening to your demons, he says softly, tapping my temple. You know what thoughts are valid, Jessie. I'm trying, I sigh. You've got a whole group of people who care about you now, he adds. They just want to see you happy. I smile faintly, knowing he's right, but it's hard to see that clearly in the moment. As much as I enjoy your company, I'm pretty sure that Alpha doesn't appreciate you being in my room alone for so long. He winks and gestures to the door. When I get back to Christian's room, he's sitting up in bed, looking at me intently. Things have felt distant since the attack, and I'm not sure what to do. Judius didn't offer much help when we talked. He just said, close the gap, as if it were that simple. All done tucking Judius in? Christian asks. I almost snap at him, but I catch the mischievous glint in his eye. Yeah, thanks for inviting him over. I'm sorry for getting stuck in my head, I trail off. He told me some of what you guys talked about, he says, making me frown. Nothing specific, just his take on things. Like what? I grumble, feeling irritated. Like your history with hospitals and how it unnerved you to see me like that. That you're afraid you might lose me, he says, locking his hazel eyes on mine. His gaze is intense, and I can't look away. Baby, I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me, he teases, trying to lighten the mood. He sure had a lot to say, I mutter. Don't be mad at him. He just wants you to be happy, he says, chuckling. I'm sorry, but who are you and what have you done with Christian? I tease as I walk toward the bed. Christian grins and slides a hand up my back. Who else can make you feel like this? His voice softens, and suddenly, the distance between us doesn't feel so big. I climb onto his lap, our gazes locking. Only you, I whisper. He leans in and kisses me, and I feel all the tension fade. He's been waiting for me. His hands roam my body as we kiss, every touch full of warmth and care. The kiss deepens, and I feel everything I've been holding back melt away. Chapter 36. I feel Christian slipping away from me, and I groan in protest. It feels so early, and it's still dark. Shoo, baby, go back to sleep, Christian says, stroking my hair. I blink, trying to clear my eyes, but not succeeding. I've got early training, just sleep in. Not being a morning person, I don't need much encouragement, so I roll over and snuggle into his pillow. A soft chuckle is the last thing I hear, followed by a kiss on my temple, and he's gone. After tossing and turning for a bit after Christian left, I sigh and give up. Without him, the bed's not the same. I sit up, feel a slight ache in my body, and groan. That's probably to be expected, given the transition from no routine to something new. After a long, hot shower, most of my aches are gone. I can't help but stare at my neck. Again, the mark from our bond is visible against my skin. I've noticed the marks on others now, and they're a lot less noticeable, so maybe we should have the talk. I dress and head down to the quiet kitchen, expecting to find Judius, but no such luck. A check of his room is empty too. I frown, heading back to the kitchen to ask someone. Your shadow is out training with everyone else, Derwin says cryptically. Oh, I ask, raising a brow since they've never had him train with them before. Jace wanted to see what he had, and being that they are preparing to fight rogues, he's the only one they have to practice on, Derwin says with a dark smirk. My heart sinks. I thought they were including him, but it turned out they just wanted a target for training. Stop frowning, he hands me a breakfast sandwich. Come on, I have a test for you, he says with a guarded look. 'Cause this doesn't sound ominous at all. Well aware, can it? Where'd you go right there? Derwin asks skeptically. His dark eyes are locked on mine, leaving me uneasy. Was just lost in thought, I reply with a shrug, trying to brush it off. Happen often? He asks with an inquisitive expression that I don't like. What are you? My new shrink. I grumble, pushing past him and heading out back. Here, I thought you'd be in a better mood after getting some rest, he teases. My head snaps to him, and I freeze in place. What the heck? Glare all you want, but I can tell something's changed with you. His tone is strange and sets me on edge. I cut him off with a hard swing into his gut that he wasn't expecting. The heck, Derwin? Who says that? I'm sure the fire is dancing in my eyes, but I don't care. He chuckles, regaining his composure. Relax, I'm happy for you guys. Unlike you, my brother came to training with a pretty satisfied grin on his face. I could die in this moment. I don't know if I've ever been so embarrassed. He's playing at something, but I don't know what. Let's go. Training wraps up soon, and we need to get there before they shift back, he says nonchalantly as if the whole previous exchange didn't happen. God, he's frustrating, another brotherly trait. The training field is packed with wolves when we get there, all sparring. Christian is easy to spot. He is the largest among them, and I have already met his wild side. He sees us and lazily lopes over with a wolfish grin, complete with his tongue hanging out. When he reaches us, I stumble slightly as he rubs against me. I can feel his happiness and excitement washing over me in waves. Brother, can you shift but keep the others in fur? Derwin asks. He looks at Derwin a moment with his head cocked before nodding and heading to the woods to shift. What's on your mind? Christian asks skeptically as he makes his way back. He has slipped on a pair of basketball shorts, but left his sweat-glistening chest bare. He grins at me, causing me to blush as he catches me checking him out. A test for your mate, was all he said. We both frown at that. Don't give me that look. I wasn't done talking about your feelings the other night, but you had more important business to attend to, Derwin replies, raising a brow. Christian growls at his boldness. Relax, he's been trying to rile me up all morning, I dismiss. It's Derwin's turn to frown now. Well, aren't you just the clever one, he growls. Whatever, let's just get this over with, I grumble. The one thing I have learned about Derwin is that once he sets his mind on something, he is more stubborn than even I am. Call over those she's spent a fair amount of time with, Derwin says. Slowly, 5 wolves walked over. A stunning silver gray, I'm pretty sure it's Judius, a sandy blonde, a chocolate, a tricolor, and a mousy gray. Who's who? Derwin challenges as he studies me. I haven't met anyone's wolf form yet, I complain. He continues to stare. Well, the big gray would be Judius. I've seen him around. The sandy is probably Dash. That's not what I meant. Stop, Derwin cuts me off, looking quite annoyed. Is she always like this, brother? Christian grins before he catches himself, coughing to recover. Just play nice and I'll stop bothering you, princess, he bargains. I glower at the pet name. I highly doubt that, and stop calling me princess, I snap. Fine. Actually try to do it my way, and I'll stop calling you princess, he concedes with a grin. I sigh. What do you want me to do? Take a seat, close your eyes, and tell me what you feel about the wolf in front of you. Derwin is back to looking at me like a science project. Christian's expression is unreadable, This level of scrutiny has me beyond uncomfortable. I sit and close my eyes, hearing the first wolf walk up. I raise a hand, and the wolf pushes its forehead into it. "Tell me," Derwin commands, breaking my concentration. I take a deep breath and slowly let it out as I let the wolf's energy wash over me. My fingers combed through her fur while I worked on putting what I could feel into words. She's calm, grounded, and even. Her energy is mellow. It doesn't really fit into the rest of this group, nurturing even. "Claire." "Right," Christian says. As Claire steps away, she is replaced by another. Her calm energy is replaced by mischief. "This one's trouble," I tease, bringing both hands to rub his neck. "It's Jace." "Why?" Derek prompts. "He feels like him. No one else is so much mischief." Derwin sighs, so I continue, "Fine. He's considerably more powerful. There's an intimidating edge that he tempers with a lightness. Fierce loyalty and endless confidence." I'm kinda glad I don't have to see his face when I say that, I giggle. Christian's silence has me concerned, but before I can dwell on it for long, a new wolf has taken Jace's place. The light-hearted, troublesome energy is replaced by feral energy. This one's wild, barely tamed, but focused. Fierce and cunning. Loyal and determined. Easily, Soraya. The wolf snorts before pulling away. The next wolf steps up, and even determination washes over me. He's the exact opposite of Soraya. Exceedingly focused with undying loyalty, brute strength ready to go in an instant, with steely determination. "Xavier." "Judius," I said, pausing, waiting for him to step up. Instantly, a calmness seeps through me. "There you are. Your energy threw me off when I first met you. I expected you to be cocky and fake, but you were the opposite. Grounded and sincere, but lonely, sad, and diminished. Your energy is different now. Proud but humble, you radiate such strength and calmness. I feel like you try to hide your power, but you're failing there, my friend." I open my eyes to see his crystal blue ones sparkling back at me, the smile clear in them. I smile back at him, patting his head, but suddenly become aware of all eyes on me. My eyes snap to Christian, who is staring, lost in thought. "Who did I get wrong?" I asked him, suddenly worried I did something wrong. His hand cupped my cheek. "No one. I'm just surprised. I've never seen anyone do that before." He trails off. I frown and drop my gaze. Everyone is still staring at me. Judius whimpers and nudges me. Suddenly, everyone heads off to shift back. Judius lingers, but eventually Lopez to the woods as well. Christian sits down beside me, wrapping an arm around me. "Baby, what's wrong?" "They're looking at me like I'm a freak show," I whisper, not meeting his gaze. "That's not it at all. That's quite a gift you have, that's all." He wraps me tighter. "It's not always right. I've spent a fair amount of time with them, so I already had a road map of them." I look around and notice we are alone. Where'd Derwin go? He didn't like my show. I don't even try to hide the bitterness in my voice. He'll meet us in the dining room. Everyone's gone to get cleaned up before lunch. Christian stands and helps me up, pulling me flush to him. "Come on, let's go in," he says with a gentle smile. It's hard to feel sour wrapped in his arms, and by the time we make it back to the house, my mood has evened out. But as it does, my headache grows. "I'll be there in a minute. I just need to get something from the room." Looking at the stairs, my head starts to pound, so I take off to Judius's room. He always has a bottle of ibuprofen, which I'm almost certain is more for me than him. "Hey, what's wrong?" Judius greets me as I enter his room. "I need ibuprofen and your closest." He nods and roots around before passing me the bottle. I dig out two and pass the bottle back. "Bad one?" he asks, not hiding his concern. "Not yet, but it's coming on strong," I frown. Judius has been around when some of my bad headaches and migraines have come on. I think that's why he always carries meds now. "I've got no water, let's go," he says, herding me back to the kitchen. He parks me at the island as he gets me a glass of water. I toss the pills back and hope I took them in time. As the kitchen fills with people coming in from training, the noise increases. Noticing my discomfort, Judius grabs my water and leads me to the private dining room as we are met by raised voices. Could mean something or could be nothing at all, Christian dismisses. I know she's your brother, but you can't keep her in a bubble, Derwin argues. I'm not going to dump more on her plate when you don't even know what dash. Christian freezes seeing me. What's wrong? Shouldn't I be asking you that? I ask, skeptically raising a brow. Nothing is wrong. You've just impressed my hard-headed brother, which is hard to do, Christian dismisses. What is it? Just a headache. I've had them my whole life. No big deal. I've taken meds. They just need time to kick in, I mumble. He takes me in as though I have a mortal wound. I'll link Doc dash. Relax. Wolves don't get headaches. I tease. I'll let you know if it gets out of control. Please don't call Doc every time I have a hangnail. He sighs but visibly relaxes. That's quite a parlor trick there, Soraya says as she walks in with the others. I shrug. So sure the first thing you say about me is I'm trouble, Jace chimes in, faking deep hurt. Everyone has a quick feel, I deflect. You're trouble, she's wild, he's steely, she's nurturing, and he's grounded, I finish, nodding at Judius. I've spent enough time with you guys that I'm fairly familiar with your energy, but your moods can affect it. So, is it all the time? Claire asks. What? Like feeling energy? Do you always feel it? She clarifies. Yes and no. Sometimes a person's energy can smack me in the face, other times it's barely there. Most of the time, it's just a hum in the background, nothing to notice. I usually have to focus to get a feel on a specific person, I reply, as my headache starts to relent. So I've played your game, now it's my turn, I say, and lock my eyes on Derwin. What's with your energy? Chapter 37. Derwin stares at me for a while after I'd asked about his energy before a smirk spreads across his face. What do you mean? He asks. His light tone and forced surprise warn that he's playing dumb. Really? I jumped through all your hoops, and you won't even answer one question. I snap. What an annoying ass. It's never just one question, he grumbles, crossing his arms. I'll make it just one, but you have to answer it fully, no cop-out. Agreed. I put my hand out to shake. He eyes me suspiciously, but eventually shakes my hand. One, he growls. Ask. What's your deal? I ask, leaning back into my seat. A satisfied grin spreads across my face as annoyance flickers in his eyes. What the heck kind of question is that? He growls, glaring at me. I had one question. I had to make it count. I reply sarcastically, raising a brow. Seriously, you expect my life story for nothing in return, he snaps, dumbfounded. Technically, I paid up first with that dog and pony show, and you agreed to one question answered fully. I cross my arms as a triumphant smirk creeps on my face. She's got you there, brother, Christian says, barely able to keep his face straight, while Soraya just laughs. Care to point me in a direction for what you actually want to know? Derwin says in almost a growl. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to be accused of cheating by asking an additional question. I'm more than happy to beat him at his own game. He just glares. Your energy. How are you able to mask it so fully, and how is it so strong? I ask, furrowing my brow. What do you mean? He teases as I glare. How much do you know about guardians? Not a thing. Well, that's not true. I know you're one, and that they have serious skill and power. If the bow you had them sent me is any indication, I trail off. What makes you say that? Derwin asks, raising a brow. He leans in and turns his attention on me entirely, like I'm suddenly very interesting again. When the bow came, there was a crest on it. I recognized it, but was struggling to place it. It wasn't until later that I remembered a sort of brand on your chest when you attacked me. Also, the guards addressed you as one and grandmother. But you don't feel right, you're not a normal wolf. You hide your energy most of the time, but it leaks and doesn't match. It's like light spilling under a door in a dark room. I trail off. His eyes go wide in surprise for a moment before he catches himself, as if I had uncovered some deep secret. Has anyone ever told you that you're trouble? Derwin growls as he narrows his gaze at me. He seems completely annoyed by my assessment. Often, Jace scoffs. You're not wrong, though. Guardians are a security pack for the royal family. Their charge links them directly to the royal bloodline they are supposed to protect, and the goddess blessed them with added strength. I didn't know there were royal wolves. But then again, there's a lot I don't know. I trail off sadly. The royal family is said to tie back directly to Selena and Luca, the moon goddess and her mate, the first alpha. The story goes that she made Luca first, and although others came after, he was special to her, and she watched him more than any other. Somehow, he won her over, and they had a son, the first royal, a wolf with divine blood. The bloodline has been sacred ever since, guiding our entire race. He pauses, gauging my reaction. When he sees I'm keeping up, he continues, the guardians were made to protect the bloodline. With great power comes powerful enemies determined to pull them down. Over the years, their enemies became more clever and cunning. A single girl brought the entire royal family to their knees, Derwin says, visibly tensing at the memory. She somehow got close to the queen and killed her before the king's very eyes. In his shock, he was taken by surprise and killed easily. The crown prince, who was to be the next king, was murdered in his sleep, as was his sister, the princess. My heart aches for their suffering. I can't imagine losing your mate, least of all before your very eyes. So, the bloodline ended? I ask, captivated by the story. If that was the case, the guardians would be no more, Derwin says with a wink. There's still an heir out there somewhere, waiting to come of age and claim the throne. So, there's a lost royal? I ask hopefully. Lost isn't quite the right word. Hidden more like. When the time is right, they will come forth and claim their birthright. His eyes shine at the thought. Do they know? I whisper, lost in thought. Yes and no. They know who they are but may not realize exactly what that means. They'll have to grow up too soon as it is. Who are we to rush that any more than we have to? He leans back and studies me. What else? I look up at him confused. That was it. I just wanted to know what guardians were, I suppose. Just wanted to understand your energy. I expected more, Derwin muses, surprise written across his face. What do you mean? I'm not sure I appreciate his angle. I expected something about why my baby brother is alpha. I assume you know the alpha title usually passes to the firstborn male. He's leading me, and I don't like it one bit. I didn't know that, but that's your business and Christian's. I try not to pry. If he wants me to know, he'll tell me on his own, I snap. Derwin just laughs. I look at Christian, who is trying to look impassive, but the amusement dances in his eyes. It's no secret, baby. Everyone in the pack knows, Christian says with a warm smile. Well, if you want to tell me that's one thing, I never even realized it was unusual for the younger brother to take over. Then again, there's a lot I don't know about his world. I guess talking about families is just one of those, like, first or second date things that we glossed over, I say with a laugh. Christian sits back, looking thoughtful for a moment. Go out with me, he says, strangely determined. Excuse me? I laugh. I'm serious. I want to take you on a real date. You deserve that and so much more, Christian replies with a winning smile. Guess I'm gonna break my last rule about not dating, I giggle. Derwin just looks at us confused. Don't ask, Christian cuts him off before he can begin. So do you have any other siblings I should know about? I tease. They both laugh. Nope, Christian came along and that was enough of that, Derwin teases. Please, you started acting out so much after I was born. They swore off anymore, Christian defends, raising a brow. What were they like? Your parents. Discovering Christian's life has suddenly become really interesting. It's strange to think you can get so close and know so little about someone. Mother was a free spirit, very kind and outgoing. Our father said he fell in love with her from afar, before she ever knew they were mates. Christian looks so happy to talk about her, they must have been very close. Dad, on the other hand, was a hard ass. Don't get me wrong, he was a good man, but all business. He was training me to be alpha from day one, I swear, Derwin grumbles. The only soft spot the world saw was for our mother. What happened to them? I remember Jace telling me you guys spent a lot of time together like brothers after they passed. I trailed off, not sure if I spoke too much. They were murdered by rogues when I was 18, Christian trails off. I reach for him. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't have asked that. My face flushes as I chide myself for being so nosy. It's okay, baby, he says with a sad smile. If I had told you, you may have understood my history with rogues better. Suddenly, I feel very guilty about pushing Judius on them all the time and frown. Don't do that, he says, tapping my head. Even I know Judius is nothing like them. So you became alpha at 18? Is that young? I ask, changing the subject away from Judius. I really feel quite ignorant about their world, but you don't know what you don't know until it comes up. Not quite, Derwin takes over. I came back when I heard of our parents passing. My relationship with our father had become strained, so we decided I should travel and see how other packs worked. He wanted to make me into a better alpha than he was, but I had the young wolf syndrome. I raise a brow at that. Christ, I need a Werewolves for Dummies book to keep up. You know, want to cut your own path and make your own mark on the world. I nodded as he continued. At any rate, I put my business on hold, came back, took up the mantle, and we hunted every last one down. His tone is so bitter. Even though it happened long ago, it's clearly still fresh. I was still a hothead. I left to tie up a loose end. I was planning on coming back and trying to be the man our father thought I could be, he trails off. His tone is so sad and pained, but it's no longer for his father. Who is she? I whisper. All eyes snap on me, but I hold Derwin's gaze. His eyes swirl with more emotion than I've ever seen. Too far. I know, it just kind of slipped out. I was sure he wasn't going to answer. His steely gaze never falters as he replies, Yasmina. The saddest smile spreads across his face just mentioning her name. You would have loved her. I'm sure I would have. What was she like? I ask softly. Nothing like I expected my mate to be, he says with a chuckle. I always thought I would end up with some fierce, larger-than-life she-wolf, but she was even better. Now she was a helpless dove, he says directly to me as an inside joke. She was an omega at the pack I was visiting. Quiet as a field mouse, but the most beautiful creature I've ever set eyes on. Long raven hair, crystal blue eyes, snow-white skin. His eyes shine as he relives the memory. I found her just before I got word of our parents' murder. I had to go, but I promised her I'd be back. We wrapped up as soon as we could, and I went back to get her to bring her back with me. Guilt flashes in his eyes as he thinks back to that time. Their alpha was a cruel man, however. Omegas were not treated like they are here. They were treated like the lowest of the low. They were beaten and used for whatever anyone wanted from them. He refused to let her go, and when she tried to escape, he killed her in front of me, Derwin recalls bitterly. His pain hits me like a ton of bricks, freezing me in place. Although it happened many years ago, the wound is still open. I'm so sorry, Derwin, I shouldn't have dash. He cut me off. She was a wonderful mate. I wish we had more time, but it's nice just to remember her, he says with a smile. I was always too headstrong to be alpha, still too wild. Maybe if I had my mate to temper me, or if it had happened later in life, things would have been different. But that wasn't the case. Despite being unprepared, Christian handled it like a natural. He was level-headed, a natural-born leader, and the pack loved him. His loving smile for his brother hides nothing for once. Only love, admiration, and respect are present, no pain or bitterness. I relinquished my claim and gave them the alpha they deserved. My path brought me to the Guardians in a roundabout way, and it has been the best fit. Derwin's moment of openness is over, and his guard is back up. With that, the topic is dead, and conversations go back to normal. Everyone focuses on eating their lunch, but by the end, my headache is back to full strength. I get up and whisper to Christian that I'm going to lie down for a bit. He eyes me suspiciously, but finally relents and says he'll check on me in a bit. It isn't a full migraine, but it's threatening to be, so I take some more meds and close the blinds and curl up to catch a few more hours of sleep. A hand slipping around my waist brings me back to the waking world. The sparks dancing between our skin tell me it's Christian before he even speaks. He nuzzles against my neck and brushes his lips lightly across my sensitive skin. How are you feeling now? Much better, thanks, I say, smiling as I roll over to face him. Think my headache is finally gone and some hot guy came to snuggle with me. What more could I ask for? I tease. I wish I could stay, baby, but I've got to head out on patrol. I just needed to check on you before I left. He trails off sadly. Go. I kiss him tenderly. I'm fine. He raises a brow. How are you going to snuggle up to me like that and kiss me, looking at me like that, then expect me to leave my bed? He teases. Derwin's right, you're trouble. He kisses me again, deepening it as he rolls on top. I melt into him. Every touch and embrace has me in a puddle instantly. He pulls back, growling. Jace is literally waiting outside the door for me. Instantly, I feel my cheeks heat up from embarrassment. Then you better go before he comes in, I tease. Chapter 38. Life has settled into an easy rhythm. I split my time between the pack and my farm, though there seems to be too little of it, as everything is getting away from me. It's noon on Friday, and everything's a mess. I have to get everything set for Trish to pick up for tomorrow's market, not to mention catch up on this overgrown jungle of a garden. Oh, and did I mention it looks like the lawn is being converted to a hayfield? When Christian said he needed me to stay for a while, I thought days, not weeks. What's wrong, my elf? Jace cuts in. Everything has gotten away from me. I need like a solid week to get caught up easy. But somehow I don't think Christian would want me gone that long, I groan, the frustration evident in my voice. I've already texted Trish that I'm behind. She replied with a glove emoji, so I don't even know what that means, but I dash. Jace cut me off there. Point me at something. Nate is running wild. He can link me if something's off, he says with a smile. Really? Playboy's gonna try farming today. I can't help but laugh. How hard can it be? He laughs. Besides, I look good no matter what I'm doing. I can't help but roll my eyes at his cockiness. Oh, so humble, but I'll take all the help I can get. Noted, incoming, Jace says, nodding to the driveway. Judius pulls in shortly, followed by Trish. Sorry, Trish, I'm nowhere near ready, I apologize. She furrows her brow as she looks at me in confusion. I'm here to help. Didn't you get my text? Typical Trish, apparently, a glove emoji was supposed to give me that heads up. She eyes a shirtless Jace. So that's who's been occupying all your time, eh? She wiggles her eyebrows in approval. Jace grins, basking in the glory, not even attempting to correct her. In his dreams, Judius cuts in, bursting his bubble. Trish snaps her attention to Judius now and raises an eyebrow at him. Were you finally able to seal the deal, Judius? I could die on the spot as everyone laughs. Christian will be by soon, Jace cuts in. Things finished up early, and he's on his way with backup. He leans in while Trish gears up. It's our fault you fell behind. Let us help you catch up. You know he's not gonna take no for an answer. I nod. I can use the help, and Christian is as stubborn as I am. Before long, 2 vehicles pull up. Jace wasn't kidding when he said backup. Christian, Xavier, Claire, and Alexi are the only ones I recognize, but there are 3 other guys as well. The cavalry has arrived, Alexi announces. I can't help but laugh at her much-welcomed exuberance. Trish comes up to meet the new additions. Xavier and Claire, you've met. Alexi played challenge with Jessie, and Joseph, Alan, and Luke are our best groundskeepers, Christian says. I don't know much about gardening, but set us to work and I'm sure we can take care of the grunt work, he laughs. I appreciate the help, but this is over the top, I say directly to Christian. They volunteered, he replies, shrugging. Actually, there was a good pool of volunteers to pick from, but I didn't want you to think we were invading, he laughs as his hazel eyes sparkle. Before long, everything is well underway. Claire is working on making us all dinner, and Christian, Xavier, Jace, and Judius tackle the lawn, leaving the rest of us to the gardens. The work goes fast with so much help. Alexi has 0 clue, but works alongside Trish picking and packing for the market. Alan is their gopher, running crates to the truck while Joseph and Luke take care of weeding and tilling. I'm able to focus on pruning, thinning, and all the other finer things. In a few hours, we have the place tamed and looking back like it usually does. It's super hot by the time we finish, not a single guy had their shirt on, and we are all drenched in sweat. Christian catches me checking him out more than once, and I'm glad he can't tell I'm interested based on the looks he gives me. When we finish, I send everyone next door to cool off in the neighbor's pool. They definitely earned it. You coming? Christian's voice comes from behind me. I'm just finishing my work on the last row. I turn and smile up at his godly form. Keep looking at me like that, kitten, and we'll have a change of plans. His tone has changed to seductive. I stand up, brushing off. I can't thank you guys enough. This would have taken me like all week. He pulls me close. We're happy to help. Now let's go cool off. Everyone is already in the pool by the time we walk over. Jace walks over casually, though I catch a mischievous glint in his eye. Don't even think about it, I warn as I lock eyes with him. Think about what? He says, flashing an innocent smile. I try to run, but I'm nowhere near fast enough. He picks me up and slings me over his shoulder as everyone else hoots. My phone! I shout out, trying to bargain for my freedom. Better toss what you don't want to get wet, he warns, stalking towards the deep end. I barely have enough time to kick my shoes off and toss my phone before he jumps in, dragging me with him. The cool water is a welcome relief, but being fully clothed feels so weird. We surface, and Jace starts to laugh his ass off. Now we're even for that stunt at training. I jump on him, pushing him under before swimming to the edge, where Christian is standing, laughing. Some protector you are, I tease. Letting some guy carry me off caveman style. I throw my hand up dramatically as I fake hurt. He bends down to say something, but before he has a chance, I jump up, grab his neck, and pull him in. A new round of laughs roars out as he surfaces and shakes out his black locks. The horseplay continues for a while as I stay wrapped in Christian's arms, sitting on his lap on the steps. I can't help but laugh as Judius throws Jace into the deep end. Everyone's mood is so high, it's hard not to be happy. What are you thinking about? Christian murmurs in my ear. His hot breath fanning across my neck makes me shiver in delight. Just how normal this is. Basically, a Friday night pool party and barbecue. My best friend even met my boyfriend and didn't kill him. Everyone's getting along and happy, it's just nice, I trail off. You have that effect on people, he says, kissing my neck. I think it's more to do with the pool and promise of food and drinks, I laugh. So I'm your boyfriend? Christian teases, pulling back to look at me. I don't miss the amused glint in his eyes. Is that okay? I ask, raising a brow. Baby, I'll take it, he chuckles. Claire says food's up. I twist in his grip to straddle his lap and wrap my arms around his neck, pulling his lips down to mine. Our lips brush gently before moving in sync. All too soon, I break the kiss, pulling back before it heats up any further. Thank you, I say, smiling. Anything for you, he smiles, lifting me out of the water and setting me down on dry land. Once home, I change and join everyone else for dinner. Derwin came over to bring Claire more supplies and drinks. Having spent most of my time at the pack house, my kitchen is no longer well stocked. My neighbors, Linda and George, are here as well. Jace insisted they come for dinner after letting us use the pool. Little did he know that their kids had all moved away, and they were just happy to have someone swing by. It's nice to see Jessie has such nice and handsome friends, Linda gushes while patting Jace's bicep. Jace is just basking in it, flashing his winning Playboy smile. Yes, I'm feeling particularly lucky today, I say, smiling at her. And you? She makes her way over to Christian. I think you may have something to do with her smiling more. Christian beams as I flush scarlet. God, he's beautiful when he smiles like that. His eyes dance green, and I want to melt as he turns them on me. I try. She means a lot to me. I just want her to be happy, Christian says, taking one of my hands. Good, keep it that way, and I won't have to send George after you, she teases, but the threat is there. George, for his part, tries to look fierce, but still looks like no threat, even standing with the Omegas. Noted, though Trish already beat you to it, Christian chuckles. My eyes snap to Trish, who is trying to look innocent. What? I glare at her response. I just told him he better treat you well, or they won't find his body, Trish says nonchalantly. Jace and Xavier look less than impressed by the threat, even if it was meant well. Really, Trish? The frustration is evident in my voice. I let you down last time. I'm never letting that happen ever again, she says with such guilt in her eyes. Thanks, but you really don't have to worry. Christian is nothing like him. Everything's good, really, I say, stepping into him as he wraps his arm across my shoulder. Good, it would be such a shame to waste such a dash. Trish. I cut her off, knowing exactly where that was heading based on how her eyes were roaming. Friend or not, she needs to keep her looks to herself. Relax, that's just Trish. She really should have been a guy. Up for a round after dinner? Trish asks. We could. I haven't shot in like 3 weeks, though, so I'm a bit rusty, I admit, stretching out my shoulder. About time you try your bow out, Derwin chimes in. I brought it, just in case. And with that, dinner is done. Trish grabs her bow from her truck, and I grab mine from Derwin. Where are you going? I ask him as he tries to follow us. Mackenzie's been on my ass about how it fits you. Besides, I want to see what you've got, without being on the receiving end, he replies with a dark grin. He leaves little to no room for argument or explanation of who Mackenzie is, but he did, after all, give it to me. Sure, after breaking your last one. Before long, we're squaring up at the target. Trish takes her shots, 1 bullseye and 2 just outside. She's improved a lot since the last time we shot. I square up, the bow floats in my hands and feels weightless. Draw, aim, breathe, release, and the arrow hits hard, but just off of dead center. Shot 2 is dead center, with the 3rd right beside. Please give Mackenzie my thanks. This bow is amazing. I beam at Derwin, who looks impassive. Handicap, Trish yammers at me. Fine. I move to the 2nd position, further away from the target, after grabbing my arrows and flipping them up to the 3-in-1 target. I really shouldn't split an arrow the first time out. Another round, and all 3 of my shots are on point. The form is easy and feels natural. This is a perfect bow, definitely an upgrade from my previous second-hand one. Forget it, she shouts and puts her bow down to grab the fly targets. This is too easy for you. She passes the foam balls to Jace and Judius, telling them what to do. On the count of 3, the guys toss the balls up. I fire as fast as I can, hitting 3 of the 4, while she hits 1 and clips a 2nd that I also hit. I love the peace shooting gives me, but already my shoulder burns. Think that's it for me, I say, waving off. My shoulder's done. I look up and everyone's staring. Seriously, Katniss? Jace teases. I knew you could shoot, but damn. I laugh nervously, this bout is incredible. Already, I feel my cheeks heat up as I no doubt glow as bright as a tomato. Don't lie, she shot like that with her crappy second-hand bow, too, Trish cuts in. Jessie could have done well in competitions, but she'd rather help someone than beat them. She laughs, but her pride shines clear in her blue-green eyes. Crowds aren't my thing either. This is more fun to me, and I like teaching, I say with a shrug. Do you think you could teach me sometime? Luke asks timidly. Sure, we can give it a shot, but maybe on a night we haven't all been drinking, I laugh. For tonight, I'm just going to enjoy the little things. Chapter 39. Finally, everything in my life has been going smoothly. Christian coming over to help with everyone and doing regular daily things has really brought us a lot closer. Introducing him formally to Trish made our relationship feel more real. Judius has spent more time at the pact than away from it. He has joined regular training, which I have started to watch. He's stronger than the average wolf, so most of his real sparring is done with Jace now, after the main training time. He has taken a few rounds with Xavier, but I think he's actually stronger than him. I can't help but hope that this is their way of bringing him in, but after last time's screw-up, I'm keeping my mouth shut. He's already in. It's just a formality now. God, I hope so. He deserves it. Enjoying the show? Jace asks, heading over to me. His signature smirk plays across his face as he towels the sweat off his chest. Not gonna lie, it's better than main training. It's like watching a kid's concert versus a live concert from your favorite band. My words are actual, not that the other warriors are children, but the matches between Jace and Judius have a whole different level of power and dynamic. He's got some moves, I'll give him that. It's nice to have a little challenge, Jace laughs. Not that Xavier's a wimp, but maybe I've just trained with him for too long. I actually have to think and work to keep up with Judius. I'm sorry, was that a compliment? Judius cuts in, taking a seat with his own crooked grin. Cool it, Boy Scout, Jace grumbles, rolling his eyes dramatically. Imagine how hard he'll be to beat with a bit more formal training, I tease. Fortunately, he's holding back. Jessie, Judius warns, pinning me in place with a stern glare. Is that so? Jace asks, brow raised. She's just trying to get a rise out of you, Judius dismisses. Jace just looks at me, suddenly unsure, so I grin and clarify, proud of my own powers of observation. Judius has a tell. When he trains with me and lets me win, or take him down, or whatever, he gets this look in his eye. The same one I caught a few times before he lost to you. Is this true? Jace asks, eyeing up Judius. I am dash. One more round, and don't hold back this time. Jace's tone leaves no room to argue. With a sigh, Judius stands up and brushes himself off, sparing me one last frown. Soraya takes a seat beside me as the guys make their way back to the center. Is he finally going to actually try? She asks, making my eyes go wide. She knew. Oh, please. You don't think I saw the look he makes when he pulls punches with the other warriors? She scoffs at my look. I didn't get my job by missing little things, you know? I saw a lot of potential in him. That's why I brought him into challenge, and he didn't disappoint. Her gloating is cut short when the men square off in the field. This time, Judius hangs back, waiting for Jace to make his first move. Jace starts with an obvious lunge, which he expects Judius to sidestep, and is already mid-swing with a kick where he expects Judius to be. Judius, however, is ready for it, dropping and dodging before swiping Jace's other foot out from under him. Christian walks up and quietly watches the match as well with an unreadable expression on his dark features. Jace takes the momentum of his fall to try to drive an elbow into Judius's ribs, but instead catches Judius's raised knee, flipping him over. In an instant, Judius jumps on him, but Jace flips him off, using his own momentum against him. The guys trade blows back and forth without either getting a clear upper hand. This match is already considerably longer than their previous ones, with no end in sight. Jace stumbles, giving Judius an opening that he blindly takes, landing a solid left hook to his jaw. Before I could tell what was happening, Jace had Judius's arm twisted awkwardly, legs wrapped around his waist, with his other arm tight across his neck. Judius struggles a moment more, pinned beneath him, before tapping out. I let out a breath I was holding as Jace rolled off him, lying on his back and panting to catch his breath. Where the hell were you hiding that man? Jace finally asks, still lying there trying to catch his breath. You've been holding out on us, Judius, Christian says, ticking his jaw with a dangerous edge to his voice. His hazel eyes are nearly brown as he glares at Judius. Sorry, I am dash, he stammers. Judius knows he's in a dangerous position, but there's no clear way out. Clearly, my beta needs to step up his game if a lone rogue can give him such a hard time. Christian has gone straight from dangerous to threatening, and it sets my teeth on edge. Christian. I snap, balling my fists. There's no need to be cruel. Sorry, I should go clean up, Judius says, keeping his gaze down. Eventually, Christian nods, letting him off the hook, and Judius takes off. Irritation flares at me at Christian's behavior, and I give him one last hard look before taking off after Judius. Judius, wait, I'm sorry, I call after him, jogging to catch up. Judius pauses, looking over his shoulder, and waits so I can catch up. For what? Judius asks, raising a brow. He looks unfazed, as if that final match never occurred. I shouldn't have told him dash. He cuts me off with a wave of his hand, flashing a smile as he shakes his head. You did nothing wrong. I shouldn't have held back. I gave as good as I got this last round though, he says with a goofy grin. But I fell for the bait at the end. He gave me that opening to sucker me into getting the pin. I didn't even realize that's what happened, but once Judius points it out, Jace's trap was clear. Playboy is sneakier than I give him credit for. I'm good. I need to shower up and head out for a bit. Assuming I'm not in trouble, I'll see you later on tonight, he smiles, dismissing me. I head back to the kitchen to grab a late lunch, since everyone else ate while Jace and Judius trained. Claire greets me warmly and passes me a plate, which I gladly take. I head to a table while she continues cleaning up. Left to my own devices, I play with my phone, answering a few texts as I pick at my food. Stay here, Claire says out of nowhere. Her eyes look far away, as if she's connected to someone. What's wrong? I ask with an edge of concern in my voice. Not sure, maybe nothing. Patrol has linked a suspicious scent. I'll be back, I need to lock things down. I nod as she heads off, quickly disappearing out the back door. Eager to keep my mind occupied and nerves at bay, I clean up my plate and set it in the dish rack as the back door flies open, revealing Derwin. Have you seen Ethan? He asks, the concern evident in his dark eyes. No, he's not here, probably in his Swiss tree. Can't they link him? I ask, frowning. No, he's blocking the link. Where's this tree? Can you take me? He's getting anxious now, and it only feeds my own nerves. Yeah, let's go, I say, slipping my hoodie back on and following him out the back door. We take off across the back lawn to the woods. His powerful strides outmatch mine easily. A shrill howl in the distance sends a shiver down my spine, freezing me in place. Derwin grabs my hand, dragging me along faster. I point out which path to take, focusing all my energy on my feet and not tripping. After zigging and zagging through the spider web of trails in the woods, we finally make it to the clearing that Ethan spends most of his time in. A large, rotten oak stands by the edge. Ethan, Derwin calls in a desperate whisper. There's no answer, not even birds are chirping. The forest is eerily silent, setting my nerves off further. Every fiber of my being warns that something is very wrong and time is running out, but about what? I'm not sure. Where else would he be? He asks, dark eyes locking on me, demanding I think faster. Wait, I said, slowing my racing heart and feeling around us. Suddenly, I think Ethan's familiar energy. He's here, hiding in the tree, and terrified. He's up there. I nod at the tree. You're sure? I nod again, and we take off to the base of the tree. Ethan, we have to go now. I'll go up and get him, I reason. He's already scared. His uncle yelling at him to come out before it's too late isn't going to help. He frowns, considering his options before nodding reluctantly. Before I move, he turns to face the far side of the clearing. Derwin drops his shoulders, squaring up his feet as he falls into a defensive stance. Something or someone's coming, and we're running out of time. Hurry up, princess, he calls as I shimmy up the tree. I slip my fingers into the craggy bark, using the branches for hand and footholds to pull myself up the ancient tree. The hair on the back of my neck stands up as a sense of urgency grips me, forcing me to scale the tree at a reckless pace. Ethan is hiding up in the highest cavity, so narrow that no adult male would be able to reach him. I barely manage to squeeze through to him before he realizes it's me. His eyes are impossibly wide with terror, but they lock on mine. Then he reluctantly takes my offered hand and follows me out. Derwin looks up as I slip out of the cavity. Time's up, they're here, he growls in warning. No matter what you see, make sure he's safe. Do you understand me? His tone leaves zero room for question and spikes my anxiety into overdrive. A moment later, wolves start to break through the clearing as Derwin takes off for the opposite end. Suddenly, a large brown wolf jumps on his back as a mousy gray one goes for his legs. I push Ethan behind me against the tree and out of sight as I watch the fight below. Derwin grabs the large brown wolf, ripping it off his back and snapping its neck before tossing it aside and going for the mousy gray. Two charcoal grays jump in on him while he's busy, ripping into his shoulder with their savage teeth. Fuck, do something. What? I'm unarmed and have to keep Ethan safe. He's so focused on fighting the three wolves that he doesn't see a thin man sneaking up behind him. Behind you, Ethan screams in a high-pitched, shrill voice as I shove him out of sight again, ducking with him and praying no one saw. I cover his mouth, drawing my trembling finger across my lips and begging him to be quiet. My heart's racing, threatening to burst out of my chest. Stay hidden. No matter what, stay here till it's clear, then you run as fast as you can to the pack house. Don't stop for anything. Do you understand me? His wide, golden eyes lock on mine, but he eventually nods. The snaps and snarls from the fight below die down, drawing my attention. My heart hammers against my chest as I strain to hear any hint of what is going on below, a sign to tell me what I should do next. Come out, wherever you are, a creepy man's voice calls up, sending a cold shiver down my spine. I freeze since Ethan's panic scream told them exactly where we were. If Derwin couldn't hold them off, I'm screwed. More so, I had no chance to get Ethan out of it. Quickly, I peel off my hoodie, pulling it over Ethan and motioning for him to stay and be quiet. I creep to the edge of the branch, feeling my body trembling as I struggle to see what is happening. Derwin is down on his knees, restrained by 3 large men and bleeding from numerous wounds. Multiple dead or unconscious wolves lay sprawled across the clearing as the creepy man paces at the base of the tree with 2 others. If I stay up here, they will come up and find Ethan. If I run, they'll catch me, but Ethan will be safe here. My eyes lock with Derwin's as I drop from the tree, landing on the far side. He roars as he breaks free, fighting to distract everyone as I take off in the opposite direction. The first attack comes over my left side, but I saw him coming and, thanks to Judius's training, I fall to my left side, tucking under a fallen log. My assailant overshoots, crashing into the thick underbrush and allowing me to bolt once more. The next hit comes from the right as another man aims low, taking out my legs. There's nowhere for me to go, and he manages to tackle me to the ground hard. On reflex, I draw my foot back and stomp hard, hitting my attacker square in his face and snapping his head back. I felt his nose crumple under the impact, but I didn't waste a moment, rolling back onto my hands and knees, then launching myself back into a run. The air is knocked out of me by a third attacker I never saw. In a blink, a large man has me pinned face down in the dirt. His weight presses down on me, making it impossible to get any air. My heart hammers as my mind reels, desperate to come up with my next move. "Give her to me. That bitch needs to learn a lesson," a man sneers. Just as my vision threatens to black out, the third man gets off of me, letting me finally get some air. I lay there coughing and gasping, fighting the blackness as my heart races. A large calloused hand wraps around the back of my neck, dragging me up off the ground. I swing wildly, but the man has more reach than I. He catches my wrist with his other hand, twisting it painfully behind my back, drawing a painful hiss through my gritted teeth. He lets go of my neck long enough to capture my other arm, twisting it with the other to pin them together in the same hand. Grabbing the back of my neck once more, he pushes me forward. "Walk," he snarls. Chapter 40. Every stumble sends searing pain through my already injured shoulder as the hostile man pushes me through the woods. His iron grip on my wrists keeps my arms twisted painfully behind my back. Apparently, the man whose nose I broke is named Craig, and he has whined nonstop since I was caught that he needs to teach me a lesson. The first man I dodged also caught up to us, but tiptoed. Both are smaller than the creep holding me. "Took you long enough," the creepy man sneers. "The heck happened to your face, Craig?" Craig is spitting mad, but is cut off before he can start explaining. "We have to go now." One of the other men cut in. "They will be here soon." My heart leaps at the fleeting hope. "Was there anyone else?" the creepy guy asks, turning his attention to me. My skin crawls as he leans into my neck, inhaling my scent deeply. I shudder at the intimate contact and feel my internal fire dying as it's smothered by panic. Her scent is all that I can smell. She was alone. My eyes lock on Derwin. "I'm sorry, I tried to run, but they were too fast." I pour every bit of my panic into my voice, willing them to believe he was just protecting me, a coward. "Decide, we have to go." The other guy shouts again. "Just do it." My eyes go wide as his words sink in, sending my panic into overdrive. I lock eyes desperately with Derwin, silently begging for something to hang on to. "No," the creepy guy says as a dark grin spreads across his face. "She's the alphas." "Well, that's a mess," Derwin scoffs, trying to persuade him otherwise. "Don't lie to me, I can smell him all over her," he growls as he runs his knuckles up my neck. I try to pull away, but the iron grip holds me in place. "Men have needs, she's just a bit of fun," Derwin dismisses. His words sting, but I understand what he's trying to do. "Bring them both, I don't care, but we have to go." The panic is apparent in his voice as he argues with the creepy guy who is clearly calling the shots. Derwin looks like hell. He's bleeding all over, with a collar around his neck and his arms bound behind him. The 3 men have him back on his knees. A roar in the not-too-far distance sends shivers through the rest of them. Excitement hits me as I recognize it's Christian. He's upset and coming for me. Next thing I know, a hard slap hits me across my temple. The force hits me so hard, it leaves me seeing stars. Rough hands grab me and toss me over a shoulder as blackness swallows me. My throbbing head is the first thing that greets me as I fight my way out of the black abyss. I feel sluggish, my body won't respond to my commands, and my head is in a fog. I groan as my body reluctantly begins to obey. Everything hurts, my shoulders are on fire, my head is splitting, and my vision is blurry. A full-blown migraine, complete with nausea, dizziness, and vision issues, is in full force. I'm half blind with the lightning dancing in my eyes. The smell surrounding me is revolting. Blood and body odor on a typical day is foul, but migraines turn my senses up to max. My stomach churns equally from the stench and the nausea as I try to roll over. Rough concrete scratches against my tender skin as I try to prop myself up. "Jessie, don't," Derwin's voice cautions from behind me. His voice sounds strained and harsh. "Stay still, you've taken a few hard hits." Groaning, I lay on my side trying to get my bearings. I can just make him out chained against the far wall. "Where are we?" I rasp out. "Some dungeon. They chained me up and threw you on the ground hours ago." "I was starting to worry you wouldn't wake up," he trails off. "How bad is it?" "Full-blown migraine. Overall, I've had worse." My words are valid, but I've also had access to medication and can only hope the residual meds in my system will be enough to help me now. "Listen, Jessie, about what I said, don't." I get it, I cut him off, my voice a mixture of bitterness and sadness. I bring my knees to my chest and curl myself tighter into a ball. Even in this cold, miserable place, the migraine fogs my brain, demanding I rest. "He's coming, you just have to hang on," is the last thing I hear him say as the blackness takes me once again. Several hours later, I woke up in panic as someone was dragging me by my foot. I kick out against whoever's grip is on me and am snapped down hard on the ground, knocking the air out of me and leaving me gasping. Derwin roars in the background, struggling against his chains as the man tackles me and pins me down. The man whose nose I broke, Craig, I think they called him, comes into view. "Not so tough now, are you?" he sneers, inches from my face. His breath reeks as it fans across my face. Without thought, I slam my forehead into his face, smashing his already destroyed nose. He roars, pulling back and clutching his face as blood spills freely. I take the opportunity with his shifted weight to roll him off of me and try to crawl away, silently thanking Judius for his training again. My victory is cut short as he grabs a fistful of my hair, flinging me back to him. His face contorts in a murderous rage as he strikes my left cheek, delivering a stunning blow. "Let her go," a man directs calmly from behind him. Craig whips around to face him, wild anger in his eyes as he still holds my hair painfully. "When I'm done, you can have what's left," he growls. "Now." Final warning, Jonah threatens, calmly stepping towards us. Craig turns his back on Jonah, wrapping a grimy hand around my throat and sending my panic into overdrive. The movement is the last thing he did. Jonah snaps his neck and throws him back, dropping me roughly on the cement floor. I groan at the impact and instantly scoot back to get some distance before hitting the cement wall. My heart hammers as I take Jonah in, standing there perfectly calm like he hasn't just killed a man in front of me. "Apologies, rogues are so difficult to work with, but necessary," he says with a frown, looking down at the body. "The door will be locked from here on out, in addition to your cell." I just stare at him in disbelief. Does he think that statement is comforting? Jonah doesn't look particularly crazy, but something feels seriously off about him. He's tall and well-built, but nowhere near bulky, more of a lean build. His brown hair and dark brown eyes are as plain as can be. But the emptiness in his eyes chills me, showing no emotions whatsoever. He feels off, dark. I shrink back as soon as I feel for him like recoil. His energy isn't the oil that I've felt with other rogues, more like tar. "Why are we here?" I ask in almost a whisper. "You were in the wrong place at the wrong time, unfortunately." "We were after him," he nods to Derwin. "So let her go," Derwin rasps. Afraid not. Can't have your brother running back here for you. It's bad enough we have his mate. He emphasizes the last word for effect. But at least she will keep him distracted. My nails dig into my palms as I try so hard to remain impassive and meek, but on the inside, my mind screams for me to run. She's no mate, Derwin scoffs, trying to dissuade him. Come now, guardian, do you take me for a fool? I can smell him all over her, and is that a faded mark I see? Jonah taunts, craning his neck to get a better look at me. His intense scrutiny makes me shudder. For fun, no mark. A man can have some fun, Derwin tries before he's cut off. Nice try, he says, winking at me. You're just a bonus. The guardian is who we were after. Who knows, you may be useful yet, Jonah drawls, raking his eyes over me one final time as he heads for the door. I'll see you both tomorrow morning. Rest up, we'll have a busy day, he says with a smile that drops me into a pit of despair. I watch him leave and lock the doors before I let out my breath. We're screwed, aren't we? I whisper, my voice trembling. I don't even look at Derwin, fully expecting him to ignore my question. Don't count us out yet. Christian is still out there. He would look for me anyway, but I guarantee he's coming for you. His voice never wavers. You heard him, it's me they were after. I'll just try and keep their attention on me. He pauses, considering his following words carefully and frowning. You should try and rest up while you can. A level head is your best defense. If they were going to kill us, they would have by now, so that means they want something first. So for now it's a waiting game to outlast. You've done this before. You can do it again. Derwin's pep talk has worked wonders and actually beats my nerves back into submission. Maybe he's right. I just need to stay alive. I curl up against the wall where I landed, hugging my knees for warmth. Before long, my whole body is shaking, making me miss my hoodie desperately. Come here, Derwin commands. I can't offer much, but I can hear your teeth chattering from here, he laughs. Normally, I would scoff at this, but right now, a smidge of warmth against the pain and despair sounds like a slight relief. I scoot against his side as he wraps an arm around me, flooding me with his warmth. I spare him a glance and cringe. The collar has bitten deeply into his skin, sending angry burns into the surrounding skin. The bites and scratches on his shoulder and chest look nasty, like they aren't healing like they should. I've had worse, he jokes, though his voice is slightly strained. It'll get worse, but you need to stay strong. I've trained more than half my life for this. For all his good intentions, trying to prepare me for what is coming just feeds my nerves and sends my mind into overdrive. If someone as formidable as Derwin is worried, how will I ever manage? Morning is announced by the slightest ray of sun through a crack in the wall. I strain to listen to a lone bird song. Even in this wretched place, you could focus on something good. I didn't hear him awaken, but Derwin pulls me closer before whispering. They're coming, be strong, but don't show them. They think you're weak. Use that to your advantage, just need to wait for the right moment. Go to the corner and tune it out. I didn't ask anything or hesitate. I just scooted to the corner and curled up, trying to keep as much of the residual heat as possible. His words send a cold shiver down my spine. A loud click cuts through the air, echoing off the stone and concrete walls as the prison door swings open and 3 men walk in. Jonah, the large man who caught me, and another equally large man. There is no mistaking the air of malice that comes with them. I trust you slept well, Jonah says flatly as his dark gaze jumps from Derwin, chained to the wall, then to me, huddled in the corner. Actually, the girl's teeth chattering kept me up all night, Derwin cut in, irritation lacing each word. She's human, you know, weak things that get sick easily. May want to throw her a blanket if you don't want her to get sick. Man, he can irritate anyone. Jonah just looked at me with a hint of disdain before returning his attention to Derwin. Grab him, let's see if he still feels like a comedian after we've spent some quality time together, Jonah grates out. The cell door creaks open as the 2 men stalk in towards Derwin, who flashes me a quick look of don't even think about it. Derwin doesn't make their job easy, making every step a challenge for the men as they wrestle him out of the cell towards a pole in the middle of the room. My eyes are glued to them the entire time, but I stay in the corner like he told me. They bind his arms behind the pole and shackle his feet to the floor. My eyes go wide as I take in the dark stains that lead from the pole to the drain. I shudder through me as their intentions sink in. How the heck does this kind of stuff happen in modern days? That will be all for now, Jonah says, dismissing the men now that Derwin is bound. I would ask you if you would like to do this the easy or hard way, but he pauses, picking up a silver knife and drawing the sharp tip across the brand over Derwin's heart, drawing blood. You guys never do anything the easy way, he sneers, digging the blade deeper. Derwin grits his teeth, restraining a hiss as Jonah carves deeper. So tell me, Guardian Dash. Derwin spat in his face, cutting him off with a crooked grin. Jonah remains stoic, but steps back, grabbing a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe his face. His face is stone, revealing nothing, but his energy is boiling rage. Jonah throws his whole body into a savage jab, no doubt breaking Derwin's nose. The series of hits that follow is no less brutal. I bury my face, wrapping my hands over my ears after the third hit, desperate to block out as much of the assault as I possibly can. Eerie silence draws my attention, so I risk a glance up. Jonah licks his blood-coated knuckles while Derwin's eyes snap wide, like he's been hit by a ton of bricks. Time's up for today, but I'll be back tomorrow, Jonah says, less than impressed. He turns and opens the door for the two men to bring Derwin back to the cell. They drag him roughly through the cell door, tossing him at the wall before chaining him back in place. Once they leave, I rush over to check on him. He's bleeding even more, with several open deep cuts across his chest, a split lip, a broken nose, a split brow, along with countless dark bruises. I look around, but there is nothing to clean or even staunch the bleeding. He hits like a girl, Derwin laughs before wincing in pain. Don't worry about the blood, there's plenty more where that came from. How hard did he hit your head? That's the only explanation I have for how he can take a beating like that and want to crack jokes. My head's fine, but we've got another problem, he mumbles. Did you notice anything odd? The senseless beating and torture? I ask, raising a brow. He shakes his head. Is he a vampire or something? Licking your blood off his knuckles was particularly creepy. Bingo. He's not a vampire. He's a wolf, but not just any wolf. He's a flayer. Things just got a whole lot worse, he says bitterly. Chapter 41. The hell is a flayer? I ask, my voice tinged with confusion and panic as I look at Derwin. This new information is too much to absorb all at once. Derwin doesn't respond immediately, just staring at me, his brow furrowing slightly. I can see him calculating the best way to explain, but all I want is some kind of reassurance, some sign that there's still hope. Not good, he mutters after a long pause, his words heavy with meaning. I feel my heart sink, the dread tightening in my chest. What does that even mean? Got anything more helpful for me? I'm trying to stay calm, but it's hard with the rising anxiety coursing through me. Derwin takes a deep breath, his jaw tightening as he prepares to explain. Flayers are a special kind of enemy. They're sadistic and manipulative, almost like psychics, but their methods, they're not what you'd expect. He pauses for a moment, seemingly trying to find the right words. They don't need to get you to speak. They break you down mentally until they can see what you're hiding, what you don't even realize you're hiding. Wait, so they can just get into your head and take your thoughts? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. The idea of someone invading my mind like that makes my skin crawl and my pulse races. They don't need you to talk, Derwin confirms grimly. They just break you down enough, wear you out, make you crack, and then they find what they're looking for. He looks at me, his eyes searching mine, his concern evident despite his attempt to remain stoic. I won't break. I've been trained for this. They'll try everything, but I won't give them what they want. I don't know whether to feel reassured by his confidence or terrified by the reality of the situation. What do they want? I whisper again, my voice shaking, not able to hold the fear back any longer. Information on the lost royal, he answers after a pause, his voice low, almost resigned. That's the only valuable piece of information I have. Derwin looks at me, his eyes unwavering, but there's a vulnerability there that makes my stomach twist. I can't tell them. You understand, right? I nod, though a sick feeling creeps up in my chest. But they can just take it from your mind, right? The thought makes me shudder. If they can break Derwin, then what chance do we have? Even with all the pain in the world, I won't break, Derwin says, his voice cold and unyielding. I've been trained for this. Flayers are relentless. It's going to get worse before it gets better. The thought of what's coming makes my heart ache. Don't you care? I ask before I can stop myself. I don't mean to sound accusing, but the thought of someone sacrificing themselves without a second thought, it terrifies me. It's part of the job, Jessie, he replies with a sad smile. I knew what I was signing up for when I became a guardian. It's expected that I would lay my life down for the crown. I shake my head, not understanding. But you're human, I say, my voice small. How can you just accept it? He turns away from me for a moment, collecting his thoughts before speaking again. Don't cry for me. Just stay strong. We have to. They want to break us, but we can't let them. You have to stay sharp. Don't let them see your fear. His words are firm, but they hold a tenderness that surprises me. I swallow hard, trying to hold back the tears that threaten to spill. I want to be strong for him, for both of us. I can't prepare you for this, I whisper, my voice filled with regret. I can't even prepare myself. Don't apologize, Jessie. You've been stronger than I ever expected, he says softly, his hand brushing my cheek gently. His touch is warm, despite the coldness of the room. Just stay calm. Don't let them see any weakness. You can do this. The silence between us feels heavy, but there's comfort in it. We sit there, not speaking for a while, just letting the stillness fill the space around us. But eventually, the sound of the door opening cuts through the silence, and my heart races as the man who had captured me earlier steps inside, tossing a bundle of supplies onto the floor. I walk over to it slowly, still dazed from the conversation, and look at what's been left: a thin blanket, 2 bottles of water, and a hunk of stale bread. I check the seals on the water bottles and, after making sure they're safe, hand one to Derwin. He drinks greedily, and I sip mine slowly, trying to calm the nerves that are starting to unravel inside me. When he's finished, I pass him the rest of my water along with the bread. You need it more than me, I say, but Derwin shakes his head, still too proud to accept my help. I'll be fine, he insists, though he takes the bread and finishes the water without hesitation. His pride is both frustrating and admirable. I curl up against him, wrapping myself in the thin blanket. I can feel the cold seeping through, but his warmth is a comfort. As I lie there, I try to sleep, but it's hard. The reality of our situation keeps intruding, and my thoughts spiral. The next few days blur together, one indistinguishable from the next. Derwin is dragged out every day for more torture, and I'm left alone in this cold, dark cell. Every day, they come back, dragging him in, bloodied and broken, and I just sit there, powerless to help him. It's agonizing. My mind constantly races, and all I can do is try to stay calm, try to stay quiet, to keep my own panic at bay. On the 6th day, things are worse than ever. Derwin's light is starting to flicker, his strength failing him. The wounds on his body have taken a toll, and it's clear he can't take much more. Jonah enters the room, his presence suffocating, and I feel the fear rising in my chest. I'm running out of patience, Guardian, Jonah says, his voice colder than ice as he approaches Derwin, who is chained to the wall, barely able to hold his head up. As much as I've enjoyed our time together, it's coming to an end. Jonah picks up a knife, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I can feel the fear creeping in, and I'm unable to stop it. The next few moments are a blur. The knife sinks into Derwin's shoulder, and he grunts in pain, but I can't look away. I know what's coming next, but I can't move. Every part of me wants to scream, to stop this, but I'm powerless. I've never felt so helpless in my life. Stop. You're killing him. I shout, my voice breaking as I plead for them to stop. Jonah turns slowly to face me, a cruel smirk on his face. Is that so, sugar? He taunts, his voice dripping with malice. I recoil at the word, but I don't say anything. I can't. I have to stay strong for Derwin. Please don't touch her, Derwin's voice comes through, strained but filled with determination. Do whatever you want with me, but leave her alone. Jonah chuckles darkly. I'm not interested in her, but you're something else, guardian. You're not getting out of this. The next few hours are a blur of pain and fear, and the reality of our situation hits me harder than before. I want to cry out, but I know it won't help. Jonah isn't going to stop until he gets what he wants. The only thing I can do is hold on, keep my mind strong, and wait for a miracle. Chapter 42. Christian POV. I see Judius's truck pull up and take off to meet him. He spots me as I beeline, and he freezes, a confused look on his face. Anger and frustration are in control as I grab him, slamming him back into the house. "Whoa, Christian, what's going on?" he asks, wrapping his hands around my wrists. "Where were you?" I bellow, my emotions swelling out of control. "I ran out to take care of some errands. What's going on, man?" His confusion is giving way to anger as he locks eyes with me. "How convenient you leave just before we are attacked," I snarl, tossing him to the ground. "Wait, what? I had nothing to do with that." "Where's Jessie?" he yells, getting back up. "Wouldn't we all like to know?" I growl. Judius lunges at me. We grapple, trading blows before Jace, Xavier, and a few others pry us apart. "Get him out of here." Jace looks at me as if to say something before turning and dragging a protesting Judius away. "If I see you anywhere near here, I'll end you. If I find out you were involved in any way with her disappearance, you'll wish you were dead." The last part came out as a growl. "You think I would do anything to hurt her?" he snarls, pushing back towards me. "Look at our track records. I've never been the problem." Anger consumes me at his dig as I throw the warriors holding me back aside and go for Judius again. Jace and Xavier desperately try to keep us separated, knowing full well that if I get a hold of him, one of us likely isn't going to get back up. "Judius, go home," Jace orders, pushing him back towards his truck as they drag us apart once more. Cyrus is rabid in my mind, scratching and throwing himself against my barriers, trying to take over. I left her safe and sound in the pack house. "I should have just taken her with me," Judius growls, slamming the door before peeling off. Unblinking, I watch him speed off down the road, never slowing until he's out of sight on the final bend. "Christian, I don't think Jace starts before I cut him off. "Don't," I say dangerously, locking my murderous gaze on him. Her scent hits me suddenly, so faint, but there. Hope wells in me as I spin around, desperately searching for her. I can't see her, but her scent is getting stronger from the back forest, drawing me like a signal fire. "Jessie!" I yell, taking off towards the source. Movement at the tree line stops me in my tracks as I watch someone emerge. Ethan stumbles out through a thicket, his baggy hoodie catching on branches as he struggles free. My heart pounds in my throat as I run to him. His eyes are wide and terrified, with tear stains down his cheek. "Ethan, what happened? Where's Jessie?" I practically beg, searching him for any sign of injury. He trembles in my grasp, head dropping as the tears well in his eyes once more. I drop to my knees, pulling him into a deep hug as fear and anger boil within me. Sobs rack his body as he loses his resolve in my arms, melting into my embrace. "She's gone," he wails, struggling to catch his breath between sobs. "They took her and Uncle Derwin, but she made me promise to stay hidden." My heart drops. "They've taken my mate." Cyrus is howling in my head, threatening to take over, but Ethan needs me, and Jessie needs me to have a clear head. Jace immediately takes half of the warriors and starts backtracking to where Ethan came from. I pick up Ethan, still wrapped around my neck, and carry him back the way he had come, praying that we're not too late. The hoodie was hers, her scent masked his, and I savored it. For a time, her scent even quiets Cyrus as we make our way back to the clearing. The area is littered with dead and dying wolves. They'd gone down swinging. My chest tightens as I take in the carnage and read the field. She was here. I can just pick up her scent, but she's long gone. Jace sends the trackers out while he checks the bodies for any clues as to who they were. The last one dies before saying anything, but the stench of rogues is unmistakable. But why attack this deep in the territory? And why take Jessie? Ethan tries to pull away to look around at one point, but I keep his face buried against my chest. He didn't need to see this. The poor kid has seen more than anyone should in a lifetime. Take him home, Christian. He shouldn't see this, Jace says as I grumble. I need to find her. You can't do anything until we know where they took her. She's alive. We'll get her back, man. I promise you that. He presses on, locking his stormy gray eyes on mine. Reluctantly, I turn and head back to the pack house with Ethan. Jace is good at his job. I know he will find every trace. But it's hard to step back. What do you mean there's no sign of them? How does a group just disappear? I roar. She's out there and dash. We are looking for her, Jace cuts in. We will find her. We've got teams scouting well past our borders. I've contacted the Guardians, and they are sending someone to assist. I know he's trying, they all are, but I'm going crazy. 3 days, they've had them for 3 days already. I trail off, running my hand through my hair for the millionth time. His hand is on my shoulder and gives a reassuring squeeze. We're not giving up, he says, his gray eyes shining with determination. I can only nod. I know you haven't marked her yet, but do you feel anything? He asks with a hint of desperation. Nothing. I get waves of despair and fear, but I don't know if they are from me, Cyrus, or if they are floating through the bond from Jessie. I haven't slept much since she was taken. Her scent still lingers in my bed, but it's fading fast. I know he's a tool, but maybe check with Rob, see if they've found anything? Jace suggests. He is a tool, but if it gets her back to me, then I'll gladly suffer through him. Frowning, I sigh and nod, heading off to make the call. A whole week has passed since they were taken. 2 Guardians arrived a few days ago and have been sweeping both with patrols and solo runs. Unfortunately, they have had no more luck than we have, leaving Rob as our last chance. Jace and Rob are currently arguing over the next course of action. So far, trying to have a meeting to come up with a plan has equaled a lot of arguing and very little progress. Guardian Wright has been silent. She isn't fond of Rob either. She's petite with curly brown hair and bright green eyes, and although her demeanor is outwardly quiet and calm, I'm certain she's not to be underestimated. I've seen her take down Xavier like a child, and she's pretty fond of knives. Having seen her pull at least half a dozen from concealed places around her body, I have no doubt there are more hidden. Guardian Thomas is a tall, spry man, built with a typical lean tracker's frame. His rusty short beard stands out from his sandy brown hair. A long jagged scar runs from his left eyebrow to his jaw. He's a man of few words, but he misses nothing. Soraya grabs the map and spreads it across the table as we go about setting a new plan. In my distracted and irritated state, I'm struggling to keep my temper in check and focus on running a simple meeting that should be second nature to me. A searing pain slices through my back, making me stagger against the table. I gasp at the unexpected pain as it comes again, furrowing my brows as I concentrate on it. Jace's concerned voice barely registers to me as the pain comes again and again in waves. Christian, what is it? He asks, gripping my shoulder to steady me, his face inches from mine. The pain hits again, but not as blinding. I can feel it, I rasp out. They're hurting her. More pain comes in waves for the next 20-some minutes, before I'm left drenched in sweat and trembling. How can that be? You haven't even marked her yet. Rob asks skeptically, narrowing his gaze on me. I don't know, but that wasn't my pain, I growl, gripping the table hard enough to make my knuckles go white. Some bonds are that strong, Guardian Thomas cuts in, thoughtfully knitting his brows. The goddess links some pairs tighter than others. Jace, I warn. We'll find them. They are running out of places to be. We've already swept this whole region. He gestures to the area surrounding our territory. All that's left is here. His hand lands in an area halfway between New Moon's border and the northern wildlands. Our patrols have been scouting this area. Rob gestures to the area closest to his territory. Patrols have been out there as well, but have not reported anything. His tone is guarded, but it sets Cyrus on edge. Then go. I look to Jace. How long till we can have a squad ready? They're packed, ready to go now, waiting for orders, Soraya cuts in. She may have had a rocky relationship with Jessie, but she has put her full effort into this. She has personally pulled double duty, running added patrols to keep warriors out looking. I can dispatch a squad within the hour, Rob adds with little comfort. I don't want to leave this in his hands. We will rendezvous with your squad and do the sweep together. I compromise, not in the mood to have it out with the prick right now. Once I have Jessie, we will be revisiting our alliance. His lackluster response has done very little to help my already less than impressed opinion of him. Excellent. His smile falters ever so slightly. I can't help but wonder if we had just joined up to push the wildlands before she was taken, if we couldn't have prevented this. He trails off, heading into dangerous territory. Is he trying to blame me for not doing more in his area? But is he right? All that matters is finding them now. The first sweep of the grid comes up empty, as do the next 2 grids. That leaves 2 more grids to search tomorrow. Although I'd like to push on, we've been running nonstop, and everyone is exhausted. Exhaustion leads to mistakes, and mistakes cost lives. We are going to push on, Guardian Wright says with Thomas behind her. Strictly scouting, that will give the main party time to rest so that when we find something, everyone is fresh. I reluctantly nod, but the woman looks like she has the stamina of 10 men. I'll go with them, Luke pipes up. Omegas make poor warriors, but he is a natural-born tracker who is late to bloom. Soraya has taken a special interest in developing him to his full potential. His stamina is unmatched, and he will provide a connection to our link should they find something. Be careful, I warn. You're just there to look. Link us if you even think you've found something. Yes, Alpha, he nods, grabbing his pack and taking off with the Guardians. He'll be fine, Soraya comments, takes a seat, and hands me a protein bar. Eat, you can't be running on empty when we find her, I grumble, but start to eat the chalky bar. Try and get some sleep. I'll wake you up in a few hours to take over. I nod, lean back against the tree, and am out in no time. Alpha. Luke sears my mind link, startling me awake. Where are you? What happened? I reply, instantly on my feet. Ambushed, north of you. Got them all, but they got me first, he trails off. Hang on, we're coming, I link back, motioning for Soraya to get going. Everyone in my pack and Rob's is already on their feet, ready to take off. We head north blindly but move on high alert. The scent of blood comes to us quickly over the subsequent rise, and the scene is complete carnage. Guardian Thomas and Luke lay slumped against a tree with Guardian Wright working the bodies. What happened? I demand. Ambushed, like they knew we were coming. She growls, her green eyes constantly scanning the area. 15 against 2 Guardians and an Omega is tough odds, but they pulled it off. Sorry, Alpha, I dash. None of that. You did well, rest now, I say, trying to force a grateful smile. Luke looks like he's been through hell, with blood coating most of his clothes and multiple bloody bandages around his arm, but I can see he's already healing. Thomas didn't look too bad, only the one significant bite on his leg, but his skin had a gray cast to it. Fuckers silvered me, the bastards, he spits angrily. I'll be in fighting shape in no time. The fuck you will, Wright cuts in. You're staying here with Luke. I've got a score to settle, he argues, locking eyes with her. And I will settle it, I promise you that. But if I push to you and Derwin's in worse shape when we find him, I won't have enough for him, she reasons, pursing her lips. This way, Jace cuts in, pointing to a path to the left leading into dense woods. They didn't expect to lose, didn't even try to cover their tracks. Full alert, we can't afford any more ambushes, I growl, scanning the group. Wright's warning sets my teeth on edge. I want more squads here now, if she's right, someone is selling us out. Keep it quiet from everyone, I link Soraya. Got it, I'll bring the 4th and 5th wild so they come fast. I'll have the 6th come up ASAP with supplies, but that will get you bodies the fastest. Soraya is a cunning tactician, she has more than earned her rank. Perfect, this is between me and you. It will be easier to keep everyone in the dark to sell it, I reason. Maybe we should pull more bodies, Jace suggests. I mean, we took the best, but we don't know what we're walking into. I'm not leaving the pack unprotected without knowing what we're up against. I dismiss him, noticing Rob's 3rd watching us. The guilt for leaving my beta in the dark hits hard, but I'm sure he'll understand. You sure? We may only have one chance at this. Jace carefully questions. He knows me far too well. Let's go before the trail goes cold. Hang on, baby, we're coming. Chapter 43. Derwin gently wakes me up as the guard drops our daily care pack. The burning skin on my back has been replaced by a broad, dull ache, although my shirt chafes painfully as I make my way over to the tray. 6 bottles of water, some sausages, and a whole loaf of bread, complete with cheese, are the most food we've gotten. Is this our last meal? I ask skeptically, setting the tray down on his lap. I carefully lean against the wall, the cold concrete sending waves of relief through my aching back. If it is, who are we to squander it? He laughs. I check the first bottle before opening it and handing it to him. It takes 2 bottles of water to quench my thirst. I sniff the sausage, meeting the unpleasant aroma of anise and recoiling. They're all yours, Dash. Jessie, you need to keep your strength up, he chides me. They have anise in them. I can't stand it, my stomach's finally settled. I'll take the cheese and some bread. He sniffs them, confirming my statement before relaxing. We eat slowly, trying to stretch the meal out. After the water and cheese, I don't have much room left for bread. Derwin is looking slightly improved, at least to the point I didn't think he'd die on me at any moment. You're looking less dead, I tease, trying to lighten the mood. That break did me a world of good. If I could access my wolf, I'd be in fighting form by morning, he replies wistfully. I kneel up to take a better look at his collar once again. It's simple and smooth, made of heavy silver with a substantial lock. What are you thinking? You've already looked at it before. He questioned, curiosity evident in both his eyes and his voice. I must have missed something. My head's clearer now. Maybe I can see something new, I mumble. The lock is too big. I'd need tools to cut it off or even to try to pry it. He hisses as I accidentally shift the collar, causing it to burn a new spot. Sorry, I say, withdrawing. No, I'm fine. Keep looking, he encourages. I run my fingers over the smooth face, looking for any weakness. There has to be a hinge somewhere. How else did they get it on you? I'm used to myself. I run my finger on the bottom lip instead. Bingo, I say with a smile. I run my fingers along the top, feeling for the opposite side, and find what I'm looking for, a bump. What did you find? He asks, perking up instantly. The hinge pin. The lock's too big and thick for me to do anything with, but the hinge pin is thin, like a needle. Looks like they designed it to be an invisible hinge, and it is, except for that. It's offset, too, no wonder I missed it. I can file the flange off and try to work it out, but that will probably hurt a fair amount. I watch as he leaves the ball in his court. Do it, he says without hesitation. I set out, looking for anything to work with. Silver is a metal, but it's a softer metal that can be worn away by rocks or concrete. However, the position on his collar is bad. I spot a couple of concrete chips that have fallen from the crack in the wall. Sorry, I'll try to be as gentle as possible, but it's going to move some. Wait. I pause, heading to my blanket and ripping a few thin strips off. If I can work these down between your skin and the silver, will that provide any relief? It can't hurt, he shrugs, but inspection of his neck says otherwise. Your neck is completely burned raw and blistered, and I'm pretty sure it's going to hurt. A lot, I say with a frown. Just do it, he growls, losing patience. The process is painstaking and slow. It requires me to push the collar into his neck to make space on the opposite side for the material. By the time I'm done, he looks like an Elizabethan actor, but the relief is clear. Once that's done, I set to filing off the pin's flange. The work is too slow, but what else can I expect from cement chips since they sure aren't a grinder? This is seriously Mackenzie-level stuff. Remind me to introduce you guys when we get out of here, he says, grinning. This is caveman-level stuff, I reply. But I'd love to meet your friends. Don't thank me yet. I still need to figure out a way to back the pin out of the hinge. It's still tight. I need like a pin or something. My eyes roam our surroundings before settling on his watch. How sentimental is this? I ask, tapping the watch. He grumbles, but takes it off and hands it to me. I remove the band, pull the pin that holds it to the watch face, and then hand it back to him. He carefully tucks it in his pocket and watches my every move. Trying to line the petite watch band pin up with the larger hinge pin is difficult, to say the least. Add to that, I have to press with enough force to drive the needle-like pin up, which is ridiculous. After nearly an hour, my fingers are bleeding and the pin has only moved up slightly. If I had pliers, it would have been an easy pull, but my fingers couldn't get any purchase. "Give it a break," he finally says, taking in my frustration. "You need to sleep for a few hours anyway." I reluctantly give in, snuggling up with what was left of my blanket rag against him. I opt to use the cool of the wall to relieve my back. There are no cuts, just welts. If I could ice them, I would have been in good shape by morning. As dawn breaks, he wakes me up in a rush, whispering instructions for the day as he hears Jonah coming early. "Try to keep him distracted if you can. If he doesn't lock the cell, I can take care of him if I can get the collar off." I quickly tucked all the cloth under the collar, keeping it away from his neck, but the edges could still come into contact with skin. The short respite had done him a world of good. All of his wounds have started to heal. I scoot off to the far corner to keep Jonah's attention off of Derwin as much as possible. "Didn't wake you, did I?" Jonah drawls, walking up to me. "Timeline's been moved up," he growls, reaching for me. I let him drag me to the door, but I twisted in his grip, bolting away and causing him to chase me, leaving the cell door open. "Still some fight left in you yet, then is there?" he challenges as he crashes into me from behind. My back screams in protest as my gut takes the force of both of our bodies colliding as he bends me over the workbench. I can't hold back the hiss of pain that escapes me at the impact. "I don't have time to play slowly with you today. It's now or never," he warns. "Never sounds great," I grit out, bracing my palms on the workbench top. His hands tangle in my hair as he slams my face into the workbench. I barely manage to turn my face at the last minute, but the blow still splits my lip and stings my cheek. Now we're getting somewhere," he says, pushing my face down again. He grabs both wrists, collecting them in his one hand, and uses them to pin me by the back of my neck. Sugar, that's what he called you, right? My sugar, my sweetness." I shudder at the phrase that has brought me so many nightmares. I fight against the panic with everything I can, desperate not to lose control. Images long past buried flash through my mind, opening up old wounds. His other hand roams my back, slipping under my shirt as I freeze. "I will kill you," Derwin threatens from the cell. "It won't be fast and it won't be painless, I promise you this." "I don't know if you've noticed or not, but you're in no position to make threats," Jonah gloats, earning a growl from Derwin. "You could end this all, but you're just too stubborn." I don't know where the knife came from, but I feel cold metal graze my skin as he splits the back of my shirt open. Next, he kicks a foot between mine, pushing my fear out in a clear lead over my other emotions. I forget how to breathe as panic wells up faster than I can handle. "Oh no, I can't hold against that." "Yes," he rasps in my ear as his body presses flush against mine. His skin on mine just makes mine crawl. I struggle under him, but that just seems to excite him further, sending my panic into overdrive. A burning sensation spreads across my left forearm as his knife cuts deeply. Ball rises in revulsion as I feel his lips on my arm, lapping my blood. "That's it, sugar, show me everything." I struggle to break his grip and grab the knife he drove into the bench in front of me. He delights in my fight, having put the blade there to tease me. A howl sounds in the distance, faint but there, and he pauses, having heard it. The momentary distraction is all I need to shift his weight, allowing me to twist in his grasp. I shift under him, facing him now and ignoring the bait knife, instead opting for the unguarded switch blade at his waist. With a flick of my wrist, it's open, and I bring it back to his body with force, sinking it deeply into his side before withdrawing it and sending it back to his ribs twice more before he catches my wrist, smacking it out of my grasp. "You fucking bitch," he roars, backhanding me across the room. For the first time, his expression isn't stony confidence. His eyes are full of doubt. "I broke you. I felt your panic and terror," he questions, enraged as he launches himself at me. Another howl sounds closer, joined in by more wolves. His confusion only grows. I need to stall, just a little longer. His face contorts in a mix of anger and confusion as he grapples with me before he manages to pin me against him, wrapping his hand around my throat. "How? I played you," I gasp out. That got his attention as he ripped me away from his body, holding me at arm's length by my throat. What did you say? His tone is more dangerous than ever before. My fingers claw desperately at his hand on my throat as my blood runs freely from the gash on my arm, coating everything. Slowly, I say, you were looking for something, so I gave you a breadcrumb trail to follow. I can't help my triumphant smile as I see the realization flash in his eyes. He slams my back hard against the pole. Blinding pain races across my back as I stifle a scream. Time, you need more time, just hang on a little longer. Fuck, I'm trying, but I'm on empty here. You think you're so smart, Jonah sneers, bringing his face inches from mine, but you don't even know what you are. Smart enough to play you, I shoot back. I knew exactly what bait to use, and you took it hook, line, and sinker. That's the final straw, as he snaps, sending a savage hit to my gut and knocking all the air from me. Derwin roars from behind as he finally breaks free of the collar when the door bursts open and several rogues pour in. Derwin starts swinging as someone crashes into us, knocking me free from Jonah's grasp, but sends me to the ground in a heap. There are too many people in the room. I crawl desperately towards Derwin as he cuts through men. A series of deafening howls echo in and around the building as more men and wolves pour in. Utter chaos reigns as men and wolves rush around the room, growling and fighting as blood falls freely. The creepy man from the woods tackles me, pinning me down beneath him and making my heart race. I guess we should have just killed you in the woods when we found you after all, he jeers, lifting a knife over his head, but before he can bring it down, a blade bursts through his neck from behind. I shoved him off as he spat blood, eyes already glazed, unseeing. I didn't have long to recover before a large charcoal wolf cut in front of me, blocking my way. As he lunges for me, a tricolor wolf meets him head-on, and an even larger, sandy wolf tackles him. The fight is short, with Jace pinning him and Soraya going in for the kill, shredding his throat. I want to scream for joy, but the fighting is intense everywhere. I'm going to die on the floor if I don't get out. Soraya nudges me towards the door, and I'm only too eager to get out of this hellhole. Suddenly, everyone is pushing for the door as I'm checked off balance, sending me crashing to the ground, where I would surely be trampled to death. Before I fall completely, someone's hand wraps around my wrist, pulling me back up with him and out into the open. I grasp onto Derwin like a lifeline, afraid that if I lose my grip, then I'd be swept under the sea of wolves and men. Everything is catching up to me. My body is beyond exhausted and starting to fail as I drag my feet, desperate to keep up with him. Right, I hear Derwin bellow as he drags me along like a rag doll. Derwin, a woman shouts as she bounds into view. He holds out a hand to her, and she latches on. My head snaps back as an electric charge goes off, jolting every part of my body before Derwin loses his grip on me, sending me tumbling to the ground. Dazed and a crumpled heap on the ground, I struggle to rise as a second charcoal wolf launches itself at me. A flash of black meets it head-on as Christian takes him out. I struggle back to my feet, taking in the brutal scene around me. Jessie, Derwin shouts as he runs up to us. He presses a dagger handle into my palm as the next wave of wolves comes at us. I don't even know how I'm standing at this point, but that lightning bolt that hit us seems to have recharged us both. A new wave of howls cut through the air, causing the fighting to pause. At first, a wave of dread passed through me, thinking a third wave of rogues was here, but the look of panic on one of the rogues' faces told me that they were ours. The remaining rogues try to break off, but are taken down one by one as our fresh wolves swarm the field. I spot Jonah across the clearing, trying to slip away. Suddenly, two blades buried in his legs brought him to his knees. Take her home, brother, I've got a promise to keep, Derwin says darkly as he stalks off towards the bleeding, crawling Jonah. The woman flashes a mischievous grin as she twirls another blade in her hands before following him. Now that the fighting has died down, my adrenaline's gone, and I drop down to my knees, exhausted. Christian shifts back in an instant and looks at me, eyes wide, fear dancing in them as he searches me over for wounds. Reality dawns on me, I no doubt look terrible. I flash him a small smile before wrapping my arms around his neck. I feel his tension and worry leave, instantly replaced by relief as he stands, scooping me up and wrapping my legs around him like a child. I bury my face in the crook of his neck, and his scent, even mixed with the battle, instantly soothes me. Jonah screams, but can't seem to find an ounce of remorse or pity for himself. Instead, I focus on Christian, being wrapped in his arms once more and feeling the sparks that I thought I'd never feel again. He sets me down long enough to put shorts and shoes on before picking me up once again. "Sleep, baby," he murmurs in my ear as he strokes my hair. "I've got you now." Chapter 44. The way back to Stillwater's is a blur. I'm in and out of consciousness the whole journey. The first time I wake up is when we pause for a break, collecting our wounded from the ambush before the battle. I'm surprised to see Luke. The poor Omega looks exhausted, but his wounds don't look too bad. I don't recognize the tall man with the fiery beard who is dressed in green like Wright, though. She has been attached to Derwin's side since they met up again. Clearly, they knew each other. Based on Redbeard's reaction and the ease with which he carries himself, he also knows Derwin. I don't have much time to consider the group dynamics before my eyelids are heavy again and the abyss of sleep claims me once more. Christian wakes me again and presses a bottle to my lips, urging me to drink. Obediently, I drink the whole thing, earning a satisfied smile as he hands me a granola bar. "We're almost there, it won't be long now," he murmurs, stroking my hair. He hasn't let me walk or let me go since he got me back, not even when Jace tried to give him a break. Truth be told, the safety I feel in his arms is everything, and I never want to let it go. The next time I come to, I'm in the pack hospital. The noise around me is dizzying as the warriors are triaged. My head feels foggy as questions bombard me, but I struggle to focus and make sense of them. A team of doctors and nurses pushes Christian away, but the lack of contact sets me on edge in my altered state, fueling my panic. To calm me back down, they ordered him to the far side of the bed. His hand on my shoulder sends constant reassurance as they poke and prod me, trying to get answers to questions that don't register. My head snaps to my hand as pain brings me out of my fog momentarily. The nurse looks startled as we make eye contact. My eyes narrow then relax as I realize she's just starting in 4-line and doing her job. I look at the doctor, seeing him clearly for the first time since I got here. "We need to run a few tests." "Is anything broken?" he asks, realizing he's finally gotten through to me. I shake my head no. "What hurts the most?" I frown. "Hurt? I ache everywhere, but mostly I'm exhausted." I raise my cut forearm, but the doctor just furrows his brows, looking at it as he scrunches his face in confusion. I follow his gaze, equally confused by his reaction. My arm is covered in dried blood, but the open gash is starting to form new pink skin already. He orders a full panel, blood, CT, you name it, they are checking it. "I think I need a rabies test," I mumble. "He licked my blood after cutting me," I clarify with a shudder. The doctor's professional demeanor cracks slightly with a look of disgust as he adds more tests to the list. Christian just stiffens and growls. Nurse Lily walks up to the side of my bed, nervously glancing from Christian to me, then back. Alpha, I should probably ask the Luna this next round of questions in private." She trails off with a look and tone of voice that are both apologetic. His eyes narrow, but I don't understand what she is going on about. "No, he can stay," I mumble, not ready for Christian to leave me alone. Light of recognition shines bright in her eyes as she finally catches on to my confusion. "Luna, I need to ask about your assault, to figure out what treatment is needed," Lily presses on delicately, but I'm still lost. She's trying to be subtle not to anger Christian, but in my state, I'm not catching what she's getting at. "There's a limited window that some medications can be administered and still be effective," she says slowly. I can feel Christian starting to shake. His energy is stifling as anger, outrage, and guilt roll off of him. Dropping my gaze, I suddenly realize that my tattered clothes paint a particular picture. I just shake my head. "No." "It stopped just short of that," I mumble, which lets Christian relax slightly. The relief on her face is clear as well. They got there in time. Blood draws, X-rays, and a CT scan follow, while IVs steadily drip antibiotics and nutrient fluids, replenishing my depleted body. With nothing else but to rest, my heavy eyes close, and I fall into sleep. When I wake up again, things have quieted down considerably. I'm in a private room but can still see the triage ward, where a few warriors are left and still being treated for minor injuries. Slight movement catches my attention as my eyes land on Christian, flicking through his phone. "Hi," I rasp out, drawing Christian's attention to me. "Hey, baby," he replies, grabbing me the glass of water sitting on the side table. The relief is clear in his eyes as he brushes the hair away from my face tenderly. "How are you feeling now?" "Better," I say, blinking the sleep out of my eyes. "How long was I out?" "On and off, almost a day." "It's 1 in the afternoon," he replies, checking his phone. "Jonah?" I ask. "Dead," Derwin answers, walking in and sitting on the foot of my bed. It was not fast, and it definitely wasn't pleasant. "Good," I say grimly. I know I should be repulsed, but I'm not. "I'm glad he's dead. He didn't deserve mercy." "They're all dead," he said with finality. "But we still need to figure out who put them up to it." I nod. He had mentioned that he suspected Jonah was a puppet. "Looks like you have a visitor," Christian says, nodding towards the door. Jace is waiting patiently for the go-ahead. At my smile, Christian nods and the door opens, ushering in a relieved Beta. Jace gently wraps me in a hug, tenderly holding me like he thinks I'll disappear if he lets go. "I'm sorry it took us so long," he apologizes. "I'm just glad you came, Dash." "We will always come for you," he replies with determination, locking his stormy gray eyes on mine. Before long, the doctor cuts off the visit as I fight sleep. "When can I leave?" I ask. The doctor just gives me a skeptical look. "I just want a shower and a good night's sleep." He frowns, looking at my chart. "I can release you into the Alpha's care, but I want to see you before bed and first thing when you wake up tomorrow morning." I nod, eager to agree to anything to get me out of here. "A quick shower, you need to eat, drink, and rest, understand?" His tone is very serious, but I'm on board 100% and not again. I wanted to walk out, but Christian insists that I not waste my energy. He wraps me up in a blanket and carries me to his room. Part of me is frustrated that he's coddling me, but the other part of me appreciates his concern. I have never been so happy to see a shower in my life. "Are you sure you're okay?" His concern is apparent. "I'm more than happy to help you." "Thanks, but I'll be fine," I mumble. In all honesty, I'm afraid of what my body looks like and don't want to cause him any more stress. I know the hospital staff wiped me down when I was admitted, but swear I can still smell Jonah on me and need to get this off. When the door clicks shut after Christian leaves me, I strip out of the hospital gown and turn on the shower, quickly steaming the room up. A glance in the mirror shows me too much grime to get an accurate idea of the damage below. The hot water feels great against my skin. I lather up and rinse, but I can still smell him. I turn the water up and lather again, not caring for the reddening of my skin. I'm so focused on cleaning off these stains, I don't hear Christian calling me. The door smashes open as he bursts into the steamy bathroom. "The heck, Jessie?" he hisses, jumping into the scalding water and blocking it from me as he changes the temperature setting. He turns back to me and looks ready to chew me out. His eyes look full of anger, confusion, and concern, but he stops dead in his tracks. As his eyes widen, I freeze while looking at him, fully clothed and soaking wet. Shame burns my cheeks, and I cover myself the best I can. "Jessie, baby, what's wrong?" he asks, furrowing his brows. "Please talk to me. That was dangerous," he whispers, checking me over carefully. I can't get his scent off of me, I say, fighting to maintain control. I scrubbed, but I can still smell it. I hate that I can feel my lip tremble, that my resolve is crumbling. In an instant, his eyes soften, he wraps me in his arms and pulls me close. "Here, let me help you," he whispers, begging for permission. Slowly and carefully, he moves behind me, letting me stand in the water as he grabs a new washcloth. He carefully washes me, starting at the back of my neck at the hairline, and works his way down my shoulders and back. Silently, he works away, washing and rinsing me. I feel him sniff occasionally and touch up a spot that doesn't meet his approval. He moves me deeper under the shower head to wet my hair before lathering it up. My mind goes blank as he takes care of me. His careful, gentle hands wash away all traces from my body while his caress soothes my soul. I turn to face him, risking a look into his eyes. They are full of such emotion, guilt, concern, and love being the most prominent. I fold into him as he wraps me in his safe embrace. In that moment, something in me breaks and crumbles away. My body trembles as I cry, the water washing away the tears. He just stands there, holding me and rubbing small circles on my back as I sob and break down. All of the pain and suffering from this last week, mixed with pain resurfacing from my past, wash over me and threaten to swallow me whole. "Let it out, baby," he murmurs. "We can stay in here all night if we need to." I don't answer him, just lean into his support. After what feels like forever, I run out of tears, and he turns the water off. Christian steps out and returns with a big, fluffy towel to wrap me in. After a week of nothing but cold and hardship, I relish in the warm softness that my mate offers me. A glance in the mirror shows me not looking as bad as I expected. After drying and brushing my hair, I braid it. I step into the closet, slipping on undergarments, yoga pants, and one of his oversized hoodies. Christian has the blankets already pulled back for me when I come out and has changed into dry clothes, too. A knock at the door reveals the doctor. Apparently, Christian summoned him instead of bringing me there. He checks my vitals, then orders me to stay in bed and eat. With a final sympathetic smile, he reminds us to see him first thing in the morning and heads out. Christian raises a brow in surprise when Derwin shows up next, just after the doctor left. He looks to be nearly completely recovered. Damn, that guardian strength must be potent. "Nice to see you out of that place and back where you belong," he teases with a crooked grin. "Really?" I ask, quirking a brow. "What, you thought I was gonna go easy on you now that we've been cellmates? If anything, I'm just gonna get worse," he laughs, and I groan. Christian, however, does not look amused at all as he glares at his brother. Derwin's face breaks into a smirk as he hands me a cup and sits at the end of the bed. I can't help but laugh as I realize he brought me hot cocoa and is starting a foot rub. I set the cup down and throw myself around his neck, burying my face in his shoulder. How close we both came to dying in there hits me all over again. I feel him pull me onto his lap and wrap me in a tender embrace, like a child, as I softly cry. "I told you were stronger than you thought," he whispers, rocking me ever so slightly. "They underestimated you, and you showed them," he says with a light chuckle. I just shake my head, unable to accept that. "No? You and I both know I'd be dead if you didn't step in when you did. You bought us time. You found a way to get the collar off. Don't dismiss yourself so easily." His tone leaves no room for argument. He tenderly wipes the last of my tears away. "You are so strong," he mumbles, his deep chocolate eyes scanning mine, like they are reading my very soul. "You just have to trust in yourself." Christian silently sits down, letting us have our moment. I smile once more and murmur thanks again, but I've spent too much time with Derwin, and all I want now is Christian. I shift over to him, where he gladly scoops me up and wraps me in his loving embrace. Derwin takes his signal to leave, but stops at the door. "Take your time tonight, but tomorrow the work begins, brother," he cautions in a tone that does nothing to settle my nerves. I've been so wrapped up in my own situation that I missed something big. "Christian, where's Judius?" I ask, pulling back to look at him. His expression sours instantly as his face falls into a deep frown. "What aren't you telling me?" I press on, feeling my nerves grow. "We had a confrontation when you went missing," he trails off as a sense of dread washes over me. Christian purses his lips as he pauses to find the right words. "Judius had nothing to do with this," I shot up, suddenly upset. "How well do you know him, Jessie?" Christian asks, his eyes searching mine. "Well enough, he's a good man." I retort. "Jessie, look at things from my perspective. He just happened to step out right before we were attacked. He's always around you, but suddenly when you needed him, he wasn't there. And now we can't find him. He's gone, won't return our calls, not a trace." The tone in Christian's voice sets me on edge. There's anger there, but also disbelief, as if he's even shocked. "He could be hurt," I protest weakly. "There's no sign of trouble at his place." It looked like he packed quickly and blew town. Christian replies with a frown. I look at him, gauging his reaction. He's not enjoying saying this, and he genuinely looks betrayed. Could I be wrong about Julius? I was so sure of the goodness in him. If I'm wrong about him, what else am I wrong about? But if I'm right, then where is he? Chapter 45. For the first time in a week, I sleep deeply and restfully. I fully expected nightmares, but none found their way past Christian's protective embrace. By morning, the strange mental fog that seemed to cloak me finally lifts, and I'm feeling far more like myself. Christian is still sleeping soundly beneath me, and, judging by the dark circles under his eyes, I don't think he got much sleep while I was gone either. Eventually, I can't stay still anymore. My body aches to move, and my stomach starts grumbling, demanding breakfast. Morning, beautiful, he whispers, kissing my forehead. Hey, I reply, snuggling into his chest. I feel like a freaking cat. I can't get enough of his touch. The irony that physical contact used to send me such panic, but now is a source of such peace, is not lost on me. Hungry? He asks. My stomach growls as if to put in its own 2 cents, causing us both to laugh. I'll have someone bring us up. Can we go down? I cut him off, locking eyes with him. He studies my face and frowns. My back's sore from lying around for so long, I need to move around some. I'm not above begging. He looks far away for a moment before nodding. Did you seriously just ask Doc if I could walk downstairs for breakfast? I asked, raising a brow. The guilt written across his face says all I need for an answer. I brush my fingers across his cheek and lean in, drawing his full attention. Christian, I'm good, I promise, I say, locking my eyes on his and willing him to believe me. I won't start climbing trees or do anything crazy, but you can't coddle me forever. He raises a brow to that last part as a challenging smirk slips on his lips. Got to take the kid gloves off eventually, I say matter-of-factly. As much as I appreciate everything he's done for me, I can't change my independent nature. Much to his dismay, I slip out of bed and head for the closet to put something fresh on. Christian seriously plans to carry me down the steps, but settles for wrapping an arm around me and guiding me the whole way. His warm embrace is a welcome relief as we walk through the packed house. The kitchen is busier than I would like. Noticing my discomfort, he walks us to the private dining room and goes off to grab us some food. Jace is already in there, talking animatedly with Soraya. I offer a quick hello and grab a seat in the middle of the table. Derwin and his friends walk in, and to my surprise, they sit down right next to me. Christian shows up a moment later with 2 plates piled high with scrambled eggs, hash browns, and bacon. Finally let her out, brother? Derwin teases, earning a growl from Christian. I'm feeling more like myself today, I offer, which Derwin only raises his brow to. It's funny, I don't get hungover from drinking, but swear I felt like I was hungover ever since the fighting stopped, I explain further. Derwin claps my shoulder and laughs. Welcome to the push hangover. The first one's a challenge. The what? Guardians have a unique link, love. Our energies are dynamic and shifting. To an extent, we can send some to another to give Em a jumpstart, the fiery bearded man says. His Irish accent is music to my ears. You must have gotten some spillover when Kenzie gave me a push, Derwin reasons. The weird exchange replays in my mind once more. That he would stop to shake his friend's hand in the middle of a fight did strike me as odd, but I didn't have any time to think about it then. It felt like grabbing an electric fence, but I felt it snap my entire body, not just my hand. I trailed off. It was the strangest sensation. Comes in handy. Helps to heal the body and recharges exhaustion for a time, Derwin explains. He looks pretty much back to normal, fast even for a wolf. Is that how my arm stitched so fast? I question, holding up my left forearm with its fresh pink scar. Kenzie slowly grabs my wrist, bringing my arm closer and carefully running her index finger along the scar. Interesting, she murmurs. So you guys are guardians also? I ask, changing the subject. Well, technically Derwin's still listed as AWOL, the Irishman teases. We're not here officially either, Kenzie cuts off. We are officially off visiting your sick dad, she chides. Love, my parents are still in Ireland, and it was your dear OL, Mum. To keep our cover story straight, He challenges, with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Sorry, where are my manners? Jessie, meet guardians Mackenzie Wright and Declan Thomas, Derwin says with a grin that says clearly they are more than just colleagues, maybe close friends. Dex is good, love, if you can put up with him. We're going to get along just grand. Derwin cuts him off with a hit to his shoulder as Mackenzie laughs. Nice to finally meet you, she says with a smile. Only my parents call me Mackenzie. Please, I prefer Mackenzie. Finally? Oh. I laugh as her name recognition dawns on me, then practically gush. That bow is incredible. I can't thank you enough, Dash. The door swings open, revealing an extra stoic Xavier. They're here, he announces. Moments later, everyone stands and follows him out. What's going on? I ask Christian. War. We have to take down the rogue pack before it does any more damage, Christian says with a frown. In order to do that, we have to come up with a coordinated plan of attack. That's what this meeting is for. He hesitates for a moment, almost like he's fighting with himself. What is it? I ask. We were betrayed on the way to get you, but we don't know by whom. You need to be very careful, at least until we know who to trust. The uncertainty of the situation has him on edge. Eat. I don't want you to worry, but I also don't want you unaware of the danger. All I can do is nod. At least he's not keeping me in the dark. If you're up for it, maybe you can come in to answer any questions that may come up? He asks skeptically. I don't know how much help I can be, but I'll come as soon as I'm done, I agree. He kisses my head, offering me one last warm smile before heading out the same way as everyone else left. I pick at the rest of my breakfast, forcing the last of it in before taking the empty dish to the kitchen sink. Thankfully, the kitchen is no longer crowded. Only Claire and another woman are left cleaning up. Christian's words about betrayal gnaw at me, but I can't put my finger on anything concrete. Claire shows me where the boardroom is, giving me a last reassuring smile, and she cracks the door to let me in. The room is bigger than I expected, with a long dark table running its length and no windows. Overall, the room is dark and dimly lit, with people seated on both sides and maps spread out as the men talk animatedly. Soraya is the only woman here. She's on Christian's left, talking tactics with a stocky man in his mid-40s. Jace is on his right and immediately gets up, giving me his chair when he spots me slipping through the door. Christian slides his chair closer, lacing his fingers with mine and giving my hand a reassuring squeeze. Thankfully, everyone's wrapped up in their own conversations, allowing me time to get my bearings before they notice me. The energy in the room is a bit overwhelming with so many people in a tight space. Almost instantly, I feel a glimmer of a familiar dark cloud. Rob is looking down at me from the left side of the table, just past Soraya and the guy she's talking to. His two henchmen from the carnival, standing beside him, also stare at me, leaving me incredibly uncomfortable. Across from him stands a younger guy, mid-20s, with brown hair and eyes, who is arguing with a silver-haired version of himself. Apparently, their topic of debate is whether they should be involved or not. Are you sure she belongs in here? Rob asks skeptically and locks his dark eyes on me. There is no mistaking any concern in his tone, just disdain. Excuse me. Jace cuts in. By the look on his face, even he's stunned by Rob's attitude. I just mean this is more the matter for wolves, not Dash, he drawls. The Luna has every right to be here. The younger man cuts him off. You should show some respect. The outrage at Rob's blatant audacity is clear. You talk about respect when you address an alpha twice your strength, Rob sneers, turning his dark glare on the challenger, who remains unaffected. I can't help but scoff. I don't know what Rob measures strength on, but the quiet power radiating from the other man begs to differ. Christian's growl stops Rob dead in his tracks before he can retort to me. His demeanor shifts as he settles back into his chair, realizing he has pressed his luck as far as it can for now. Luna, I'm so sorry you went through this, but rest assured that you can count on Crimson Dawn's support, the young alpha says with a sincere smile. Thank you, Eric, Christian replies in his business tone. What better way to show our intentions than a joint venture to get rid of a common enemy? Eric replies much to his elder counterpart's dismay. Have you thought of the repercussions? Their warrior base is bigger than our entire pack. They can afford to lose some warriors, but nothing. Eric cuts him off. We approach them for treaty talks. This is a common enemy. I will not run and hide when they are at our doorstep. I'm Crimson Dawn's alpha now. You have to trust one will make the best decision for our pack, he says with finality. With this, the elder man relents and sinks back into his chair. With all due respect, Christian, why are we bringing this pup into it now? Rob's contempt for Eric is not hidden one bit. To his credit, Eric doesn't even acknowledge the bait. His attention is focused solely on Christian as though Rob is beneath his notice. They are here because I invited them, as I did you, Christian growls out as a warning. With that, the room settles down somewhat, and the meeting resumes. Alpha Eric of the Crimson Dawn pack may be younger than Rob, but he already exudes more competence and control than Rob does. His energy is considerably stronger and more stable. As the meeting progresses, I learn that they have narrowed down a general area where they think the rogue's stronghold is. Occasionally, they ask me a few questions, but really, there is very little I can add that Derwin hasn't already. I'm lost in my own thoughts, oblivious to the conversations around me, when an idea hits me. Jonah felt different, not just because he was a sadistic person, but because he wasn't a rogue. The flare, I blurt out. I can't talk about how he felt without opening a door I don't want to go through, but my outburst draws some of the room's attention. Yeah, the Guardian already told us about the flare, Rob cuts in, annoyed. No, I snap. He wasn't one of them. All eyes snap to me after my outburst, but the realization I come to is all of my focus. Are you sure? Christian asks, and I nod. He made a few comments, but he always differentiated himself from them. I remember when Craig attacked me the first night. He said working with rogues was a necessity. Jonah was calling the shots, running the show there, but was not a rogue. I know Christian will ask me about it later, and I can explain his feelings as well, but for now, that's enough. As they discuss this new development, I get lost in my own thoughts. I need to get out of the room to hear myself think. I let Christian know I was heading to talk with Derwin and make my way out. The moment I leave that room, a weight is lifted. 3 alphas, presumably a retired alpha, and several high-ranking wolves in one room is a lot of energy to deal with. I find Derwin out back with the other guardians mid-conversation, but he waves me over the moment he sees me. I quickly filled him in on what was going on in the meeting, including my revelation about Jonah. What did he feel like? He cuts in, shocking me. I automatically look at the other 2 guardians. Relax, they won't say a thing. I trust my life to either, in a heartbeat. He gives me a reassuring look and waits for me to continue. Off. And dark, but not in the same way that rogues do. They almost feel oily. He felt like tar, like it caused me to recoil immediately. But there was that polish of a pack wolf. I trail off. My own nerves have worked themselves up as I dwell on my time with him. Derwin considers my words, absent-mindedly passing me his dagger. He has done this a few times since that night with Christian unconscious in the hospital. He basically has me using the dagger to focus myself and quell my nerves. I follow the routine he taught me. Find the balance of the blade, test its weight, switch between defense and throwing grips, and lastly flip it. That part was added during the last training. Apparently, he didn't think I was catching the pointy end anymore. Here, Mackenzie says, producing a smaller dagger from her wrist. This one's a better fit. I go through the steps and have started flipping it when Jace walks up. Geez, Jessie, you look a little scary doing that. Jace trails off, eyes never leaving the twirling blade as he nervously walks up. She's a natural, Dex cuts in, grinning. Watch, he says, producing his own dagger, larger than Derwin's. I go through the same steps quickly and am flipping it much like the others. Once you know the center and weight, they all act the same, I reason with a shrug. Well, they're taking a break for lunch. Christian sent me to see if you'd like to join. Jace asks, and I nod. The conversations are considerably more relaxed when we get to the private dining room. I take a seat beside Christian and Jace, with Eric across from them. Eventually, things switch back to our abduction. I'd still like to know how you felt her pain without her being marked and from such a distance, Rob drawls, narrowing his gaze at us. His comment comes across dangerously close to an accusation. Don't be jealous that they are blessed closer than most, friend. Dex cuts in, a dangerous look in his eye. He keeps his expression mostly neutral, but I can feel his hostility. He's clearly not fond of Rob either. You felt it? I ask Christian, my eyes wide in disbelief. He nods. The second last day, we were going over reports and planning the next search area, when out of nowhere I felt a searing pain across my back. It came in waves for about 20 minutes, then nothing. He trails off, his anger barely hidden as he ticks his jaw. I'm so sorry, I say, my cheeks burning as I drop my gaze to the table. Baby, what are you sorry for? He asks, dumbfounded. I would have taken that all for you if I could have. His sincerity is overwhelming, but I'm consumed by shame for causing him any pain. It's more common for marked mates to be able to feel experiences like that, Eric explains, seeing my confusion. Speaking of that, what's the holdup, Christian, or are you unsure? Rob starts. Christian cuts him off with a growl and is on his feet in an instant. She is still off limits to you, Rob, he snarls. What I do with my mate is between us. She is still learning about our world. I will mark her when the time is right. The silence in the room following is deafening. I may not fully understand everything, but I can see that even his own men are uncomfortable with the line Rob crossed. Actually, Mackenzie slowly cuts the silence, drawing all eyes. You can't. Chapter 46. Actually, Mackenzie slowly cuts the silence, drawing all eyes. You can't. My heart stops, and an icy shiver runs up my spine. Derwin asked me to look into it when he first found out about you. There are very few cases of human mates recorded, but almost all of them don't survive the marking process, she continues, putting a damper on any questions. Dead? Christian could kill me? Christian turns to me, desperate to reassure me. Baby, look at me. Nothing's going to happen to you. He cups my cheek, guiding me to look at him. I don't need to mark you to know you're mine. But isn't it important? I stammer. Christian caresses soothing circles on my cheek with his thumb and smiles at me. Nowhere near as important as you are to me. We can talk more about it later. I don't want you to worry about this, okay? All I can do is nod, since there's already so much on his plate. Lunch wraps up shortly after that, and everyone heads back to the boardroom, though I opt to stay behind. My mind runs full speed, talks of war have my nerves up enough, but the marking possibly killing me is over the top. All the mated pairs are marked, hell, even Cyrus nearly forcefully marked me. If it wasn't for Derwin's intervention, I could be dead already. The thought sends fresh shivers down my spine. Mackenzie sits down next to me and squeezes my hand. I'm sorry, Jessie, I didn't mean for it to come out that way, she says, locking her sympathetic green eyes on mine. I mean, it is what it is. I just don't really know what to think about it. I trail off. It doesn't change anything. Not having a claim mark on your neck won't make Christian love you less, Derwin says, taking a seat. Get out of your head. It won't do you any good, he growls. Although I hear his words, I can't help the sense of doubt growing in me. What has Christian told you about Judius? Derwin asks, changing the topic. Just that he thinks he sold us out. I trail off. My stomach twists at the thought of Judius being behind any of this. Yet from our very first meeting, I was so sure of the goodness in him. If I was wrong about that, what else am I wrong about? And what do you think? He asks. I don't know. I can't ignore the evidence Christian laid out. I trail off. But, Derwin prompts. My gut says there's something more there. What reason would he have to do this? I can't come up with any motivation whatsoever. He wanted to be a part of this pack. Why would he sell them out? Mostly, I can't imagine my closest friend turning on me. He's become so important to me and always been there when I needed him until that night. Then where is he? He sighs and shares a look with Mackenzie. You have to admit it's an awful big coincidence that he starts to spend more time here and rogues are able to strike the heart of Stillwaters. I mean, you guys have been joined at the hip from the start, and he just happens to have an errand to run the night you're taken. I hang my head and shake it. I don't know, but what if something happened to him? That's the only thing I can think of. Derwin watches me with an unreadable look. We'll know soon enough, I suppose. The plan is nearly set, and the attack will happen in 2 days. He pauses before speaking again, picking his words carefully. Jessie. If Christian finds him on the wrong side, he won't hesitate to kill him for his betrayal, Derwin warns, sending cold shivers down my spine. He won't be there. They're wrong. He didn't sell us out. God, I hope you're right, but where the hell is he? The rest of the day goes by quietly. The meeting wraps up before dinner, but everyone takes off to start preparations. Dinner is a somber event with none of the usual lighthearted conversations, just small strategic talk and planning. There's only one full day to prepare before the following day's attack. Their world is far more violent than I had ever imagined. There's a reason they are constantly training and patrolling. Christian assures me that this is just part of their world, that they've been through it before, and that everything will be fine. I can't help but worry. This isn't cops and robbers with jail. This is life and death. They were lucky when they raided the rogue dungeon to get us. There were injuries, but nothing serious and no losses on our side. This is a much larger assault, hitting where the rogues are dug in. Eric is sending his best scouts in deep to help pinpoint the enemy's location. Crimson Dawn's role will be more of a defensive and support role, where they can block any retreat and provide aid if possible. Rob is supposed to flank in from the west and attack with Christian, who will be coming in from the southeast. I'm no tactician, but their plan sounds solid. Still, something is bothering me, but I have no idea what. The night before the attack has everyone on edge. Christian is busy with preparations, so I only see him at dinner. I feel him coming to bed late, much like the night before. I think he's trying to keep me from worrying, but the space makes all my anxiety worse. He slips in silently behind me, trying hard not to jostle me awake, but sleep evades me. I roll over to face him. Hey, you should be sleeping, he murmurs, brushing his knuckles across my cheek. I lean into his caress, my body craving his touch. I slide my hands up his bare, muscular chest and feel his tension and worry, even with him trying to hide it. I couldn't sleep, I mumble. My words are valid, but my mind is elsewhere now. Slowly, I bring my lips to his softly at first, but he deepens the kiss, wrapping a hand behind my neck. I nip at his bottom lip, asking for access, which he gladly grants as his fingers knot in my hair. The tension slowly leaves his body as our kissing heats up. He lets me roll him onto his back, taking me with him. His eyes flash with amusement and excitement as I settle in on top of him. His hands slowly slide up my bare thighs before settling to grip my ass tightly, leaving goosebumps in their wake. Christian groans into my kiss as he grinds my hips against his while his straining excitement begs to be freed from his boxers. His hands move up to my shirt's hem, forcing me to break our kiss only long enough to pull it off. He eyes me hungrily as his hands roam my body greedily, landing on my bare breasts. His eyes swirl with lust as I lean into his touch, tossing my head back and savoring every sensation. I feel him move under me to roll us over, but I shift my hips, pinning him in place. His brow shoots up in surprise as a curious smirk crosses his face. I bring my lips back to his, brushing my breasts across his chest and earning a rumble of approval before trailing my attention down his jawline over his neck, settling on his sweet spot. His fingers dig into my hips, pulling me tighter to him as he grinds harder, causing the throbbing in my core to grow. Christian lifts his shoulder, trying to roll us again. He's too used to calling the shots. This time, I have to pin his hips and shoulder to maintain control. His eyes lock with mine, flashing brown as his frustration begins to show. I can't help my grin as my gaze rakes over him in this new light, this god beneath me. I never thought a man could make me feel the way he does. Hell, he can give me just one look and I melt, whereas his touch is magic. He can put me at complete ease or wake up a heated desire in the blink of an eye. Christian smirks as he loops a finger under the edge of my panties. With a quick flick, he rips through the lace like paper. Really? I say with a disapproving frown. In answer, he hooks his finger under the other side and rips through it as well, tossing the shredded lace aside and leaving me bare. Really, he replies, his husky voice intensifying the throbbing in my core. A triumphant smile spreads across his face as he takes me in, causing me to blush. His own member strains hard at the thin material between us. He growls in frustration as I slowly but deliberately grind against him while we kiss. His hands slide back to my ass, controlling the movement. He can't surrender all control. Unable to hold back anymore, I kneel forward, hooking a finger under his waistband and signaling I want them off. He's only too happy to oblige, kicking them off as fast as possible. I wrap my fingers around his stiff shaft, earning a hiss of approval. "Fuck, Jessie," he growls. He's already fully hard and straining to be put to good use. I shimmy back on my knees, positioning myself above him, and lock my eyes on his as I sink on him. His eyes flicker between green and brown as I slowly take every inch of him in, stretching me delightfully to the max. His head lolls back, but he keeps his eyes locked on mine as I start to move on him, lifting, dropping, and grinding slowly. His hands grab my hips tightly as he takes control, guiding me to ride him faster and harder. I moan out his name as he hits that sweet spot deep in me as my core tightens, building to my release. He's done holding back and sits up while I ride him. His hands already control the speed and rhythm, not that I mind. His lips lock with mine before he works his way down my neck. He grunts, and I feel him start to twitch within me. We're so close now, my breathing has reduced to shallow pants. He bites down, sending me over, triggering his own release as I clamp down around him. He rides out my waves as I turn to jelly with him. I'm spent, and all of his tension has left his body. We settle back into bed, wrapped up in each other, just enjoying the moment. I'm scared, I admit in a whisper. "Don't be, baby, I won't let anything happen to you," he whispers, kissing my head and wrapping me tighter in his arms. I shake my head. "I'm worried something will happen to you," I mumble. "We just got back together, and you're running headlong into a war." "It has to be done," he says with a shrug. "They will come again otherwise. It's better for us to call the shots and bring the fight to them with allies than to have them blindside us again." I nod, but I can't shake this feeling. He lifts my chin to bring my gaze to his. "I'm coming back, don't ever doubt that." That is precisely what I'm afraid of, that this might be our last night together. My chest tightens at the thought. I have to drop my gaze to keep my composure. I focus on the steady beating of his heart to keep my tears at bay. "Baby, look at me. I promise I will be back in bed with you the following night, then we can put this whole mess behind us." His conviction is firm, and I want nothing more than to believe him. Before long, we drift off, but my dreams are troubled. This nightmare doesn't feel normal. Something's off. I'm in the middle of the fight. Wolves are fighting and dying all around me, but no one pays any attention to me, as if I'm a ghost. In the center, I see a black wolf taken from its flank by its guard. He spins in surprise at the betrayal, but he catches on too late as a charcoal wolf rips out his throat. Betrayal keeps bouncing through my mind. Christian's words about being betrayed on their way to get us come crashing back. Judius. Christian thinks he has betrayed us. What does this dream mean? The wolf in the dream wasn't Judius's, but who was it? I jolt up in bed, finally free of my nightmare. Dread washes over me as I realize I'm alone. Christian's side of the bed is long and cold. Quickly, I throw on the first pants and top I find and head to the door to go downstairs. A note on the door stops me dead in my tracks. The sense of dread has such a hold in my chest that it's threatening to cut off all the air in my lungs. With a trembling hand, I grab the note and read it. My heart. Leaving you in bed was the hardest thing to do. Stay safe for me, and I'll be back for you as soon as I can. Always yours, Christian. Chapter 47. Christian POV. Dawn's early light wakes me from my peaceful slumber. Jessie is sleeping soundly wrapped around me, her head on my chest, arm around my waist, and our legs entwined. I lay there, memorizing every detail of this moment. This isn't my first battle. I've trained all my life for moments like this, but this is the first time I've ever had something so precious to lose. I hate to admit how the thought of never seeing Jessie again scares the life out of me. My mate is my world, and I would lay down my life for hers in a heartbeat, but I'd rather live a long life with her surrounded by our kids as we grow old. We're ready, Jay slinks. I'll be there in a few, I reply with a sigh. Are you sure about this, Christian? He asks hesitantly. Yeah, we need to push early to get the drop on them. I'll suffer her wrath when we get home. She's already upset enough. Carefully, I slide out and away from her. My heart aches to leave her like this. I pen a quick note and tape it to the door, where she'll see it when she gets up. With a final kiss, I slip out before she wakes. Everyone is formed up in the training field and ready to go. Ready? Jace asks. Yeah, let's get this over with. The sooner we get rid of them, the sooner we can get back, I reply in a tone that is all business. Did you forget my invite, brother? Derwin asks as he walks over. I raise a brow, thinking that he left when the other guardians were recalled. I thought you left? You heard Dex, I'm still listed as AWOL. They had to follow orders. I have a score to settle, he says with a dangerous edge. Truth be told, there's no one I'd rather have in the field with me. This next part is going to be tricky and not likely to be well received. Soraya, I call my head warrior over. When they took Jessie, her change was drastic. The work she put into finding her Luna didn't go unnoticed. She pulled double shifts on patrol to keep fresh warriors out looking for Jessie, and she pushed through the primary fight and found her first. I need you here, I say, preparing for her anger. Immediately, she bristles at the thought of being left behind and is about to protest when I cut her off. I need to know that my Luna is taken care of. If something goes wrong today, she needs someone to take care of things and keep her safe. There is no one else I'd trust her more than you. I lock my eyes on her, willing her to understand. I can see she's torn between her position and my request. Please, Soraya, keep her safe for me. I'm taking the bulk of the force with us. If we were wrong about Judius, I'll keep her safe, but when this is over, you need to settle this gamma issue. She snaps, but her tone doesn't match her words. Disappointment at being left behind is there, but so is her resolve for her new task. Thank you, I say with the utmost sincerity. With that, we turn and head off. The rendezvous point is less than 2 hours away, but there's a sense of urgency everyone shares. I'm sorry, Soraya, but she's probably going to be pissed when she wakes up, I warn. This isn't the first time I've dealt with a pissed-off Jessie, and it's not likely the last time, she replies with a laugh. We should be back around midnight. Make sure the hospital dash. Alpha, I've got it. You worry about the field. I'll prepare and defend here, she cuts in. I sigh and close the link, knowing she's more than capable, and turn my full attention to the task at hand. The trip to the rendezvous point is fast and smooth. Eric calls to let us know they have found the rogues holed up east of the dungeons. They lost a scout and 2 are wounded, but that will save us valuable time and energy, knowing exactly where to strike. Rob has brought his forces as promised, though I can't help but frown at their lack of discipline. His seasoned head warrior, Malcolm, is the only one trying to keep everyone in line. Ready to finally end this, Christopher? He drawls with a lack of respect that has Cyrus on edge. We will have to address our arrangement after this is all taken care of. Always, Roberto, I reply with a growl. 2 can play at this. Let's get this over with. I, for one, am tired of all the games, he grumbles. Lead the way. I'll take your flank, he says before shifting and slipping his pack around his charcoal neck. Maybe it won't be so hard to work with him after all? I expected him to fight me over leadership. Did someone replace the tool? He's always trying to prove how important he is. Jace questions as his Sandy Wolf takes up my right flank with Xavier. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. We've got enough to deal with today, I link as I shift. With everyone wild, we head off towards the location Eric gave us, and in less than 20 minutes, we're there. The stench of rogues is thick in the air. It's hardly a stronghold. Hell, it's barely a camp. They have a couple of sentries posted in close, but no patrols. A rundown stone building sits in the middle, surrounded by a few smaller log houses. There is a surprising amount of rogues crammed in there, though. Something feels off. Does this feel a bit too easy? Jace links. It does, I reply. Even rogues know better than to not have patrols. Eric's scouts wouldn't have risked coming too close to the sentries to get picked off. Jace presses on, astute, as always. Before we have time to consider the situation more, one of our scouts links in that we are being flanked. Snarling, I shift to talk to Rob. We're being flanked, I yell as he shifts. What do you mean by flanked? My scouts haven't seen anything, he growls. His eyes glaze as he links, his frown turning into a deep scowl. That pup sold us out. I told you it was a mistake to bring him in. We'll deal with him later, I growl, feeling the walls closing in. Keep our flank open, we'll take care of the heart. He nods and shifts. Before we can split up, rogues break in on us from both behind and out of the buildings. We've been set up. This was designed to bring us to a pinch point. Fighting erupts all around as the forces clash. The rogues have numbers, but the discipline of my pack is leveling the playing field. Rob's warriors, however, are struggling to keep up in their fights. I push forward, cutting down anyone stupid enough to come too close. A howl sounds up ahead to challenge me, drawing me like a beacon. We break off to meet the rogue alpha head-on. A glance over my shoulder shows Jace and Derwin, while Xavier falls behind, taking out flanking wolves. A large silver-gray wolf blocks my path to the rogue alpha, with a couple of dirty grays flanking him. My eyes widen, thinking it was Judius for a second, but the scent is wrong. He lunges for me, as do his shadows, but Jace and Derwin intercept them, leaving him to me. The large silver-gray male is more powerful and skilled than the surrounding rogues. Clearly, he was pack-trained. He lands a solid bite on my back leg as I turn to return the hit. His small victory leaves his belly exposed, which I take full advantage of, sinking my fangs in deeply, tearing flesh and coating my mouth in his blood. Quickly, he lets go, trying to kick me off before I can gut him entirely. I push off, ignoring the burning in my leg to latch onto his throat. Blood flows freely as I shake violently, shredding his jugular. He collapsed into a heap, bleeding out before he stills. Derwin finishes his opponent, and Jace's is nearly done, but more wolves are closing in from the left side. For his light-hearted nature, Jace is a savage fighter. Ruthless and cunning, he can read his opponent within a couple of moves and get them to play right into his jaws. He finishes the wolf with enough time to turn and meet the new wave. We set into an easy rhythm, swapping point positions to give each other a break, then dropping back to flank position and finishing the injured wolves. We have trained for so many years, we don't even need the link to communicate. Before long, the new batch is finished, and we push on towards the leader. I see Rob make his way through with his beta and third. The rogue alpha comes into view. His commanding air and larger size dwarf the knot of wolves around him, though they look more disciplined than the others. His dark gray scar-riddled coat warns that he's fought to get where he is. Numbers are definitely not on our side now. Let them come to us, I link Jace. Derwin will hold back and flank us, so no worries there. Rob, however, is an idiot. I just hope he follows our lead. So far, he's been hanging back, but Lord knows what he will do next. The first wolves break off and attack us. True to form, I take the attack head-on, twisting them and sending them back to Derwin or Jace to finish. We fight like a well-oiled machine as we cut through their numbers. Rob, on the other hand, fights wildly with no regard for his beta and third. He's being drawn away from them as the wolf he's fighting faints back, dodging his attacks. Fuck, he's getting baited, I swear, pulling Jace's attention up. What's he thinking? Jace snaps. Damn it, cover me, I snarl, pushing forward. Rob is flanked, 3 against 1. I howl as I throw myself on the nearest wolf. He's too focused on Rob to notice me coming, and he pays with his life as I snap his neck and turn on the next. We trade glancing blows, neither making headway before he makes a mistake that costs him dearly. Movement from my left catches my attention as the rogue alpha launches himself at me. He has definitely earned his title, and his hits are powerful and coordinated. Having sat back all this time, he's fresh, whereas I have cut my way through dozens to reach him. Already, my muscles burn, and I bleed from numerous minor hits. He lands a savage bite to my left shoulder as I clamp down on his right leg. I push through the pain, biting down harder until I hear the satisfying crunch of his bones signaling his broken leg. He howls in pain, releasing my shoulder, but the damage is done. More wolves file in, both rogues and our forces, as the fighting pitches all around us. Rob has made it back to his group and is flanking Jace and Derwin now. I'm on my own for now. I push the pain away and focus back on the alpha in front of me. He is a grizzly veteran with the bulk and size to back up his position. He was pushing me to the limits before I broke his leg, making him back off. We circle each other, sizing each other up and looking for weaknesses. Before he can decide on his next tactic, I spring onto him and twist at the last minute to latch onto his left shoulder. He stumbles on the broken right leg, snapping it at an odd angle as he shrieks in pain, gnashing his jaws at me and thrashing. I take a couple of minor hits as I wrestle him into position, finally latching onto his throat and ripping it out. Stepping back, I notice Rob has come to flank me on my left while his beta, third, and Derwin take on another group. I look for Jace, scanning the masses around us, but can't find him. Thunk. A blinding pain erupts in my shoulder, making my body burn as it's forced to shift back, and Cyrus is ripped from me. I twist, desperately trying to reach the blade buried deep in the back of my shoulder, and roll over to see Rob shifted, racing towards me. I don't even have enough time to get up before he lands the first round of hits. He's been holding back this whole time, letting me do the brunt of the work, wearing me down without lifting a finger himself. I can't link, so I yell a warning for anyone who can hear. I block the blows as best as I can, but feel the silver blade is doing its job, draining me. Derwin roars as he's silvered the same way by Rob's beta. Fuck. Jessie always said he was wrong, but she just thought it was because of their history. My eyes widen as all the pieces of betrayal fall into place. Rob's final attack sends me stumbling backwards, driving the silver knife deeper, stealing the air from my lungs. Took you long enough, Christian, he sneers. That woman of yours was the perfect bait. Rage explodes in me as I launch myself at him, landing a couple of solid blows before staggering back. Blood flows freely from the deep wound, coating my back and draining my energy. I need to get the knife out before it twists and kills me. We could have done this weeks ago, but no, you wouldn't leave your pack undefended. No matter, I'm nothing if not patient, he taunts. There never were rogue attacks on New Moon, were there? I rasp out as I buy time. Oh, there were attacks. Luckily, the victims were dissidents. Takes care of a problem and sets up my alibi all at once. Perfect, no. Rob gloats. I roar and try to launch myself at him, but am knocked down and tossed aside. They drag Derwin up to us, silver knife gleaming in his back as his third holds him kneeling. Always so righteous, Rob growls, stalking towards me with a dangerous glint in his eye. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. My eyes lock on the silver dagger as his fingers lock in my hair, bending my neck back. He draws his hand back, readying to drive the dagger deep. Shock and dread give way to acceptance and anger as Rob grins maniacally at me, relishing in his victory. Jessie's face pops into my mind. Her smile lifts my heart as I brace for my fate. In my surrender, the sounds of the battle raging on around us fade into the background. My eyes slide closed, and I barely hear anything over the steady beating of my heart as I await my end. Thwack. Hot blood sprays across me, splattering from my eyes down to my chest as Derwin roars in rage. Chapter 48. Where is he? I scream at Soraya. Her gaze falls. I'm sorry, Luna. They left early. Her address sends an icy shiver down my spine. Never once has she called me that. Why is she here? She's supposed to be with him. Don't call me that. I hiss. Why aren't you with them? None of this adds up. My emotions and mind are reeling a mile a minute, threatening to spin out of control. He needed me to protect you, she replies with a frown. We've sent too much of the force on the offense. Pact defense is on bare bones minimum, if something goes wrong. What she leaves unsaid leaves a pit in my stomach. What aren't you telling me? I whisper. She chews her bottom lip for a moment. He's worried. I've fought alongside him many times. He's never been like this before. I'm too late. He's going to be betrayed, I whisper. I drop to my knees, feeling utterly defeated. I had a dream that wasn't my own, like someone was trying to warn me. A charcoal wolf comes in from behind and kills him. Fuck, she hisses. Her gaze loses focus as she gets that faraway look in her eyes when they mind link. I can't get through, she growls as she starts to pace. Soraya freezes before rushing over to pick me up off the floor. Her face hides nothing. What is it? Judius is coming. My heart leaps at my lost friend's name before dropping like a stone. Her tone is a warning. He's already cut his way through the outer patrols. He'll be here in less than a minute. Her gaze flickers from me to the front door, and I can see her mind racing as her features harden. I turn back to Christian's room, grabbing 2 of the silver daggers. Raised voices and a crash at the front door draw my attention back to the entrance. Fuck, Nate, stand down. I need to talk to Christian. Judius radiates power and authority, trying to force Nate to submit as he glares at him. He's not here, Soraya cuts in. There's a dangerous edge to her voice, warning him to tread carefully. Soraya, tell them to back off. Judius locks his crystal blue gaze on hers, silently pleading for her to listen. You've been banned, Judius, Christian dash. We don't have fucking time for this dash. Judius's gaze flicks to mine as he realizes I'm here. Soraya takes the moment of distraction to shift mid-lunge, tackling him out the door. I race down the stairs and onto the front lawn to see Judius wrestling Soraya's wolf. He's not hurting her. He's trying to pin her without injury. He feels like he always does, a Boy Scout. Nate and another warrior have regained their feet and are about to jump in when I step in, blocking their path. Wait. All eyes snap to me. The warriors freeze and nod as Soraya and Judius stop their struggle. He sets her down, and she positions herself between us. Where were you? I ask lowly. My hands tremble as adrenaline courses through my veins. I look him over and scan the scene for any clues to make sense of what is going on. All I see is the same man I've come to know. His desperate gaze locked on mine, begging me to side with him. I was out looking for you, but I found out something I wasn't supposed to. Ended up locked up, finally managed to break out last night, and came straight here to warn Christian. He's being set up. Rob is behind it all. Judius looks past us to the house and shifts uneasily. Where is he? The tightening in my chest has long since become painful. Judius looks rough. His story fits, and it explains his absence. He's in the field with Rob doing a sweep to take the rogues out, Soraya confirms. Judius snarls and shakes his head. It's a trap. Rob planned the whole damn thing. There's a second group of rogues sweeping in behind them. Rob's planning to kill Christian and take over Still Waters. Judius's insight chills me to the core. All the pieces are fitting together, and the picture isn't pretty. I turn to Soraya. You need to go and warn him. I can't. He's ordered me to guard you, she replies. Her jaw clenches as her mind no doubt races, looking for a different option. Fine, then use your loopholes. I'm going to him, so you better come with me to keep me from dying. I shrug and raise a brow, waiting for her to take the bait. He's going to kill me, she groans. Her gaze loses focus as she no doubt links the pack. Claire's there in an instant as warriors pull in from various areas. Put everyone on lockdown. Get the dock ready for the worst-case scenario. You're in charge. Everything goes through Claire, no questions asked, understood. Soraya's command is unmistakable as everyone replies in unison, yes, head warrior. Her attention snaps to me. Get dressed and arm up. Heavy jeans and that canvas coat will be most durable. I nod and take off while she issues more orders. I'm back down in record time, wearing the dark, thick jeans and canvas coat Mackenzie left me. There are pockets everywhere for daggers, which I carefully tucked the 6 she had given me into. My hair is in a quick braid to keep it away from my face, and I've slung my bow and quiver over my shoulder. My chest tightens painfully, but I keep pushing it away to focus on the here and now. It's not the most dignified way to travel, but you'll be riding Luke. Wild, we can get there in a fraction of the time. You are not to engage. Do you understand me? Her tone leaves zero room to wiggle. Shadow, you're up. She nods at Judius. You're attached, got it? Her eyes flash dangerously as she finishes doling out orders. We take half of the warriors and shift them while the rest protect the pack house. Luke steps up and bows to help me on. I've ridden my share of horses, even an elephant at the circus once, but this is my first pony-sized wolf. Hold on here. Claire points to 2 spots on his scruff just above his shoulder blades. Wolfback isn't a smooth ride, but it's the fastest. Her regularly calm facade is creased with worry. We'll get them back, I promise. She brings a trembling hand to her lips, blinks her teary gaze, and nods. The ride is indeed bumpy, and I need all of my concentration to keep from falling off. I call Eric on the way, looking for any way to buy them time. "What's wrong, Luna?" His voice is tense, not hiding his concern. "They're walking into a trap. Is Christian anywhere near you?" I can't help the desperation in my voice. "Sorry, Luna. He has us anchoring their retreat to mop up any rogues that try to run. He's got Rob Dash. Rob's the one behind this all." I cut him off. Eric snarls. I knew he couldn't be trusted. "We're coming from the south, but I'm afraid we won't be in time," I trail off. "He won't want you in danger," he warns. "That makes two of us, but at any rate we're coming," I dismiss. "I just pray we make it in time. We will push in from the north." "Be careful, Luna," he warns. "You too," I say as my heart feels heavy. I catch Soraya staring at me, clearly having picked up on only half of the conversation. "Alpha Eric is going to push in from the north to buy time," I explain. She nods in approval and pushes on faster. Snaps, snarls, and howls faintly reach my ears as we draw closer to the battle ahead. We're coming in behind the flanking force, far too many for our small group to break through, so Soraya leads us off to the left, upwards on a ridge, to hopefully skirt them and get ahead. The primary battle comes into view below, making the battle at the dungeon look like a slight skirmish. A flash of brown slams into Luke, sending us all tumbling as a group of attackers swarm us. In an instant, I have a dagger in my hand and drive it deep into the brown wolf's ribs, sliding the whole length as we tumble. Luke recovers mid-fall and ends up on top of the wolf, ripping his throat out. Judius is there in an instant, blocking any further attacks. His size dwarfs Luke's as he cuts down every oncoming wolf, giving us a moment to regain our bearings. After the initial surprise, our wolves closed ranks, making it impossible to get close to me. I nock an arrow, looking for a shot. Soraya may have told me to hang back, but she said nothing against my helping from afar. Her fighting style is more wild and savage than the rest, showing her comfort in solo combat. Her more petite frame is more agile than the larger males she's fighting, but she plays them like a fiddle. She twists and falls back to get them to expose their vitals, where she strikes like a viper. A wolf circles in from behind, launching itself at her back as my arrow buries deep in its chest, crumpling it. Her eyes snap to mine as she catches on before giving me a curt nod and moving on to her next opponent. My next shot takes the wolf attacking Luke. He's doing the best he can, but this is far beyond his gentle Omega spirit. The next two shots show wolves cresting the ridge as Judius holds back the flow, trying to come up from the back. A howl ahead sends my heart racing. It's Christian. We push forward and can just see him take down the rogue alpha. My shoulder aches where he took a savage bite. I look down, noting that I have only 2 arrows left. Searing pain in my back drops me to my knees. It's the same phantom pain as the shoulder pain, but 10 times more intense. My heart pounds as I see the knife in Christian's back as Rob launches himself at him. The pain flares again as Christian lands on his back, twisting the knife painfully, drawing an agonized groan from me. I stagger to my feet, knocking an arrow, but my hands are shaking so badly as I watch Rob drag Christian's head back. A smile spreads across Christian's face as he resigns to his fate. "Take the shot." I snap back and draw. Too many branches are in the way, but I take the best shot I can. Thwack. The hit is solid as the arrow buries into the fletching in Rob's ribs, hitting both lungs and spraying Christian with his blood. Instantly, the last arrow is knocked as Derwin roars, trying to break the hold they have him in. My shot is unobstructed and takes the larger male holding the dagger square in the heart. Derwin shoots up and pulls the knife out of Christian's back, spinning on the second male who is holding him. The momentum of the spin buries the dagger through the attacker's skull, crumpling him into a lifeless heap. Howls ring out everywhere as a new batch of wolves breaks through. I feel Eric's familiar energy as he dives into the thick of things. His support rallies the tired wolves as they cut the rogues down. The ridge is overrun with rogues as Soraya and Judius fight desperately to beat them back. I throw a knife into the nearest attacking wolf, buying Judius a moment to try and break free. Too late. I see the mousy gray-colored wolf that crests the ridge as it pounces on me. I hit the ground hard under its weight, but I get a dagger up in time. I push it off with barely enough time to meet a man with a long, skinny knife. I hear Judius whimper as he loses ground to the group he's fighting. The man in front of me takes all of my attention back as he slashes at my ribs. Thankfully, the jacket takes the brunt of it. His skill level far surpasses mine. All I can do is just keep falling back, dodging, and hoping for an opening. He lunges for me again, but his eyes are locked on mine as his neck tilts up. On instinct, the blade flies from my hand as it seeks its target. He sees it too late and isn't able to twist enough as the blade passes through his neck. He falls to the ground, hands desperately trying to stem the flow of blood. From below, Christian roars, "Get up, Gamma, and dear fucking job." He and Derwin fend off more rogues as they try to make their way up to us. I scan for Xavier, but I can't see him anywhere. Then I notice Christian's eyes are locked with Judius's. With a final push, Judius throws the attacking wolf off his back and onto the rocks below as he closes the gap. Nate and Luke break through and fill in with Soraya, pushing the rogues back further. I see a grizzly veteran wolf make his way to Christian and shift. It's New Moon's head warrior. I saw him talking with Soraya at the meeting. Christian spins to meet him as my heart pounds. I've got no arrows left, and I can't hit anything with a dagger that isn't considerably closer. Surprisingly, though, he bares his neck to Christian in submission and turns his attention to the nearest rogue. The shift is noticeable as every wolf turns on the rogues. With the ridge cleared, we quickly make our way down to Christian. He looks every part of a god of war, drenched in blood as he finishes the fight. The crowd parts, making room for me to get to him as we wrap ourselves around each other. The tightening in my soul instantly relaxes at his contact. After a moment, he pulls back and cups my cheeks, staring confused at me like I'm a dream. "Why are you here?" "You're supposed to be safe at home." He looks pointedly at Soraya before looking me over for damage. I must be quite the sight, drenched in dirt and blood. It's not mine. Don't blame Soraya. I told her I was coming. She did what you told her to and protected me, I defend. Christian ticks his jaw as he stares at me unblinking, like he's afraid I'll disappear if he does. How did you know? His brows furrow as he tries to make sense of the situation. Judius showed up right after you left, warning that Rob was behind it all. He was only able to break out after the reserve rogue force left to join the battle. Christian frowns and shifts his attention to Judius as he looks at him in a new light. "I owe you an apology," he grumbles, clenching his jaw. "Shift." Judius obeys without hesitation, but keeps his eyes averted in respect. He looks like hell. Numerous bites and slashes coat his regularly pale skin in blood and bruises. Gamma Judius, it's long past due for this to be official. If I weren't so hard-headed, we could have moved past this long ago. My eyes shoot wide open at his words. Gamma Judius. Christian takes a blade offered by Derwin, and he turns back to Judius. "Do you accept?" Judius's hand shoots out, palm up, as he nods. In a quick motion, Christian draws the blade across both of their palms before grabbing his hand. "Welcome to still waters," Christian grunts as the gathered wolves begin to howl in triumph. Christian staggers as I slip up against him to brace him. Eric comes up freshly shifted, baptized in battle. The young alpha scans our group and arches his brow. "Think it's time for you to get back. We will clean up here. I've got plenty of people called up to help get your wounded back. We owe you a debt today," Christian says solemnly. "I just hope this is the beginning of a long, prosperous alliance," he replies with a genuine smile. "Luna." Eric nods in respect before turning and issuing orders. Chapter 49. Christian POV. Blood spraying across my face brings me back to the moment. Rob's face contorts in confusion and rage as he staggers back, looking at the silver arrow poking through his chest. Thwack. Another arrow takes Rob's third, dropping him and freeing my brother. My eyes search the ridge, but I only catch a brief glimpse of her before a mousy gray wolf tackles her. Searing pain is followed by relief as Derwin removes the knife before slamming it into Rob's beta, dropping him instantly. The ridge. We have to stop them from flooding the ridge. I shout, pulling the knife from his back. Howls echo around us as a new wave of wolves breaks into the fight. I spot Eric's massive brown wolf as they dive into the thick of things. The fresh wolves ruthlessly cut down the rogues. I look up to the ridge again and spot Jessie as an armed man closes in on her. They're overrun. Judius and Soraya are fighting desperately to hold back the tide, but are losing ground. With a flick of her wrist, Jessie ends the man, and he falls away as she tries to help the defenders. Judius is failing. If he falters, she's alone. I can't get up there in time. He has always been there for her, protecting her when I couldn't. Hell, he's even stood against me when he thought I was out of line. The realization hits hard. Get up, Gamma, and do your job. I roar, eyes locked on his. With renewed resolve, he shakes off his attacker, pulling back into position. More wolves close in on us. I have to trust Judius to do his job so I can do mine. Rob's head warrior beelines for me, shifting in front of me before baring his neck in submission. I'm caught off guard, but don't have time to consider it further as he takes out the closest rogue. As the fighting winds down, Jessie and the others make their way to us. My heart leaps at the sight of her. Why are you here? You're supposed to be safe at home, I say, glaring at Soraya. I can't hide my concern as I look her over. She's covered in blood and dirt, but I don't see any severe wounds. It's not mine. Don't blame Soraya. I told her I was coming, so she did what you told her to and protected me, she defends. I can't exactly be mad. If it weren't for their arrival, we'd be dead now. I can't take my eyes off of her, but something gnaws at me. How did you know? Jessie pulls back slightly, looking at the silver wolf to her right. Judius showed up right after you left, warning that Rob was behind it all. He was only able to break out after the reserve rogue force left to join the battle. Guilt hits me as I think of our last exchange when I thought he sold her out. Even after that, he hunted for her solo, got captured, and still came back to warn us. I owe you an apology, I grumble. Shift. Judius is a different man from the one who petitioned me in the spring with a chip on his shoulder. He stands, victorious yet humble, keeping his gaze respectfully lowered. He looks like hell. Numerous bites and slashes coat his regularly pale skin in blood. Gamma Judius, it's long past time for this to be official. If I weren't so hard-headed, we could have moved past this long ago. He has been her Gamma since day one. I was just too insecure to see their relationship for what it really was. Derwin offers me a knife, catching onto my train of thought. I eye the blade, then shift my gaze, looking at the man in front of me in a new light. Do you accept? I ask, eyes locked with his. Judius's hand shoots out palm up with zero hesitation as he nods. In a quick motion, I draw the blade across both of our palms before grabbing his hand. With the blood bond finished, the link forms, adding a new thread to the pack bond. Welcome to still waters, I grunt, as howls erupt around us. Thank you, Alpha, I won't let you down, he links me. Of that I'm sure. The trip back is slow, with many of our wolves wounded in various ways. Doc's transport takes the worst wounded back for immediate care, leaving the bulk of our force to make the slow trek on foot. By the time the rest of us get there, the pack hospital is overflowing. Doc beelines for us the moment he spots us, shooing others out of his way. Alpha, I need to start a line to flush the silver and get you healing. See to Jessie first dash. She presses on my chest, stopping me in my tracks, and locks her honey-brown gaze on mine. There's nothing wrong with me, just scratches. I promise, please just let him do his job. I frown and nod, following Doc down a corridor to a private room. Jessie follows, her gaze roaming our surroundings as she shifts uneasily. He flushes and dresses my open wounds and starts in 4 drip. This will knock you out for a bit, but it will help break down any residual silver. I nod, this isn't my first time. Jessie looks guarded, standing to the side as they work on me. Her history with hospitals no doubt stirs unpleasant memories for her. I settle back on the bed, shifting near the edge before reaching for her. As the drugs take effect, my eyelids start to get heavy. Stay with me, I ask. Jessie smiles and moves over to me. Of course. She shrugs out of her jacket, wincing as she twists the wrong way. I can see bruises, minor cuts and scratches, but nothing major. She crawls in next to me, snuggling up against me. It's like the weight of the world lifts. Sparks dance between our skin, and the sound of her heartbeat relaxes me to sleep. Jessie laughs, bringing my attention to her. I feel a bit foggy and disoriented. Blinking my eyes into focus, I recognize the rainbow pebble-lined shore and crystal blue water of the heart of the lake. My fingers knot in lush green grass and the edge of a blanket. We're sitting at a picnic. She looks beautiful. Her long, wavy, brown hair spills down her back, shining gold and red in the afternoon sun. Her honey-brown eyes dance with amusement as she takes me in. There are no scratches or bruises anywhere. Her sun-kissed skin is flawless. Earth to Christian, she teases, cupping my cheek. Sorry, baby, I guess I just got lost there for a moment, I say, smiling at her. Are you coming swimming or not? She asks with a mischievous glint in her eyes. I smirk, standing up and go to pull my shirt over my head, and she beelines for the water. By the time I get it off, she's already in and has tossed her sundress on shore. I catch up to her in the water, and she wraps her arms around my neck while her luscious thighs wrap around my waist. Her pouty lips draw me in, beckoning for a taste that I'm only too happy to take. She tangles her fingers in my hair, drawing a growl of approval as we deepen our kiss. Something's wrong, Cyrus cuts in. What do you mean? The stupid wolf should be over the moon right now, not ruining the moment. What's wrong, Christian? She asks, pulling back. Nothing, baby. Cyrus is just having a hard time being happy. I laugh and let my hands roam her silky skin, drawing her back to me. She pushes off with a troublesome glint in her eyes and smirks as she treads water just out of reach. You want to play? I'll play. I grin at her and try to catch her. It doesn't feel right, Cyrus cuts in more adamantly. I feel him pacing in the back of my mind, his anxiety slowly strangling my high spirits. What? I snap, frustrated with his distraction, as Jessie swims away. Mate, something doesn't feel right with her, he warns. She swims further away, feeding my unease. Jessie, wait up, I call as I race towards her, but I can't catch her. Jessie, baby, wait for me. Panic rises in me as she fades further from view. Fog swallows me back up as I fight to wake up. Rhythmic beeping from the heart monitor is the first thing I make out. The smell of blood, silver, and disinfectant reminds me I'm in the pack hospital as my bearings come back once more. The steady drip of the 4 threatens to lull me off again, but I fight to open my eyes. I look down to see Jessie sleeping soundly with her head on my chest. I can feel Cyrus pacing nervously in my mind, urging me that something's wrong, but what? Mate, he whimpers. She's safe and sound with us, I say, wrapping an arm around her tightly. Drip, drip, drip. Something is wrong. I can see my hand where the 4 was, but there's no 4 tubing attached anymore. My mind rebels against the fog. Something's off, I'm just missing it. Jessie? Nothing, she doesn't even stir. Baby, wake up, I say, giving her a gentle squeeze and shake. He whimpers again in my mind. Jessie? Her skin is cold, the usual sparks that dance between us are barely dull tingles. Drip, drip, drip. Doc. The door flies open, and Doc runs in with nurses and Jace. They scan the room and swarm me. Doc's wide-eyed gaze locks on mine, and he waves more staff over. What is it, Alpha? Where are you bleeding? I shake my head, trying to clear this stubborn fog. Bleeding? I'm not bleeding. Jace rips the blanket off, stepping back with his jaw hanging slack. Fuck, he whispers as his face pales. Doc springs into action, calling for a fresh bed, and gets to work on Jessie. They go to move her over, and panic explodes in me, seeing her taken from me. Jace jumps in, pulling me back from her and them while Doc shouts orders that make no sense to me. Let them work, man, Jace pleads. I'm frozen as we watch them get started. They cut her shirt off, revealing a thin cut across her ribs with angry black edges. The blood seeps freely from it as Doc applies gauze to staunch it. Or stat, he bellowed as they wheeled her out. I struggle against Jace's hold, desperate to follow Jessie. What's happening? A nurse pauses in the doorway, her expression pained as she explains. She's been poisoned. We have to clean out the wound and pray we got to it in time. Her words are like a knife to my gut. I sag against my bed as my hand lands in something cold, wet, and sticky. Looking down at the bed, I see it's soaked through with blood. I'm covered in her blood, too. My stomach twists and I feel the room tilt. The dripping is from it pooling on the floor. There's so much of it. A nurse runs back into the room, frantically pushing me towards the bathroom, but making very little progress. Alpha, please, we need to wash that off of you. I push her away and try to go to the door. Why are you here? Focus on her. We are Alpha, but it's Wolfsbane. We need to get it off of you, she begs. With that, Jace takes over, dragging me into the shower as she follows. After 15 minutes, they're finally satisfied and let me out. Jessie is in surgery for 3 solid hours. It might as well have been 3 days. What bullshit twist of fate is this? To have come this far and only to get screwed again. Anger, worry, and despair threaten to take over and pull me under. Judius joins us in the waiting area. What happened? She was poisoned, Jace answers. My eyes are glued to them through the viewing window as they wrap up. Jessie is so pale, with a sickly gray cast to her skin. I shift my gaze away as Doc makes his way out. His body language isn't helping my nerves, and his silence is deafening. What is it? I snap. Not good, he replies, handing me a specimen jar with a jagged gray piece of metal. We removed this, but the damage is done, I'm afraid. My heart drops as Cyrus howls in anguish. An icy shiver crawls up my spine as his words reverberate in my mind. What do you mean, the damage is done? We've removed the blade fragment, but the toxin is throughout her system already. It's attacking and shutting down her organs. We're doing everything we can, but... Doc's stoic facade crumbles in front of me, chilling me to my core. Don't you dare, I growl out. They will her bed out, the sight stealing my fire as I sag against a chair, feeling the world crashing around me. She was fine. You saw her, I don't understand, I trail off. It was tricky. The wound was very shallow, but the blade was designed to fragment, and this razor-sharp piece was left behind. They steeped it in the toxin, so it's been leaching into her system this whole time. His pained expression matches everyone in the room. I wish I had better news, Alpha Dash. Can't you do anything? I snap. We've done everything we can, now it's a waiting game, but Dash. Don't, Jace cuts him off. You need to prepare yourselves for the possibility, Dash. No, keep working. Anything you need, whatever resources, they're at your disposal, I say with desperation. We aren't giving up. We have done everything we can and will continue to do so. It's down to the Luna and the goddess now. She's going to need all the help she can get. He's an excellent physician and surgeon who has worked tirelessly for the good of the pack, and I now need him more than ever. Goddess knows if anyone can help her through, it's him. Doc lays a hand on my shoulder and urges me towards the recovery area. Stay with her. Your contact might help feed her spirit, and we need her to fight if she's going to make it. We've stabilized her blood pressure. It took several transfusions, but we've ordered more blood to top up if needed. She'll come off the ventilator within the hour, and we'll keep the IVs topped up. With any luck, the antibiotics she's on to fight the sepsis and antitoxins to break down the wolfsbane will turn the tide for her. I've never seen such a strong reaction in a human before. Doc looks lost in thought as he shakes his head, motioning for us to go on. I know he's done everything he can, but at the moment, he feels as hopeless as the rest of us. Jace takes over and guides me away from the ore. Come on, she's in recovery now. We walk over to the softly lit recovery area as the nurses finish checking her vitals and adjusting her blankets. Alpha, she nods before giving us some privacy. The steady hums and blips of the machines are deafening in the empty room. Heart monitor, ventilator, and 4 drips fill the silence. I slide a hand on her arm. Her skin is warmer, but the sparks are just a faint tingle. Cyrus whimpers in my mind, begging to do more. Judius joins us, moving over to her bedside across from us. the guilt and pain written plainly across his face as he takes her in. She's a fighter. She'll beat this. She's too stubborn to. I can't finish as I choke up. A look up at Jace shows he isn't faring any better. Jace shakes my shoulder, waking me up from my restless slumber. I nodded off, slumped over the side of her bed, not wanting her to wake up alone. Here, he says, passing me coffee and nodding to a plate on the side table before taking a seat. Eat, then shower, he commands. I try to protest, but he cuts me off. Love you like a brother, but it's been 2 days. You're getting gamey, he teases with a weak smile that's as hollow as I feel. Judius will stay here till you're back, then he's going too, he says with a pointed look at Judius. I pick at the breakfast offered, sipping my coffee as I watch her for any signs of waking up. There has been almost no improvement in the 2 days since surgery. Doc says the antitoxin has done its job, but her body hasn't responded well. Go, Jace urges. I'll stay with her and link you the moment anything changes. Knowing he's right, I lean forward and kiss her softly before I reluctantly head out. Come back to me, I whisper as I caress her cheek. Chapter 50. Everything is foggy. I don't remember hitting the woods, but I'm on my way down a path to. Wait, where am I going? My bare feet apparently know as they pick their way through the soft leaves. I can't remember anything leading up to this moment. The white light cotton dress I'm wearing flutters in the midnight breeze while the moonlight paints everything in a crystal blue light. The path opens up to the water's edge, where the most enormous silver-white wolf I've ever seen stands blocking my way. His golden eyes lock on mine like he's searching my very soul. They feel so familiar. She's waiting for you, floats through my mind as he nods further down. I walk towards the falls where a stunning woman waits. She's dressed in elegant white, her long silver blonde hair cascades down her back, shimmering under the stars. The moonlight makes her porcelain skin glow and her brilliant blue eyes sparkle. She's smiling, but her eyes are sad as she holds out her hand for me. Oh, Jessie, she whispers as her eyes search mine. So much pain. Something is so familiar about her, urging me toward her. I'm sorry, but I can't remember. I apologize, taking her offered hand. It takes a toll to visit like this, and your body is already so weak, she replies. I furrow my brows, struggling to understand what she means. Is this a dream? I murmur. Yes, but it's also real. She pauses and tilts her head slightly. Do you know who I am? I'm sorry, I stammer, unable to place her, but she feels so familiar. It's okay, dear, you were very young when we spoke last. I'm Selena. You've already met Luca, she says, gesturing to the white wolf as he walks up to her. A memory flashes of a man and woman telling me a story about the moon goddess and the first alpha. My eyes widen at the realization. Yes, one and the same, she says with a soft laugh. I don't understand. Why are we here? A sense of dread seeps into the fog that shrouds my mind. She slips a hand to my temple, and the fog lifts ever so slightly. Do you remember what happened to you? As if on command, memories float back of a rogue battle, falling asleep and bleeding out as the poison took over. My heart sinks. Am I dead? I ask, barely a whisper. Not yet, but you're hanging on by a thread. I've come to help you walk whichever path you choose. Her face softens, but her gaze is guarded. You've been through so much for one so young: loss, abandonment, abuse, death, and suffering. I wish I could have shielded you from it all, but I couldn't. Her voice is laced with regret. I can't remember anything, I mumble, feeling irritated. It's all blank. I've come to offer you a choice. I can take you through the veil, and all the pain and suffering will be washed away. You will know a peace you didn't get in life. Or, I prompt. Or I can help you go back, she says, smiling softly. What do you want? Peace. I've always wanted to be at peace, of that I'm sure. Peace? But at what cost? She turns and starts to lead me across the water towards the mist-covered woods. You've more than earned it, but you will leave everyone behind. Selena casts a wary glance over her shoulder as I slow. Who? I can't remember, I complain, halting. She places her hands on my temple, pulling memories as she speaks. Your family, your friends. Flashes of Jace and Judius horsing around at a pool party are followed by laughing with Judius and Trish at the market as Ethan snags my food. The memories filter through all these smiling and happy people. A man with stunning hazel eyes floats by, and my mind latches onto him for dear life. Your mate, Christian, she adds. Memories flood me as I recall every detail about him. My heart twists as I remember nearly rejecting him and the pain that came from it. Tears well in my eyes, threatening to spill over at any moment. But he will be alone. I've caused him so much pain already, I say as the tears start to fall and my chest tightens. I promise to find him a second chance, mate. Her tone is soothing and gentle, but the thought sets me on edge. You could go back to him. Selena raises a brow, gauging my reaction. I wish I could tell you that the hard parts of life are behind you, but I won't lie. Your path is anything but easy, but you'll be together. Why can't I remember it all? You ask me to make this choice with just a few pieces of my life to go off of. The thought of making the wrong choice chills me to my core. How do I know this isn't some sort of trick? She gestured to the waterfall, and it stills like glass, showing me myself, lying in a hospital bed. Christian and Judius are at my bedside in vigil, both look exhausted and worried. You're running out of time to decide, she warns. My eyes lock on Christian's. His emotions are so raw. Desperation, fear, worry, but also love, so much love and hope. My fingers graze the water, rippling his image, and my heart wrenches at his pain. Something crumbles deep inside of me, and one thing becomes crystal clear: I love him. I want to go back, I say, looking at her. Tears run freely down my cheeks now, and my heart threatens to break. I can't leave him. In his own way, he's shown me a different kind of peace than I've been chasing all my life. Apparently, that's the correct answer, as her face split into a dazzling smile that goes straight to her twinkling eyes. Does everyone in this position get to choose? I ask, suddenly confused. She shakes her head no. Then why me? You've earned it, and debts are owed, Selena replies cryptically. My chest begins to tighten and twist as I stagger back. What debt? I grunt out as the tightening gets worse and my body begins to burn. Keep protecting the blood, Luca says, and the darkness swallows me. My body aches as I fight against the void. I groan in pain as I fight to open my eyes. Jessie, Judius whispers. I feel his warm hand on my cheek, but I can't get my body to obey. Doc, get in here, Jace shouts. I'll link Christian. I groan again. I'm so tired that the void threatens to retake me. Jessie, if you can hear me, open your eyes, Judius begs. But my eyes won't obey, all I can do is barely whimper. He laces his fingers with mine as he lifts my hand. Okay, what about squeezing my fingers? I focus all my energy on my fingers. You'd think a little squeeze wouldn't be too hard, but all I can manage is a slight wiggle. Doc, she's waking up. Jace exclaims as the doctor shuffles over to my bedside. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, he cautions. I feel his cold fingers slip around my wrist to check my pulse. Baby? I hear Christian's desperate voice as he rushes over to me. He cups my cheek, sending familiar sparks across my skin. I whimper, leaning into his caress, aching for more. Doc. I can feel her. The bond is back, he says, the relief evident in his voice. Why does she look like she's in so much pain? Let me adjust the dosing, he replies. I whimper again as the medication claims me for the void once more. The sun's warm kiss, followed by the breeze's gentle caress, breaks me from my endless sleep. Finally, I feel the heavy fog lose its iron grip on me. My eyes slowly flutter open as I blink away the bright morning light. The steady beep of the heart monitor is interrupted by a lone bird song. Christian is slumped over my bed on the right side, softly sleeping, while Judius is on the left. Both men have ruffled hair, need a shave, and have bags under their eyes. I lightly brush the back of my fingers across Christian's cheek, trailing my thumb along his bottom lip. Sparks dance between our skin, lighting up my fingertips as I caress his face. He stirs slightly, leaning into my touch as his beautiful hazel eyes flutter open. He jumps upright, jarring Judius awake as he hovers over me, eyes locked on mine as his hand caresses my cheek. Baby? The desperation is evident in his voice. "Hi," I croak out with a smile. His eyes swirl with so many emotions, I've never seen him so raw. I bring my hand to his cheek, wiping a stray tear away with my thumb. "I thought I lost you," he whispers. "I've never been so scared in my life." "I chose you," I murmur. His lips brush mine so tenderly, promising everything his words can't. A cough behind him pulls him back sooner than either of us wants. "Let Doc take a look." Jace beams at us, his grin growing as Christian sighs loudly. With a soft kiss on my forehead, Christian steps back only enough to let Doc in. Doc smiles at me, the relief clear in his eyes. "Welcome back, Luna. You gave us one hell of a scare." He steps back, checking my pulse before walking over to my monitors. "I was poisoned?" I ask, drawing all eyes to me. Jace tilts his head as he narrows his gaze at me, his confusion evident. "How'd you know?" I debate telling them about the dream. I'm not even sure what it was. "I met someone in a dream. She told me I was dying and offered me a choice. To finally find peace, but I would have to leave all of you behind." My eyes lock on Christian's. They are so full of pain. "I chose you," I whisper. "I almost lost you before. I wasn't going to make the same mistake again, Dash." His lips crash down on mine as he pours his emotions into his kiss. I knot my fingers in the hair at the back of his neck, savoring the feel of his lips on mine. He pulls back, looking deep into my eyes. The relief in his is clear. "I'm not going anywhere, I promise," as he takes a seat, holding my hand. I turn my attention to Judius. His regularly bright blue eyes are deeply shadowed. "Hey." He picks up my other hand and scoots his chair closer. "Hey." His smile shines in his eyes as his gaze shifts between us. "I didn't get a chance to congratulate you on your promotion." His chest puffs up at my compliment, and my smile grows to match his as he positively beams. "You're stuck with me now," he teases. "There's no one I'd rather have," I admit. He has understood me better than I have most days, and has always been there when I needed him. Even Xavier knew he wasn't the right man for the job. "Welcome back, my elf," Jace says from the foot of my bed. "Please don't do anything like that again." "I'm not cut out to be alpha," he jokes, rubbing the back of his neck. As if a light bulb goes off, he turns to Judius. "Told you that you were meant for bigger things." Jace wiggles his eyebrows in triumph at Judius, clapping his shoulder. Both men laugh as Christian looks at them like they've lost it. "The first night you and Judius had it out, and he took Jessie home, I went to check on them. After talking, I felt like there was more to their relationship than just a close friendship. I told him then that I thought he was meant for more, but he dismissed it without a second thought." Jace chuckles lightly and winks. "Turns out I was right." Doc clears his throat. "Although I hate to cut this short, she needs to eat something before she sleeps again." He's back to his professional facade, and he writes something on my chart as he waits for them to catch on. "Come on, Judius," Jace says, prompting Judius. "It's time you earn your keep. Xavier needs a break. Someone's got to make sure the pack doesn't fall apart while the alpha's busy." He squeezes Christian's shoulder before heading out. "Take all the time you need, Christian. We've got this covered." The next couple of days go by the same routine. I sleep a lot. Whenever I'm awake, Christian or Judius is there, and we talk a bit. Mostly I listen to them talk. Every day, I feel a bit stronger and more myself. Their relief at the rate I'm bouncing back is clear. On the fourth day, I woke up to a new set of visitors. "Look who's finally awake," Derwin teases. Ethan runs over to the side of my bed. "Someone wanted to see you and wouldn't take no for an answer." He ruffles Ethan's hair and leans back in his chair. I look at Ethan and flash him a smile, but freeze when I lock eyes with his. Those same intense golden eyes from my dream are staring back at me. Derwin growls, but I can't stop staring. "Well, aren't you clever?" Derwin grumbles from his chair as he studies me, clenching his jaw, pissed.